A young boy huddled, cradling his head, as several men clad in servant attire relentlessly struck him with clubs. He remained utterly defenseless, emitting muffled groans of pain as they beat and bullied him. Not far away, a larger group of servants observed, yet not a single one contemplated intervening or offering assistance. Instead, they pointed and laughed raucously at the boy. Many, upon witnessing his pitiful condition, clapped their hands in delight. In their eyes, the boy was a naturally inept being, forsaken by fate, unworthy of existence in this realm. They believed that he deserved to be tormented, reduced to the lowest form of life, a mere beast for their amusement. Useless. Hitting you is a waste of my strength. One of the servants spat vehemently on the boy's face. Still unsatisfied, he kicked him several more times. Without this waste of space, we wouldn't know how much fun would be missing. It seems this useless one still serves a purpose in this world. Don't speak so loudly if his worthless grandfather hears you. Who knows if he might rise from the underworld to settle the score. He's such a waste. His grandfather must have been a waste too. Otherwise, how could he have died so early without taking this useless child with him? Exactly. Waste beget wastes. I reckon their whole family is a bunch of failures. What masters? It's all nonsense. I'm going to dig up his grandfather's grave and see what that useless old man looks like. Good. Let's go and have some fun digging up his grandfather's grave. Several lackeys, having finished their taunts, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the boy sprawled on the ground, indulging themselves until their amusement was sated before they departed. The boy lay there, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. Grandfather, I apologize. I had promised you that I would live well, enduring the humiliation from others if necessary. Yet now they dare to insult you. I shall not allow them to succeed. Suddenly, the boy sprang to his feet, transforming dramatically from his previous state of timidity. His eyes radiated sheer wrath as he seized a nearby hatchet and charged at the last of the lackeys, the one who had suggested desecrating his ancestral grave. The lackey, sensing a disturbance behind him, turned to look. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, a flash of steel illuminated the air, and he felt himself soaring into the sky, witnessing his own body receding farther away. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed, blood spraying forth and drenching the other lackeys, who stood frozen in shock, staring at the boy with wide eyes. Die, all of you! The boy paid no heed to their stunned expressions. Consumed by frenzy, he let out a primal scream and swung the hatchet at another lackey. The unfortunate lackey shrieked, following in the footsteps of his predecessor. At this moment, the others finally regained their senses. He's killed someone. Mo Changxian has killed. Run for your lives. Yet, Mo Changxian had already taken the lives of two, and there was no mercy left in him. He pursued one of them, swiftly severing his head from his shoulders. A lowly servant fell to the ground, his eyes widening in terror as he beheld Mo Changxian, drenched in blood, approaching him. Overcome with fear, he lost control of his bladder, pleading in a quivering voice, "You cannot kill me. I was wrong. Please spare my life." Alas, Mo Changxian granted him no reprieve, swiftly delivering a fatal blow that sent him to join the three who had perished before. "I will fight you." The man stammered, yet he was unarmed. The sheer aura of slaughter emanating from Mo Changxian rendered him paralyzed with fear. Before he could draw near, he too met his demise. Having slain 5, Mo Changxian cast his gaze toward the onlookers in the distance. A single glance was enough to send them fleeing in terror, none daring to remain. With the 5 tormentors now silenced, a semblance of calm returned to Mo Changxian. He inhaled deeply, surveying the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground before he turned and sprinted towards the desolate mountains behind him. A man trailing Su Li pointed toward the distant forest, exclaiming, "Manager, Mo Changxian has gone mad. He is heading toward the barren mountains. We must pursue him and ensure he does not escape." Qin Lie hesitated momentarily as he glanced at the woods. The fate of those lowly servants was of no concern to him. Had it been anyone else, he would have charged into the forest to apprehend Mo Changxian and dispense justice on the spot. Without allowing others a moment to respond, Qin Lie turned and made his way towards the Sunset Sect. The Sunset Sect is located within the boundaries of the Xingyu Kingdom, nestled on the periphery of the Kangyi mountain range, dominating the Sunset Peak, which is divided into inner and outer sections. The inner gate is situated atop Sunset Peak, while the outer gate lies at the foot of the mountain, alongside the area designated for miscellaneous duties, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Outer Gate Elder. The Outer Gate and the miscellaneous area are separated by approximately a mile, accessible by traversing a grove of bamboo, leading directly into the Outer Gate. Within the Outer Gate Plaza, disciples diligently practice their esoteric arts. Upon noticing Qin Lie hurrying by, they expressed mild astonishment, yet chose to disregard him. Before long, Qin Lie arrived at the Outer Gate Hall, yet he did not dare to enter directly. Instead, he stood outside and respectfully announced, "Elder Wang, I have urgent matters to discuss." After a brief moment, a languid voice emanated from within. "Is that you, Steward Su? Please come in." "Certainly." Upon receiving Elder Wang's permission, Qin Lie cautiously stepped inside. As he entered the hall, he beheld Wang Dafu reclined in a chair, his eyelids remaining unlifted throughout Qin Lie's entire entrance. Wang Dafu remained silent, and Qin Lie refrained from speaking, for despite his elevated status as an outer gate disciple infinitely higher than that of a miscellaneous worker before Wang Dafu, he felt no different from an ant upon the ground. "What is it? What could compel you to come here in person?" Wang Dafu's voice suddenly broke the silence. Qin Lie wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Elder Wang, Mo Changxian has committed murder." "Oh, he has finally succumbed to the urge to kill?" Chapter 2. Body Refinement Techniques. Wang Dafu, upon hearing this, perked up, sitting upright and gazing curiously at Qin Lie. "Which worthless fool dares to commit murder? Surely they must have been driven to desperation? 5 lives taken?" A hint of astonishment flickered across Wang Dafu's face. Qin Lie, sensing the hesitation, decided to retreat slowly as Wang Dafu closed his eyes. Once Qin Lie departed, Wang Dafu opened his eyes, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Old fool, do not presume that the sect leader's protection will allow that worthless wretch to survive. This time, I shall send him down to reunite with you." A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Dafu's eyes, and he closed them once more, soon humming a little tune, appearing rather pleased with himself. The miscellaneous workers were responsible for the daily sustenance and living arrangements of all members of the Setting Sun sect. The sect had specifically cleared a mountain peak for these workers to cultivate and gather firewood. On an ordinary day, amidst the desolate mountains, the young Mo Changxian hurried along, traversing a thicket of trees until he finally arrived at a secluded pond. The pond stretched several yards wide, and not far from its edge, beneath an ancient tree, lay a grave. Mo Changxian hastened to the grave, discarding his hatchet as he knelt down. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in heavy gasps, partly from the exertion of running, but more so from the dread and anxiety following his act of murder. "Grandfather, your grandson has taken lives today, 5 in total, all with my own hand. They bullied me, and while I could endure it, when they dared to show disrespect towards you, just as Nangongbao did, I could never allow that. They deserve their fate. Nangongbao is equally condemned. One day, I shall slay him. I shall not spare anyone who dares to disrespect you." Mo Changxian knelt before the grave. A month ago, it was here that Nangongbao attempted to disturb his grandfather's resting place. The adversary possessed formidable skills, rendering Mo Changxian powerless in the face of such prowess. In a desperate bid, he fought valiantly to protect his grandfather's tomb, ultimately suffering grievous injuries as his opponent departed, leaving him half dead. Today, as his wounds have only just begun to heal, a few lowly attendants dare to show disrespect once more. How could he acquiesce? The grandson harbors a deep-seated resentment, lamenting the heavens for their indifference. Why, if he was destined to be born with a frail constitution, could he not have perished early, sparing him from the relentless torment of this world? Mo Changxian's eyes brimmed with a mixture of defiance and helplessness. In the realm of Qizhou, martial prowess reigns supreme. The strong dominate, while the weak are left to grovel in the dust. Yet, Mo Changxian finds himself bereft of even the status of a weakling. forced to endure the scorn and humiliation of others, all due to his innate frailty. The human body possesses 12 primary meridians, known as the innate channels. Among these, there are pathways that are inherently obstructed, referred to as waste meridians, which are incapable of facilitating cultivation. The fewer the waste meridians, the greater the talent. Conversely, an abundance of such impediments signifies a lack of potential. Mo Chengqian, with all 12 meridians rendered useless, stands as the most abject individual in the vast world. There exists no other in the annals of Qingzhou's history to rival his plight, thus earning him the title of the Forsaken. Throughout the years, though he seldom voiced it, he harbored a profound envy for those who excelled in cultivation. Alas, solutions for his condition remain elusive, especially given that all of his innate channels are compromised. Ancient texts recount that thousands of years ago, the body sect flourished, with practitioners focusing solely on physical refinement, rendering innate channels unnecessary. Regrettably, the body sect has faded into the mists of time, and the methods for physical cultivation have vanished from existence. Mo Chengqian had long harbored the desire to venture beyond, in search of body-refining techniques, yearning to embark on an alternative path of cultivation. However, he feared that if he left, Nangong Bo would take advantage of his absence, rendering him unable to intervene. Thus, he remained at the Sunset Sect. He had hoped that after some time, the sect leader would emerge from seclusion, allowing him to depart in peace. Yet now, it seemed unlikely that he would live to see that day. A bitter smile crossed Mo Chengqian's lips. The Sunset Sect was governed by strict rules. Previously, he had committed no transgressions, and no one would dare to harm him. But today was different. He had slain a fellow disciple, violating the sect's regulations. And those in power would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Born with a useless meridian, forsaken by fate, he could not help but lament. Why did the heavens not take his life sooner? The frustration consumed him. He resented his inability to cultivate, to kill, to ascend and confront the heavens themselves, demanding to know why he, too, had been forsaken. Mo Chengqian gazed skyward, appearing almost mad, questioning the vastness of the world and the countless beings within it. Why was he alone, unable to cultivate? If forsaken by the heavens, why grant him life? Absurdity. The body and flesh of man are bestowed by their parents. What right do the heavens have to dictate such fate? Suddenly, an ethereal voice emerged from all directions, its tone wavering and inscrutable. Who goes there? Show yourself. Mo Chengqian's expression shifted as he gripped his blade, scanning his surroundings. His gaze abruptly narrowed as it fell upon the top of a waterfall, where a gray-robed elder stood, his eyes akin to stars, making it impossible to gaze directly upon him even from a distance. If the heavens were just, why did the concept of talent exist? Why were some born with fully open meridians, endowed with exceptional gifts, while he was condemned to a life of ridicule, enduring endless suffering? Ignoring the piercing pain in his eyes, Mo Chengqian fixed his gaze upon those star-like eyes and questioned, must those with broken veins endure endless humiliation throughout their lives? The elder fell into a momentary silence before shaking his head and responding, very well. As one who shares the plight of broken veins, I shall assist you this once. However, whether you can defy fate rests solely upon your own abilities. With that, the elder pointed a finger, and a beam of golden light soared towards Mo Chengqian, vanishing into his brow in an instant. At that moment, Mo Chengqian lost consciousness. The elder cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away, taking a single step that traversed several mountain peaks. Boom. Within Mo Chengqian's mind, the golden light transformed into countless stars, filling his consciousness. These stars converged, forming a distinct pattern, within which stood a figure striking a peculiar pose, connected by a red thread that traversed its entire form. Once the pattern was complete, it shimmered and began to levitate above his thoughts. Inside his mind, the stars remained, and soon, a second image emerged, followed by a third. In the span of half a fragrant stick of incense, Mo Chengqian's mind was graced with 10 images. While the first image was clear and vivid, the remaining 9 were exceedingly vague, only faint outlines discernible. Mo Chengqian quickly realized that something new had taken root in his mind, and with a mere thought, the first image manifested before him. Is this body refinement technique? Mo Chengqian pondered, uncertain, for the body sect had long since vanished, and such techniques were non-existent in the world, rendering him unfamiliar with them. It must be the body refinement technique. Mo Chengqian pondered for a moment, a sudden look of delight gracing his countenance. The Sunset Sect's cultivation method bore a crimson thread, which, however, traversed several innate meridians, while in his mind, the crimson thread intertwined within the sinews of his limbs. Regardless of the possibility of cultivation, your bestowal of the method grants me profound grace. And thus I offer this bow of gratitude." Mo Chengxian knelt upon the ground, bowing reverently in the direction where the enigmatic elder had departed. For this kindness weighed heavily upon him like a mountain. On the fringes of the Qingzhou continent, a gray-robed elder was poised to traverse the sea when, as if struck by an epiphany, he halted and cast a glance toward a certain location on the Qingzhou continent. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vast expanse, traversing countless mountains, ultimately resting upon a young boy. "He is quite courteous, should he come to the Cloudleaf continent. I would make an exception and take him as my disciple." The elder shook his head with a smile, then with a single step, vanished into the sea. On the outskirts of the Kangyi mountain range, amidst desolate hills, there lay a secluded pool where a youth clad in the drab attire of the Sunset Sect's menial workers reclined at its edge. His posture appeared exceedingly peculiar. His body contorted at an astonishing angle, and in a brief span, he was drenched in sweat. The boy clenched his teeth tightly, his brow furrowed in anguish. Yet despite the tremors coursing through his frame and the soreness of his muscles, he refused to relent. Time passed unmeasured. And just as the boy's limbs became numb and unable to sustain him, a sudden surge of warmth erupted within him. This warmth, minute as a Hmong being, radiated a milky luminescence as it coursed through his flesh, gradually dispelling fatigue and restoring sensation to his numb limbs. This sensation brought great delight to Mo Chengxian, stirring his heart with excitement. Throughout his life, he had endured countless disdainful glances and mockery. Although his grandfather had been present, restraining those individuals, once his grandfather passed away, all restraint vanished, and they became brazen, trampling on him and humiliating him at every opportunity. Now, with the dawn of a new era for Mo, he was able to cultivate and enhance his strength. The humiliations he had previously suffered would never befall him again. Moreover, the vast expanse of the Qingzhou continent was rumored to house even more powerful dynasties beyond the Xingyu kingdom, flourishing in grandeur. He had long yearned for such places. And once he attained formidable strength, he could avenge himself on the likes of Nangong Bo and venture into the world beyond. After half an hour, the surge of heat had circulated throughout his body, and this process intensified, now reaching the size of a Hmong being. As this heat emerged, the surrounding mystical spiritual energy began to flow into Mo Chengxian's body, which absorbed and refined it. Simultaneously, the heat released the refined mystical energy, nourishing his physical form. Unbeknownst to Mo, as he practiced the body refinement technique, a residual light, reminiscent of stars, gradually flowed into his being, enhancing his flesh after being refined by the heat, causing his strength to increase at an astonishing rate. An hour later, as the final glimmer of golden light merged into Mo Chengxian's flesh and blood, a series of cracking sounds erupted from within him, and his skin transformed instantaneously into a dark golden hue. Mo Chengxian gradually ceased his cultivation. Rising to his feet with a firm grip of his fists, a surge of formidable power emanating from him, he swiftly approached an ancient tree and unleashed a powerful punch, the force crashing into the tree. With a resounding thud, the ancient tree trembled, its green leaves scattering, as Mo Chengxian's fist penetrated deep into its trunk. How astonishing! The might of this punch rivals that of the third realm of Qi manipulation, although I am burdened by a congenital disability. This body-tempering technique allows me to contend with those Qi practitioners. Mo Chengxian stared in astonishment at the imprint left on the ancient tree, marveling at the strength he had attained in such a brief period of training. If this continues, he would soon be ready to seek vengeance against Nangong Bo. He pressed on with his training. Filled with renewed hope, Mo Chengxian was invigorated, akin to being energized by a potent elixir. However, after an hour, he reluctantly opened his eyes. To his dismay, his strength had not significantly increased during this hour of cultivation, leaving him perplexed. At that moment, sounds emerged from the distant woods, and a flicker of alarm crossed Mo Chengxian's face. Yet upon observing the imprint on the ancient tree, he regained his composure. He picked up his axe, awaiting the arrival of the intruder, instinctively knowing that they bore ill intentions. "Su the steward will arrive shortly. That useless fool must be here," he mused. Indeed, Su the steward, you cannot fathom the madness that ensued when that fool learned that the black monkeys intended to desecrate his grandfather's grave. Humph. Merely a worthless wretch. He cannot even protect himself, yet he dares to defend his grandfather's resting place? Today, I shall excavate his grandfather's grave right before his eyes. As they spoke, a group of 6 emerged from the forest, appearing by the tranquil pool. Upon spotting Mo Chengxian, They were momentarily taken aback. The 5 attendants, following Su Lie's lead, instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Imo Chengqian's gaze. Useless. Su Lie shot a fierce glare at a few of them, and then turned to Imo Chengqian, furrowing his brow. Imo Chengqian, you have slaughtered your fellow disciples and violated the sect's rules. Will you not lay down your weapon and surrender? Imo Chengqian, seemingly unperturbed, fixed his icy gaze upon Su Lie, his eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. Su Lie felt a shiver run down his spine under such a stare. But the thought of being intimidated by a mere waste incensed him further. Fool, think carefully. If I make my move, you shall undoubtedly perish. You deserve to die. Imo Chengqian replied coldly, his focus unwavering as he charged towards Su Lie, his machete raised high. The 5 attendants, observing this, retreated a few steps discreetly. Their eyes filled with derision. No matter how fierce Imo Chengqian's resolve, he was no match for Su Lie, who was a true qi refining master. Seeking death. Su Lie laughed in fury, effortlessly striking out with his palm, sending forth a faint imprint that soared toward Imo Chengqian. Although he was merely at the second stage of qi drawing, he found it sufficient to deal with Imo Chengqian, especially considering that strike was his most potent attack. You fool, to not dodge or evade. This palm strike will surely claim your life. The 5 attendants, their expressions animated, washed with excitement, convinced that Imo Chengqian was already a dead man. Flash. As the palm imprint approached, Imo Chengqian bellowed in anger, bringing his machete down with a swift motion. A faint sound of air being sliced echoed through the air. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Lie could not suppress a smirk of derision. How audacious for a mere wretch to harbor thoughts of rebellion, seemingly oblivious to the stark distinction between an energy cultivator and an ordinary individual. With a resounding thud, the axe descended, shattering the faint imprint of his palm. A glint of cold fury flashed in Imo Chengqian's eyes as he lunged forward, wielding his blade once more. Impossible! Su Lie cried out, his countenance etched with confusion. How could that inept fool's seemingly mundane strike dismantle his palm imprint? That was his most formidable attack. Even a practitioner of the 3rd realm of energy cultivation would require considerable effort to counter it. At that instant, as the axe swung down, Su Lie's hair stood on end, prompting him to instinctively evade to the side. Just as he narrowly escaped, Imo Chengqian surged forward again, his speed relentless, affording Su Lie no respite. Cease this, Imo Chengqian. I am an authority here. Do you dare to defy me? Su Lie shouted in indignation, attempting to leverage his position to intimidate Imo Chengqian. Yet, Imo Chengqian remained resolute, relentlessly pursuing Su Lie without uttering a word. As Su Lie dodged another blow, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. With Imo Chengqian's blade hurtling toward him, he chose not to evade. Instead, he transformed his hands into claws, channeling his energy as he lunged for Imo Chengqian's arm. Despite being a lowly energy cultivator, Su Lie possessed some combat experience. And just as Imo Chengqian's axe was about to strike him, his claws latched onto Imo Chengqian's arm with an iron grip. However, upon sensing the formidable power of Imo Chengqian, a profound shock coursed through Su Lie's heart, accompanied by a silent relief that he had not acted carelessly. Had he done so, even if he managed to grasp Imo Chengqian's arm, he would have been violently repelled by that overwhelming force. Bang! Ah! Imo Chengqian. Cease at once. Imo Chengqian, instinctively captured by Su Lie's grip, raised a leg to strike back. However, in that moment, he was filled with immense strength, and his kick landed squarely on Su Lie's dantian, causing Su Lie's internal energy to falter, propelling him backward. Imo Chengqian, with a fierce stomp, launched himself towards Su Lie, reaching him before he even touched the ground. Stop. I was wrong. Su Lie's face contorted in terror as he witnessed Imo Chengqian wielding his blade, desperately wishing to plead for mercy. Yet, before he could utter another word, a flash of steel rendered him unconscious. Is he dead? Is Manager Su dead? Flee. The 5 attendants, rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle of Imo Chengqian pursuing Su Lie, held on to a flicker of hope until the moment Su Lie met his tragic fate, awakening to a primal instinct to escape into the forest. A cold glint flickered in Imo Chengqian's eyes as he recalled the conversation with Su Lie, his body radiating a chilling intent to kill. With a surge of power, he accelerated after the 5 fleeing individuals, his speed astonishing as he swiftly caught up to one of them. With a swift sweep of his hand, the sound of a blood-curdling scream echoed through the woods. Chapter 3. The limits of the physical body by the edge of a desolate mountain and a secluded pool. Imo Chengqian's brow furrowed deeply, his heart a tempest of unease. Having slain so many, including a manager, he knew the enforcement hall would not let this transgression go unpunished. Should they pursue him, his fate would be sealed. However, If he were to flee, Mo Chengqian felt a sense of unease. His grandfather had once thwarted Nangong Zhan's ambitions, and should he depart, Nangong Bo would undoubtedly vent his fury upon his grandfather's grave. Ultimately, a fierce gleam flashed in Mo Chengqian's eyes as he resolved to remain. As long as the sect leader was absent, neither Nangong Zhan nor Wang Dafu would personally confront him. If he could elevate his cultivation further, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Mo Chengqian resumed his training. At the outer sect of the Setting Sun sect, in the area designated for the menial workers, numerous laborers gathered to chat during their breaks. One of the workers mentioned Mo Chengqian, and an immediate silence enveloped the group. After a moment, one worker scoffed, declaring, "Mo Chengqian is undoubtedly doomed. Steward Su has already dispatched people to find him. Once located, he cannot escape retribution." However, it was noted that he had emerged from the inner sect and had a history with the sect leader, which could potentially allow him to evade death. Is it true that one can act with impunity simply because of a connection to the sect leader? Let it be known that a prince and a commoner are equally guilty when they transgress, another worker interjected. Moreover, many powerful figures desire Mo Chengqian's demise. Having caught this opportunity, how could they possibly let him slip away? The workers nodded in agreement, recognizing that those wishing for Mo Chengqian's downfall were numerous. Otherwise, with the sect leader recently in seclusion, those figures would not have hesitated to cast him down to the ranks of menial workers. Perhaps Mo Chengqian was simply hiding too well for Steward Su to apprehend him. As the workers pondered whether to report to the outer sect elders, the sudden sound of galloping hooves broke the air, and soon after, a handsome young man riding a white horse appeared. The youth bore a weary expression, his face marked by the dust of travel. It was Yang Yu from the outer sect. As the various attendants caught sight of him, they immediately gathered around, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. Yang Yu, possessing considerable renown among the outer disciples, not only boasted a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Qi induction but also had an elder brother serving in the inner sect's law enforcement hall. Su Li must have accumulated some savings, which he could use to procure medicinal pills. The thought of obtaining such elixirs, enabling him to break through to the 6th stage of Qi induction, filled Yang Yu with barely contained excitement. But where was Su Li? Was he hiding away, shirking his duties? Noticing the throng of attendants encircling him, Yang Yu raised his eyelids, a look of disdain sweeping across his countenance. That useless wretch? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he recalled advising Su Li to take good care of Mo Chengqian. To his surprise, Su Li had taken his instructions to heart, diligently attending to Mo Chengqian day after day. Yang Yu's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he swiftly mounted his steed and galloped towards the desolate mountains. With his senior brother intervening, Mo Chengqian was undoubtedly doomed. How audacious of a mere cripple to remain in our sunset sect. If I were him, I would have met my end by now. In the secluded depths of the desolate mountains, Mo Chengqian had lost considerable weight, appearing even more frail. Yet, he harbored a reservoir of surging power within him, capable of shattering a tree trunk as thick as a thigh with a casual punch. The body tempering technique had honed his physique, amplifying his strength. But the relentless training had pushed his body to its limits. He needed to seek rare herbs to nourish his body. Otherwise, if he continued this arduous path, his physical form would inevitably collapse. Standing beside a broken tree, Mo Chengqian furrowed his brow, speaking to himself. After several days of rigorous training, his strength had once again surged, comparable to the 5th realm of Qi manipulation. However, his relentless practice had inadvertently refined the energy stored within his physical form, leaving him at the very limits of his corporeal capabilities. Each attempt at cultivation brought excruciating pain, rendering it impossible to focus on his training. The precious Xian medicine could only be found deep within the Sunset Mountain, a region teeming with perilous mystical beasts. Alternatively, he could purchase it from shops at the foot of the mountain, yet the prices were exorbitant. With his meager savings, he feared he could not afford even the cheapest of Xian medicine. Having exhausted his provisions, he resolved to descend the mountain and devise a plan later. With a newfound determination, Mo Chengqian picked up a hatchet and ventured into the woods. In just a few days, his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an air of confidence. Not long into his journey, he heard the distant sound of a horse neighing. As he pondered its source, Yang Yu emerged from the shadows, leaving both men momentarily stunned. "Is that you, the worthless Mo Chengqian?" Yang Yu inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. The gaunt figure before him, clad in tattered garments, was indeed hard to recognize. Mo Chengqian remained silent, gripping the hatchet with a grave expression. Su Li, Yang Yu's sycophant, had likely been sent to deliberately torment him. A fact Mo Qingqian was well aware of. It seemed Yang Yu had come up the mountain due to Su Li's prolonged absence. TSK. It appears your situation is truly dire, Yang Yu remarked, shaking his head. Have you seen Manager Su? Mo Qingqian slightly shook his head, intending to sidestep. But Yang Yu intercepted him once more, his expression menacing. You wretched fool, having been caught by me, do you think you can escape? Yang Yu sneered. Mo Qingqian was reluctant to engage with Yang Yu, who had reached the 5th realm of Qi and had begun to dabble in the arcane arts. Although Mo Qingqian's strength had surged, he still found himself at a disadvantage. It seems your hiding place is difficult to locate, yet why not continue to conceal yourself? Yang Yu taunted. Let me guess. Are you famished? How truly pathetic. Even grass and tree bark are edible, and look at what you have reduced yourself to. His tone dripped with scorn. What, do you still wish to strike at me? Yang Yu mocked as he noticed the murderous glint in Mo Qingqian's eyes. If you intend to make a move, do so swiftly. Otherwise, I shall take action. A cold light flashed in Mo Qingqian's eyes as he swung his blade at Yang Yu, though he harbored no certainty of vanquishing him. Yang Yu's expression hardened. He pulled on the reins, and his steed reared, charging toward Mo Qingqian. As Mo Qingqian slipped aside, narrowly avoiding the horse's hooves, he swung his machete once more at Yang Yu. Yang Yu was utterly taken aback by the formerly bullied wretch's formidable combat instinct. Frowning, he struck the horse's back with one hand, propelling himself into the air. Startled, the steed galloped away, swiftly disappearing into the thicket, while Yang Yu gradually descended. Chapter 4. The attempt on Yang Yu's life. Yang Yu glared furiously at Mo Qingqian, humiliated to have been unseated by a mere waste of space, feeling as though he had suffered a profound indignity. Originally, I had intended to grant you a complete corpse, but since you dared to attack me, today I shall have you torn asunder. Yang Yu scoffed, forming a hand seal, and a surge of profound energy erupted from his hands, coalescing into a long whip before him. Wielding the whip, Yang Yu lashed out at Mo Qingqian, the whip cracking through the air. Mo Qingqian narrowed his eyes, evading the whip as it struck, while simultaneously advancing towards Yang Yu. Crack! The profound energy whip struck the ground, instantly raising dust and leaving a 3-inch gash in its wake. Seeing Mo Qingqian closing in, Yang Yu raised an eyebrow, once again brandishing the whip, which lashed out at Mo Qingqian, accompanied by a faint sonic boom. A fierce glint flashed in Mo Qingqian's eyes as he advanced instead of retreating, his one hand reaching for the whip, while the other swung his cleaver towards Yang Yu. Idiot! Yang Yu sneered, not dodging, for this profound energy whip possessed immense power. And Mo Qingqian's attempt to grab it with his bare hands was simply courting death. Mo Qingqian's hand grasped the profound energy whip, and just as his hand was about to be shattered by the whip, his entire palm transformed into a dark golden hue, unscathed as it seized the profound energy whip. What? Yang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. At that moment, the cleaver descended, and Yang Yu abruptly realized what was happening. Barely managing to dodge, the cleaver struck, severing his entire arm. Mo Qingqian, I'll kill you. The intense pain caused Yang Yu to scream incessantly. With a furious roar, he channeled his profound energy and struck Mo Qingqian's chest with a palm. Bang! Mo Qingqian staggered back a few steps, looking down to find his chest completely unharmed, without any injuries. He was greatly relieved. Skin like polished bronze, bones as firm as steel, the body refinement technique you have mastered. Yang Yu, witnessing Mo Qingqian withstand his palm strike without any harm, gradually regained his composure, his eyes brimming with hatred and dread. You aberration, you worthless creature. Dare to practice body refinement techniques. There exists no sanctuary for you in this realm. Yang Yu let out a maniacal laugh, unexpectedly turning to flee down the mountain. At this moment, he had already lost an arm to Mo Qingqian, his strength severely diminished. Furthermore, Mo Qingqian's immunity to his attack proved that his body refinement had reached a formidable level. Yang Yu feared he was no match and contemplated seeking help. Nowhere to escape. Mo Qingqian bellowed, hurling his machete towards Yang Yu, then propelling himself in pursuit. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, Yang Yu dropped to the ground, the machete soaring over his head, piercing through an ancient tree before coming to a halt. Just as Yang Yu rose, Mo Qingqian caught up, delivering a punch aimed at him. In a moment of panic, Yang Yu raised his remaining arm. Alas, how could he contend with the physique of a body refiner? Bang! Yang Yu was sent flying, and Mo Qingqian swiftly closed the distance, stomping down on his dantian. Mo Qingqian, you will not die a good death. Yang Yu cried out, feeling the shattering of his dantian, his spiritual energy dissipating, leaving his face ashen. It's over, my dantian is ruined. Mo Chengqian, you are doomed. My brother will surely grind you to dust. Yang Yu glared fiercely at Mo Chengqian, his eyes filled with boundless rage. The destruction of his dantian meant he had irrevocably become a cripple, forever barred from the path of cultivation. This is precisely the reason why everyone yearns to cultivate their abilities, to seize control of their destiny, to dictate the life and death of others with a mere word. Mo Chengqian approached Yang Yu, snatched the bundle, and upon opening it, his eyes gleamed with delight. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. The bundle contained 7 or 8 precious medicinal herbs, 2 of which were on the verge of reaching the esteemed 8th rank. In consideration of these invaluable herbs, I shall grant you a swift end. Mo Chengqian secured the bundle to his body, wielding a chopping knife as he advanced towards Yang Yu. No, I have given you the herbs. Please spare me, he pleaded. Mo Chengqian, my brother is a disciple of the law enforcement hall. You cannot kill me. Have mercy. Yang Yu stared at Mo Chengqian in terror, his heart heavy with regret. Had he known, he would never have provoked Mo Chengqian. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly useless individual would possess the ability to cultivate the body refinement technique? Yang Yu was a genuine disciple of the Sunset sect, highly regarded within the outer sect, and he certainly would not admit to the thought of being killed by Mo Chengqian, nor did he wish to reveal his own strength. Erasing all evidence was, of course, the most prudent choice. By the edge of the secluded pool, Mo Chengqian unwrapped the bundle and casually picked up a spirit herb. After a moment's hesitation, he stuffed the herb into his mouth and chewed vigorously. The body refinement technique necessitates the nourishment of the body with medicinal herbs. Typically, one would create a medicinal liquid from various herbs to soak the body and gradually absorb their potency. However, lacking the formula for such a concoction, he resorted to this method, enduring the inevitable pain from the overwhelming surge of medicinal power impacting his flesh. As soon as he swallowed the herb, it transformed into a pure essence that spread throughout his body. Due to his innate useless meridians, the potency could not enter his channels, ultimately merging with his flesh and blood instead. In a fleeting moment, Mo Chengqian's complexion flushed crimson, sweat cascading down like rain, his frail body gradually regaining its former vigor. Yet, it was still insufficient. Within the span of a mere incense stick, the potency of a 9th-grade mystical herb was entirely absorbed by Mo Chengqian's physique. Even so, he felt his body had not fully recuperated. It was only after consuming 3 spiritual herbs that Mo Chengqian's form finally returned to its prior state. At this juncture, he resolved to utilize the remaining mystical herbs in conjunction with his training. By the edge of the tranquil pool, Mo Chengqian assumed an unusual posture to cultivate within him. The formidable medicinal energy gradually permeated, a white radiance coursing through his body, refining the herb's potency and fortifying his physique. While Mo Chengqian engaged in his practice, the bones within him subtly transformed to a silvery hue, exuding a unique metallic sheen, an occurrence of which he remained blissfully unaware. The 9th-grade mystical herb sustained him for only 2 hours, during which his strength significantly augmented. Should he encounter Yang Yu now, he could easily obliterate him. Nevertheless, such power remained somewhat inadequate. Mo Chengqian, not succumbing to complacency, took a brief respite before consuming another mystical herb, intent on further elevating his strength, at least to the point of ensuring his self-preservation against Nangong Bo. Yet, the thought of the subsequent illustrations stirred a sense of perplexity within him. Although the specific contents of the 9 remaining illustrations eluded his understanding, they presumably pertained to the advanced techniques of body refinement. However, given that the Qi sect's methodologies encompass 9 realms, and this body refinement technique boasts 10 illustrations, could it possibly indicate a higher echelon than that of the Qi sect? Mo Chengqian shook his head. If that were indeed the case, the body sect would not have been so thoroughly subjugated by the Qi sect, ultimately leading to its complete demise. Chapter 5. Descent in the miscellaneous servant area of the Falling Sun sect. Many workers appeared distracted, frequently casting anxious glances toward the desolate mountains. It had been 10 days since Brother Yang had departed, and it had been over 20 days since Steward Su had gone missing. Could they truly have encountered misfortune? How could that be? Was it possible that Mo Chengqian had ventured deep into the mountains? Had Brother Yang and Steward Su been slain by the mysterious beast in pursuit? The multitude of servants gathered and deliberated, ultimately deciding to report the matter to the outer sect elders. However, they hesitated, unwilling to take on the responsibility alone. In the end, out of sheer necessity, All the servants mobilized together, reasoning that even if Elder Wang were to unleash his wrath, he could hardly execute them all. Within the outer sect, some disciples observed the throng of miscellaneous workers with furrowed brows, their expressions replete with disdain. Yet, noting the palpable fear and unease etched on the faces of the workers, they felt no inclination to mock them. Wang Dafu had been in a foul mood lately, harboring significant grievances against Su Li. In recent days, he had been contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to deal with Su Li. Fool. Regardless of the outcome. You should have reported back to me. Do you expect me to seek you out? Wang Dafu muttered under his breath. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he coldly observed several servants approaching. Are you not neglecting your duties? Are you plotting a rebellion? Wang Dafu stormed out of the main hall, glaring at the assembled workers and unleashing a torrent of angry rebukes. At that moment, his dissatisfaction with Su Li deepened. He could not even manage these inept individuals. Elder Wang, we have something to report. Speak. And what is it? Spit it out. 10 days prior, Brother Yongyu, upon hearing of this matter, sought out Steward Su, and has yet to return. Wang Dafu's brow furrowed as an ominous premonition crept into his heart. Glancing at the submissive attendants, anger surged within him, and he exclaimed, how could such an event be concealed until now? Despicable. At these words, the attendants' faces paled in shock, and they promptly knelt, begging for mercy. Enraged, Wang Dafu unleashed a powerful wave of energy, striking the foremost attendants. They emitted a single, anguished cry before losing their breath. Begone, Wang Dafu scoffed, sweeping his sleeve as he strode into the main hall. The remaining attendants, their faces etched with despair, carried the lifeless bodies away. Shortly thereafter, a disciple exited the hall, hastening towards the inner gate. The peak of Sunset Mountain boasted towering palaces and numerous pavilions. It was here that the inner gate of the Sunset sect resided, the very heart of the entire sect. The outer disciple, bearing the elder's token, traversed unhindered to the inner gate, whereupon he inquired and made his way directly to the law enforcement hall. The Sunset sect's law enforcement hall comprised a grand hall and several storied buildings. Upon explaining his purpose, the outer disciple was soon met by a man in his 30s. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding a formidable aura. Spotting him, the outer disciple quickly approached and respectfully stated, Brother Yang, Elder Wang has sent me to inform you of an urgent matter. Elder Wang sent you? Is it about my brother causing trouble in the outer sect? Yang's brow furrowed, a subtle authority emanating from him. No, Brother Yang, it is as follows. The outer disciple, visibly anxious, hurriedly recounted the entire incident to Yang. What? My brother has gone missing? And it is connected to that useless Mo Chengqian? Yang's expression darkened, and an aura of menace erupted from him. Brother Yang, said an outer sect disciple, Elder Wang intended to personally apprehend Mo Chengqian, but upon reflection, he felt it prudent to inform you, as the law enforcement hall must act with authority. The disciple spoke with trepidation, aware that this situation was fundamentally a scheme orchestrated by Wang Dafu, using Yang as a pawn. The outer sect disciple felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were notorious within the Sunset sect, and Yang, being the favored disciple of the hall's leader, had a fearsome reputation. He genuinely feared that in a fit of rage, Yang might target him as an outlet for his frustrations. In the grand hall of law enforcement, the hall master, Nangong Zhan, sat in a position of authority, his fierce gaze emanating a natural intimidation. Beside him sat a young man in his 20s, none other than his sole heir, Nangong Bo, who had recently sought vengeance by disturbing a grave. Master, Brother Nangong, Yang entered the hall, bowing respectfully to Nangong Zhan and giving a slight nod to Nangong Bo. I heard that Wang Dafu sent someone to find you? Nangong Zhan inquired. That good-for-nothing actually dares to commit murder? Nangong Bo exclaimed in astonishment. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. It seems the subordinates acted with excessive force, Nangong Zhan remarked, his expression growing somber, a faint hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yang accepted his orders and promptly exited the hall, heading straight for the outer sect. Meanwhile, Mo Chengqian, having consumed all the profound herbs, experienced a significant surge in his strength, now comparable to the 7th level of Qi induction. However, those at the 7th level of Qi induction had already mastered profound techniques, and he would find himself at a disadvantage relying solely on his physical prowess. Body cultivators could maximize their attack potential through martial skills, yet the body sect had long since perished, and the martial techniques had faded into obscurity. Mo Chengqian furrowed his brow slightly. Without martial skills, he could not fully unleash his potential, and engaging with Qi refiners would result in significant disadvantage. Yet, in this vast world, he was at a loss as to where to seek martial techniques. Furthermore, to continue his cultivation, he required a plethora of mystical herbs, of which he possessed none at the moment. After offering a prayer at the grave, Mo Chengqian grasped his machete and made his way out of the mountain. With his current strength, as long as the elders did not intervene, he had a certain degree of self-preservation among the disciples. Shaking his head, he had no intention of troubling those individuals and headed straight for his dwelling. Outside the gate, a youth around 16 or 17 years of age was practicing arcane arts in the square. Upon seeing Yang Yong, his eyes brightened, and he promptly approached him. The two of them together making their way to the servant area. How is it that our outer gate prodigy, Chen Junxing, is walking alongside the law enforcement hall's Yang Yong? Rumors had it that the head of the law enforcement hall intended to take Chen Junxing as a disciple. It seemed this matter might indeed hold truth. What? Even a talent like Chen Junxing wishes to join the law enforcement hall? In a short span, a multitude of outer gate disciples flocked to the servant area, eager to witness the fate that awaited the so-called waste. Chapter 6. The Useless Prodigy. Yang Yong and Chen Junxing ambled slowly, taking nearly half an hour to traverse a distance of over a mile. By the time they reached the servant area, hundreds had gathered behind them. A grand procession arrived, and many servants naturally congregated, their faces adorned with derision as they fixed their gazes upon Mo Chengqian. With a disciple of the law enforcement hall taking action personally, no matter how swiftly or keenly Mo Chengqian honed his blade, what difference would it make? Mo Chengqian continued to sharpen his blade, utterly absorbed in his task, his eyelids never lifting, his gaze solely fixated on the knife. Look! That worthless fool is actually honing a weapon. Could he be contemplating resistance? What a jest! Senior Brother Yang is a direct disciple of the Nagong sect master, and eliminating him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Indeed, my guess is that he must be contemplating suicide, albeit fearing that his blade is too dull for the act. The outer disciples were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mo Chengqian, only to burst into raucous laughter. To them, he appeared nothing short of a jester. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Yong's eyes, while the outer disciples remained oblivious. He discerned a faint aura of menace surrounding Mo Chengqian, indicative of at least 10 lives claimed by his hand. This realization deepened Yang Yong's cold demeanor, and a subtle air of killing intent emerged from him. He even harbored doubts that Yang Yu could indeed have fallen to Mo Chengqian's blade. Impossible. With his inherently flawed meridians, he is incapable of cultivation. He likely falls short of even an average person, and his frail physique could never pose a threat to Yang Yu. It is far more probable that Yang Yu has encountered some other misfortune. Yang Yong shook his head slightly and gradually came to a halt, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Junxing before standing silently. Since Chen Junxing was so eager to align himself with his master, he might as well allow him to showcase his abilities, with Mo Chengqian serving as the testament to that. This wretch is under the protection of the sect leader, making it unwise for me to strike him down directly. Should Chen Junxing take action, it would fulfill my master's task, and the sect leader, upon emerging, would only seek to trouble Chen Junxing. Moreover, Yang Yong discreetly cast a glance at Chen Junxing, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As for Chen Junxing, though youthful, he was perceptive enough to discern Yang Yong's intentions. He, indeed, harbored the desire to become a disciple of Nagongzhan. Thus, he had no choice but to step forward, serving as a weapon for Yang Yong. Mo Chengqian, cease your pretense. The esteemed Brother Yang from the law enforcement hall has personally arrived. You, worthless wretch, do you not wish to come forth and meet your demise? Chen Junxing strode towards Mo Chengqian, his voice laced with fury. Meet my demise? Who do you think you are? What makes Yang Yong so special? Mo Chengqian raised his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Junxing before shifting his gaze to Yang Yong. Taken aback, Chen Junxing could hardly believe Mo Chengqian, facing certain death, would be so defiant. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Yang Yong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes, as he regarded Chen Junxing with interest. Upon noticing Yang Yong's expression, Chen Junxing's face flushed crimson. The whispers of the outer sect disciples behind him felt like a profound humiliation, twisting his youthful visage into a snarl. What a defiant Mo Chengqian, refusing to repent even at death's door. Today, I shall take your life on behalf of Brother Yang. With that declaration, Chen Junxing erupted with a formidable aura, and with a swift motion, he propelled himself toward Mo Chengqian like a falling leaf. Yang Yong perceived a heightened sense of crisis as he observed Chen Juanxing's remarkable agility, and his gaze towards Chen Junsheng was imbued with a strange glimmer. Meanwhile, Chen Junsheng, with an ethereal grace, swiftly approached Mo Chengqian, extending a finger imbued with profound energy, directly targeting the center of Mo Chengqian's brow. The technique was known as the meridian severing finger. The outer disciples, taken aback, regarded Mo Chengqian with expressions rife with pity. For the potency of the meridian severing finger was immense, and Mo Chengqian was undoubtedly facing death. "Do you intend to kill me?" Mo Chengqian inquired. Lifting his gaze to meet Chen Yuanxing's, his tone remarkably calm, as if he were oblivious to the impending threat of the advancing finger. Yang Yong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, for Mo Chengqian's demeanor was exceedingly composed. He initially contemplated warning Chen Junsheng, yet the words faltered on his lips. "Embrace death," Chen Junsheng sneered, his finger poised to strike Mo Chengqian's brow, envisioning the force of his energy shattering it into oblivion. Suddenly, at that very moment, Mo Chengqian moved. The hatchet in his grasp began to whirl, and with a swift upward motion, it aimed directly at Chen Juanxing's finger. "You pitiful wretch, my energy shields my fingers. How could mere ordinary steel breach my defenses?" Chen Junxing scoffed, his expression rife with derision, for this incompetent fool, born unable to cultivate, could never comprehend the true might of profound energy. Flash! Mo Chengqian exclaimed, and in a flash, the blade glimmered, severing Chen Juanxing's finger cleanly. The overwhelming force rendered the protective energy utterly futile, shattering it into nothingness. "Ah, how is this possible?" With a pained outcry, Chen Junxing struck out at Mo Chengqian, who retaliated with a swift kick to Chen's abdomen. The resounding impacts of their blows reverberated through the air. Mo Chengqian staggered back, a sharp pain searing through his shoulder, while Chen Junxing retreated several steps, his posture stooped, his countenance etched with agony. A collective gasp swept through the onlookers. Even Yang Yong found himself astounded by the brief but intense exchange. How could this be? A congenital cripple, incapable of cultivation, had severed a finger from the prodigious Chen Junxing and forced him to retreat. The spectacle defied belief. The menial servants were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed upon Mo Chengqian, now imbued with a newfound respect. Who, indeed, was the true invalid? Mo Chengqian regarded Chen Junxing with a detached air, though inwardly he lamented the near miss. Had Chen not shifted his body at the last moment, he would have been utterly crippled. Chen Junxing staunched the bleeding from his severed digit. His youthful features contorted with malice as he glared at Mo Chengqian. "Mo Chengqian," he hissed, his voice laced with venom, "for the finger you have taken, I shall shatter every bone in your body. Rest assured, death will elude you until the very last fragment is pulverized." His words sent shivers down the spines of even the seasoned outer disciples. Feeling humiliated, Mo Chengqian retorted with a grin. "Fear not, your demise shall not be swift. I shall strip you of your cultivation, transforming you into the true invalid." With a predatory grin, Mo Chengqian surged towards Chen Junxing, leaving a trail of deep footprints in his wake. Wolf slaughter! Chen Junxing let out a furious shout as an overwhelming force surged forth from his palms, coalescing into a spectral wolf that charged toward Mo Chengqian under the guidance of his hand gestures. With a decisive strike, Mo Chengqian propelled himself into the air like a cannonball, and with a thunderous roar, he descended, wielding a hatchet to cleave the spectral wolf. The impact was tremendous, sending plumes of dust into the air. Chen Junxing furrowed his brow, peering into the swirling haze. "Is he dead?" Some outer sect disciples questioned uncertainly. Of course, the wolf slaughter technique, though classified as a low-grade yellow-level skill, possesses power comparable to a mid-grade yellow-level technique. Mo Chengqian is merely a waste, he could hardly withstand it. One disciple scoffed. Upon hearing this, Chen Juanxing's expression turned resolute. Indeed, he was well aware of the wolf slaughter's might. How could a mere waste like Mo Chengqian endure it? Suddenly, a dark figure erupted from the dust like a projectile. Chen Juanxing's countenance shifted in alarm as he instinctively began to retreat, only to feel an oppressive weight on his shoulder, as if gripped by an iron claw. Gazing at the now proximity of Mo Chengqian, Chen Juanxing's eyes widened in terror, just as he felt the flow of energy coursing through him. A gleaming hatchet plunged directly into his dantian. Chapter 7. Those who insult will be insulted. Silence reigned. Hundreds of outer sect disciples stood together, not uttering a single sound, save for their heavy breaths. Their faces were etched with disbelief, and even Yang Yong was taken aback. "Ah, Mo Chengqian, may you suffer a terrible fate." An outer sect disciple rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon focusing again, his face was a canvas of horror, mixed with a tinge of fear. Yang Yong's countenance was ashen, his suspicions now solidified into a grim certainty. Yang Yu had indeed fallen victim to Imo Qingquan's hand. After all, even Qin Junxing, the foremost prodigy of the outer sect at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi induction, was no match for him. How could he possess such formidable power? Yang gazed at the slender figure, his heart filled with awe. He could discern clearly that Imo Qingqian wielded no profound energy, remaining a vessel incapable of cultivation. His triumph over Qin Junxing was solely attributable to the sheer might of his physical form. A body refiner? Yang's eyes narrowed. Then he shook his head slightly. The body sect had long since vanished, taking with it all methods of body refinement. Even within the entirety of the Star Universe Kingdom, not a single manual of body refinement could be found. How, then, could Imo Qingqian possess such knowledge? An exotic fruit? Yang's expression shifted suddenly, a realization dawning upon him. Certain rare fruits could indeed amplify one's strength and fortify the physical body. Yang's contemplation of these matters transpired in mere moments. Qin Junsheng, meanwhile, cursed in despair, his face ashen with the pallor of death. Haha, crippled. I, Qin Junxing, have been crippled by a good-for-nothing. Haha, Imo Qingqian, may you suffer a wretched demise. Since you so readily brand me as useless, then I shall transform you into one truly devoid of worth. Imo Qingqian retorted with a cold smile. With that, a flash of steel, a spurt of crimson, and 2 severed arms fell to the ground, while Qin Junxing succumbed to unconsciousness. Hiss. Imo Qingqian persisted in his obstinacy, leaving Yang Yong of the Hall of Law Enforcement no choice but to intervene to prevent further violence, reluctantly slaying him in the process. Yang Yong let out a cold snort as he slowly approached Imo Qingqian. Although the latter possessed immense physical strength, it was merely equivalent to the 6th stage of Qi induction. As a formidable practitioner at the 9th stage, adept in several powerful arcane techniques, Yang Yong was confident he could easily subdue him. Sensing Yang Yong's advance, Missouri Chengqian took several steps back, casually discarding Qin Junxing at his feet. He then brought his foot down upon Qin Junxing's legs, the sound of shattering bones echoing sharply in the air. Ugh! Ah! Imo Qingqian. You! The excruciating pain jolted Qin Junxing awake. Finding himself bereft of arms, and with his legs crushed, he let out a primal roar of fury. Imo Qingqian, I will not spare you even in death. With a violent motion, Qin Junxing raised his head and slammed it against the bluestone floor, blood splattering as he lost all semblance of life. The once prominent genius of the outer sect, at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of Qi induction, met such a tragic end. His anguished and vengeful cries sent chills down the spines of those present. If you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed in return. Moreover, I have already spared your life. Why do you insist on bringing this upon yourself? Imo Qingqian shook his head in disappointment, then cast a blank gaze over the crowd, coldly declaring, Those who insult others shall themselves be humiliated. Having previously tormented Imo Qingqian, they now faced the dire consequence of not lowering their heads, lest they share the same fate as Qin Junxing. In mere moments, Imo Qingqian's ruthlessness had etched itself deeply in the minds of the onlookers. From this day forth, as long as Imo Qingqian lived, he would remain their eternal nightmare. A smirk of derision appeared at the corner of Imo Qingqian's mouth as he turned his gaze toward Yang Yong. Imo Qingqian, you seek death. With a resounding boom, dust swirled violently as an overwhelming aura emanated from Yang Yong. Imo Qingqian gripped his axe tightly, his eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. He was acutely aware of Yang Yong's formidable presence and only sought to ensure his own safety. Stop! At that moment, a furious shout resonated from outside the gate, followed by a massive shadow darting forth with astonishing speed, appearing before everyone in the blink of an eye. Elder Wang. The disciples rejoiced, casting aggrieved glances at Wang Dafu. Useless. Wang Dafu sneered at the mangled corpse of Qin Junxing, taking a moment before slowly advancing towards Imo Qingqian and Yang Yong. Elder Wang. Yang Yong began to speak, but Wang Dafu waved him off and proceeded towards Imo Qingqian. As Wang Dafu's words faded, he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Imo Qingqian's expression shifted, and before he could react, Wang Dafu had seized his shoulder. After uttering a few words, Wang Dafu propelled Imo Qingqian towards the dreaded Cold Desolation Cave, a forbidden area within the inner sect. Observing the vanishing figures, Yang Yong smirked cruelly and made his way up the mountain. The Cold Desolation Cave was a place where death was the only certainty. It was uncertain whether one could endure even 10 days, and the process was excruciating. Casting Mo Chengqian into that abyss would indeed serve as a means of retribution. The Cold Desolation Cave, notorious for its merciless punishments within the Sunsetting sect, subjected its prisoners to the relentless torment of malevolent energies, afflicting both body and mind. Indeed, it was said that only a handful had ever been confined there, none of whom had survived, including an elder. With a hearty laugh, an outer disciple exclaimed, "Huh? That fiend has finally met his end. We need no longer fear him." His laughter soon dissolved into tears. Observing this, the other disciples wore grim expressions, yet surprisingly, none offered a rebuttal. The outer disciple departed with Chan Yuanshan's corpse, and only then did the numerous menials dare to draw deep breaths. They sat upon the ground, gazing at the nearby bloodstains, feeling utterly drained. It seemed but a short time ago that the frail youth had endured humiliation without retaliation. Each of them had bullied him, frequently foisting their own tasks upon him. Yet, who could have foreseen that one day the youth would transform into a god of slaughter, claiming over a dozen lives in mere days, and on this very day, crippling the foremost genius of the outer sect, driving him to self-destruction? This transformation felt surreal, yet the acrid scent of blood lingered in their nostrils, and the brutal images haunted their minds. Chapter 8. The Frigid Nether Cavern. The frigid Nether Cavern lies somewhere within the Sunset Mountains. Within its depths, a chilling nether energy erodes the flesh and corrodes the soul, inflicting a torturous existence that culminates only in death. The origins of the cavern remain a mystery. It existed even before the establishment of the Sunset Sect. At the sect's inception, Sect Master Zhang Junstin himself ventured into the cavern to investigate, but he returned gravely wounded and designated the site as a forbidden zone, strictly off-limits to all disciples. Subsequently, the Master of the Law Enforcement Hall also entered the fray. He remained for merely 3 days before departing. After several days of seclusion, he provided counsel to the sect leader, ultimately designating this place as a site of punishment for the Sunsetting sect, specifically to penalize the most heinous of offenders. However, over the years, only a handful of individuals have been confined here. On this day, at noon, the sun shone brightly. Yet the vicinity of the cold frost cave was shrouded in an eerie gloom, the chill palpable. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, ushering a dark figure to the entrance of the cave. Mo Chengqian, the cold frost cave has arrived. I shall bid you farewell. Wang Dafu sneered wickedly, delivering a forceful blow that sent Mo Chengqian tumbling into the depths of the cave, swiftly sealing the ominous iron door behind him. Wang Dafu, the day the sect leader emerges will mark your demise. Just as Wang Dafu was about to depart, a roar echoed from within the cold frost cave, causing his brow to furrow and a flicker of hesitation to cross his eyes. Had it not been for your grandfather, I would not have been relegated to the outer sect. Now, having nurtured Qin Junsheng with great difficulty, I had hoped to re-enter the inner sect, only to have you slay him. The fact that I have not executed you on the spot is a testament to my mercy. With a cold snort, Wang Dafu departed gracefully, fully aware that Mo Chengqian's murders were evident to all. Even should the sect leader return, he could not afford to speak too openly. There were certain matters that must remain discreet. Within the cold frost cave, the light was dim, and the howling winds occasionally echoed through its depths, causing the fallen Mo Chengqian to shiver uncontrollably. Cold, frigid to the bone, the wind, condensed from the ominous aura, would sweep by, allowing the malevolent energy to invade his body, instilling a chilling sensation within. As this sinister essence shattered flesh and blood, it relentlessly burrowed toward his crown, seeking to erode his very soul. Gazing at the curled-up corpses nearby, Mo Chengqian envisioned his own fate. Wang Dafu, should I, Mo Chengqian, escape this calamity, I shall ensure your demise, both in heaven and on earth. Mo Chengqian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his form rendered exceedingly frail. Wang Dafu's earlier strike held formidable power. Had it not been for his robust physique, that blow might have claimed his life. Mo Chengqian huddled on the ground, gritting his teeth, able to endure the agony of his body, yet the encroaching malevolent energy infiltrating his mind rendered him nearly immobilized, as if his brain were being frozen solid, accompanied by a torment akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his heart. Gradually, his gaze grew hazy, and his breath weakened. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse a benevolent elder, a figure that brought him a fleeting warmth in his despair. A chilling gust howled, sending a tremor through Mo Chengqian's body, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. As he closed his eyes, it felt as if the kind elder waved goodbye to him. With a thud, just as Mo Chengqian succumbed to unconsciousness, a bundle tumbled into the cave. its contents spilling forth. Scattered provisions littered the ground. "I have brought you the rations. Surely, the sect leader has nothing more to say now." The rotund figure lingered momentarily before drifting away, leaving the forbidden zone once more shrouded in silence. The wind howled through the cave, and a frozen, curled-up body suddenly emitted a faint glow. Almost instantaneously, a milky light erupted from its chest, roughly the size of a soybean. The radiant light traversed through Mo Chengqian's frozen body, absorbing the chilling and sinister energies in its path. After the milky white luminescence circled within Mo Chengqian, his body gradually stirred, assuming the peculiar postures customary to his daily practice, while he remained unconscious and devoid of awareness. The body-refining technique operated autonomously. As the milky white light continued to navigate along the established pathways, assimilating and refining the sinister energies within, in the blink of an eye, 5 days slipped away. Within the cold cave, amidst the howling winds, a new sound emerged, the rhythmic beating of a heart. Thump, thump, thump. Initially faint, the heartbeat grew increasingly robust as more of the dark energy was absorbed by the milky white light, resonating like the deep thrum of a drum. Before one could realize, half a month passed quietly. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from within Mo Chengqian as his skin transformed into a dark golden hue, while the white bones within his flesh turned entirely silver, glimmering with a faint silvery light. The sinister energies within him were completely refined, and the dark energies in the cave were repelled by his dark golden skin, unable to penetrate his body. Huh? Mo Chengqian scanned his surroundings in confusion, his face a portrait of bewilderment. He recalled sustaining grave injuries and being powerless against the sinister energies. Logically, he should have perished. How could he feel as if nothing had happened, even fully healed from his wounds? Just then, a howling wind surged from the depths of the cold cave, echoing like the cries of tormented spirits. As Mo Chengqian's expression shifted, he found himself at a loss. However, just as the chilling wind swept through, his skin transformed once more into a shade of dark gold, effectively repelling the sinister energy that sought to invade. Only a minuscule fraction managed to penetrate his being. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Mo Chengqian's eyes as he attuned himself to this newfound sensation. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through him, instilling within him the feeling that he could shatter mountains with a single blow. His strength had augmented dramatically, and his defenses had also escalated, likely rivaling even the 8th realm of Qi induction. Puzzled yet accepting, he chose to embrace this fortuitous turn of events. As for provisions, the stones within the cold death cave emitted a faint blue luminescence, dim yet sufficient to illuminate the surroundings. Mo Chengqian naturally discerned the bundle at his feet along with the scattered rations. Wang Dafu, you thought to silence the sect leader with these provisions, but you could never have anticipated that Mo Chengqian, would emerge unscathed. A cold glimmer shone in his eyes as he crouched down to gather the food, simultaneously satiating his hunger. Having eaten his fill, Mo Chengqian cast his gaze upon the curled forms of several bodies nearby, a wave of emotion washing over him. After all, he had narrowly escaped becoming one of them. He pondered the origins of the cold death cave, yet remained unaware of how it had come to be. Rising to his feet, he gradually ventured deeper into the cavern, eager to explore, now that the malevolent energies posed no immediate threat. As he delved further, the sinister aura thickened, and once again, his skin took on the dark golden hue, effectively barring the vast majority of the ominous energy from entering his body. Before long, Mo Chengqian came to a halt. Within the dim cave, a lifeless body lay curled up on the ground. From the attire, it was evident that this individual was an elder of the Sunset sect, the only one among them to have faced retribution. Mo Chengqian had a faint recollection of this elder. During his childhood, the elder had joined the Sunset sect, often solitary and at odds with the group. Ultimately imprisoned in the cold desolation cave by Nagongzhan under the charge of treason. You were indeed a formidable figure. Yet your fate culminated in such a grim demise within the cold desolation cave. Should I manage to escape this place, I shall ensure you receive a proper burial, granting you peace in the afterlife. After pausing for a moment, Mo Chengqian ventured deeper into the cave, only to stop again shortly after. Beneath his feet lay a fist-sized blue mineral, harboring an astonishing amount of sinister energy. The heavenly desolation stone, a precious material for forging, even in the outside world. Mo Chengqian shook his head slightly, disregarding the mineral beneath him. Whether he could escape remained uncertain, and carrying this stone would only serve as a burden. The sinister energy thickened around him, and he feared that delving deeper would be beyond his endurance. Having not traveled far, the sinister energy suddenly intensified. Despite the protection of his dark golden skin, a considerable amount still infiltrated his body. Gritting his teeth, Imo Chengqian pressed forward, but as the sinister energy surged within him, his body began to stiffen, nearing the brink of collapse. At that moment, his body trembled violently, and his gaze fixated intently on the stone wall ahead. Not far from him, on a rocky wall, stood a resilient little tree, 3 feet tall, its trunk entirely enveloped in a deep ebony hue. This solitary tree bore but a few desolate leaves, and from its branches hung 3 small, deep blue fruits. Chapter 9. The Body Pearl. Within the realms of heaven and earth, there exist certain extraordinary fruits, which absorb unique energies from their surroundings, thus undergoing transformations that endow them with peculiar properties. These fruits are commonly referred to as exotic fruits. Exotic fruits, wondrous in nature, possess myriad effects that elude comprehension. Among them are those beneficial to humanity, as well as others that harbor lethal toxins capable of claiming lives in an instant. At this moment, before Imo Chengqian, the 3 blue fruits were undoubtedly exotic, yet the uncertainty lingered as to whether these fruits could be consumed. Imo Chengqian approached the little tree and, with utmost care, plucked one of the exotic fruits. The small fruit, no larger than a walnut, radiated a chilling sensation as it rested in his palm. After a meticulous examination, he finally pierced its skin, allowing a single drop of juice to fall onto his hand, slowly merging with his being. At that instant, a surge of sinister energy suddenly emanated from Imo Chengqian's palm, spreading through his entire arm. Startled, he contemplated discarding the exotic fruit. However, he soon realized that this malevolent energy was surprisingly gentle, inflicting no harm upon his body. Instead, it gradually nourished his flesh, prompting him to pause. A consumable exotic fruit. Elation sparked in Imo Chengqian's eyes, and without hesitation, he placed the blue fruit into his mouth. The flesh was sweet, imbued with a subtle coolness, and as he swallowed, a torrent of invigorating sinister energy surged forth, radiating through his limbs and bones. The medicinal potency of the exotic fruit was immensely powerful. Without hesitation, Imo Chengqian commenced his cultivation, positioning himself in an unusual stance. A soft, milky white light emanated from his heart center, beginning to refine the medicinal essence. After a day, his body resonated with a sound akin to metal striking stone, and his skin transformed from a dark golden hue to a brilliant golden glow, radiating a dazzling brilliance that appeared almost otherworldly. Undoubtedly, Imo Chengqian had achieved another breakthrough, significantly enhancing his strength. However, at this point, he had only refined half of the fruit's potency, prompting him to continue his cultivation. Within the dim confines of the cold, sinister cave, a golden figure assumed an odd posture, with a milky white light gently coursing through its form. As more medicinal essence was refined, this light gradually expanded until it reached the size of an egg. Imo Chengqian was astonished after such an extensive period of cultivation. The milky light had remained no larger than a small orb, yet following his breakthrough, it had undergone such a remarkable transformation, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Could there have been an issue with his cultivation? Perplexed, Imo Chengqian found himself at a loss. The mysterious elder had imparted only the cultivation method, offering no further explanations, leaving him devoid of any reference to discern whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. Soon, however, he stumbled upon another revelation that left him utterly astounded, causing him to halt his cultivation entirely. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could refine the sinister energy. Standing within the cave, his expression was one of sheer disbelief. The sinister energy from the exotic fruit was, in fact, a concentrated form of medicinal potency, which he could comprehend absorbing and refining. Yet, the sinister energy that surged into his body was an entirely different matter. The malevolent energy surged with ferocity, causing significant destruction. Even the sect leader found himself powerless against this sinister force. Yet, astonishingly, he was able to refine this dark energy as effortlessly as he would refine the ethereal essence, leaving him utterly astounded. Upon refining the malevolent energy that had surged into his body, he discerned that it seemed to possess a potency surpassing that of the ethereal essence, though this was merely a sensation, not yet a certainty. With a resounding crash, Imo Chengqian struck the stone wall of the cold malevolence cave with his fist, producing a thunderous sound as debris erupted and dust filled the air. Before him, the wall bore a sizable crater, measuring a yard in diameter and half a foot deep. This was likely the extent of the 9th realm of Qi refinement. Excitement coursed through Imo Chengqian's visage, yet soon he regained his composure, his brow furrowing at the thought of the small, pearlescent light that had transformed to the size of an egg. Undoubtedly, the ability to vanquish individuals like Yang Yu and Qin Junsheng stemmed from his body-refining techniques, which constituted his greatest reliance and his sole hope for enhancement. With the emergence of certain complications during his cultivation, it was only natural for him to feel a sense of urgency. However, as of now, there seemed to be no apparent drawbacks. Perhaps this was merely a phase within the body-refining process, akin to the bottleneck experienced by Qi practitioners. After a moment of self-reassurance, Imo Chengqian felt less anxious. He resolved to consume and refine the remaining 2 exotic fruits, eager to ascertain whether they could help him break through the so-called bottleneck. Shortly thereafter, he returned, now holding 2 azure fruits. He placed one aside and directly ingested the other. Before long, Imo Chengqian entered a state of cultivation once more, the egg-sized radiance traversing within him, refining the medicinal potency. However, this time, it would no longer feedback the refined potency to him. Instead, it absorbed it autonomously, growing stronger. A heaviness settled in Imo Chengqian's heart, yet the surging medicinal force compelled him to focus solely on his cultivation, prioritizing the refinement of this energy. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of cracking shells resonated within him, and astonishingly, the egg-sized radiance shrank instantly into a crimson orb the size of a mung bean. Imo Chengqian was taken aback as he observed the crimson orb darting towards his heart, prompting him to center his thoughts and diligently channel his energy. Only then did the orb resume its movement within him, continuing to refine the medicinal force. A day later, the crimson orb had significantly enlarged, now resembling half an egg in size, and at this moment, the medicinal potency within him had been entirely refined. After concluding his practice, Imo Chengqian sat cross-legged in the cave, his expression a tempest of emotions. Undoubtedly, there was an issue with his cultivation, regardless of how much medicinal potency he refined. The crimson orb absorbed it entirely, offering no enhancement to his strength. Why had he cultivated such a crimson orb? Imo Chengqian furrowed his brow, vexation brewing within him. Unfortunately, records regarding body refinement were scant, leaving him in the dark about the current predicament. I shall continue my cultivation. I am determined to uncover the nature of this orb. Imo Chengqian named the crimson orb the body orb. With no clarity on the reason behind its existence, he swallowed the remaining exotic fruit and resumed his cultivation. After 2 days, the medicinal power was on the verge of being completely refined, and the crimson orb had once again swelled to the size of an egg. Imo Chengqian could sense the surging power within it, just as the last trace of medicinal energy was refined. A sound akin to the shattering of an eggshell echoed within him. Subsequently, the egg-sized crimson orb diminished to the size of a mung bean, its color transforming to orange. Imo Chengqian wore a look of exasperation. At this rate, when would it all come to an end? It was astonishing that such a powerful medicinal fruit had not contributed a single ounce of strength. Alas, with no other leads. He could only take it one step at a time. Perhaps this orb would reach a certain threshold, and a breakthrough would occur naturally. After a moment of self-reassurance, Imo Chengqian once more set forth into the depths of the cold-killing cave, determined to uncover its secrets. If he truly could not endure any longer, he would cultivate right there, for the sinister energy that others sought to evade was no different to him than the profound spiritual energy. In the depths of the cold-killing cave, white blades of wind, formed from the gathering of sinister energy, flitted about chaotically. These blades harbored an exceedingly violent aura of malevolence. It was here that Zhang Junxian had sustained grave injuries beneath their onslaught. The wind blades coalesced in a certain area, occasionally sending 1 or 2 veering off course to the sides. Not long ago, Imo Chengqian had been struck by 2 of these blades. At this moment, he was practicing in a peculiar posture, his body enshrouded in a layer of frost, and the situation was far more perilous than before. Within him, the ferocious and pure essence of Yin Sha surged violently. Had it not been for the accelerated refining of the orange core, his physical form would have been utterly torn apart by the malevolent energy. The core diligently processed the Yin Sha, gradually growing in strength throughout this process. After 2 days, the core underwent a transformation reminiscent of its previous changes, shrinking several-fold and adopting a yellow hue. When the yellow core transitioned back to green, the rampant Yin Sha within Imo Chengqian was completely refined. What formidable blades of wind! Had it not been for the extraordinary body refinement technique, his life would undoubtedly be in peril. Imo Chengqian cast a wary glance at the multitude of swirling wind blades nearby, his eyes filled with trepidation. However, when his gaze shifted to the other side of the wind blades, a fervent excitement ignited within him. There hung 6 blue fruits upon a small tree, unmistakably identical to the rare fruits encountered previously. The insha contained within a single wind blade was comparable to that of the rare fruits. Should he be struck by multiple wind blades simultaneously, the consequences would be dire. Red, orange, yellow, green. Next should be cyan, blue, and purple. I am curious to see if you can transform into an 8th color. The thought of the core ignited a mix of anger and anticipation within Mo Chengqian. After several days of cultivation and speculation, he felt an inkling that the core would ultimately bestow upon him a delightful surprise. Of course, the immense power contained within the core instilled a sense of trepidation during his cultivation, as he feared the shattering of the core would unleash a cataclysmic force that could obliterate him. Mo Chengqian settled onto the ground, re-entering a state of cultivation. The dense concentration of insha in this area provided an ideal environment for his practice. However, after a fortnight, when the green orb had transformed to the size of a pigeon's egg, Mo Chengqian found himself compelled to halt his progress. The malevolent aura in this place had diminished significantly, resulting in a drastic reduction in his cultivation speed. At this rate, it would likely take him 2 to 3 months before the orb could evolve into a blue hue. This sinister energy was not infinite, and its source remained a mystery. As Mo Chengqian sensed the waning of the malevolent aura, curiosity stirred within him. After a brief moment, his gaze fixed upon the swirling blades of wind, his eyes gleaming with determination. Without the presence of extraordinary fruits, the orb's ascension to a different color would require several months at the very least. Given the scarcity of such fruits in the external world, the prospect of locating a substantial quantity for consumption seemed implausible. Each wind blade was tantamount to a singular extraordinary fruit. If he could refine these blades, would the orb not ascend? Fortune favors the bold, thus. He resolved to take the plunge. Gritting his teeth, Mo Chengqian cautiously approached the blades, ultimately halting merely a foot away from their perilous dance. Whoosh! A wind blade hurtled toward him, and in an instant, he struck out to seize it. Thud! Upon contact with his palm, the golden skin was swiftly lacerated, and the wind blade surged into his body, transmuting into a tempestuous malevolent aura. Mo Chengqian's body momentarily stilled, then swiftly retreated several paces, hastily adopting a cultivation stance. In a matter of moments, that raging malevolent energy coursed through his limbs and bones. Time seemed to stand still in the cavern as the number of wind blades diminished. Only 10 days remained until the conclusion of his 100-day confinement. In recent days, Mo Chengqian has seemingly been forgotten by the members of the Sunset sect. To them, he was as good as dead, only evoking fleeting memories when some menial servants were bullied by the new overseer, who would momentarily recall the frail, yet formidable youth resembling a god of death. If anyone had not forgotten Mo Chengqian, it was undoubtedly Wang Dafu, who, in a fit of rage, had imprisoned him in the cold death cave. Although he later felt a twinge of regret at that time, he truly believed Mo Chengqian to be dead. On this day, Wang Dafu returned to the cold death cave, pausing for a moment. The silence within prompted him to open the iron door, forged from fine steel. Mo Chengqian had grossly violated the sect's regulations. Thus, imprisoning him in the cold death cave was not unjust. Moreover, he had provided him with provisions. Now, opening the door was of no concern to him. Wang Dafu muttered to himself before turning to leave. With the year drawing to a close, the sect's minor competitions were on the horizon, and both the inner and outer sects were preparing for the event. Fearing that he might forget, he had decided to unlock the iron door a few days in advance. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Chengqian was very much alive, diligently cultivating deep within the cold death cave, having reached a pivotal stage in his training. After several days of relentless practice, he had refined a total of 25 wind blades, akin to having consumed 25 extraordinary fruits in just a few days. His body orb had absorbed such an immense amount of power that it had transformed from green to blue, ultimately achieving the final hue of purple, reaching the limits of its size. Today, I shall see if you can manifest the 8th color. Mo Chengqian thought to himself, a cold smile creeping across his face as the orb was on the verge of refining the last trace of sinister energy. Crack. Boom. The anticipated change did not occur. In the midst of Mo Chengqian's terror, the essence orb shattered, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. It was over. Little did I expect that I, Mo Chengqian, would meet my end by my own hand. As he sensed the overwhelming despair of the terrifying force within him, Mo Chengqian closed his eyes in hopeless resignation, bracing for his body to be annihilated by that dreadful energy. Yet, as he waited in vain, the pain he anticipated did not materialize. Confusion enveloped him. Upon closing his eyes and focusing intently, everything within him vividly manifested in his mind. His body trembled violently, his face etched with astonishment. Within Mo Chengqian, after the essence orb shattered and the terrifying force poured forth, it did not obliterate his body. Instead, it transformed into a 9-headed golden dragon. Diminutive in size, yet imbued with immense power. Amidst Mo Chengqian's shock, one of the golden dragon's heads roared as it surged into one of his blocked meridians. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated from within him, and the golden dragon vanished, leaving behind a formerly obstructed meridian that had been forcibly cleared. Suddenly, Mo Chengqian staggered, violently coughing up a mouthful of black blood, which, upon hitting the ground, instantaneously solidified into an extraordinarily hard substance. Outside the cold killing cave, numerous disciples of the Falling Sun sect were setting up a small competition stage when, unexpectedly, a thunderous clap erupted, startling the disciples, causing some to tumble from the heights of the platform. Nangong Zhan furrowed his brow, letting his spiritual energy radiate outward. Upon detecting no anomalies, he returned to his prior focus. Damn it, why is there thunder out of nowhere? It nearly scared me to death. The multitude of disciples cursed under their breath. Returning to their respective tasks, within the depths of the cold frost cave, a second golden dragon surged into Mo Chengqian's body, roaring as it cleared a portion of the obstructed meridian. Mo Chengqian expelled another mouthful of black blood, while outside, thunder rumbled ominously. In the span of merely a tea's brewing time, the meridian had been cleared by 80%. Though Mo Chengqian's complexion was ashen, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. At that moment, the final golden dragon plunged into the meridian, its formidable power dispersing the last remnants of blockage. Mo Chengqian coughed up another mouthful of black blood and lost consciousness. Yet his face bore a smile, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. With the meridian unblocked, the vital pearl reemerged, transformed into a white orb, no larger than a mung bean. The white pearl traversed the length of Mo Chengqian's meridian before ultimately settling in his dantian, floating serenely above it. Outside the cold frost cave, elders and disciples of the Falling Sun sect gathered in the plaza, all eyes turned skyward, filled with confusion. The disciples murmured quietly among themselves as they worked, unable to connect the sudden thunder with the cold frost cave. In the main hall of the sect, the head of the law enforcement hall, Nangong Zhan, sat to one side, flanked by two individuals, Elder Yang Weiman and Liang Tian. Thunder is merely a natural phenomenon. Could Elder Yang truly believe someone could summon it? Nangong Zhan remarked with an air of indifference. Do you think it could be the sect master? Liang Tian questioned uncertainly, as Nangong Zhan and Yang Weiman narrowed their eyes. They ultimately shook their heads. The sect master was merely slightly more advanced in cultivation. How could he possibly summon thunder? Moreover, even if there were a breakthrough, there should be some indication of it. With the end-of-year competition approaching, they ought not to indulge in baseless suspicions. Nangong Zhan shook his head and then addressed the two. This year, the disciples of the Setting Sun sect have diligently cultivated, resulting in significant improvements in their strength. This has fostered a commendable atmosphere within the sect. Therefore, I propose that the first place in the inner sect should exceptionally be allowed to enter the sect's treasury and select a treasure. What do you think? Yang Weiman and Liang Tian's expression shifted subtly, momentarily at a loss for words. While the sect master was absent, the management of the Setting Sun sect rested upon the three of us. Thus, such a significant decision naturally required their consent. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Upon saying this, Nangong Zhan prepared to rise. Elder Nangong, the treasury is the personal reserve of the sect master. How can we act without his permission? Liang Tian retorted through gritted teeth, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Weiman. Indeed, Elder Nangong. Furthermore, the key to the treasury remains with the sect master, so we cannot even enter, Yang Weiman echoed. Nangong Zhan's expression darkened, and he regarded the two with a cold gaze. This matter is intended to inspire the relentless spirit of our disciples in the Setting Sun sect. Even if the sect master were present, he would surely consent. You need only to agree. As for the rewards, they will undoubtedly require the sect master's return to be realized, which I believe our disciples will understand. With that, Nangong Zhan swept away, and half a day later, news spread from the law enforcement hall, igniting a fervor throughout the inner sect. In this round of the minor competition, the one who ranks first shall gain entry to the treasure vault and select a precious item. Upon receiving this news, Yang Weimin and Liang Tian wore expressions of deep discontent, yet they found themselves powerless. They understood that Nangong Zhan was cornering them when the sect leader emerged from seclusion. The situation would be unavoidable, and refusal would only serve to alienate the hearts of the disciples. Chapter 11. The sect's minor competition deep within the cold desolation cave. Sinister energy coalesced into a howling wind, its blades gathering ominously nearby. Imo Qingqian lay sprawled on the ground. Before him were 9 blocks of solid black matter, each the size of a newborn, faintly marked with dried blood. A murky darkness enveloped Imo Qingqian, emanating a repulsive stench that filled the cavern. Before long, Imo Qingqian's fingers twitched, and he gradually stirred awake. Ugh, what is that smell? As he regained consciousness, a noxious odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to scramble upright while leaning against the stone wall, slightly bent over. What on earth is this on me? Why does it reek so badly? After a bout of retching, coupled with the howling wind, the stench began to dissipate. I have broken through a wasted meridian. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Imo Qingqian's body, igniting a surge of exhilaration. I, Imo Qingqian, am no longer a waste. I can cultivate now. And I shall no longer endure the disdain of others. Grandfather, do you see? Your grandson has broken through his wasted meridian. In a sudden outburst, Imo Qingqian fell to his knees, tears glistening in his eyes. No one knew the immense burden he had borne, nor the depths of his self-loathing. Had it not been for his promise to his grandfather to live earnestly, he likely would not have endured until he encountered the enigmatic elder. However, all that was behind him. Imo Qingqian was no longer a worthless being, since he had the ability to break through the wasted meridians. He resolved to shatter all of them. Soon, Imo Qingqian established a new ambition, to open the 12 wasted meridians and ascend to the status of a celestial meridian bearer. A celestial meridian bearer is a rare prodigy, emerging once in a millennium, with all innate meridians fully activated, endowed with extraordinary talent, and capable of cultivating at a pace several times faster than that of an ordinary Qi cultivator, while also mastering some of the most elite techniques. The two great empires of the Qingzhou continent had clashed fiercely over a single celestial meridian bearer, resulting in countless casualties, and ultimately, that celestial meridian bearer was taken as a disciple by an even more formidable hidden master. Now, the once wasted meridian bearer, Imo Qingqian, had unlocked his innate wasted meridians through a mysterious technique, indicating that he possessed the capability to open all 12 wasted meridians and transform himself into a celestial meridian bearer. At that point, he could simultaneously cultivate body refining techniques and Qi sect methods, and truly experience the vastness of the Qingzhou continent. What is this substance? After a considerable time, Imo Qingqian's spirits began to lift, and he noticed the 9 black solids before him, recalling the black blood he had expelled earlier. His heart began to harbor a faint suspicion. It would be prudent to keep them as a memento. Imo Qingqian tore a piece of cloth from his garments, wrapped the 9 black solids within it, and then rose to make his way toward the cave entrance. Having practiced for such an extended period, he surmised that 100 days had likely passed. Naturally, he was eager to venture outside. He was keen to see how Wang Dafu would retaliate. And it was also time to settle the score with Nangong Bo. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Imo Qingqian unwrapped the parcel that encased the elder's lifeless body, then tore away the excess fabric to envelop the celestial evil stone, before departing from the cold evil cave. I, Imo Qingqian, shall surely explore the cold evil cave next time. Outside the cave, Imo Qingqian carried the corpse down the narrow path, and after half a day's journey, he arrived at the secluded mountain pool, relieved to find the grave intact. He bowed 3 times before the tomb, then hurriedly washed himself in the tranquil waters, ensuring even his garments were spotless. As dusk fell, he dug a substantial pit with a spade and placed the body within. Just as he unwrapped the parcel, a jade box tumbled out. Although curiosity piqued him regarding the contents of the jade box, he glanced at the darkening sky and resolved to bury the body first. Under the sparse light of the moon and stars, a campfire flickered beside the pool, where Imo Qingqian sat before the flames, retrieving the jade box from his bosom. The box was not large, elongated in shape, and felt warm and smooth to the touch, hinting at its considerable worth. What treasures could it possibly conceal? Surely it held significance for the elder, given that he carried it with him. With a gentle exertion, Imo Qingqian opened the jade box, revealing a scroll of paper within, devoid of any other items. Somewhat disappointed, he set the box aside and unfurled the scroll, which displayed a series of incantations. To his astonishment, he realized that the elder had intentionally infiltrated the Sunset sect to acquire the treasures hidden within the cold evil cave. Yet, in his meticulous scheming, he had failed to foresee the overwhelming chill emanating from the cave, ultimately leading to his demise therein. Rest assured, now that I am aware, I shall undoubtedly retrieve the treasure, thus ensuring that your burial in this auspicious location was not in vain. Mu Qianqian gazed at the newly erected grave in the distance, murmuring to himself before carefully securing the jade box close to his person. For several consecutive days, he remained by the secluded pond, either clearing the weeds from the grave or practicing his combat skills, dedicating his nights to rigorous training. Although he had opened a meridian, Mu Qianqian was not in haste to practice breathing techniques. Instead, he continued to refine his physical cultivation methods. Upon witnessing the emergence of the white body pearl, he exhaled a profound sigh of relief, for it signified the assurance of breaking through all his dormant meridians. However, he was taken aback when the body pearl unexpectedly flew forth from his dantian, leaving him astonished for a considerable time, without any extraordinary fruits. It was indeed a formidable challenge to amplify the body pearl's size. It appeared that a visit to the Cold Kill Cave was imperative. After days of cultivation, the white body pearl had only grown to the size of a pigeon's egg, a pace so sluggish that Mu Qianqian found it intolerable, causing him to reminisce about his days in the Cold Kill Cave. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Qianqian's expression froze momentarily before he lifted his gaze towards the Sunset Mountain. How swiftly time passes. In the upcoming sect competition, allow this worthless being to extinguish you, Nangongbo. A glint of coldness flashed in Mu Qianqian's eyes as he concealed the 9 solid black fragments, hardened by blood, near the secluded pond. Then tucked the jade box and the heavenly kill stone into his clothing, stealthily making his way towards Sunset Mountain. Today, he intended to slay Nangongbo before the watchful eyes of the crowd, thus allowing him to depart with peace of mind. As for whether he could escape the clutches of Nangongzhan, he held only a 50% confidence. On Sunset Peak, before the grand hall of the sect, a throng of people had gathered. In the center of the grand stone plaza, there lay an arena measuring 10 zhang in width, where 2 intersect disciples, both at the 7th stage of Qi cultivation, clasped their fists in greeting before engaging in combat. Surrounding the arena, numerous intersect disciples exhibited expressions of fervent excitement, as if the combatants were themselves. A few others stood with closed eyes, exuding an aura of tranquility and composure. Between the arena and the great hall of the sect stood a high platform, upon which 3 figures were seated. In the center was Nangongzhan, flanked by Yang Weimin and Liang Tian, whose expressions were far from pleasant. Nangongzhan cast a fleeting glance at the two, silently mocking their foolishness, recognizing that their stubbornness would ultimately lead to their downfall. Soon, a victor emerged from the clash of the 2 disciples. At that moment, Yang Yong abruptly opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards Nangongzhan in the viewing area. Nangongzhan responded with a slight nod, prompting Yang Yong to spring onto the arena with a leap. Yang Yong of the Law Enforcement Hall requests guidance from all esteemed brothers, he declared, bowing to the assembled disciples. Though he spoke of seeking counsel, his demeanor was far from amiable, and a faint aura of menace surrounded him. Observing that no one stepped forward to challenge him, Yang Yong felt a mix of pride and melancholy, despite his formidable strength. He lamented that he would ultimately be a stepping stone for others. Was he destined once more to witness the law enforcement hall monopolizing the top 10 positions? A chorus of sighs arose from the disciples, their faces etched with resignation. Allow me to test my mettle against you. At that moment, a faint voice broke through, causing the disciples to perk up in surprise. Although this individual had previously fallen to Yang Yong, he had since advanced from the 8th to the 9th stage of Qi cultivation and now stood poised to match Yang Yong in strength. Chapter 12. The Life and Death Battle. Allow me to confront you. With a resolute declaration, Lu Feiying transformed into a soaring eagle, ascending towards the arena. On the platform, Yang Yong squinted slightly, his gaze piercing and cold as that of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Lu Feiying. Have you come to seek your demise, defeated foe? Yang Yong mocked, his words dripping with disdain. Lu Feiying's expression darkened, an ember of defiance igniting within him as he glared at Yang Yong. Last time, you shamelessly overwhelmed me with your cultivation. This time, I too have made a breakthrough. I am eager to witness what prowess you possess. It appeared that the lesson from their previous encounter had been too lenient. This time, I shall sever an arm. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yang Yong's eyes as he lunged towards Lu Feiying. His hands transformed into a golden hue, and before closing the distance, he flung them forward, unleashing 2 beams of golden light that whistled through the air like arrows. Heavenly Eagle's 9 strikes. Lu Feng leaped into the air, deftly evading the arrows, and dove towards Yang Yong, his hands morphing into talons as his inner strength coalesced into dark, eagle-like claws aimed at Yang Yong's head. Fierce palm. Yang Yong retreated a few steps, his inner power surging forth from his palms, manifesting as a golden imprint that barreled towards Lu Feng. With a resounding clash, Lu Feng's dark claws met the golden imprint, both dissipating into the ether upon impact. With renewed vigor, Lu Feng unleashed a powerful strike, conjuring an ethereal image of an eagle that soared forth from his palm, charging once more at Yang Yong. Yang Yong's countenance darkened as he was compelled to retreat yet again, astonished that within mere exchanges, he had been forced back. Go, Brother Yang! Brother Yang, display your might. The disciples of the law enforcement hall erupted in cheers, witnessing Yang Yong's predicament. Yang Yong nodded slightly at the disciples of the law enforcement hall, then turned once more to assault Lu Feng, his expression now significantly more grave. The 6th strike. Lu Feng met him head-on, his offensive power greatly amplified. Yang Yong was once again forced back, his face flushing crimson as he regarded Lu Feng with a hint of murderous intent. You are not unaware of the characteristics of the 9 strikes of the Sky Eagle, are you? If you fail to muster an effective counterattack, your opportunity will slip away. Lu Feng sneered, deliberately ignoring the killing glare from Yang Yong. You leave me no choice. A flicker of resolve flashed in Yang Yong's eyes as he extended both palms. With a resounding thud, flames erupted from his hands. This is. Lu Feng's expression momentarily faltered, and then he seemed to realize something, his demeanor turning serious. In the arena, Lu Feng leaped high into the air, gathering energy for the 7th strike of the Sky Eagle, while Yang Yong pressed his palms together. The fiery energy merging as his aura gradually intensified with the influx of profound energy. This is the yellow rank intermediate profound technique, Fiery Sky Palm. Indeed, I never expected Brother Yang to have mastered the Fiery Sky Palm. Brother Lu is undoubtedly doomed. The many disciples watched in astonishment. Although the Fiery Sky Palm was merely a yellow rank intermediate technique, its cultivation was exceedingly difficult, yet once mastered, its power rivaled that of a yellow rank superior technique. I have only just begun to learn the Fiery Sky Palm, and its potency is still difficult to control. If you, Brother Lu, concede, I shall withdraw my attack. Yang Yong's gaze remained fixed on the advancing Lu Feng, revealing his evident struggle. The 9 strikes of the Sky Eagle is also a yellow rank intermediate technique. What confidence do you possess? Lu Feng scoffed, as a blue light flickered within him, ultimately transforming into a soaring eagle that charged toward Yang Yong. Yang Yong let out a cold laugh and struck out with his palm, the fierce fire howling as it transformed into a fiery imprint, charged with an overwhelming force towards Lu Feng. The onlookers instinctively shut their eyes. The might of the fire palm was extraordinary, its momentum astonishing, and they could almost envision Lu Feng's defeat. Bang! The blazing palm imprint surged forth, colliding with the ethereal silhouette of the azure hawk. In an instant, the fire enveloped the hawk's phantom, incinerating it, while Lu Feng found himself encircled by flames. Yang Yong's complexion turned pale as he gazed at the massive fireball slowly descending, a trace of a cold smile appearing on his face. Elder Liang interjected, noting the discrepancy. When disciples spar, equal in strength, they must exert their utmost. Losing control is an inevitable consequence. Nangong Zhan remarked indifferently. Just as Nangong Zhan's words fell, the enormous fireball erupted, and Lu Feng burst forth from its core, charging at Yang Yong. Impossible. Yang Yong was struck with horror, his body trembling at the intensity of Lu Feng's gaze, prompting him to turn and flee. Bang! Lu Feng moved with incredible speed, his hands clawing fiercely at Yang Yong's arm, while his feet launched a powerful kick. With a sharp crack, Yang Yong was sent flying, landing beneath the arena, his arm still caught in Lu Feng's grasp. Bang! In the stands, Nangong Zhan smashed a table with his palm, his eyes fixed on Lu Feng, filled with murderous intent. Just as he prepared to speak, Liang Tian lightly coughed and calmly stated, when disciples engage in sparring, equal in strength, they naturally must give their all. I trust that the Hall Master Nangong would not resort to sect rules to punish Lu Feng. Upon hearing this, Nangong Zhan cast a cold glance at Liang Tian, and after a moment, suddenly smiled. Elder Liang speaks most wisely. Liang Tian furrowed his brow, remaining silent. In the arena, as Lu Feng was about to exit, a glint of cold light flashed in Nangong Bo's eyes. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, surging onto the stage to intercept Lu Feiying directly. Junior brother Lu, the reputation of the Sky Hawk 9 strikes is well-deserved. I too wish to experience it. Nangong Bo coldly regarded Lu Feiying, then flicked his finger, causing a crimson pill to drop before Lu Feiying. What is this? Were you not formidable just moments ago? Now, do you hesitate? Nangong Bo mocked. You. A flicker of anger ignited in Lu Feiying's eyes, but he prepared to accept the pill. What a show of bravado. Nangong Bo, how about we engage in a match? A fight to the death, do you dare? A fight to the death, do you dare? Mo Chengqian gradually stepped out from the crowd, moving towards the stage amidst the astonished, bewildered, and disbelieving expressions of the onlookers. Nangong Bo was momentarily taken aback, surprised to see Mo Chengqian still alive after the cold death cave ordeal. Yet, a cold smile soon crept across his lips, for if Mo Chengqian sought death, he would gladly oblige. He is still alive? Nangong Zhan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He understood well that the cold death cave was a location of execution for the enforcement hall. It was inconceivable that even a waste like Mo Chengqian could survive 100 days there. Was he that waste thrown into the cold death cave? How could he possibly still be alive? Do you not know what kind of place the cold death cave is? If he could endure 100 days there, how could he be a waste? Is a naturally defective meridian not a waste? Then who is? Perhaps Elder Wang never even cast him into the cold death cave. Upon catching sight of Mo Chengqian, the numerous disciples recoiled in horror, unable to fathom that a mere wretch, presumed dead in the frigid depths of Hansha Cave, had resurfaced to challenge Nangong Bo, a master of the 9th realm of Qi cultivation. Lu Feiying furrowed his brow as he observed Mo Chengqian ascend the arena, subsequently sighing in resignation as he slowly withdrew. Chapter 13. Is living not sufficient? On the stage, Nangong Bo regarded Mo Chengqian with a frigid gaze. Of course, living is preferable, yet alas, it appears your demise is imminent. Mo Chengqian flashed a sinister smile, his tone chilling. Haha, am I to perish? You, a mere waste, dare to proclaim my end? Nangong Bo, as if privy to the grandest of jests, chuckled, though his eyes glimmered with frost. How audacious of a fool to challenge Brother Nangong. It is utterly laughable. Indeed, I sincerely hope Brother Nangong refrains from obliterating him with a single blow. Such an insufferable wretch must be tormented to death for true satisfaction. The disciples of the law enforcement hall erupted in raucous laughter, joined by other inner disciples. Though Nangong Bo and the law enforcement disciples often bullied them, witnessing a naturally inept individual daring to confront a cultivator was a source of both shame and indignation. Nangong Bo raised a hand slightly, silencing the onlookers, before he cruelly remarked, "Did you hear that? I shall see to it that you, a worthless being, are tormented to your end." Mo Chengqian, with a cold snort, suddenly surged forth, charging at Nangong Bo. A flicker of surprise crossed Nangong Bo's eyes. He had not anticipated that Mo Chengqian would dare to make the first move, and with such swiftness at that. Yet, he was merely slightly astonished, after all. Mo Chengqian possessed no profound energy, and even with a formidable physique, he could not possibly be his adversary. Thunderous palm. Nangong Bo unleashed a powerful strike, sending forth a formidable wave accompanied by the sound of thunder towards Mo Chengqian. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Nangong Bo exhibited an air of arrogance, exuding an effortless grace. In his eyes, Mo Chengqian was not even a match for a single blow, easily obliterated with one swift palm. Nangong Zhan and numerous inner disciples wore cruel smiles, as if they had already envisioned the outcome of Mo Chengqian being annihilated by a single strike. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the arena. Mo Chengqian surged through the powerful gust like a figure of terror, charging towards Nangong Bo. How is this possible? Nangong Zhan's expression froze, filled with astonishment. Nangong Bo had achieved the 9th realm of energy manipulation. Even a casual strike could easily extinguish someone in the 7th realm. Yet that waste was completely unscathed, a notion utterly beyond comprehension. As for Mo Chengqian, upon breaking through the gust, his speed increased yet again. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Nangong Bo. With a mighty punch, the air crackled with the sound of a sonic boom. Nangong Bo's smile faltered, momentarily dazed. At that moment, Mo Chengqian had already charged in, and without a second thought, he summoned his profound energy to counter with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and Mo Chengqian felt an immense force surge towards him, as if it sought to shatter his fist and arm. He staggered back 3 steps, a faint golden glow flickering across his arm, dissipating the overwhelming force. Nangong Bo, delivering a punch, felt as though he had collided with a massive hammer. His bones creaked, and he was forced back 5 steps. Am I seeing things? That waste actually repelled senior brother Nangong. It is inconceivable. A naturally inept individual cannot cultivate. So how could this worthless being possibly contend with senior brother Nangong? Below the arena, the inner disciples were astounded, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. A disciple of the body sect? Nangong Zhan gazed at Mo Chengqian, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yang Weimin slightly shook his head, a semblance of conjecture forming in his mind, his expression tinged with excitement. The most astonished of all was Nangong Bo. He never anticipated that Mo Chengqian, whom he regarded as a mere insect, would actually force him back. This was utterly unforgivable. Is this your reliance, you brute? Nangong Bo coldly regarded Mo Chengqian, his profound energy swirling as a formidable aura gradually emanated from him. A brute? Mo Chengqian subtly shook his head and then scoffed. The dead have no right to ridicule others. Seeking death, with a forceful stamp of his right foot, Nangong Bo soared into the air, reaching a height of 10 zhang above the arena before plummeting rapidly, his right foot imbued with profound energy, descending with astonishing momentum towards Mo Chengqian. Mountain shatter. The many inner disciples narrowed their eyes, then broke into smiles once more. The power of mountain shatter was extraordinary, and with Nangong Bo's cultivation, annihilating Mo Chengqian would be effortlessly within reach. On the viewing platform, Yang Weimin furrowed his brow and turned to Nangong Zhan, saying, Master Nangong, that worthless individual still holds some value for me. I kindly request that you inform Nangong Bo to spare his life. Nangong Zhan's brow furrowed, yet he remained silent. Observing this, Yang Weimin sighed softly, bracing himself to intervene and rescue Mo Chengqian at any moment. In the arena, Mo Chengqian lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. The formidable pressure emanating from Nangong Bo's shattered mountain kick weighed heavily upon him, yet it also presented an opportunity. Had he lost his mind? He dared not evade. Surely, he has been rendered speechless by senior brother Nangong's overwhelming presence. It serves him right, a worthless fool daring to challenge us cultivators. The inner disciples observed Mo Chengqian's indifference with disdain. Nangong Bo's shattered mountain kick, even without precaution, could obliterate someone at the 9th layer of qi refinement, let alone a mere brute. Perish. A smirk graced Nangong Bo's lips, laced with derision. A worthless individual is still worthless, even with sheer strength. Was he not merely intimidated by his formidable aura? Just as Nangong Bo's right foot was poised to crush Mo Chengqian's head, Mo Chengqian's arms suddenly transformed into a radiant gold, raised above his head to block the impending blow. Boom. Crack. Nangong Bo's foot struck Mo Chengqian's shoulder with tremendous force, yet the latter, enveloped in golden light, with iron bones barely visible, withstood the onslaught. However, the sheer might sent half of his body sinking into the arena floor. Witnessing Mo Chengqian's defiance, Nangong Bo's heart sank in terror. Just as he contemplated retreating, Mo Chengqian seized his ankle with both hands. Get down, he bellowed, wrenching Nangong Bo's legs down towards the arena. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the solid wooden arena was dented into the shape of a person, and propelled by this force, Mo Chengqian extracted himself from the pit. Upon gazing again at Nangong Bo, who was being held by the ankle by Mo Chengqian, suspended upside down on the arena, he appeared utterly wretched. His face was marred by blood, and numerous wooden splinters were embedded within, rendering his visage swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig's head. Ugh, cough. Cough. Nangong Bo emitted a series of muffled groans, his mind swirling in a haze. It was only upon hearing the gasps of the crowd below that he began to regain some clarity. Mo Chengqian, I shall kill. Bang. Mo Chengqian's knee suddenly exerted force, viciously thrusting into Nangong Bo's abdomen. Blood spewed from Nangong Bo's mouth, and the little energy he had gathered dissipated instantaneously. Boom. With a single strike, Mo Chengqian stunned the audience, who stared at him in disbelief, utterly taken aback by his decisiveness in incapacitating Nangong Bo. How dare you, wretch? Nangong Zhan bellowed in fury, his eyes aflame with rage, his countenance exuding a chilling aura of menace. Yet, when he beheld the cold, resolute youth gripping Nangong Bo's throat, he ultimately refrained from rash action. Release Bo, and I shall spare your life. Nangong Zhan's eyes, bloodshot, fixated intensely on Mo Chengqian, filled with visions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In a moment of disorientation, Mo Chengqian felt as though he was ensnared in a battlefield. Under a crimson sun, surrounded by the silhouettes of those lost to madness and slaughter, their faces obscured, yet their eyes glimmered with a terrifying blood-red hue. This is bad. A jolt of alarm coursed through Mo Chengqian, awakening him instantly, his gaze icy. Whoosh. In an instant, he drew a machete from his waist. The blade glimmered ominously as it severed one of Nangong Bo's arms. The horrific figure that had fallen onto the arena suddenly halted. Ah, Mo Chengqian, I shall have your life. Father, save me. I beseech thee. Nangong Bo shrieked, his body trembling as he felt the frigidity against his neck, hastily silencing himself. Mo Chengqian held a woodcutter's blade against Nangong Bo's throat, its keen edge leaving a faint bloody trace. He gazed icily at Nangong Zhan in the distance, conveying a sense of defiance without uttering a word. Earlier, he had nearly fallen prey to Nangong Zhan's machinations, narrowly regaining his senses in time to avert dire consequences. Madness. He has lost his mind. He actually severed senior brother Nangong's arm. The assembled disciples were transfixed in disbelief, never imagining that the lofty Nangong Bo could be reduced to such a wretched state, and by the hand of a mere, uncultivable wastrel, no less. Nangong Zhan glared daggers at Mo Chengqian, his heart bleeding at the sight of his son's misery, yet he dared not act for fear of provoking Mo Chengqian further. Mo Chengqian scoffed, and with another swift stroke, Nangong Bo's other arm was severed, demonstrating the futility of threats through action. The onlookers felt their limbs grow weak, a sense of suffocation washing over them as they anticipated Nangong Zhan's imminent eruption of fury, and they subtly retreated. Mo Chengqian pressed the woodcutter's blade once more against Nangong Bo's throat, his gaze fixed on Nangong Zhan, as cold as death. You, very well. From the stands, Yang Weiman emerged, his expression a mixture of emotions as he addressed Mo Chengqian. Chengqian, heed my counsel, release Nangong Bo. I shall mend his bones. An elder Nangong will not make things difficult for you. He was acutely aware that the reason his opponent had emerged was not out of nostalgia, but rather with ulterior motives. Nangong Bo, have you ever contemplated the possibility of this day? The very fact that he had not departed from the sunsetting sect, and his presence at this inter-sect competition, was solely to eliminate Nangong Bo. Only with his adversary's demise could he find solace. Sensing the murderous intent in Mo Chengqian's eyes, Nangong Bo trembled and pleaded, I was wrong, Mo Chengqian. I realize my mistakes. Would you spare me? I promise not to trouble you again. Was it a mistake? Mo Chengqian murmured softly, just as Nangong Bo was about to respond. He sighed, alas, it is too late. Upon uttering these words, the glint of the blade in Mo Chengqian's hand flashed once more, severing Nangong Bo's right ear. Today, I shall torment you to death. This is your punishment. With that, Mo Chengqian struck again, removing the other ear. Ah, Mo Chengqian, may you not find peace in death. Nangong Bo screamed in agony, his eyes rolling back before he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the sunsetting sect's massive stone plaza, numerous inner disciples gazed in horror at the frail youth on the arena. In the stands, Nangong Zhan was consumed with rage. His hand clenched tightly as his profound energy surged forth, coalescing into a black spear. Boer, go in peace. Your father will avenge you. Mo Chengqian, come what may. I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. With a thunderous roar, Nangong Zhan's voice resonated, startling the birds and beasts within several miles of Sunsetting Mountain. He hurled the black spear towards Mo Chengqian, causing the air to tremble in its wake. I know where to find the rare fruit that can cure your fiery poison. Cast a profound glance at Yang Weiman. As the black spear lunged towards him, he unceremoniously hurled Nangong Bo aside. With a resounding thud, the dark spear pierced through Nangong Bo's body, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that transformed him into a mist of crimson in midair. No. Boer. Nangong Zhan's vision darkened, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. He stared blankly at the slowly descending blood mist, suddenly expelling a mouthful of old blood, his eyes brimming with tears of anguish. Boom. Behind Nangong Zhan, a malevolent aura began to coalesce, gradually materializing into a hazy specter, emanating a terrifying presence reminiscent of the netherworld. A palpable aura of lethal intent spread throughout the square. The numerous disciples surrounding the area trembled at the sight of Nangong Zhan, gradually kneeling in submission. As the head of the law enforcement hall, he had instilled profound respect among the disciples, and now his descent into madness filled them with dread. Upon hearing the term exotic fruit, Yang Weiman's eyes ignited with a brilliant gleam. With a deft motion, he propelled himself towards the arena. Do not fear, Chengqian. Today, Grandfather Yang will protect you. Yang Weiman positioned himself before Mo Qingqian, his gaze fixed on the nearly frenzied Ne Gongzhan, his expression grave. Protect him? In that case, you shall meet your demise as well. Ne Gongzhan's silver hair billowed as he extended his arms, summoning 8 ethereal spears imbued with profound energy, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yang Weiman felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, yet the thought of the exotic fruit potentially alleviating the fire poison and granting him several more years of life, perhaps even the chance to ascend to greater heights, spurred him on. Elder Liang, might a pulse-protecting pill assist me just this once? Yang Weiman inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Liang Tian. A pulse-protecting pill? Liang Tian's gaze narrowed slightly, falling into a momentary silence. However, upon witnessing the terrifying bloodlust in Ne Gongzhan's eyes, he ultimately shook his head. What if we add this? Mo Qingqian remarked as he retrieved an object from his chest, carefully unwrapping layers of tattered cloth to reveal a chillingly cold gemstone, Tiansha stone. Liang Tian's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he soared towards Mo Qingqian. A protective pulse elixir combined with the Tiansha stone was sufficient for him to take action. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Today, I, Ne Gongzhan, shall unleash a massacre. Let us see who dares to impede me. With a sweeping motion of his arms, 8 mystical long spears hurtled through the air, exuding an awe-inspiring momentum, while he himself glided forward, a blood-red figure following closely behind. Elder Liang, today we shall join forces to confront Elder Nangong. Yang Weiman cast a glance at Mo Qingqian. Relieved to see he showed no signs of fleeing, he then clasped his hands together, unleashing a surge of mystical energy that transformed into fiery serpents racing towards the spears. Flame separation. Yang Weiman pointed, and the fire serpents astonishingly divided into 8, ensnaring the 8 long spears. With a swift motion, Liang Tian summoned a radiant sword energy that severed the spears, and with his soft sword, he danced again, slicing through the remaining spears entangled by the fire serpents. Blazing flame control technique. Drizzle of the void sword. The numerous inner disciples were left in shock, never anticipating that Yang Weiman and Liang Tian would unleash such lethal moves right from the start. As for Ne Gongzhan, the effortless resolution of his 8 long spears ignited a fierce anger within him. With a thunderous roar, he charged at the 2, transforming into a formidable deity of wrath. Each punch radiated with a sanguine glow, exuding an overwhelming might that shattered both fire shadows and sword lights alike, an embodiment of unparalleled dominance. The Bawang Fist. Yang Weiman and his companion were taken aback, astonished that Ne Gongzhan had honed the Bawang Fist to such an extraordinary level. Today, those who obstruct me shall perish. With a powerful strike, Ne Gongzhan sent Yang Weiman staggering backward. In a fit of rage, he stomped the ground, propelling himself like a fleeting shadow towards Mo Qingqian. Mo Qingqian's expression shifted in alarm. He swiftly darted toward Yang Weiman while exclaiming, Elder Yang, that peculiar fruit is inherently cold and counters the fire poison. And there are as many as 3 of them. Upon hearing this, Yang Weiman trembled with excitement, his complexion flushing with vitality. He swiftly formed a seal with his hands, summoning a fiery python that surged forth to meet the golden light. Qingqian, fear not. Today, I shall risk my life to protect you. Yang Weiman positioned himself defiantly before Mo Qingqian, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Were it merely an ordinary exotic fruit, it might not warrant such a sacrifice. However, the cold fruit that specifically counters fire poison is an entirely different matter, especially with 3 in existence. With these 3 fruits, the fire poison within him could be entirely expelled, leading to a significant surge in his cultivation. Even reaching the Earth Valley realm would no longer be a distant dream. His faith in Mo Qingqian stemmed from the latter's remarkable survival in the cold death cave for 100 days. Showcasing an indomitable physique, such resilience could only be attributed to the consumption of an exotic fruit. Moreover, he had long speculated that there existed an extraordinary fruit with chilling attributes within the depths of the Hansha cave. Yet he had been unable to contend with the malevolent aura that pervaded it. Now that Mo Qingqian had emerged unscathed, he naturally placed his hopes upon him. Elder Liang, 2 of these extraordinary fruits are sufficient to dispel the fire poison within me. I shall bestow the remaining 1 upon you, which should undoubtedly enhance your strength. Yang Weiman declared loudly to Liang Tian as Ne Gongzhan approached with lethal intent. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Tian's soft sword quivered in his grasp, and the sound of its ringing resonated through the air. Ne Gongzhan exuded an overwhelming bloodlust, his demonic aura formidable, and his fist struck with such ferocity that he easily subdued both Yang Weimin and Liang Tian. However, as their cultivation levels were comparable, subduing the two proved to be a formidable task, which only heightened his anxiety and fury. Nangong Master, I merely seek to resolve the fire poison afflicting me. Should you cease your assault, I shall personally deliver that waste to you once I acquire the extraordinary fruit, Yang Weimin uttered, struggling to defend himself while discreetly transmitting his thoughts. He had initially believed that their strengths were evenly matched and that he and Liang Tian could easily withstand Nangong Zhan's onslaught. But he was taken aback by the latter's overwhelming power. Nangong Zhan remained silent, his hands forming a series of intricate seals. As the blood shadow behind him gradually merged with his being, elevating his already formidable presence. Kill! He bellowed in fury, charging towards Yang Weimin, unleashing a blood-red fist that hurtled towards him. Bang! Yang Weimin was sent staggering back several paces, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of old blood. You have forced my hand. Yang Weimin's expression hardened as he struck his palm against his chest, subsequently forcing forth a drop of his essence blood, with his hands weaving intricate gestures. The blood began to transform, ultimately coalescing into a diminutive blood dragon that surged toward Nangong Zhan. Elder Nangong, I possess a sword capable of shattering stone and diverting streams. However, its power is difficult to control. I hope you will not force my hand. Liang Tian gradually approached Nangong Zhan, a sudden surge of sword intent emanating from his being, causing the soft sword in his grasp to emit a faint, excited hum. In an instant, Liang Tian swung his sword, channeling the profound energy within him into the blade, which erupted into a breathtaking sword light of staggering might. The blood dragon, agile and fierce, darted towards Nangong Zhan, its maw agape as it aimed for his heart. Nangong Zhan's palms erupted with blood energy, ensnaring the dragon. Yet his brow furrowed and his teeth clenched, revealing the strain he was under. At that moment, the sword light descended, causing the air to churn violently and generating a terrifying shockwave that swept across the arena, collapsing it in an instant. Annihilate! Nangong Zhan bellowed, merging his palms with ferocity, instantly obliterating the blood dragon. Though the overwhelming force left his hands bloodied and mangled, a blood knife materialized in his grasp, which he wielded against the sword light. Yet in the brief skirmish, the knife shattered in an instant. Today's events shall not be forgotten. Nangong Zhan's expression shifted, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the law enforcement hall. At the Sunset Sect's Great Stone Plaza, countless inner disciples stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Mo Chengqian, slender in frame, stood at the center, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly. Wherever his eyes fell, the disciples lowered their heads, unable to meet his stare. Even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement were no exception. A bunch of useless fools. Mo Chengqian scoffed, slowly making his way towards Yang Weimin. The disciples trembled, raising their eyes to Mo Chengqian, their faces contorted with resentment and anger. Yet when he abruptly halted and turned to look at them, they once again bowed their heads. Useless indeed. Once Mo Chengqian and Yang Weimin departed, the disciples gradually rose, casting a complex glance in the direction of Mo Chengqian's exit before dispersing. This minor competition concluded under such circumstances, naturally yielding no victor. However, each time they reflected upon it, an image emerged in their minds, a frail youth who could not cultivate. A once timid boy who had been subjected to humiliation. Chapter 15. Ice sculpture outside the cold desolation cave. Two figures approached slowly, eventually stopping at the entrance. One elder rubbed his hands together and smiled. Chengqian, I appreciate your assistance with the exotic fruit matter. Rest assured, once we obtain the fruit, your safety will be assured. Whether you choose to remain in the Sunset Sect or depart, I will ensure your protection. The boy, harboring a cold smile within, replied with feigned agreement. Thank you, Elder Yang. With that, the boy leaped into the cold desolation cave under the elder's expectant gaze. This boy was none other than Mo Chengqian, who had caused quite the stir during the inner sect's minor competition. Following the event's conclusion, Yang Weimin had hurriedly brought him here, and without hesitation, he willingly entered the cave. Within the depths of the cold, evil cave, an oppressive chill pervades the air, and the sinister aura lingers, albeit less intensely than before. Mo Chengqian strides purposefully through the cavern, his complexion once again taking on a golden hue, warding off the encroaching malevolence. After approximately half an hour, he halts. Having reached the innermost recesses of the cave, where the area ahead is rife with swirling blades of wind, Hundreds of these blades dance ominously, akin to vigilant sentinels, obstructing any who dare to venture deeper into the cold, evil cave. It is likely that even the sect leader would find himself at a loss against these formidable winds. The elder who had recklessly intruded without proper inquiry had indeed been rather rash. Mo Changqian shakes his head slightly, his gaze fixed silently upon the swirling blades ahead. Were it not for Yang Weiman, he could have easily cultivated in this very spot, utilizing the wind blades to unlock the remaining 11 dormant channels within his body. In that case, the blades would dissipate, allowing him to safely enter and procure the exotic fruits, as well as the treasures coveted by that elder. Mo Changqian finds himself in a dilemma, fully aware of Yang Weiman's intentions. Should he willingly surrender the exotic fruit? It is certain the latter would not hesitate to take his life. Moreover, to obtain the fruit, one must traverse the perilous area of windblades. If he were to cultivate here, and Yang Weiman were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be coerced into retrieving the exotic fruit. Thus, it seems he is inevitably bound to enter. Fixating on the swirling wind blades, a steely resolve begins to manifest in Mo Changqian's eyes. His conviction stems from the presence of the body pearl, as long as the wind blades entering his body do not exceed their limits. The pearl will assist in their refinement. It is time to take the plunge. With gritted teeth, Mo Changqian poised himself for a dash, awaiting the opportune moment when the whirling wind blades revealed a substantial opening. The depths of the cold snap cave were eerily silent, save for the ceaseless whir of the wind blades. Then, in a decisive instant, Mo Changqian propelled himself into the heart of the bladed zone. As he breached the area, the wind blades seemed to awaken, instantly converging upon him. Dismayed by this sudden shift, Mo Changqian found himself with no recourse but to press onward. His body shimmered with a golden radiance, akin to a deity, yet it proved insufficient to repel the wind blades. In mere moments, 6 or 7 blades sliced through his flesh, unleashing a tempest of malevolent energy within him, causing his body to convulse and stiffen. Driven by desperation and defiance, Mo Changqian roared, accelerating his pace and bursting forth from the bladed gauntlet, though not before enduring the impact of over 20 additional wind blades. A maelstrom of destructive Yin energy raged within Mo Changqian, and an icy chill emanated from his core, encasing him in a frozen tomb. Rendered unconscious, his flesh began to emit a faint, ethereal glow as he instinctively adopted a body-refining posture. The body pearl materialized once more, coursing through his veins, absorbing and transmuting the Yin energy. This time, it tempered its avarice, allocating a portion of its power to mend Mo Changqian's ravaged form. As the chilling energy continued to surge from within Mo Changqian, he was encased in a thick layer of ice, resembling a frozen statue, nearly a foot in thickness. The cold, killing cave regained its eerie tranquility, with only a solitary human-shaped ice sculpture remaining in its depths, striking an oddly contorted pose, while a faint white glow flickered deep within the icy layers. Beside the sculpture, a dark little tree had burst forth from the crevices of the stone, bearing 6 blue fruits. Venturing deeper, the ice sculpture encountered a grand stone door blocking the passageway, marking the innermost sanctum of the cold, killing cave. Wisps of malevolent energy seeped through the cracks of the door, spreading throughout the corridor. Beyond the door lay a sealed stone chamber, spacious yet sparsely adorned, holding only a stone bed. Upon the bed sat a corpse, its bones as white as jade, exuding a soft luminescence far surpassing that of gold or stone in hardness. At the center of its forehead, a long black needle was embedded, emitting tendrils of sinister energy, which caused the center of the jade-like skull to darken. Within the chamber, a dense storm of ominous energy raged, forming a terrifying blue tempest, yet it could not approach within 3 feet of the jade-like bones. 10 days had swiftly passed. Outside the cold killing cave, Yang Weiman had grown increasingly impatient. He had remained steadfast in his vigil, unyielding and undeterred by the prospect of Mo Changqian's escape, yet his concern lay with the possibility of an unforeseen mishap. I must descend and investigate. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Weiman gritted his teeth and leaped into the cold killing cave. Why has the malevolent energy diminished so significantly? Yang Weiman was somewhat taken aback. He had visited this place once before, but left almost immediately. Upon entering this time, he sensed a significant reduction in the malevolent energy surrounding him. No wonder that young man was able to venture deeper. It turned out the sinister aura had weakened. A realization dawned upon Yang Weiman, and he proceeded cautiously into the depths, his body enveloped in a protective barrier formed by his profound energy to fend off the lingering malevolence. He was exceedingly careful, moving at a measured pace. After traversing for nearly half an hour, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on a small tree growing from the stone wall, only to find that its fruits had vanished. If he had known earlier that the malevolent energy had diminished, he would not have allowed that young man to take advantage of the situation. Now, he found himself at a loss. Not only had he failed to discover the extraordinary fruit, but he had also incurred the ire of Nangong Zhan. With a somber expression, Yang Weiman approached the small tree, discovering a few useless leaves before continuing deeper into the passage. The sinister energy began to thicken again, and he thought to himself, at this rate, I fear I won't be able to endure much longer. As he ventured further, his countenance grew increasingly grave, especially since he had yet to catch sight of Mo Chengqian, which filled him with both curiosity and trepidation. Suddenly, in the hushed cave, the air was sliced by a series of sharp sounds, akin to something piercing through the void. Yang Weiman's expression shifted dramatically as he focused his gaze, and without hesitation, he retreated towards the periphery. He had just witnessed the terrifying wind blades formed from the malevolent energy. Numbering in the hundreds, an ominous force capable of severely wounding a sect master, one he dared not approach. Thus, he remained oblivious to the ice sculpture at the opposite end of the wind blades, which harbored the extraordinary fruit he so desperately sought. Chapter 16. The blue storm deep within the cold killing cave. A human-shaped ice sculpture assumed an unusual posture, enveloped in a thick layer of ice. Within this icy prison, a purple glow, the size of an egg, flickered intermittently. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the purple light quivered slightly and then erupted violently, transforming into a 9-headed golden dragon. Within Mo Chengqian's body, the golden dragon surged once more against the stagnant meridians, while simultaneously, thunder rumbled ominously above the sunsetting sect. Crack! As the first golden dragon struck the stagnant meridians, Mo Chengqian violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood, causing the surrounding ice to shatter instantaneously. Outside the cold killing cave, Yang Weiman abruptly leapt from the cave entrance, casting his gaze skyward, where the sound of thunder reverberated once more. Until the last of the 9 thunderclaps faded, Yang Weiman remained puzzled as to the source of this thunder, noting that this was the second occurrence. When celestial spiritual entities manifest, various phenomena accompany their emergence. Could it be that a spiritual entity has appeared near the sect? Yang Weiman furrowed his brow, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. After all, each locale where a spiritual entity emerges possesses distinct characteristics, and having spent considerable time at the sunsetting sect, he had not observed anything particularly unusual. Suddenly, Yang Weiman turned his gaze back towards the cold killing cave. If there were to be a singular difference, it would likely be this very cave. Upon reflection, the cold killing cave indeed stood out, shrouded in mystery, aligning perfectly with the conditions for the emergence of spiritual entities. Just as Yang Weiman contemplated re-entering the cold killing cave, a fleeting shadow approached with astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Nangong Zhan. Yang Weiman's eyes narrowed, instinctively widening the distance between them, his expression rife with caution. Elder Nangong, once that young man acquires the extraordinary fruit, I shall undoubtedly seize him and deliver him to you for your judgment, Yang Weiman explained. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Zhan's eyes, and without uttering a word, he leaped into the cold abyss cave. The previous 9 thunderclaps had led him to share Yang Weiman's suspicions, prompting his hurried arrival. Elder Nangong. Yang Weiman, seeing the situation unfold, felt a surge of urgency, gritted his teeth, and followed suit into the cave. Inside the cold abyss, Nangong Zhan was taken aback as he sensed the malevolent energy weakening. However, this shift only solidified his inner conjecture, compelling him to hasten deeper into the cave. Yang Weiman chased closely behind, driven by 2 concerns: fear that Mo Chengqian might have fallen victim to treachery and, naturally, the allure of the spiritual artifact. Should a spiritual entity truly manifest within the cold abyss, he intended to compete for it, with the option of retreating to distant lands if necessary. As Nangong Zhan and Yang Weiman ventured deeper into the cold abyss, Mo Chengqian had already plucked 6 extraordinary fruits and stood before a towering stone door. Beyond that door lay treasures, though he pondered what else might reside within. Observing the wisps of malevolent energy seeping from the imposing door, Mo Chengqian hesitated. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the silent cavern, accompanied by indistinct voices. Mo Chengqian's expression shifted, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. He recognized the voices of Nangong Zhan and Yang Weiman. No longer wavering, Mo Chengqian pressed his hands against the stone door and exerted force, causing a slight crack to appear. Subsequently, the entire door became riddled with fractures and shattered explosively. Boom! The stone door shattered, and a flicker of terror flashed in Mo Chengqian's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a blue tempest surged forth, transforming him once again into an ice sculpture. The blue tempest swept from the depths, freezing everything in its path. Even the stone walls were cloaked in a thick layer of ice, resembling a mirror that glowed with an ethereal light. As the stone door shattered and the blue tempest erupted with a terrifying howl, Nangong Zhan and Yang Weimin abruptly halted. At that moment, the blue tempest loomed before them. "Flee!" Nangong Zhan cried out in a piercing voice, darting towards the cave's exit. Even before the blue tempest drew near, he felt his very soul freeze, acutely aware of the tempest's formidable might. "Flee! Flee! Flee!" Yet it was still insufficient. A surge of fury welled within Nangong Zhan, his veins bulging, and a faint glow of blood began to manifest on his body. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, a mist of blood erupted from Nangong Zhan's body, propelling him forward with renewed speed, allowing him to once again distance himself from the encroaching blue tempest. At last, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and a sense of joy filled Nangong Zhan's eyes as he dashed out of the icy cave in the blink of an eye. Having escaped, he did not linger, but instead shot away into the distance. Just as he fled, a thunderous sound echoed, and the blue tempest burst forth from the cave, transforming into a terrifying aura of malevolence that spread in all directions. Crack! In a mere moment, the entire vicinity of the icy cave was enveloped in frost, becoming a realm of ice. It was only then that the blue tempest vanished completely, and in the distance, Nangong Zhan approached slowly, his eyes filled with a chilling ferocity. At this moment, Nangong Zhan appeared emaciated, his complexion ghastly pale, and his once lustrous black hair had turned white. His entire being exuded a sense of languor. Pausing outside the icy cavern, he fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief interlude, he slowly withdrew, recognizing that merely surviving was of paramount importance. He understood that the cold desolation cave must conceal some profound secret, yet in his current state, he deemed it unwise to investigate further. All would be decided once he regained his strength. Not long after Nangong Zhan departed, dozens of disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived at the cold desolation cave, surrounding the area and prohibiting anyone from entering. Within the cold desolation cave, everything lay encased in ice. Before the stone door stood a humanoid ice sculpture, frozen in the act of pushing the door open, from which a faint white luminescence emanated. This white glow emanated from the body pearl, which, sensing the imminent life-threatening peril facing Mo Chengqian, emerged from his dantian. It began refining the malevolent energy within his body while simultaneously utilizing this refined energy to restore his physical form. However, due to his current state not being conducive to cultivation, the body pearl was unable to enter its energetic pathway, resulting in a significantly slower refinement process than usual. Nevertheless, in comparison to the now lifeless Yang Weimin, Mo Chengqian was fortunate. At least he still possessed a faint breath of life. 10 days elapsed swiftly, during which Mo Chengqian's breath stabilized, and the icy encasement surrounding him weakened slightly. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds echoed as the ice enveloping him shattered and gradually fell away. When all the ice had completely disintegrated, Mo Chengqian's body resumed a meditative posture, and the white body pearl finally entered its energetic pathway, while he himself remained in a state of unconsciousness. This time, the sinister energy refined by the body pearl no longer served to heal Mo Chengqian. Instead, it began to absorb itself, gradually growing stronger. In the secret chamber of the law enforcement hall, Nangong Zhan sat cross-legged upon a mat, a white mist slowly emanating from above his head, his complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. However, a complete recovery would likely take a considerable amount of time. In Chapter 17, The Jade Bone Needles, the sunsetting sect remained tranquil, yet the disciples were filled with unease, particularly among the inner disciples, many of whom found it difficult to focus on their cultivation. The sect leader had been in seclusion for several days, and the outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Elder Nangong was also in closed-door meditation. Elder Yang was nowhere to be found, and Elder Liang was holed up in his room, refining tools. The sunsetting sect was left without a leader. Indeed, if this continued, it wouldn't be long before a powerful figure from a kingdom might descend upon them. Alas, it is all that good-for-nothing's fault. Ever since he intervened that time, everything has changed. Hush, speak softly. Have you forgotten what happened to Nangong Bo? Two inner disciples whispered quietly, but suddenly. Their expressions froze as they gazed towards the sect leader's seclusion chamber, sensing the subtle gathering of profound spiritual energy. Is the sect leader about to break through? They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. At the same moment, numerous disciples of the sunsetting sect noticed the unusual movement of the profound spiritual energy, including Ne Gongzhan and Liang Tian. Liang Tian's face lit up with joy as he set aside his current task and dashed outside, soon appearing at the independent courtyard behind the main hall, where many disciples had already gathered, whispering amongst themselves. The sect leader has reached a critical juncture in his breakthrough. You must leave at once and refrain from disturbing him. Liang Tian furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. The disciples, upon hearing his words, slowly retreated, while Liang Tian himself settled onto the ground to guard the sect leader. Within the confines of the law enforcement hall's secret chamber, Gongzhan's expression darkened. His eyes filled with a chilling intensity. He had not anticipated that the sect leader would attempt a breakthrough at this moment. If he did not hurry to the Han Sha cave, by the time the sect leader emerged, there might be no place left for him. After a moment's hesitation, Gongzhan rose and departed the chamber, making his way directly to the Han Sha cave. At this moment, the ice outside the cave had entirely melted away, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall stood at the entrance, their faces filled with curiosity. Upon seeing Gongzhan, their expressions changed drastically, and they hastily parted to clear a path. With a grim demeanor, Gongzhan stood at the cave's entrance, sensing that the malevolent aura within had intensified significantly compared to before, rendering his countenance even more unsightly. After a brief pause, he suddenly acted, casting one of the nearby disciples into the Han Sha cave. Master, Master, save me. A cry of anguish echoed from within the cave, soon followed by an unsettling silence. The remaining disciples of the law enforcement hall turned pale, wishing to retreat but too fearful to do so, instead lowering their heads in submission. Upon hearing this, the disciples fled in haste. Outside the Han Sha cave, Gongzhan, with a stormy expression, fixed his gaze upon the entrance. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately seated himself outside the cave. The disciple he had just thrown in possessed a cultivation level at the 9th realm of Qi induction, having lingered in the Han Sha cave for only a short while. He had already lost his life force. Even if he were at the meridian opening stage, he would likely not endure for long either. Thus, Gongzhan personally stationed himself outside the Han Sha cave, prepared to enter at the first sign of diminished sinister energy within. 3 days later, the ethereal essence gathering above the setting sun peak suddenly trembled and surged into a particular courtyard, simultaneously unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped the entire setting sun sect. Gongzhan, who had been meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, revealing a face marked by shadows of discontent. Within 10 days, he would undoubtedly emerge from his seclusion. After an additional 3 days, he would resolutely venture inside to test his fortunes. He cast a glance towards the cave and then closed his eyes once more. But this time, tranquility eluded him. 3 days swiftly passed, and the courtyard of Sect Master Zhang Junstan had settled into an eerie calm, likely on the brink of his emergence. On that morning, Gongzhan opened his eyes to find the sinister energy of the Han Sha cave unchanged, his expression darkening further. He could no longer afford to wait. If the sect master were to emerge, he would undoubtedly come here, and should there be treasures within the cave, they would no longer concern him. Just as Gongzhan prepared to leap into the Han Sha cave, he suddenly halted, gazing upward at the sky. Thunder erupted without warning. Boom. A series of resounding cracks echoed, continuing until the 9th roar ceased. The violent, sinister energy surged towards Gongzhan, whose complexion shifted slightly as a crimson glow enveloped him, warding off the malevolent force. The intensity of the sinister energy took him by surprise. He pondered how long he could endure it. A flicker of resignation crossed his eyes. Yet he gritted his teeth and ventured deeper into the cave. Deep within the frosty cave, Mo Chinchuan's skin transformed into a resplendent gold, repelling the ferocious chill of the sinister aura. He surveyed his icy surroundings, filled with profound relief. Had it not been for the miraculous nature of the body pearl and the body refining techniques, he would have likely become a lifeless corpse by now. He silently admonished himself, vowing never to act recklessly again. The body pearl may have saved him once, but it could not be relied upon indefinitely. With this warning echoing in his mind, Mo Qingqian proceeded towards the stone chamber. However, after just a few steps, he was struck by a sudden tremor, halting in his tracks. To his astonishment, nestled within the chamber lay a glistening skeletal remains, likely belonging to a practitioner of the body sect in life. It is said that those who reach a certain level in body refinement possess bones as luminous as jade and flesh akin to pure gold. This individual must have been an exceptional warrior in their prime. Yet, why had they constructed a stone chamber here, and how had they met their demise? Mo Chengqian's heart raced with confusion as he directed his gaze toward the center of the skeletal forehead. A wave of dread washed over him. A black needle was embedded there, emanating tendrils of sinister aura that suffused the surrounding bones, turning them a deep shade of black. Could this indeed be the so-called treasure? He cautiously approached the skeletal remains, his eyes fixated upon the ominous black needle. There was no doubt that this body-refining powerhouse had perished beneath its influence. And the terrifying sinister aura permeating the cave, indeed the very formation of the frosty cave itself, was a consequence of this needle. To think that the forbidden grounds of the Setting Sun sect were merely a manifestation of the sinister energy exuded by this single needle. What kind of treasure could this needle possibly be? Mo Chengqian gradually became agitated, his breath quickening, for he held in his embrace a brocade box containing the long needles, as well as the methods for manipulating them. With this thought, he swiftly retrieved the jade box from his bosom and unfurled the silken cloth. The cloth detailed the technique for summoning the needles, while its inverse described the method for retracting them. The existence of a retraction technique implied that the needles must not be touched by hand. He resolved to test his ability to retract the needles. After committing the incantation and hand gestures inscribed on the silk to memory, Mo Chengqian tucked the cloth away and began to silently recite the incantation while simultaneously forming the hand seals. However, after several attempts, the black long needles remained unresponsive, leaving Mo Chengqian perplexed. After a brief moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. Had this been before, he would have been at a loss, yet now, having unblocked 3 of his meridians, he was capable of practicing the chi refining technique. Furthermore, the cultivation methods of the Setting Sun sect were already etched in his mind. Time was of the essence, and to swiftly cultivate his mystical power, he needed to rely on the exotic fruit. Mo Chengqian produced an exotic fruit and, without hesitation, consumed it, subsequently settling into a meditative posture to channel his chi refining technique. In the tranquil depths of the cold desolation cave, one individual practiced diligently within, while another valiantly resisted the encroaching malevolent energy outside. Chapter 18. The Qi Refining and the Destruction of the Nangong Clan. The Qi Refiner draws the ethereal essence into their being, refining it through the 12 meridians until it ultimately transforms into mystical power within the Dantian. The initial stage of the Qi Refiner is the Qi Induction stage, which is further divided into 9 realms. The moment the first strand of mystical power enters the Dantian, it marks the entry into the first realm of Qi Induction. When the profound energy within the Dantian reaches 10,000 strands and condenses into a single thread, one breaks through the first realm of Qi Induction to attain the second realm. Upon reaching the 9th realm of Qi Induction, the profound energy within the Dantian manifests as 9 strands. Thus, the number of strands of profound energy within the Dantian corresponds to the respective realm of Qi Induction. The 12 meridians are innate pathways, predetermined at birth and unalterable by postnatal efforts. Therefore, a practitioner's aptitude for cultivation is classified based on the number of these meridians that are unobstructed. Those who can channel 1 to 3 meridians are deemed to possess inferior talent, while those who can channel 4 to 6 meridians possess intermediate talent. Those who can channel 7 to 9 meridians are considered to have superior talent, and those who can channel all 10 to 12 meridians are regarded as having exceptional talent. Among them, those who can open all 12 meridians are referred to as possessing divine meridians. The extent to which the innate meridians are unobstructed determines the speed of cultivation. Mo Chengqian, through a mysterious body-refining technique, accomplished an extraordinary feat by unblocking 3 innate waste meridians, thus placing himself within the category of inferior talent, albeit of a higher caliber. Within the depths of the Hansha cave, a formidable medicinal power surged through Mo Chengqian's body, coursing gently through his unobstructed 3 innate meridians, where it was absorbed and refined, ultimately transforming into profound energy that permeated his Dantian. Owing to the abundance of medicinal power, Mo Chengqian did not need to exert effort to absorb external qi, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed. In a brief period, his Dantian harbored several hundred strands of profound energy. These strands remained dormant, hiding in the corners of the Dantian, seemingly fearful of the ethereal orb suspended within. Of course, Mo Chengqian was unaware of this at that moment. He was wholly focused on refining the medicinal power, immersed in the process of feeling his strength augment. A day later, The profound energy within Mo Qingqian's dantian had astonishingly surpassed 3,000 strands. This remarkable speed was nothing short of astonishing, for even those with exceptional talent would struggle to cultivate such a quantity of profound energy in a mere day. Of course, all of this was entirely attributable to the extraordinary fruit. The fruit's potent medicinal properties were not only immensely powerful but also exceptionally gentle, allowing for effortless assimilation, which accounted for Mo Qingqian's rapid progress. Otherwise, given his innate abilities, it would have taken him at least a year to break through to the second realm of qi induction. Nangongzhan's complexion was pale, with blood light flickering around him, clearly indicating that he had reached his limit. At that moment, he stood before a life-sized ice sculpture, his expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. This ice sculpture was none other than Yang Weimin, whose terror was vividly etched upon his face, and even the despair in his eyes was palpable to Nangongzhan. It was precisely for this reason that Nangongzhan refrained from pushing further. Sighing inwardly, he decided to wait a few more days. Perhaps Yang Weimin would not immediately return to this place upon his emergence. Nangongzhan let out a quiet lament, gradually retreating. In comparison to his own life, the treasures seemed less significant. He exited the cold-killing cave but did not depart entirely. He sensed that the malevolent energy within was slowly dissipating, leading him to contemplate waiting a few more days before attempting to enter again. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and realizing he could wait no longer, Nangongzhan leapt into the cold-killing cave. If he could not endure to reach the depths this time, he would have no choice but to abandon his quest. Upon entering the cave, Nangongzhan's spirits lifted unexpectedly, as he found the malevolent energy had indeed weakened considerably, which greatly bolstered his confidence. Advancing into the depths, Nangongzhan quickened his pace, soon arriving before the humanoid ice sculpture. Here, the Yin and evil energy intensified once more. Yet Nangongzhan was able to withstand it and pressed onward. Gradually, his speed diminished, and he found himself struggling, his reserves rapidly depleting as he resisted the encroaching Yin and evil energy. Abruptly, Nangongzhan halted, his countenance etched with astonishment. Footsteps echoed softly through the silent cavern. Growing ever closer, narrowing his eyes, Nangongzhan braced himself. At last, the footsteps drew near, and as Nangongzhan beheld the figure in the distance, his aged face contorted in a grimace of fury. Mo Qinggan, so you still live, he exclaimed. Ha ha, heaven has eyes. Today, I shall grind your bones to dust. Nangongzhan spat out with gritted teeth, his heart filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that Mo Qinggan would still be alive. And even more astonishing, that he appeared more at ease within this frigid cave than himself. A body cultivator? Nangongzhan muttered, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he noticed the golden hue of Mo Qinggan's skin. Mo Qinggan, equally surprised to find Nangongzhan in the cave, retreated cautiously, observing the unbridled hatred in the old man's eyes. He turned and fled deeper into the cavern. Think you can escape? Nangongzhan roared, his voice filled with rage. There is nowhere under the heavens you can hide from my wrath. He gave chase, his body radiating a bloody aura that repelled the violent Yin and evil energy. Soon, Nangongzhan came to a halt once more, for before him stood a stone chamber, barren and devoid of any furnishings. Mo Qingqian sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, a jade box placed before him. Why do you not flee? Nangongzhan's visage contorted with fury, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. The mere thought of having ruthlessly reduced his own son to a mist of blood ignited a tempest of rage within him, rendering him irrational. It was precisely this overwhelming anger that drove him to pursue recklessly, oblivious to the fact that the bloodlight surrounding him was gradually waning. Flee? Why should I flee? Nangongzhan, our grievances need no elaboration. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Mo Qingqian scoffed coldly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Had it not been for Nangongzhan's instigation, Nangongbo would not have committed such atrocities. To kill me? Nangongzhan replied with a cruel smile, slowly advancing toward Mo Qingqian. However, Mo Qingqian, while feeling a twinge of anxiety at the sight of Nangongzhan, recognized the futility of his situation. He had reached a dead end, and whether he could survive was now left to fate. With his hands forming intricate seals, Mo Qingqian silently recited incantations in his heart, as a stream of profound energy coalesced into golden motes at his fingertips. What? How could you possess profound energy? Nangongzhan trembled, his face a mask of astonishment, disbelief flooding his eyes. It was a widely accepted notion that one with congenital waste meridians could not cultivate. How could Mo Qingqian, the so-called waste, Have reached the second realm of Qi drawing? Needle of Command. Just as Nangong Zhan was taken aback, Mo Chengqian pointed towards the jade box, and a surge of golden light erupted forth, piercing into the box. Within, a slender black needle emerged slowly, hovering before Mo Chengqian. With a surge of mystical energy emanating from Mo Chengqian's fingertips, it poured into the black needle, causing it to tremble and dart towards Nangong Zhan. What in the world? Nangong Zhan cursed angrily, striking at the black needle with his palm. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that his mystical energy had been depleted without his awareness, leaving him unable to even maintain his bloodlight. Mo Chengqian, just you wait. Panic surged within Nangong Zhan as he shot a fierce glare at Mo Chengqian and turned to flee. Flee? Do you think you can escape? Mo Chengqian sneered, biting his tongue to draw a drop of essence blood, which he then infused into the black needle. The needle glimmered with a flash of bloodlight and suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward Nangong Zhan. Swish. Ah! Nangong Zhan screamed as his body stiffened abruptly, collapsing to the ground. A torrent of sinister energy soon enveloped him, and he breathed his last. Mo Chengqian's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color, yet he gazed at Nangong Zhan's lifeless form with a broad, triumphant smile. Chapter 19. Starfall. Deep within the cold frost cave, Mo Chengqian consumed another rare fruit. This time, the fruit's potency nourished most of his physical form, while the remaining essence was refined and absorbed, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Qi induction second realm, poised to break into the third realm at any moment. Now I am indeed a bona fide Qi refiner. It's time for me to venture forth. Rising to his feet, Mo Chengqian's eyes sparkled with determination. With both Nangong Zhan and Nangong Bo deceased, he could now depart from the Sunset sect without concern. Moreover, he had already attained the second realm of Qi refinement, naturally emanating waves of profound energy. Should the members of the Setting Sun sect discover his potential for cultivation, it would likely bring about a calamity upon him. The matter of the severed meridians was known only to the members of the Setting Sun sect. As long as I depart from this place, the secret shall remain undisclosed. Carefully place the black needle into a jade box, and with a flash of light, the box vanished into thin air. He cast a glance at the lifeless body of before swiftly departing, making his way towards the desolate mountains. Meanwhile, atop the setting sun peak, the courtyard behind the sect's grand hall, which had been shut for several months, finally opened its doors. A distinguished middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged. Congratulations, Sect Master, on your breakthrough, exclaimed, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, rising quickly to show his respect to the middle-aged man. You are most kind, Elder Liang. The man was none other than the founder and sect master of the Setting Sun sect. A smile graced his face, and in high spirits, he inquired of Elder Liang. Has any significant event transpired in the sect during my seclusion? Hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the troubling news, but ultimately mustered the courage to recount the events concerning and outrageous. Upon hearing this, erupted in fury, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Instinctively took several steps back, his heart gripped by fear. The overwhelming pressure felt as heavy as a mountain. If anything has befallen, I shall make pay with his life. Zhang Junxian coldly uttered a single phrase, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he hastened towards the direction of the Hansha cave. On the outskirts of Pingzhou Prefecture, along a winding ancient path, a youth of 16 or 17 traversed the route, occasionally pausing at elevated spots to survey his surroundings, ultimately shaking his head in dismay. Having spent his childhood within the confines of the Setting Sun sect, he was aware that this area belonged to the Pingzhou Prefecture of the Xingyu Kingdom, yet he remained oblivious to all else, and the desolation of the place rendered it impossible to find a passerby to inquire of. Mo Chengqian furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. After departing from the Setting Sun sect, he had wandered along this ancient path for the better part of a day. Not a single village or even a solitary figure graced his view, leaving him momentarily adrift in uncertainty. Fortunately, prior to his departure, he had stealthily entered the servant quarters to pilfer a considerable amount of provisions. Otherwise, in this desolate wilderness, he might have faced the dire threat of starvation. As twilight descended, Mo Chengqian finally came to a halt, settling beside a tree, and in his hands, a quantity of food mysteriously materialized. The storage ring was indeed wondrous. Yet even the sect leader, Zhang, lacked such a treasure, underscoring its rarity and the need for caution in its use. Mo Chengqian contemplated the jade ring adorning his left middle finger, reflecting on its significance. The storage ring was a relic of the stone chamber's jade bones. Upon acquiring the black needle, the jade bones had scattered across the ground, revealing the ring to him. Initially, he surmised that the owner of the jade bones must have been a formidable figure, unlikely to possess anything ordinary. Thus he approached the situation with a sense of experimentation, infusing it with his profound energy, which ultimately unveiled the extraordinary nature of the storage ring. The space within the storage ring measures over 20 zhang, a considerable expanse. The scattered jade bones were placed by Mo Chengqian in a secluded corner, while provisions occupied another. In addition, the ring contained some mundane wealth, as well as the mysterious crystals, medicinal herbs, jade slips utilized by qi refiners, an ancient sword, a sheepskin scroll, 3 exotic fruits, a jade box containing black long needles, and the solidified remnants left by the severed meridians. Previously, due to his circumstances within the Hansha cave, Mo Chengqian had not examined the contents of the storage ring. Now, with leisure time at hand, he gnawed on his provisions while inspecting the jade slips. After roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Mo Chengqian had thoroughly reviewed the jade slips, his face betraying an unmistakable delight. For within these slips were recorded the formulas for elixirs that refine the physical body. It became apparent to Mo Chengqian that once a body refiner reaches a certain level, they can store mysterious power within their flesh, thus able to utilize the storage ring and jade slips. Although the elixirs appeared exceedingly precious, their efficacy in refining the body was remarkable, capable of rendering the flesh akin to formidable weaponry. After a while, Mo Chengqian's emotions gradually settled, and it was then that he retrieved the sheepskin scroll. As soon as the scroll unfurled, an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth, catching Mo Chengqian off guard. He collided with the scroll and, astonishingly, vanished without a trace, leaving only the scroll lying quietly on the ground. Beneath the starry sky, Missouri Chengqian wore a bewildered expression as he gazed downwards, discovering that he stood upon a vast expanse of stars, with the same celestial spectacle above and around him. Filled with confusion, Mo Chengqian could not comprehend how he had suddenly found himself in this enigmatic realm. Suddenly, the myriad stars began to shift, gracefully approaching him and coming to rest before him. In a short while, a towering figure, a middle-aged man standing 9 feet tall, materialized before Mo Chengqian. His form seemed to be composed of countless stars, imparting an ethereal yet tangible sensation. The middle-aged man bore an expression tinged with melancholy. Although he appeared indistinguishable from a real person, his eyes emanated a profound emptiness, almost wooden in their stillness. I am Xing Luo, the master of the Xing family. When you are able to trigger the remnants of my soul, it signifies that you are my fated one. My lineage belongs to the body sect in the past. The Qi sect sought to extinguish us, believing themselves to possess the heavenly way. Naturally, I, Xing Luo, would not acquiesce, but alas, I ultimately fell victim to treachery, dying far from my homeland. As the robust figure spoke, his starry form began to disintegrate once more. However, the disintegrating stars did not vanish. Instead, they coalesced into 9 paintings, each depicting a layer of body refinement techniques. The 9 paintings soared toward Mo Chengqian, swiftly entering his mind's eye. Yet at that moment, the 10 images within Mo Chengqian's consciousness burst forth in a radiant brilliance, overpowering the starry dominance technique that had invaded his mind, reducing it to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. With a thunderous sound, the starry sky shattered, and Mo Chengqian found himself once again upon the ancient path, a parchment scroll resting before him. The entirety of the preceding events felt as though they had merely been a fleeting dream. Chapter 20. Peaceful City in the Depths of Night. Mo Chengqian gazed at the parchment in his hands, rendered speechless. Although the recent events felt like a fleeting dream, he was acutely aware of their reality. If it were not for the overpowering nature of the mysterious body refining technique, his mind would have been filled with the cultivation method of the starry dominance technique. However, Mo Chengqian felt no disappointment at the absence of the starry dominance technique. Rather, a sense of elation washed over him, for it served as further evidence that the method passed down by the enigmatic elder must be far more formidable. The parchment detailed a set of boxing techniques, specifically 9 forms, and Mo Chengqian found himself increasingly captivated as he perused them. He discovered that this boxing style was so impeccably crafted that it bore no flaws. Each movement harnessed the body's strength to its utmost potential. Gradually, all that remained in Mo Chengqian's vision was this set of techniques. Unbeknownst to him, he set aside the parchment, rose to his feet, and began to practice the forms. Yet, before Mo Chengqian could complete his first strike, he was jolted awake by an excruciating pain, as if his very flesh were on the brink of collapse. Indeed, this technique was extraordinary. It appeared that he must first procure the elusive medicinal herbs contained within the formula. Mo Chengqian settled back down, addressing the parchment. Rest assured, esteemed elder. Should I locate the Star family, I shall certainly return this parchment. With that, he carefully stored the parchment away. In conclusion, Mo Chengqian produced the ancient sword. Under the moonlight, despite its rusted blade, the sword's edge glimmered ominously. The blade measured over 3 feet in length, and its material remained a mystery. It weighed a daunting 100 pounds, and even with Mo Chengqian's present strength, wielding it effortlessly was a challenge. The sword's quality was also unknown. Yet its placement in the storage ring by the elder Xing suggested it was no ordinary weapon. Mo Chengqian toyed with an object for a while before retrieving a garment from his storage ring, wrapping the ancient sword within it, and securing it to his back. In the event of unforeseen peril, this sword could serve as a means of self-defense. The night passed without incident, and at dawn the following day, Mo Chengqian set forth along the ancient road towards the territory of Pingzhou Prefecture. Not long after his departure, a fleeting shadow surged forth from the direction of the falling sun sect, ultimately halting upon the ancient path. The visitor was none other than Zhang Junxian, who, upon observing the gradually fading figure ahead, felt a weight lift from his heart. Just as he prepared to pursue, an unexpected tremor coursed through his body, compelling him to gaze incredulously at the scene before him. To his astonishment, the previously indistinct figure suddenly accelerated, and despite the considerable distance, he could discern the flow of profound energy emanating from the individual's feet. How could this be? That youth was undeniably Chengqian. Yet how could he possess such profound energy? Is this the hand of fate? Elder brother, I wonder what expression will grace your face when you behold him? With a complex demeanor, Zhang Junxian ultimately turned away. My esteemed brother, the illustrious crown prince, I cannot fathom what decision you would make upon encountering Chengqian. Surely your expression would be a tapestry of emotions. Contemplating this, a faint, enigmatic smile crept upon Zhang Junxian's lips. The Starry Universe Kingdom is comprised of 6 prefectures, with Pingzhou Prefecture situated at the southernmost end, characterized as the smallest and most desolate among them, as well as the one with the least proficient qi refiners. Within Pingzhou Prefecture, there exist 13 cities, with the southernmost being a modest town named Ping'an, boasting a population of over 300,000. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the Shuanya mountain range was teeming with mystical beasts, which would frequently descend in droves to assault human cities. Ping'an City, being the first line of defense against these creatures, was aptly named for its connotation of safety. Although Ping'an City is but a small town, its towering walls bear the marks of time and various assaults. On this day, a youth burdened with a long sword approached along the ancient path, ultimately halting beneath the city walls. After a wait of over 20 days, he finally beheld the sight of humanity. Ping'an City, I, Mo Chengqian, have arrived. Xingyu Kingdom, I, Mo Chengqian, have arrived. Qingzhou Continent, I, Mo Chengqian, have arrived. The forsaken youth, bestowed with a chance to defy fate, harbored dreams of stirring the very winds and clouds of the Qingzhou Continent, ensuring that all would come to know of a formidable being named Mo Chengqian. Within the confines of Ping'an City, Mo Chengqian observed the diverse array of individuals populating the streets, a fleeting hint of timidity crossing his youthful visage. Yet, this shyness quickly dissipated, replaced by an aura of spirited confidence, particularly evident in his eyes that shimmered with assurance. Soon, Mo Chengqian made his way into a tavern, settling into a secluded corner where he ordered a selection of food and drink, savoring each morsel. Though this marked his inaugural venture into the world beyond, lacking in experience, he recognized that such establishments were a melting pot of knowledge, a swift avenue for information. At this hour, the tavern was not yet bustling with patrons, yet he remained unhurried, leisurely enjoying his meal while contemplating his forthcoming endeavors. Gradually, the tavern became increasingly crowded and noisy. Mo Chengqian silently listened to the discussions around him, striving to grasp the essence of the city as swiftly as possible. Have you heard? The Yun clan has allied with the Li family, and they intend to monopolize the mysterious medicinal business in our Ping'an City. This news was known to nearly half of Ping'an City, and naturally, he had heard of it as well. Moreover, the one visiting our Ping'an City is none other than the daughter of the president of the Yun clan, rumored not only to possess extraordinary beauty but also to be a prodigy. You, Zhonglar, are always preoccupied with such matters. But what I am referring to is concerning the Yang family. The Yang family? Do they intend to interfere in this affair? Mo Chengxian had been listening with great interest, only to be taken aback when these individuals mentioned Yang Yong. It was worth noting that the two brothers of the Yang family held a grudge against him, and coincidentally, Yang Yong was currently in Pingan City. Nevertheless, Yang Yong had already lost both arms, and he had no desire to trouble him further. It seemed these people were oblivious to his predicament. Mo Chengxian slightly shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Yang Yong. After listening for such an extended period, the predominant topics of conversation revolved around cultivation, with numerous mentions of academies, schools, and institutions, all of which were held in high regard. Although he had begun his cultivation journey, there remained much he did not know. If he could gain admission to such academies and partake in systematic learning, it would undoubtedly save him from many detours. Mo Chengxian had made a decision in his heart. Motivated by another reason, the academy possessed the most extensive collection of materials on cultivation. Although he was capable of refining his qi, the foundation lay in physical training. Having reference materials was certainly preferable to his solitary fumbling. Chapter 21. Yunya. As night fell, the city of Pingan was aglow with lights and bustling with activity, especially within the taverns. Yet, at a certain moment, the previously raucous tavern fell into an abrupt silence. With all eyes drawn to the entrance where three individuals were engaged in discussion with the tavern owner, Mo Chengxian also lifted his gaze, and upon a mere glance, he found himself captivated. What a stunning woman! At the entrance stood a girl in her prime, her skin as smooth as fine jade, her face blooming like a peach blossom, and her eyes, akin to a clear spring, sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. As the girl's gaze swept over, Mo Chengxian hurriedly lowered his head, his youthful face flushing with a deep crimson. "Senior brother, since there are no private rooms available, let us sit over there." Her voice was melodious, akin to a gentle stream. Mo Chengxian couldn't help but lift his head once more, noticing that the girl and her companions were approaching their table. This time, he did not avert his gaze, though feeling somewhat bashful. He maintained eye contact with the young woman. Before long, she halted in front of Mo Chengxian's table, flanked on her left by a middle-aged man sporting a goatee, who bore the demeanor of a steward, and on her right by the young man she referred to as her senior brother. In his 20s, he was reasonably handsome but possessed an air of arrogance, his expression towards Mo Chengxian replete with disdain and contempt. "Kid, move over there to eat." The young man tossed a piece of silver carelessly, addressing Mo Chengxian with an undeniable tone, furrowed his brows, about to speak, when the lady interjected, "Senior brother, how can you act in such a manner?" "I apologize, my senior brother means no harm. May I inquire if we can sit here?" She gestured towards the vacant seats nearby. "Not permitted," replied curtly, then lowered his head. "Unappreciative," the lady exclaimed, casting a glance at before turning to leave. "Miss Yun, if you do not mind, please take our table. We have just finished our meal." At that moment, two individuals from the adjacent table rose, offering their seats with courtesy. "Thank you very much," the lady replied with a slight nod, and the three of them seated themselves at the neighboring table, while the young man shot a fierce glare at. Before long, the tavern buzzed with liveliness once more. And it was at this juncture that realized the lady was none other than the esteemed daughter of the Yun clan, Yunya, junior sister. That Yang Yong from the Yang family is truly ruthless. Will your outright rejection of him not impact the Yun clan's business in Pingan City? The young man whispered to Yunya. Yunya glanced at him but remained silent. She had always harbored disdain for him, particularly due to his arrogant demeanor. If it were not for her father's directive, she would have preferred to avoid his company altogether. "Young Master Qin, there will undoubtedly be some repercussions." However, the Yang family would not dare to be excessively overbearing, for although our Yun clan is but a small merchant association, we are not to be trifled with. The middle-aged man, resembling a steward, sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere and felt compelled to clarify, his voice resonating loudly enough for many within the tavern to hear, suggesting an intention to convey the message to the Yang family through the crowd. Upon his declaration, silence engulfed the tavern once more, as curiosity surged among the patrons regarding the man's identity, who boldly proclaimed his intent to level the Yang family. Some, however, chose to depart without uttering a word. After his statement, Yunya and the steward hastily rose and made their way toward the tavern's exit. "Fu City? Fu Courtyard?" Mo Chengxian pondered thoughtfully, beckoning to the waiter as he approached. The waiter, astonished, regarded Mo Chengxian with surprise, for it was rare to find someone unfamiliar with Fu Courtyard. Nevertheless, motivated by the prospect of earning a few coins, he patiently explained the situation. After a brief period, the waiter departed, leaving Mo Chengqian to secure a room and rest peacefully. At the break of dawn the following day, Mo Chengqian exited the tavern, where the waiter was waiting with a horse. Upon seeing him, the waiter hurried over. "Esteemed guest, here is the horse you requested," along with a map of the Xingyu kingdom. With a beaming face, the waiter produced a map from his pocket and presented it to Mo Chengqian. Accepting the map, Mo Chengqian mounted the horse and rode swiftly towards the city gates. Only after his departure did the waiter retrieve a piece of silver from his pocket, his face lighting up with joy. Last night, after some inquiries, Mo Chengqian learned that within the Xingyu kingdom, there were no sect forces. All territories were under the control of the royal family. In every city, academies were established, allowing anyone under the age of 20 to enter and cultivate their skills, provided they passed the requisite examinations. Regarding the academic institutions, it is a place of higher prestige than an academy. Each encompasses only one, situated within the selectively admits only those disciples with exceptional talent, and should any academy discover a prodigious student, they would promptly send them to the alongside the. There exists an even more esteemed, specifically established by the royal family, which only allows individuals of superior talent to enroll. Since intends to enter an academy, he naturally aims for the best. Only the most distinguished academies can provide superior resources and information. Thus, his aspiration is the inn. As for he harbors no interest. Aside from the matter of talent, the very notion of serving the royal family to gain entry into the is something he finds intolerable. Upon departing, retrieved a map from his possession, examined it, and set off towards on horseback. Spans thousands of miles, with located centrally in, over 2,000 miles distant from. Even on horseback, the journey would take more than half a month. Traveled by day and practiced his cultivation by night, navigating the days without incident. As he needs to traverse the world under the guise of he has been diligently practicing the techniques of and his cultivation has now reached One day, while galloping swiftly, suddenly halted. Not far ahead lay several lifeless bodies strewn across the wilderness. Approaching closer, he was reminded of. For the garments worn by these corpses bore a striking resemblance to those of the steward, each adorned with an embroidered golden cloud on their sleeves. Could they belong to Mo Chengqian speculated, finding it quite plausible. After all, that Qin Shaojun had brazenly declared his intent to annihilate the Yang family. Once the Yang family caught wind of this, they would undoubtedly take action, even if it was merely for self-preservation. There is no shortage of conceited fools in this world. Mo Chengqian shook his head and continued on his journey, adhering to the adage that one should remain detached from matters that do not concern them, especially considering that both Qin Shaojun and the Yang family were hardly paragons of virtue. Chapter 22. The rescue as night descended. The pale moon cast a cold light upon the desolate wilderness, where a chilling wind howled. A magnificent steed slowly emerged, bearing a young man whose silhouette revealed a long sword strapped to his back. Is that a flicker of fire ahead? Could it be a settlement? Mo Chengqian was about to dismount and rest when he noticed the faint glimmer of flames in the distance. He urged his horse forward, as a dwelling would surely be preferable to spending the night in the wild. As he drew closer to the light, he discerned that it was a dilapidated temple. Just as he prepared to approach, he suddenly heard a familiar, piercing cry. Unconsciously, Yinya's visage surfaced in his mind, prompting a soft sigh. Dismounting, he tethered his horse to a gnarled tree and hastened toward the source of the commotion, quickly vanishing into the night. Qin Shaojun, I never anticipated you to be such a person. Get away from me. Xiaoya, are you truly unaware of my affections for you? Within the crumbling temple, Yinya and Qin Shaojun faced each other. Yunya's face contorted with rage, while Qin Shaojun's eyes glimmered with predatory desire as he slowly advanced toward her. Qin Shaojun, do not approach me, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. As Yunya saw Qin Shaojun approaching, her heart was filled with trepidation. She was merely at the 6th stage of Qi induction, while Qin Shaojun had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage. She was simply no match for him. Xiaoya, I advise you to submit to me, or else do not blame me for resorting to force. Qin Shaojun exclaimed angrily after missing his initial attempt. Qin Shaojun, my father will not spare you. Yunya's hands emanated a surge of mysterious energy, and her delicate face was filled with determination. You are asking for punishment by refusing my offer. Qin Shaojun retorted coldly, then lunged at Yunya, his hands bursting forth with the same enigmatic power. With a resounding clash, the two struck each other's palms. Yunya found herself overpowered and attempted to flee. However, Qin Xiaojun was already prepared, delivering a powerful blow to her back. He then pressed forward, capturing Yunya, and with a few deft touches, she ceased to struggle. You have forced my hand. Fortunately, there is that scapegoat Yang Yang. Alas, a beauty like you, I can only enjoy once. Qin Xiaojun's fingers glided gently across Yunya's face, his expression one of infatuation. At his words, Yunya's countenance turned ashen, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. She finally understood why Qin Xiaojun had suggested splitting up. He had long harbored such intentions. How pitiful it was that she had believed him. Outside the dilapidated temple, Mo Changqian stealthily approached, and upon hearing Qin Xiaojun's words, he quickly deduced much of the situation. You likely won't have a single opportunity. With his long sword in hand, Mo Changqian burst through the door, and seeing that Yunya was unharmed, he finally felt a sense of relief, his gaze coldly fixed upon Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the newcomer, momentarily taken aback before sneering. So it is you. I hadn't yet sought you out for trouble. But here you are, stepping forward. Perfect. I shall eliminate you first. Upon seeing Mo Changqian, Yunya felt a glimmer of hope extinguish instantly. Nevertheless, she urged, run. He is at the 7th realm of Qi induction. You are no match for him. Attempt to flee? Alas, it is too late. Qin Xiaojun laughed cruelly as he struck towards Mo Changqian with a palm. Flash. Mo Changqian bellowed fiercely, swinging his sword as the profound energy surged within him, infusing the weathered ancient blade with a faint glow. At the 3rd realm of Qi induction, Qin Xiaojun sidestepped, evading the ancient sword, and clenched his fingers into a fist, aiming for Mo Changqian's shoulder. His fist was imbued with overwhelming profound energy, and in his view, the mere 3rd realm of Qi induction was no match for the lethal force behind that punch. A sly smile crept across Mo Changqian's lips as he disregarded Qin Xiaojun's attack, countering with a strike of his sword aimed at his adversary's waist. Bang! Qin Xiaojun's fist collided with Mo Changqian's shoulder, unleashing a torrent of profound energy that transformed into a formidable assault. Yet, contrary to expectations of shattered bones and mangled flesh, Qin Xiaojun felt as if his fist had struck solid iron. At that moment, Mo Changqian's ancient sword descended. Qin Xiaojun's countenance changed dramatically as he attempted to evade. But it was regrettably too late. Whoosh! The glint of the blade flashed as the sharp edge struck directly at Qin Xiaojun's waist. With a piercing scream, Qin Xiaojun was hurled backwards, and had he not concentrated his internal energy at his waist in that critical moment, that sword strike would have severed him in two. Mo Changqian furrowed his brow. In order to conceal his identity as a body refiner, he had refrained from exerting much force in that strike. Otherwise, Qin Xiaojun would already be in 2 pieces. Nevertheless, the current outcome was still favorable, as Qin Xiaojun's strength had significantly diminished, making it not difficult to deal with him. Little did they expect that I am adorned in golden silk armor. Mo Changqian chuckled with satisfaction as he approached Qin Xiaojun with his sword drawn. The golden silk armor. In Yunya's beautiful eyes, hope flickered anew. With Mo Changqian protected by the golden silk armor, even if he could not vanquish Qin Xiaojun, he could certainly safeguard their lives. Prepare to meet your end, Mo Changqian exclaimed, noticing the expressions on the two, and lunged forward with his sword aimed at Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun struck the ground with his palm, propelling himself away and narrowly evading Mo Changqian's assault. Wait! Seeing Mo Changqian charging at him once more, Qin Xiaojun hastily called out, we have no enmity. Why resort to such lethal measures? I see you possess some skill. Why not join me? It would be far better than basking in glory in this small county. Join you? Mo Changqian inquired with curiosity. Upon witnessing the expression on Mo Changqian's face, Qin Xiaojun's heart surged with joy, and he quickly replied, indeed. My brother is a talented disciple of the Pingzhou Academy and also the captain of the city guard. If you ally with me, you will not only gain entry into the academy, but will also wield considerable influence in the entire Pingzhou capital. In Qin Xiaojun's heart, there was an unwavering conviction. He believed that a rustic individual like Mo Changqian would undoubtedly acquiesce, as entering an esteemed academy was the cherished aspiration of many. Such a pity. Alas, I have no interest. Mo Changqian replied with a cold smirk, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Qin Xiaojun. His ancient sword descending from above, aimed at Qin Xiaojun with lethal intent. You fool! Qin Xiaojun shouted in wrath, narrowly evading Mo Changqian's assault. Casting a glance at Yunya, he swiftly made his escape outside the temple. Where do you think you're running? Mo Changqian thought gleefully, pursuing him relentlessly. And soon the two figures, One chasing, the other fleeing, vanished into the embrace of the night. Estimating that Yunya could not hear him, Mo Chengqian suddenly stamped the ground and shot forward like a released arrow, swiftly closing the distance to Qin Xiaojun. Kid, I advise you to let me go, otherwise, when my brother intervenes, there will be no refuge for you, neither in heaven nor on earth. Qin Xiaojun gazed at the figure blocking his path, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, before he retorted sharply, "You idiot! Does your brother even know that it was I who killed you?" Mo Chengqian's expression twisted into one of scorn. It was evident that this privileged young man was merely accustomed to throwing around threats without a shred of forethought. Qin Xiaojun's countenance faltered, yet before he could utter a word, Mo Chengqian surged forth once more, this time with increased velocity. Just as Qin Xiaojun attempted to evade, the ancient sword was already upon him. In the next instant, a searing pain struck his chest, and he lost all consciousness. Chapter 23, Companions Within the Dilapidated Temple. Yunyi felt an unsettling turmoil in her heart, harboring some resentment towards Mo Chengqian. With Qin Xiaojun having fled, the two of them were already safe. What was the need to pursue him? What if something were to happen? What would she do then? Foolish donkey, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Had it not been for the golden silk armor that thwarted Qin Xiaojun, you would have met your demise. Foolish donkey, you must not die. I am still awaiting your rescue. Yunya silently prayed, for at that moment, her acupoints had been sealed by Qin Xiaojun, rendering her immobile. In this desolate wilderness, even a wild beast could take her life. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the temple, tightening Yunya's heart. Her head was positioned directly towards the entrance, allowing her to see outside. Upon recognizing Mo Chengqian, she exhaled in relief. Phew, he managed to escape. Mo Chengqian cast a puzzled glance at Yunya before crouching down to rewrap the ancient sword. Yunya felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. This rascal didn't even bother to release her acupoint first, instead opting to fiddle with his broken sword. Was he truly so earnest? Hey, why aren't you getting up yet? After what felt like an eternity, once Mo Chengqian had finished tending to his sword, Yunya expected him to finally free her from her immobilization, yet the outcome once again exceeded her expectations. Gazing down at her from his elevated position, Mo Chengqian, with an expression of curiosity, remarked, "Is this deliberate on your part?" "Me?" Mo Chengqian appeared confused. "Why does it concern me that you are lying on the ground?" It was also due to Mo Chengqian's lack of experience. Had it been any other practitioner of Qi, they would have easily discerned Yunya's peculiar condition. "Are you injured?" Mo Chengqian finally sensed that Yunya was behaving unusually. He crouched down, intending to assist her, but Yunya's body remained rigid, rendering any support impossible. "Release my acupoint." Yunya was utterly exasperated, even suspecting that Mo Chengqian was feigning ignorance to take advantage of her. "Your acupoint has been sealed?" Mo Chengqian was momentarily taken aback. But then it dawned on him. No wonder Yunya lay there unmoving. Her acupoint was indeed sealed. Although he had reached the level of a Qi refiner, he was at a loss on how to unseal it. How do I resolve this?" Mo Chengqian examined Yunya's figure, his face flushing with embarrassment. "You truly do not know?" Yunya's beautiful eyes were filled with skepticism. "I do not." Mo Chengqian nodded vigorously. "Very well. I shall instruct you." Yunya gritted her teeth. Subsequently, the dilapidated temple echoed with occasional screams, accompanied by frantic apologies. The next day, Mo Chengqian departed the ruined temple alongside Yunya. Her expression remained rather grim. Whenever she glanced at Mo Chengqian, her eyes reflected a hint of ire. However, with Mo Chengqian persistently apologizing, she found it difficult to express her displeasure. "Mo Chengqian, are you not considering entering the academy to further your studies?" Yunya inquired, observing the silent figure of Mo Chengqian ahead of her. "Really? That would be splendid." Yunya felt a flicker of joy. Having companions along the journey was indeed advantageous. Moreover, despite his somewhat clumsy demeanor, Mo Chengqian still instilled a sense of reassurance in her. Mo Chengqian smiled faintly but remained silent. Soon, he discovered the horse tethered to a tree from the previous night. Only one horse. How are two people to ride? Yun Yashio furrowed her brows, unwilling to ride alongside Mo Chengqian. "If you are unwilling, then be on your way. I cannot muster the strength for such a long journey," she declared. Mo Chengqian merely shrugged and mounted his horse. Yun Yashio was rendered speechless by Mo Chengqian's insensitivity towards her feelings. Having never encountered such a lack of consideration for a lady, she ultimately succumbed and mounted the horse as well, but not before gathering a heap of hay to fashion a cushion between them. 3 days later, they spotted a small town in the distance, significantly larger than Ping'an City. Just as they intended to enter the town for a respite, several horsemen suddenly surrounded them. "This is bad. It's the Yang family." Yin Yashio's expression changed dramatically. She contemplated urging Mo Changqian to turn back and flee, but before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed several figures behind them as well. Mo Changqian slowly unsheathed his ancient sword. Although these individuals appeared fierce and burly, the fluctuations of their inner strength were not particularly formidable. Their cultivation likely fell short of Chen Shaojuan's. If he were willing to reveal his identity as a body cultivator, he could probably handle them with ease. "Miss Yun, our young master requests your presence in the town for a discussion." One of the 6 members of the Yang family called out, the leader being a round-faced, bald man with a striking scar across his face, giving him a fearsome appearance. "I do not know your young master. Please clear the way." Yun Yashio resolutely refused. The scarred man grinned maliciously, prompting the other 5 to draw their weapons from behind. "Miss, your steward is currently engaged in a game of chess with our young master. If you do not cooperate, your steward's life may be in jeopardy." The scarred man let out a cold chuckle. He was well aware of the young master's intentions. Thus, it was preferable to avoid force, to spare the beauty and prevent the young master's displeasure. Upon hearing that her steward had been captured by Yang Yong, Yunya's face was filled with anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Mo Changqian and said, "You leave by yourself later. I will go with them. If you wish to see your young master, you must first let him go." Dismounting, Yunya pointed at Mo Changqian. The scarred man glanced at Mo Changqian, noting he was merely a youth, and nodded in acquiescence. As Yunya approached the scarred man, Mo Changqian suddenly interjected, "You promised to introduce me to the academy. How can you simply walk away without fulfilling your vow?" With that, Mo Changqian leaped off his horse and hurried after Yunya, clearly intent on accompanying her. Yunya's eyes widened with urgency as she prepared to persuade him, but the scarred man grinned maliciously, and his companion immediately seized Mo Changqian's horse. "You refuse to leave when given the chance. Truly, you are hopelessly foolish," Yunya muttered under her breath. Mo Changqian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He too was curious to see the current state of Yang Yong, who had lost both arms. The pair walked towards the city under the watchful gaze of the scarred man and his 6 companions. Yunya appeared tense and somewhat fearful, however. The steward was a trusted confidant of her father and had always treated her kindly, so she could not abandon him to his fate. In contrast, Mo Changqian remained remarkably composed, observing the bustling city as if he were on a leisurely outing. Yunya several times signaled to Mo Changqian, urging him to escape amidst the crowd, yet he remained indifferent, as if he had not seen her gestures, which left Yunya seething with frustration. The scarred man guided Mo Changqian and Yunya through the winding streets of the city, eventually leading them into a secluded alley. At the end of the alley, 2 men stood guard at the entrance of a modest dwelling. "I will take Miss Yun inside. You 5 should eliminate any pursuers," the scarred man instructed. Glancing at Yunya. Unfortunately, the Yun family business had a branch in this city, and if they were to become aware of the situation, it could lead to significant complications. In the dilapidated house, Yang Yang sat with an air of composure, his severed arms astonishingly restored to their former state. Before him, the middle-aged steward of the Yun family wore a look of deep concern. Casting a furtive glance at the silent Yang Yang, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Yang, I still have some influence within the Yun family. If you could spare Miss Yun, I could persuade my father to form an alliance with the Yang family." "You think it's that simple?" The steward of the Yun family retorted angrily. "I must be frank with you. The Yang family is determined to unify the entirety of Ping'an City. Since your Yun family has chosen to involve itself, there is no escaping this fate, and you are bound to stand with us." Yang Yong replied coldly. The steward's expression darkened, filled with despair. He understood that now that Yang Yong had spoken so resolutely, there was no possibility of escape for him, and if Miss Yun were captured, her plight would be dire. At that moment, Yunya entered, followed closely by the scarred man, whose imposing figure completely shielded the frail Mo Changqian from view, leading Yang Yong to mistakenly assume he was one of his own. "Miss," the steward of the Yun family, upon witnessing the urgency in Yunya's eyes, ultimately succumbed to a deep sigh. Yang Yong, on the other hand, let out a hearty laugh, his gaze fixed greedily upon Yunya, unabashed in his intentions. "Oh, Miss Yun, I have always maintained that our fates are intertwined. Look, we meet once more." Yang Yong cast an appreciative glance at the scarred man before redirecting his attention to Yunya, his eyes brimming with fervor. Seeing that the steward was occupied, Yunya finally felt a sense of relief. She looked at Yang Yong, furrowing her brows, and said, "Young Master Yang, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. You have pursued us relentlessly. Are you not willing to let bygones be bygones?" "You are deluded," Yunya retorted, a mix of anger and mockery in her tone. "I do not share your sentiment. If Miss Yun remains uncooperative, I shall not hesitate to resort to force." Upon uttering these words, a formidable aura emanated from Yang Yong, causing the onlookers to pale in fear, especially Yunya, whose delicate face was etched with despair. "It seems you have grown quite formidable in just a few days." Yang Yong. At that moment, a faint voice interjected, causing Yang Yong's expression to darken as he turned towards the scarred man. The scarred man, flustered, quickly stepped aside, revealing the figure he had concealed behind him. "Emo Chengqian. Emo Chengqian," Yang Yong exclaimed, shock evident on his face, mingled with a hint of trepidation. Years ago, he had hastily departed after losing both arms, yet he had heard tales of Emo Chengqian's prowess. How he had easily incapacitated Nangong Bo and compelled Yang Weimin and Liang Tiangon to spare his life. Not long after, Emo Chengqian had left the Sunset Sect. Yet Yang Yong had assumed his demise was inevitable, never anticipating that he would appear here today. The scarred man has long roamed the underworld, possessing an extraordinary ability to read the nuances of expression. Upon observing Yang Yong's demeanor, he discerned that Emo Chengqian was certainly not to be trifled with, and thus, he discreetly retreated a few steps. In Yunya's beautiful eyes lay a myriad of questions. She had not anticipated that Emo Chengqian and Yang Yong were acquainted, and it appeared that Yang Yong harbored a degree of fear towards Emo Chengqian. "Brother Yang, it has been quite some time. I did not expect your severed arm to have healed so completely," Emo Chengqian remarked with a light chuckle, glancing at Yang Yong's arm. In response, Yang Yong's eyes clouded with gloom. The Yang family had sacrificed immensely to restore his arms, which explained their vehement reaction to the alliance between the Li family and the Yun clan. "You were quite fortunate to have escaped my master's grasp." Yang Yong glared coldly at Emo Chengqian. As this thought crossed his mind, he scrutinized Emo Chengqian closely, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Pointing a finger at Emo Chengqian, he was overtaken by astonishment. "You are not naturally. Alas, you cannot evade my grasp." Emo Chengqian, perceiving Yang Yong's expression, intuitively understood what the other intended to reveal. With a powerful shout, he launched a punch at Yang Yong. Caught off guard, Yang Yong staggered back several steps. His astonishment deepening, disbelief etched upon his face. "Miss Yun, flee quickly. I will hold him off," Emo Chengqian bellowed, drawing his ancient sword and advancing towards Yang Yong. "I shall assist you," Yunya declared, clenching her teeth, ready to intervene. "Miss, this young man speaks wisely. We must seek reinforcements," urged the steward of the Yun clan, grasping Yunya's arm. A flicker of reluctance flashed in Yunya's eyes, yet she recognized the validity of Emo Chengqian's words. Only by summoning reinforcements could they hope for survival. "Hold on. You must endure." With that, Yunya departed alongside her steward, leaving the scarred man hesitating momentarily, ultimately choosing not to obstruct them. The scarred man's expression fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty as he stood there, acutely aware that despite Emo Chengqian's seemingly feeble strength, the terror evident in Yang Yong's demeanor was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that Emo Chengqian had the audacity to strike first, indicating an undeniable confidence. After all, who would deliberately court disaster if they were of sound mind? The Yang family's actions were exceedingly reckless. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. "Why should I tether myself to their sinking vessel?" The scarred man's eyes darted, and he turned to Yang Yong, declaring, "Young master, I shall pursue them." Without waiting for a response, he dashed outside. Yang Yong's countenance darkened further. He had always known these ruffians were unreliable. "Yang Yong, even your subordinates doubt you." Emo Chengqian scoffed coldly, channeling more strength into his ancient sword, which sliced through the air with a sound reminiscent of shattering space. Yang Yong's eyelids flickered, prompting an instinctive retreat. With a resounding crash, the ancient sword struck the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air and carving a gaping chasm into the once solid earth. A body refiner. Yang Yong's eyes narrowed, realization dawning upon him. No wonder Emo Chengqian could incapacitate Qin Junsheng and South Palace Bo. It was not merely due to the consumption of extraordinary fruits, but rather because Emo Chengqian was a body refiner. Emo Chengqian chose not to respond. Instead, he stamped his feet and transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards Yang Yong, with the ancient sword infused with a faint, mystical energy. Fiery palm. Yang Yong roared, unleashing a powerful strike, as the mystical energy surged forth from his palm, morphing into a golden palm imprint aimed at Mo Qingqian. However, its potency was significantly diminished. Mo Qingqian emitted a low growl, swinging his sword with a force that seemed to summon the very mountains. With a resounding thud, the ancient sword collided with the golden palm imprint, shattering it under the immense force. Yang Yong's expression turned to one of sorrow and fury, had his arms not yet recovered. His attack would surely have been far more formidable. Furthermore, the more powerful fiery sky palm was an ability he dared not employ, for his arms would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the strain. Even with miraculous healing techniques and superior elixirs, recovery would be uncertain. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Yang Yong turned to flee, his heart brimming with immeasurable hatred and humiliation. Never expecting that as a practitioner of the ninth realm of Qi gathering, he would be forced to retreat by one he deemed a waste. Thinking of escaping? Alas, it is too late. Mo Qingqian scoffed coldly, hurling the ancient sword towards Yang Yong, before producing a small jade box. However, curiosity gnawed at him regarding the contents of the tiny box before him. With a snap, the box opened, releasing a beam of black light that surged directly toward Yang Yong. His expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck out with the palm, sending the golden imprint flying to meet the black light. With a sharp crack, the golden imprint shattered like glass, dissipating into the ether. The dark ray once again shot towards Yang Yong, and under Mo Qingqian's deft manipulation, it was extraordinarily agile, leaving Yang Yong with no chance to evade. With a swoosh, the dark light pierced into Yang Yong's back, causing his fleeing figure to stiffen abruptly, exuding a faint aura of malevolence. Mo Qingqian gasped heavily. Controlling such a small black needle was immensely taxing given his cultivation level. In just a few breaths, his mystical energy was completely depleted, and he felt mentally drained. However, the potency of the black needle was indisputable. Whether it was Nangong Zhan or Yang Yong, anyone struck by it would perish in an instant. At that moment, Yang Yong's body collapsed to the ground, still emanating a subtle aura of darkness. Mo Qingqian discarded Yang Yong's lifeless form into a desolate well in the courtyard, shouldering his ancient sword as he exited the humble abode. He cast a glance at the two guards who lay unconscious and strode purposefully towards the alleyway. Chapter 25. Arrival at the prefectural city. On the long ancient road leading to Pingzhou Prefectural City, a horse-drawn carriage moved steadily forward. Within the carriage, Mo Qingqian, bearing the ancient sword, rested with his eyes closed. Opposite him, Yunya wore an expression of indignation, occasionally casting fierce glares at Mo Qingqian. She had never encountered someone so unamusing. It was merely a few questions, yet if he chose not to respond, there was no need for him to feign unconsciousness with his eyes shut. Outside the carriage, the steward of the Yun Clan Merchant Association urged the horses onward, while beside the carriage rode a man in his 40s, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, who conversed intermittently with the steward, suggesting a certain familiarity between them. On that fateful day, Mo Qingqian killed Yang Yong. As he reached the alley's entrance, he encountered Yunya. Mo Qingqian claimed that Yang Yong had hurriedly departed after receiving some news. Although Yunya harbored doubts, Mo Qingqian's silence left her with no recourse. The two lingered in the city for a day before embarking towards the capital. However, given the previous incident, Yunya's safety was paramount. Hence, Wang Xiong, who was overseeing the substation, personally accompanied them. Although Wang Xiong's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of Qi induction, which was not particularly high, he had roamed the Pingzhou prefecture in his youth, known for his generosity and righteousness, and had cultivated numerous friendships, ensuring their journey would be considerably safer with his escort. Within the carriage, Yunya felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have allowed Mo Qingqian to ride as well. Now, he lay there like a lifeless corpse, rendering her somewhat uncomfortable. Mo Qingqian, cease your pretense of being dead. We shall soon arrive in the capital. I'm still unaware of your talents in cultivation, Yunya inquired. Mo Qingqian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Yunya, who was so close. His ears flushed with crimson, and his gaze betrayed a hint of panic. He slightly turned away, looking out the window before responding, I have only opened 3 meridians, possessing a low-grade talent, and my cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of Qi induction. Low-grade talent? Yunya furrowed her brows, taken aback. To her, Mo Qingqian's ability to fend off Chen Shaojun implied a commendable talent. She was astonished to learn it was only low-grade. This would pose considerable challenges for him in gaining admission to the academy. Is it true that the academy has stringent requirements for talent? Mo Qingqian frowned, realizing that if he could not enter the academy, he would have to settle for attending a college instead. In a realm governed by a singular prefecture and 13 cities, there exists but one esteemed academy, where the standards for talent are undeniably stringent. It can be asserted that those who gain admission possess, at the very least, 6 meridians. However, the situation is not absolute. Some individuals of lesser talent may still secure a place through connections. Suddenly, Yunya's eyes sparkled with determination as she thumped her chest and declared, "Rest assured, I can facilitate your entrance into the academy. Should there be any difficulties, we shall disregard them." Mo Chengxian glanced at Yunya's impressive stature and hastily averted his gaze. "Worry not. After all, you are my savior. Consider this my way of repaying you," Yunyu assured him. "Then I am indeed grateful." Mo Chengxian nodded, leaning back against the carriage to rest his eyes. It was, after all, a challenge for him, having never been in close proximity to a woman, especially one as striking as Yunya. Even a fleeting glance left him somewhat flustered. Yunya's smile faltered momentarily, and she cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at Mo Chengxian before turning her gaze to the window, her eyes clouded with concern. The pace of the carriage was not much slower than that of a galloping horse, and after several days, Mo Chengxian finally arrived at Pingzhou City. Standing outside the city, he was momentarily transfixed. Pingzhou City indeed lived up to its status as a prefectural capital, rising from the plains like a colossal beast from primordial times, imposing a profound sense of awe. The towering city walls soared over 10 zhang high, patrolled by rows of armored soldiers, ever vigilant. As he looked to either end, the walls stretched endlessly, a testament to the sheer magnitude of Pingzhou City. Are you truly astonished? I have heard that the royal capital's imperial city surpasses Pingzhou in grandeur and majesty. Perhaps one day, we shall venture to the royal capital, Yinyu remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Chengxian nodded slightly, and then strode into the city. Yinyu was indeed correct. A mere prefectural city could hardly intimidate him, as he aspired to stir the very winds and clouds across the entire Qizhou continent. As he passed through the city gates, his eyes were first met by a broad and straight thoroughfare, at least 10 zhang wide, capable of accommodating dozens of carriages side by side. Flanking the road were grandly decorated shops, each with attendants at the entrance, and people frequently coming and going. The prefectural city was vast, with a population in the millions. It was the most bustling place in the entire Pingzhou prefecture. Here, if one possessed wealth, one could procure anything one desired. After such a long journey, let us first return to my home to rest, and I shall take you out to explore later, Yunya suggested, gesturing towards the carriage. Once they boarded, they proceeded directly into the heart of the city. The Yun family's business extended throughout Pingzhou, yet in the prefectural city it was only considered average. In recent years, the pressure had intensified, necessitating a shift in focus to other regions, which was the very reason for Yunya's journey to Ping'an City. The carriage traversed a fragrant stick of incense's worth of time before turning onto another street. After another fragrant stick's passage, the surroundings grew quiet. The prefectural city could largely be divided into 4 main districts. To the east resided the official powers, such as the governor and military commanders. To the west were the affluent families of Pingzhou, who had held sway for centuries, their influence deeply entrenched. The southern area housed the Xingyu Academy, the Pingzhou Academy, and several mid-tier families, while our destination lay in the north, the most chaotic part of the entire Pingzhou prefectural city. The northern district is home to a diverse assembly of individuals in Pingzhou City, where our merchant association constitutes merely a fraction of the populace. The remainder comprises various bullies who engage predominantly in unscrupulous dealings, mostly under the cover of night. With their influential backing, they manage to thrive in Pingzhou City. At this point, Yunya's expression turned grave as she solemnly addressed Mo Chengqian. In Pingzhou City, it is not uncommon for disputes to escalate to murder. There are many who must not be provoked, particularly the city guard and these ruffians. The city guard? Mo Chengqian furrowed his brow, recalling that Qin Shaojun had mentioned his brother served in the city guard and held a leadership position. Indeed, the city guard is responsible for maintaining order within the city and operates under the jurisdiction of the local government, wielding significant power. Should they take a disliking to someone, they have the authority to imprison them in the dungeons, and the likelihood of surviving such an ordeal is minimal. As Yunya spoke, a trace of concern flickered in her eyes. She was unaware that Qin Shaojun had met his demise. Otherwise, She would likely have never permitted Mo Qingqian to come to Pingzhou City, and she herself would have probably alerted her father to flee under the cover of night. These bullies lead perilous lives, and they too are not to be trifled with. Should one provoke them, whether for pride or to establish dominance, they will not hesitate to exact their vengeance. Mo Qingqian nodded in understanding. His purpose in coming to Pingzhou was to pursue his studies at the academy while seeking knowledge regarding body refinement. Thus, he had no intention of inciting conflict. However, the situation surrounding Chen Xiaojun could prove to be troublesome, especially since he had already taken a life. If Chen Xiaojun's brother were to seek retribution, it could potentially embroil Yunya in significant difficulties. Chapter 26. The Letter of Recommendation in a Residence Spanning 2 acres in the northern part of the city. Mo Qingqian was engaged in his cultivation within a guest room, while Yunya was in a secret chamber with her father, Yun Yang. Once an orphan, Yun Yang had fortuitously become a solitary cultivator, forging an impressive enterprise through sheer determination and strength. In his quest for success, he had inadvertently neglected Yunya's mother, who ultimately chose to depart. The atmosphere in the secret chamber was laden with tension. Yun Yang wore a troubled expression, while Yunya displayed unwavering resolve. After a brief silence, Yun Yang sighed deeply and spoke. The city of Pingzhou is rife with wolves and tigers. It has taken me years of effort and considerable sacrifice to secure Elder Zhong as a guest elder of the Yun family. He is petty and avaricious. If he were to recommend that young man to the academy, he may harbor resentment towards our family and the future father. How much have we provided him over the years? Have we ever asked him for favors? It is merely a recommendation for one individual to enter the academy. If he is unwilling to assist with such a trivial matter, how can we expect his support when our family faces difficulties? Yunya interjected. Yunya held a strong opinion against Elder Zhong, who, despite being a guest elder of the Yun family, publicly claimed to have only a casual connection with them within the academy. It was clear to her what ulterior motives he harbored. The world of martial arts operates on mutual exploitation. Our family draws upon his reputation, while he benefits from our resources. Should either party overstep their bounds, maintaining this relationship becomes precarious, Yun Yang lamented. I care not. Mo Qingqian is my savior. If my father cannot secure his admission to the academy, then I shall forego my studies, Yunya declared, her voice steeped in indignation. You are being reckless. Yun Yang's expression darkened with anger. Yet upon observing Yunya's demeanor, he ultimately acquiesced, stating, I shall endeavor to find a solution, but you must cultivate a good rapport with young Master Yang. By establishing a connection with Captain Yang, the loss of old Master Zhong shall be of little consequence. Yunya fell silent, initially intending to disclose the matter concerning Yang Xiaojun to her father, but she now feared it would be imprudent. Furthermore, the thought of Yang Xiaojun's true nature stirred a twinge of resentment within her towards her father. On the third day, Yunya approached Mo Qingqian, a letter in hand, her countenance marred by a faint sorrow and indignation. I have secured the recommendation letter, she began, yet old Master Zhong has severed ties with the Yun family, rendering future endeavors to leverage his reputation futile. Mo Qingqian was naturally elated at the acquisition of the recommendation letter, but he keenly sensed Yunya's troubled spirit. After inquiring twice without receiving a response, he refrained from pressing further. The recommendation letter was valid for 1 month. Within this time frame, she could report to the academy at her convenience. Yunya managed a strained smile before turning to depart, resolved to inform her father of the situation regarding Yang Xiaojun, hoping to prompt him to make necessary preparations. Mo Qingqian observed her retreating figure and glanced at the letter in his hand, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He understood that orchestrating the admission of an individual into an esteemed institution brimming with talent was far more complex than Yunya had suggested. Initially, he had wished for Yunya to accompany him on a tour of the city, yet her evident preoccupation dissuaded him from voicing the thought. However, just half a day later, Yunya returned, her eyes glistening with tears and a distinct handprint gracing her cheek. Who struck you? Mo Qingqian inquired. A frown etched upon his brow. Shortly after their departure, Yun Yang emerged from the shadows, shaking his head in dismay as he gazed in the direction where Yunya had vanished. Yang Xiaojun, though I, Yun Yang, may be a mere brute, I shall not stand idly by while others mistreat my daughter. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yun Yang's eyes as he led his long-serving butler into a secret chamber. Traversing from the northern part of the city to the southern Pingzhou Academy requires crossing a significant portion of Pingzhou City. Walking would take no less than half a day. Unbeknownst to Imo Qingqian, Yunya remained silent, and as the two journeyed for half a day, Imo Qingqian fared well, while Yunya began to feel utterly exhausted. Suddenly, she stumbled, teetering on the brink of falling to the ground, but Imo Qingqian, with quick reflexes, swiftly caught her. "Your ankle is severely sprained. You can walk no further." After a brief examination, Imo Qingqian remarked with concern. Yunya merely stifled her sobs, choosing not to respond. Adjacent to them was an inn, and Imo Qingqian promptly escorted Yunya inside, securing 2 guest rooms. "Rest for a while. I shall procure some food," he said, ensuring her comfort before stepping out. Half an hour later, having shared a meal, Yunya sat by the window, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the remnants of the twilight clouds. "I have been without a mother since childhood, a truth I have come to accept. Yet, I cannot harbor hatred for my father, for he loves me dearly and remains my only kin. My father endures great hardships, and I yearn to alleviate some of his burdens. Little did I expect that my first attempt would end in failure, but truly, that is not my fault." As the conversation unfolded, Yunya found herself weeping once more. Imo Qingqian, unaccustomed to comforting women, stood there, feeling somewhat at a loss. "That beast, Qin Xiaojun. How could my father strike me because of him? Is business truly more important than a daughter?" She had nearly lost her life, and when her father learned of it, he had the audacity to slap her, blaming her for offending Qin Xiaojun. This left her despondent, casting a shadow over her feelings of familial affection. Imo Qingqian furrowed his brow. His understanding of the term parents was nebulous, as he was an orphan. Yet, he could not fathom how a person could be like Yunya's father, when family should ideally resemble his grandfather. Nevertheless, this was ultimately Yunya's family matter, and he felt it inappropriate to intrude further. As Imo Qingqian sat pondering, he noticed that Yunya soon emitted faint snores, which left him somewhat speechless. After he departed, Yunya opened her eyes, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. She had awakened when he embraced her, but had feigned sleep, either to evade embarrassment or to gauge Imo Qingqian's reaction, remaining in that state until his exit. While she found it somewhat dull, it was certainly honest. In her heart, Yunya mused, yet her thoughts swiftly turned to Qin Xiaojun, her eyes clouded with worry. Although her father had struck her, he was still her father, and it was natural to fret after such anger. Of course, she believed Qin Xiaojun would not press her father too harshly. Little did she know he had already been slain by Imo Qingqian. Chapter 27. The Academy of Pingzhou. The following morning, Imo Qingqian rose early. As he stepped out of his room, he encountered Yunya, who was emerging at the same moment. After partaking in breakfast together, they set off towards the academy. The southern district of Pingzhou City is, without a doubt, the most orderly place within its confines. Even the city guards dare not act recklessly here, adhering strictly to established regulations. For the academies and schools are intrinsically linked to the nation's foundations. Admission to these esteemed institutions signifies that one has achieved at least the status of a profound elixir master. Thus, the disciples of the academies hold a prestigious position in Pingzhou City, making them highly sought after for companionship by the general populace. Of course, where there are people, conflicts are inevitable. The academies are rife with significant factions engaged in both overt and covert rivalries, with many signs of noble families vying to befriend those lacking powerful connections. As the two individuals conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the academy, just in time to see 2 beautiful young women exiting. Upon noticing them, Yunya's expression turned frosty, and she averted her gaze. The 2 women, observing Yunya's demeanor, were initially inclined to depart, but upon catching sight of Imo Qingqian, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they approached him. "Yunya, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome young man. Yet, he appears to be several years your junior," one of them remarked. "Indeed, we all know of Master Qin's affections for you. Yet, you have chosen to disregard him in favor of this fellow," added the other. Their laughter laced with derision as they scrutinized Imo Qingqian with contempt. "Imo Qingqian, let us leave," Yunya declared, exasperated by the women's taunts. And she tugged at Imo Qingqian in an attempt to depart. However, to her surprise, he did not budge. Instead, he fixed a steely gaze upon the woman who had spoken last, and coldly retorted, "What manner of person are you? Before you cast judgment upon others, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. Moreover, while your appearance may not be your fault, the repugnant behavior you exhibit is indeed your own. I understand that you envy Yunya's beauty. However, some attributes cannot be envied. One's appearance reflects the heart, and with such inner ugliness, how could you possibly possess outer beauty?" After expressing this, Imo Qingqian strode away, confident in his ability to retaliate against those who belittled him. You lowly hill dweller. You can only bully us two women. Why not speak so brazenly before young Master Chun? The two women's faces, once fair, now twisted with rage. Mother Yasha, I can hardly be bothered to engage with you. Yunya cast a peculiar glance at Imo Chengqian, realizing only then the prowess of his verbal skills. She found his remarks intolerable, even though she herself had uttered similar sentiments. Their purpose in coming to the academy was not for cultivation, but rather to seek the favor of a noble scion. Although young Master Chun had exchanged a few words with them, Yunya's interest waned upon his mention, her expression turning to one of disdain. The Pingzhou Academy sprawled over a vast expanse, occupying hundreds of acres. Upon entering, one was greeted by a grand square, behind which stood 5 majestic halls, arranged in a line, exuding an extraordinary presence. At the center lay the main hall, designated for discussions and receptions, seldom in use, and strictly off-limits to disciples. To the west, 2 halls were dedicated to the Hall of Justice and the Hall of Merits. The Hall of Justice was responsible for maintaining order within the academy. Any misconduct by teachers or disciples was addressed there, as were disputes. Within the Hall of Merit are enshrined those, both instructors and disciples, who have rendered invaluable service to the academy throughout its history. Upon graduation as the academy's top-ranked student, their name is inscribed within the hall, serving as an inspiration to subsequent generations. The hall remains closed for the most part, opening only for the orientation of new students. Exceptional contributions to the academy are recognized with awards bestowed within its hallowed halls. To the east lie the Hall of Arcane Herbs and the Hall of Divine Arms. As cultivation necessitates both mystical elixirs and weaponry, these halls provide disciples with access to such resources at a reduced cost, a benefit extended to members of the academy. However, any arcane herbs or armaments acquired from these halls are prohibited from resale. Violation of this rule results in the forfeiture of purchasing privileges, while those who report such transgressions are rewarded. As they strolled, Yunyu provided narration. Disciples passing by cast curious glances, tinged with schadenfreude, at Imo Chengqian, who accompanied Yunya. Disregarding these gazes, the pair traversed the halls, advancing deeper into the academy. The 5 preceding halls symbolized the academy's heritage and strength, serving as a deterrent to external forces, while the areas beyond resembled a more conventional academic institution. Beyond the halls, a series of 3-story pavilions stood, serving as the residential and office quarters for the academy's instructors. Each pavilion represented an individual instructor. Our academy boasts the largest faculty in the entirety of Pingzhou Prefecture, surpassing even the Starry Universe Academy in this regard. A hint of pride adorned Yunya's visage, revealing her profound sense of belonging and honor towards the academy. Imo Chengqian counted roughly and discovered that there were more than 50 towers, indicating that the institution housed at least 50 employed instructors, each a formidable figure of the Xiandan realm. Even the esteemed sect Master Zhang of the Setting Sun sect possessed no greater prowess before his seclusion. It is no wonder that within the Starry Universe, no sect could rival. This single academy was capable of overwhelming any faction. Imo Chengqian mused inwardly. Beyond this area lay the teaching zone and training chambers, while the quarters for disciples were situated at the far end of the academy. Each student afforded a private room. In many respects, the academy bore little difference from a sect. The restrictions on disciples were minimal. Whether one chose to cultivate independently or seek guidance from instructors was entirely at their discretion, provided they met the standards in the annual assessments. As they conversed, Yunya led Imo Chengqian to a building not far from the roadside, where a sign emblazoned with the words Academic Affairs Office hung at the entrance. This office managed the enrollment procedures for new students as well as various administrative matters, making it their first stop. Typically, the Academic Affairs Office enjoyed a tranquil atmosphere, staffed by only one teacher on duty. This instructor, in his 30s, had slicked back hair that gleamed and wore a gentle smile. Upon seeing Yunya, his eyes brightened, and his smile broadened. Yunya, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Please, have a seat, he said warmly, approaching her with an eager demeanor and extending his hand towards her. Yunya discreetly stepped aside, a flicker of disdain flashing in her beautiful eyes. Teacher Feng, I have brought a friend to complete the enrollment procedures, she stated. Enrollment procedures? I have no recollection of the academy admitting new disciples, Feng Jiqiang frowned, only then noticing Imo Chengqian standing beside her. However, Imo Chengqian's expression was far from pleasant. It was rather unbecoming for a teacher of the academy to take advantage of a female disciple. Upon seeing Mo Chengqian's countenance, Yunya realized that trouble was imminent. Sure enough, Feng Jiqiang, noticing Mo Chengqian's unfriendly demeanor, was instantly filled with ire and reprimanded. Where did this wild brat come from? The Pingzhou Academy is not a place you can simply enter. Get out at once. Are you a fool, or do you not understand human language? I am here to complete the enrollment procedures. Mo Chengqian harbored a deep-seated disdain for Feng Jiqiang, and his impression of the academy was equally poor, leading him to respond rather rudely. Feng Jiqiang raised an eyebrow, poised to unleash his wrath, when Yunya interposed herself between the two, stating, Teacher Feng, he is someone recommended by Elder Zhong. We possess a personal letter from Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong? Feng Jiqiang's eyelids flickered, and he struggled to suppress his anger. Elder Zhong held a position of great prestige within the academy and was known for his vindictive nature. Offending him was out of the question. Upon receiving the letter of recommendation, Feng Jiqiang meticulously verified its authenticity, and his face turned a shade akin to a pig's liver. He had not anticipated that this unremarkable lad was indeed endorsed by Elder Zhong. It appeared he had lost face today. If you had this letter of recommendation from Elder Zhong, why did you not present it earlier? Feng Jiqiang cast a disapproving glare at Yunya before stepping towards the bookshelf to retrieve a scroll, commencing the registration process. Name, age, how many meridians have you opened? He inquired, lifting his gaze. Mo Chengqian, 17, 3 meridians, inferior talent. Mo Chengqian replied coolly. Inferior talent? Feng Jiqiang regarded Mo Chengqian with a hint of astonishment, his heart swelling with disdain. How audacious it was for one of such meager aptitude to seek admission to the academy, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of mockery. However, this was of little concern to him. With the recommendation letter from Elder Zhong in hand, he merely needed to fulfill the formalities of registration. Before long, the enrollment procedures were completed, and Mo Chengqian received a white academic robe and an identification token before departing with Yunya. The duo ventured deeper into the campus, soon encountering a series of 3-story teaching buildings, with disciples frequently entering and exiting. The teaching buildings were circular, and at their center stood a 7-story tower, where several disciples were queued to gain entry. This was the academy's book tower, which housed a vast collection of texts, including martial arts manuals, mystical techniques, alchemical methods, and various cultivation knowledge. Noticing Mo Chengqian's curiosity, Yunya elaborated. The 7-story tower must have certain restrictions, right? Mo Chengqian inquired. Indeed, Yunya explained. The 1st and 2nd floors are accessible to those with Qi guidance cultivation, the 3rd and 4th floors for those with meridian opening cultivation, the 5th for masters akin to instructors, the 6th for Earth Valley experts, while the 7th floor is said to be reserved solely for the enigmatic head of the academy. As they conversed while walking, their apparent intimacy sparked astonishment and concealed ridicule among many disciples. Nevertheless, they refrained from interference, confident that Yang Xiaojun would undoubtedly seek to trouble Mo Chengqian. Chapter 28. The 9-tiered terrace. The Pingzhou Academy boasts a remarkable assembly of 30,000 disciples, encompassing the most gifted youths from the 13 cities of Pingzhou. These 30,000 disciples are further categorized into 2 levels, the Qi induction and the meridian opening, each residing on either side of the academy's rear courtyard. The right side is densely populated with single-story buildings, serving as the abode for the Qi induction disciples, while the left side features independent 2-story wooden structures, designated for the meridian opening disciples. At the center lies a circular terrace, consisting of 9 tiers, supported by stone pillars, with winding stone steps leading upward, forming a staircase that ascends directly to the 9th tier. The first tier of the terrace spans a diameter of 10 zhang, accommodating 3,000 meditation cushions for the disciples. The second tier, with a diameter of 9 zhang, houses 2,500 cushions, suitable for 2,500 disciples. The third tier, measuring 8 zhang in diameter, contains 2,000 cushions for 2,000 disciples. The 4th through the 9th tiers, each with a diameter of 3 zhang, collectively provide 30 cushions, capable of hosting 30 disciples. This entire 9-tiered terrace can accommodate a total of 15,000 disciples, serving as a sanctuary for cultivation within the Pingzhou Academy. This terrace was established at the inception of the academy, with the headmaster specifically inviting numerous masters of array formations from the Xingyu Kingdom to set up a gathering spirit array, drawing in the essence of the mysterious spirit energy to nourish the terrace for the disciples' cultivation. The spirit energy within the terrace is exceptionally dense. Moreover, It intensifies as one ascends, with the ninth tier enveloped in swirling clouds and a mist-like atmosphere. Cultivating within this terrace yields remarkable efficiency. However, maintaining such a grand array incurs significant expenses. Even with the support of the headmaster of Pingzhou, it is insufficient. Thus, to enter and cultivate within, one must pay a fee in Zhuangqing. The first tier requires 1 Zhuangqing per day, the second tier 3, the third tier 7, and the fourth tier 10. Above the fourth level lies another step. To cultivate on the fifth level requires 20 Xianjing, the sixth level demands 50, the seventh necessitates 100, and the eighth level requires 300. As for the ninth level, 1,000 Xianjing is needed per day. However, the ninth level is already occupied by the top 30 of the heavenly rankings. Unless they are willing, even with Xianjing, one cannot cultivate there. In the back courtyard of the academy, within the area designated for Qi induction disciples on the right side, Yunya and Imo Qingqian sat in a particular room. After listening to Yunya, Imo Qingqian's face remained etched with astonishment, yet there was also a subtle hint of excitement. If such an exquisitely crafted cultivation platform exists in Pingzhou Prefecture, what magnificence might be found in the more powerful capital cities and the even mightier empires beyond the starry universe? No wonder it is said in books that 100 years of seclusion is not as valuable as traveling 10,000 miles. Yunya quietly awaited Imo Qingqian to absorb this revelation. Even she felt a surge of excitement whenever the cultivation platform was mentioned. It was a source of pride for many disciples of the Pingzhou Academy. You don't even know what Xianjing is? How on earth did you cultivate to the third realm of Qi induction? Yunya cast a sidelong glance at Imo Qingqian. Imo Qingqian awkwardly rubbed his nose. Although the Sunset Sect also distributed Xianjing to its disciples, he had not paid attention to it since he could not cultivate. Even when consulting texts, he was merely searching for methods to cultivate. In this world, wealth is typically represented by gold and silver. However, these can only purchase mundane items, primarily used by ordinary people, while the currency of cultivators is Xianjing. Within the mysterious crystal lies the essence of the arcane spirit, extracted directly from the mineral veins. Its primary function is to facilitate absorption and refinement, thus accelerating the cultivation process. Over time, it has gradually evolved into a form of currency among the Qi refiners. For those of us who have joined the academy as Qi induction disciples, we are entitled to receive 3 pieces of the crystal each month, while the disciples of pulse refinement are allotted 10. To acquire more of this precious crystal, one must seek alternative avenues, such as fulfilling tasks commissioned by teachers or senior brothers, gathering mystic herbs, or hunting mystical beasts. Upon hearing this, Imo Qingqian furrowed his brow. With only 3 pieces of the crystal per month, does that imply he can only cultivate for 3 days on the first tier of the heavenly platform? By the way, what exactly is this Tianbang you mentioned? Imo Qingqian suddenly inquired. Recalling that Yunya had just stated that the top 30 of the Tianbang occupied the 9th tier of the heavenly platform. Even with the crystals, one cannot cultivate recklessly. Within the academy, comprising 30,000 disciples, there exists a ranking system. The Qi induction disciples are listed on the D-Bang, while the Tianbang ranks the disciples of pulse refinement. You will undoubtedly become familiar with these matters in due course. For now, it is imperative to enhance your cultivation swiftly. Your talent is lacking, and only diligent effort can compensate for it. Otherwise, you may find yourself the target of ridicule and scorn, Yunya advised. Imo Qingqian nodded in understanding. The majority of the academy's disciples possess superior talent, having opened 7 meridians, and he naturally felt a sense of pride. Should those individuals discover that someone of inferior talent is cultivating alongside them, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a grave insult, a scenario he had already encountered during his time at the Sunset Sect. Due to the events of yesterday, Yunya's mood was evidently poor. After conversing with Imo Qingqian for a while, she rose to leave, casually informing him of her room number. However, she overlooked the fact that the area designated for female disciples was generally off-limits to their male counterparts. Once Yunya departed, Imo Qingqian reclined on his bed, astonished by how effortlessly he had gained entry into the prestigious Pingzhou Academy, an occurrence that felt almost surreal. Of course, all of this was attributed to Yunya, and he had also caused an unpleasant rift with her father regarding personal matters. Now that he had entered the academy, he resolved to visit the library tower for research, while simultaneously dedicating time to refining his physical cultivation technique, aiming to swiftly clear the remaining blocked meridians. Imo Qingqian inwardly mused, yet the thought of the immense energy required to unblock those meridians left him feeling overwhelmed. without the resources available at Hansha Cave. It was likely that the duration required to achieve this would be significantly prolonged. He harbored no fear of his mediocre talent being exposed, as he possessed a letter of recommendation. Thus, Feng Jiqiang had not even conducted an inspection. Should anyone discover the truth in the future, they would merely assume he was striving for modesty by concealing his abilities. After resting for a while, Mo Chengqian assumed the posture for physical training on his bed, soon entering a state of cultivation. As for Feng Jiqiang, after the departure of Mo Chengqian and Yunya, he grew increasingly restless. Although Elder Zhong was not the deputy head of the academy, his status was exalted, and he commanded tremendous respect within the institution. The fact that a disciple with mediocre talent could secure a letter of recommendation from Elder Zhong indicated that his connections must be extraordinary. If that young man were to speak ill of him in front of Elder Zhong, Feng Jiqiang feared he might lose his coveted position within the academic affairs office. It won't do. I must go and apologize to Elder Zhong. I believe he will not hold it against me. With a resolute heart, Feng Jiqiang rose and made his way to the second floor. Shortly thereafter, he descended again, now holding a beautifully wrapped 5-inch brocade box. As night fell, Feng Jiqiang finally left the academic affairs office and proceeded towards a secluded attic. Knock, knock, knock. With a tinge of apprehension, Feng Jiqiang rapped on the door. Glancing at the brocade box in his hands brought him a modicum of reassurance. Before long, a young man in his 20s, exuding an air of arrogance, opened the door. Even in the presence of a respected educator like Feng Jiqiang, the youth merely nodded slightly. Zhongyi, I am here to see Elder Zhong. I wonder if he is available? Feng Jiqiang said, his face adorned with a beaming smile. My grandfather is currently refining elixirs and likely has no time to meet with Teacher Feng, Zhongyi replied, shaking his head. He intended to dismiss Feng Jiqiang but halted upon noticing the brocade box in his hands. Is there something you wish to discuss, Teacher Feng? Zhongyi inquired, his eyes subtly surveying the box. Seizing the moment, Feng Jiqiang eagerly presented the brocade box, explaining, the matter is thus. Elder Zhong recommended a young man. Yet he did not disclose this upon his arrival, leading to some misunderstandings. I have come to offer my apologies to Elder Zhong. Zhongyi, maintaining his composure, accepted the brocade box and smiled. Ah, so it is this matter. Teacher Feng need not worry. That lad has no connection to my grandfather, merely an old acquaintance. Henceforth, whether he lives or dies bears no relation to my grandfather. The corners of Zhongyi's mouth curled into a hint of derision. Merely the president of a trading association. He presumed that by bestowing a trivial gift, he could parade under the banner of authority. He was keen to observe whether the individual recommended by the Yun clan could truly secure a foothold within the academy. Feng Jiqiang's lips twitched as he glanced at the brocade box in Zhongyi's hand, feeling a pang of regret. Well then, I shall take my leave now. Please extend my regards to Elder Zhong. With an awkward smile, Feng Jiqiang turned to depart. By the way, Teacher Feng, what is that person's talent like? Zhongyi inquired suddenly. Inferior talent, Feng Jiqiang replied, noticing the change in Zhongyi's expression, and hastily exited. Inferior talent? Yunyang, you are certainly not sparing my grandfather's dignity. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhongyi's eyes as he opened the brocade box, revealing a 7th-grade mysterious herb lying quietly within. Feng Jiqiang was rather generous. However, losing a 7th-grade herb would surely cause that young man some distress, thus saving Zhongyi the trouble of intervening. Chapter 29. Young Master Yang Jian. In the bustling city of Pingzhou, the True Phoenix Pavilion was aglow with light. Within a private room on the 3rd floor sat a man in his 30s, his features sharp as a sword and his demeanor cold and austere, with a hint of malevolence lurking in his eyes. Beside him sat a man clad in the standard soft armor of the city guards, his gaze towards the stern man imbued with admiration. Captain Shun, my subordinates have thoroughly investigated. Yunya and a young man entered the academy yesterday. While there has been no news of Xiaojun, Li Mu reported respectfully to Qin Xiaojian. My brother embarked on this journey with some ulterior motives. It seems he may have encountered difficulties. Qin Xiaojian furrowed his brow and remarked, Team leader, Yunyang has hosted a banquet, yet remains absent for an extended period. Could this be linked to Xiaojun? He smirked disdainfully. Once he arrives, the truth will unfold. Does a mere president of a merchant association dare to stand me up? Qin Xiaojian, the elder brother of Qin Xiaojun, was a formidable expert on the Tianbang list of the Pingzhou Academy and also served as a leader of the city guard, commanding dozens of subordinates responsible for the northern district of the city. After a brief wait, Yunyang entered alone. Offering a respectful salute to Qin Shaojian and his companion before taking a seat, his expression as grim as a stormy sea. Upon hearing the words, Yun Yang slammed the table and exclaimed angrily, "Commander Chun, I too have been searching for your brother. He sought to harm my daughter and even contemplated murder to silence me. Were it not for timely intervention, I fear I would have been left mourning a child buried before a parent. Yun Yang, how dare you speak to our leader in such a manner?" Li Mu suddenly stood, pointing an accusing finger at Yun Yang in wrath. "Li Mu, stand down," Qin Shaojian interjected, his eyes narrowing like a serpent's as they locked onto Yun Yang. After a moment of tense silence, he finally spoke. "My wayward brother must have acted out of confusion. Fortunately, your esteemed daughter has come to no harm. Otherwise, I would bear great shame." With that, Qin Shaojian rose and strode towards the door, pausing momentarily to declare, "Should anything befall my brother, all involved shall pay the price." Having uttered these words, Qin Shaojian and Li Mu departed the private room. Outside the Jinfeng building, Qin Shaojian whispered to Li Mu before they parted ways. Inside Jinfeng building, Yun Yang stood by the window, observing the two figures vanish into the night. A cold smile creeping across his face. Qin Shaojian, possessing formidable strength, had evidently resolved any lingering concerns before making his bold move. The Yun family business had liquidated all its assets and departed from the capital entirely. "Yar, I have sworn an oath that even without your mother, I shall ensure your happiness," he mused. "Qin Shaojun is a beast of the lowest order. How could I possibly allow him to escape unscathed?" Having distanced himself from Elder Zhong, Yun Yang had already determined that he could no longer remain in the capital, thus planning to seek opportunities elsewhere. No sooner had the steward departed than he orchestrated a banquet to invite Qin Shaojian. The following day, a grim-faced Li Mu sought out Qin Shaojian, revealing that he had dispatched the city guard to surveil the Yun family business only to discover it completely abandoned, with even the estate having been sold off. "Yun Yang, if you have nothing to hide, why do you flee?" Qin Shaojian's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yun Yang's resolve filled him with a foreboding sense that perhaps his brother had met with misfortune. Accompanied by Li Mu, Qin Shaojian located Yun Yang at an inn adjacent to Jinfeng Tower, and without a moment's hesitation, he attacked. Yun Yang, merely at the 9th realm of Qi, stood no chance against Qin Shaojian and was swiftly captured. He was imprisoned, with brothers assigned to guard him vigilantly. Qin Shaojian then entrusted Yun Yang to Li Mu and made haste toward the academy. Yet, as he was about to exit the northern district of the city, a subordinate rushed to him, delivering a secret decree from the lord of the manor. The Sunset Sect? The third prince? This could prove rather troublesome. Receiving the secret decree, Qin Shaojian felt a surge of frustration, momentarily setting aside concerns regarding Qin Shaojun. He took the horses from his men and rode swiftly toward the outskirts of the city. The Pingzhou Academy is divided into a front courtyard and a rear courtyard. The front courtyard consists of 5 grand halls and several 3-story pavilions, while the rear courtyard houses the teaching buildings, the book tower, the 9-tiered terrace, and numerous residences for the disciples. At this moment, on the first floor of the book tower, Mo Chengxian was deeply engrossed in a tome that detailed the fundamentals of Qi refiners. To his surprise, the Academy's records aligned with those of the Sunset Sect, stating that the pinnacle of a Qi refiner's journey is the Tianfu realm, with no knowledge of what lies beyond it. Closing the book, confusion clouded Mo Chengxian's eyes. Qi refinement is categorized into 9 levels. However, both the Sunset Sect and the Pingzhou Academy only document 5 stages. Introduction of Qi, channeling meridians, Xiandan, Digu, and Tianfu, neglecting any mention of the remaining levels. Why ponder so much? Currently, the Xingyu Kingdom boasts only 1 Tianfu expert within the royal family. I am merely at the stage of Qi introduction, and it remains uncertain whether I can cultivate to the Tianfu realm in this lifetime. Shaking his head, Mo Chengxian picked up another book, this one containing insights on Qi introduction and various techniques for cultivating mystical arts. Before he knew it, he had spent an entire day in the book tower, perusing 7 or 8 volumes, yet he found no information regarding body refinement. Upon leaving the book tower, he made his way toward the dormitory. But not long into his journey, his brow furrowed as he discreetly approached 2 disciples ahead. Who would have imagined that the Yun Merchant Association, which was quite significant, would vanish overnight from the city? Moreover, its president has been imprisoned. It is said that the Yun Merchant Association belongs to the Yunya family. I surmise they will likely face no repercussions. With just a word from young Master Yang, these petty matters should be resolved. You are correct. Yet it is unfortunate that Yang Xiaojun is absent from the academy, leaving us unaware of his whereabouts. Observing the two figures gradually receding into the distance, Mo Chengqian's brow furrowed deeply. The Yun Merchant Association had encountered troubles, and Yunya's father had been imprisoned, all within the span of merely 2 days. Could this be linked to Yang Xiaojun? Contemplating this, Mo Chengqian proceeded towards the dormitory of the female disciples, with only a wall separating them from the male disciples' quarters. He arrived swiftly. However, before he could locate Yunya's room, he was startled by a series of piercing screams, followed immediately by a horde of female disciples charging towards him with fierce intent. "Bold lecher, I shall gouge out your eyes." A shiver ran through several disciples, their energies surging ominously. Mo Chengqian's expression shifted abruptly as he turned to flee, but among these women were formidable opponents. One adept disciple, light as a swallow, darted forward in the blink of an eye, her hands reaching for his shoulder. Feeling a chill within, Mo Chengqian instinctively threw a punch. Bang! "Damn lecher, I shall not back down," she cried. "Sisters, let us attack together." As he sent one female disciple flying with his strike, Mo Chengqian intended to clarify the misunderstanding. Yet, upon witnessing the furious expressions of the approaching disciples, he had no choice but to flee in haste. Chapter 30. Yi Yuexin in the courtyard of the female disciples' dormitory at Qinzhou Academy. Several female disciples surrounded a young man, their expressions menacing, while the youth bore an expression of embarrassment and helplessness. "Esteemed sisters, I truly am unaware of the academy's rules. I implore you to grant me another chance." Mo Chengqian gazed upon the gathering of young women and realized that with each passing moment, the crowd only grew denser, leaving him with little choice but to remain. At such a tender age, his audacity was alarming. What would become of him as he matured? "Indeed, you lecherous scoundrel. Not only did you injure our senior sister, but you also contemplated drawing your sword to kill. Where's your blade now? What happened to that earlier bravado?" The expressions of the numerous female disciples were frigid, and their words painted Mo Chengqian as a fiend of the highest order. Listening to their accusations, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back, yet he dared not retort. It was true that he had considered unsheathing his sword, but upon reflection, he realized that though they pursued him, none bore murderous intent. Thus, he refrained from drawing his weapon. Otherwise, the initial few would not have been able to impede his escape. "I have only just entered the academy a few days ago. I came here today to seek out senior sister Yunya. I truly did not know the rules and promised to never act so recklessly again," Mo Chengqian explained. "What? A newcomer? You must be the worthless one spoken of by Teacher Feng, then?" A voice chimed in. Indeed, it was known that Yunya had brought in a new student, one who allegedly gained admission through dubious means. Of inferior talent? Qi condensation stage 3? The gazes of the female disciples shifted towards Mo Chengqian, their initial anger now replaced by disdain and scorn. "Since he is a newcomer and has come to see Yunya, I suppose we may let this slide," a girl in her 20s, resembling a demure neighbor's daughter, timidly suggested as she emerged from the throng. However, the girl who had been struck by Mo Chengqian immediately retorted, "Little sister Xiaoru, your reasoning is flawed. If we let him go today, will we allow others to escape tomorrow? Should we simply open our doors to male disciples from now on? Indeed, I believe we should deliver him to the Hall of Justice and allow them to decide how to proceed." One bystander concurred. Upon hearing this, a woman named Xiaoru grew anxious, realizing that if the matter escalated to the Hall of Justice, Mo Chengqian would face dire consequences. "What brings everyone together here?" At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, causing a flicker of delight to dance in the eyes of the surrounding women. Sister Yuexin. With a hint of a smile gracing her lips, she radiated vibrant energy, her lively eyes brimming with boundless vitality. Mo Chengqian's gaze brightened. Secretly marveling at the stunning beauty before him, she rivaled Yunya in allure, yet unlike Yunya's gentle demeanor, this woman exuded a fiery passion. When Yi Yuexin spotted Mo Chengqian, who was encircled by others, she momentarily froze. Then, as if struck by a thought, her brows furrowed, and she exclaimed, "What a debauched scoundrel! How dare you bully my sisters? It seems I, Yi Yuexin, have been forgotten." Without allowing Mo Chengqian a chance to explain, she rushed towards him, her delicate fingers gesturing slightly, releasing a white speck of light that soared from her fingertips. Boom! The white speck erupted violently, transforming into an enormous net that hurtled towards Mo Chengqian. His expression shifted as he instinctively retreated. He had not anticipated that this seemingly young woman was a formidable expert in the Qin Lie phase. Nowhere to run under the celestial net. A hint of pride shimmered in Yi Yuexin's eyes as she deftly maneuvered her fingers, causing the vast white net to surge forward with increased speed toward Imo Chengqian. Sever. Yu Xinxin cast a surprised glance at Imo Chengqian, her hands forming intricate hand seals before her, as a surge of profound energy erupted from her fingertips, manifesting a faint ethereal shadow in front of her. Before the shadow could fully take shape, a subtle pressure emanated from it, causing numerous female disciples to instinctively retreat a few steps, their eyes brimming with envy. Imo Chengqian's expression turned grave as he tightly gripped his ancient sword. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Yu Xinxin. However, passively awaiting his fate was not in his nature, and despite knowing he could not prevail, he had no intention of surrendering. Sister Yu, please stop. This is a misunderstanding. Just as Yu Xinxin's attack was on the verge of materializing, Yunya arrived, her eyes swollen and red, clearly having wept profusely not long before. Yu Xinxin, upon hearing her, cast a puzzled look at Imo Chengqian, contemplating whether she might have misunderstood the situation. Realizing this, she hastily ceased her actions, causing the ethereal shadow to dissipate instantly. Sister, you are mistaken. He is my friend who joined the academy just a couple of days ago and is unfamiliar with certain rules. Yunya rushed forward, visibly relieved to see Imo Chengqian unharmed, and then, with tears brimming anew, she flung herself into Yu Xinxin's embrace. Woo, sister, my father has committed no crime. Why are they imprisoning him? Yunya sobbed uncontrollably, having only recently learned of her father's predicament. Do not cry, do not cry. I am here precisely for this matter. Yu Xinxin gently soothed as she stroked Yunya's hair. Before long, the three of them, Yu Xinxin, Yunya, and Imo Chengqian, found themselves seated beneath a pavilion in the academy. It was at this moment that Imo Chengqian discovered Yu Xinxin was, in fact, a master of the heavenly ranking. Sister Yuexin, I only learned about Uncle Yun's situation this morning and hurried to find you after making some inquiries. Yi Yuexin cast a fleeting glance at Imo Chengqian and frowned, asking, has Uncle Yun offended young Master Yang Xiaojian? It was he who personally captured Uncle Yun this time. But he has since received a secret mission and departed from the capital. Yang Xiaojian. Indeed, it is he. A flicker of hatred flashed in Yunya's eyes as she recounted the events concerning Yang Xiaojun, including how Imo Chengqian had intervened to save her. Sister, could you assist me in rescuing my father? He is truly innocent. Yang Xiaojian is abusing his power. Yunya gazed up at Yi Yuexin, her swollen eyes brimming with hope. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. However, once Uncle Yun is freed, he cannot remain in the capital. Otherwise, Yang Xiaojin will eventually succeed, Yi Yuexin assured her. Upon hearing this, Yunya was overwhelmed with joy, embracing Yi Yuexin, rendered speechless. Imo Chengqian was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Yuexin would possess the capability to extricate someone from the prison, indicating her impressive background. Ahem, well, Yunya. In fact, Yang Xiaojun has already died. After some contemplation, Imo Chengqian decided it was necessary to disclose the truth about Yang Xiaojun, ensuring that Yunya and her father understood the gravity of the situation, thus preventing any misguided decisions. What? Yang Xiaojun is dead? Did you kill him? Yunya and Yi Yuexin simultaneously turned their gaze toward Imo Chengqian, the former perplexed, the latter speculating. Indeed, Imo Chengqian nodded apologetically at the two, expressing, at that time, I mentioned it, but you probably wouldn't have believed me. I never anticipated it would cause you such considerable trouble. This is not your fault. It's Yang Xiaojun who deserves condemnation. Yunya managed a forced smile, her eyes betraying her astonishment. She could not fathom how Imo Chengqian had managed to eliminate Yang Xiaojun. It would be best if this matter remained concealed. Otherwise, the deranged Yang Xiaojian might resort to unpredictable actions. Yi Yuexin cautioned Imo Chengqian. Chapter 31. Provocation. However, today was indeed peculiar. Dozens of disciples had gathered outside the dormitory, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they gazed at a particular room. I must say, that worthless fellow is truly pitiful. He was endorsed by Elder Zhong, only to be cast aside shortly thereafter. Indeed, who could blame him for his lack of self-awareness? With merely mediocre aptitude, he dared to seek connections to enter our esteemed academy. Isn't he simply inviting trouble? Exactly. Moreover, he seems completely oblivious to the need for discretion. Having offended Teacher Feng, I fear he won't last long before being expelled from the academy. After parting ways with Yunya, Mo Chengqian walked towards the dormitory but soon found himself halting, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Why are there so many people gathered outside my room? Mo Chengqian pondered in confusion. At that moment, a disciple spotted him. Although unfamiliar with his face, they surmised his identity due to his unfamiliarity. Mo Chengqian's expression darkened as the crowd parted. He immediately noticed his belongings strewn on the ground, marked with several distinct footprints. Although valuable items were concealed within the spatial ring, and the bundle merely served to mislead others, the manner in which it was carelessly discarded stirred a sense of indignation within Mo Chengqian. He approached slowly, fully aware of the gazes directed at him, though he had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny and remained unfazed. As he retrieved the bundle and brushed off the footprints upon it, he was about to enter the room when a man, roughly in his mid-20s with sharp features, emerged from within. "Are you Mo Chengqian?" the man asked, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Mo Chengqian, without haste, slung the bundle over his shoulder and replied, "Did you throw out my belongings? And if so, what of it? This room has been assigned to me by Teacher Feng, and I naturally had to dispose of the rubbish inside. Are you dissatisfied?" The man grinned mockingly, his expression dripping with derision. "Assigned to you? Then where am I supposed to stay?" Mo Chengqian retorted coldly, "How should I know? You ought to inquire with Teacher Feng." "Very well," Mo Chengqian nodded. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes. Realizing that this youth appeared rather timid, he pondered how he could possibly chastise him further. Just as he prepared to instigate trouble, Mo Chengqian suddenly drew his sword and launched an attack. "Boldness indeed," the man scoffed, leaping off the doorframe with agility, his hands morphing into claws as he summoned inner strength to form sharp, elongated talons aimed at Mo Chengqian's face. Unperturbed, Mo Chengqian tilted his head slightly, allowing his ancient sword to rotate subtly in his hand, its broad blade directed towards his opponent. This lad possesses some skill," another remarked. "Indeed. Yet he is merely at the 3rd stage of Qi drawing, facing Qin Lie, who is at the 6th stage, and he surprisingly holds his ground." The onlookers were taken aback, their gazes towards Mo Chengqian now tinged with a newfound respect. As for Qin Lie, he too was astonished by Mo Chengqian's formidable combat awareness, though his surprise was merely slight. "I never imagined you, a worthless fool, possessed any skill at all," Qin Lie exclaimed, swiftly distancing himself from Mo Chengqian. With a flourish of his arms, 10 beams of white light shot forth, piercing the air like fine needles aimed directly at Mo Chengqian. The atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of sonic booms, causing Mo Chengqian's expression to shift as he wielded his sword to deflect the onslaught of energy. The sounds of impact reverberated, bang, bang, bang. Though he managed to block the assault, the force of the explosions forced him to retreat several steps, eventually leaning against the wall. Mo Chengqian felt a sense of helplessness. Had it not been for the multitude of spectators, eliminating Qin Lie would have been a trivial matter. Yet, under the current circumstances, that was not an option. Qin Lie, observing this, let out a cold chuckle. What did it matter if Mo Chengqian's combat awareness was strong? The vast disparity in their abilities was unmistakable, and it was clear that Mo Chengqian stood no chance against him. Soon, the two engaged once more. But Qin Lie's brow began to furrow with increasing intensity. He realized that Mo Chengqian's resilience was extraordinary. Even when he landed strikes, they failed to inflict any damage. As time passed, Qin Lie's energy began to wane, unable to sustain the fight for much longer, while Mo Chengqian remained unfazed, appearing as though he was unaffected by the skirmish. The gathered disciples gradually recognized this fact, though their astonishment was muted. After all, some individuals were naturally tougher than others, and this was hardly surprising. Suddenly, Qin Lie ceased his assault, fixing Mo Chengqian with a cold stare. "Considering your inferior cultivation, I shall not press you further today. Should you harbor any grievances, take them up with Teacher Feng. Feng Jiqiang, I shall seek you out, but before that, you must provide me with an explanation." A glint of cold light flashed in Mo Chengqian's eyes as he surged once more towards Qin Lie. Unaware of his own folly, Qin Lie bellowed in fury, flinging his hands outward as 10 beams of white light whistled forth, hurtling directly at Mo Chengqian. At this moment, his pallor deepened, and a trace of panic flickered in his gaze. Suddenly, Mo Chengqian halted, wielding his ancient sword with deft movements, the shimmering sword shadows effectively countering Qin Lie's onslaught. Observing this, Qin Lie swiftly cast his gaze over the crowd, ultimately fixating on one individual, a pleading expression emerging on his face. The man furrowed his brows, sighed softly, and stepped out from the throng. Yet, Before he could utter a word, Imo Chengqian had already closed the distance to Sun Lei. The broad blade of his ancient sword aimed menacingly at him. "Please, junior brother, cease this." The man thundered, his voice resonating like thunder, rolling forth with great intensity. Imo Chengqian staggered momentarily, nearly losing grip on his sword. Sun Lei's expression brightened, and he began to advance toward the man. However, at that instant, Imo Chengqian swung his sword once more, with a force greater than before. A faint sound of air being sliced through echoed ominously. Bang! The hefty sword struck Sun Lei with tremendous force, eliciting a shriek as he was propelled towards the room, the ajar door shattering upon impact. "Ah, my shoulder!" Inside the room, Sun Lei writhed in agony, his cries piercing the air, for his shoulder had been brutally shattered by Imo Chengqian's sword. This was still a mercy, as Imo Chengqian had no intent to kill. Had he merely twisted his wrist, the blade would have met Sun Lei's flesh. Imo Chengqian cast a dispassionate glance at Sun Lei, then turned his attention to the man who had stepped out from the crowd. It was the latter's boisterous shout that had momentarily shaken his composure. In his fury, he had unwittingly increased the force of his response. "Did you not hear my command to cease?" The man regarded Imo Chengqian with a chilling stare. As a master of the earth ranking, it was rare for anyone to disregard him so openly. Even the academy's instructors treated him with considerable deference. "What are you exactly?" Imo Chengqian arched an eyebrow, disdain evident in his tone. His words reverberated throughout the room, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Even Sun Lei, who had been shrieking at the door, fell silent. All eyes in the room were fixated on Imo Chengqian, their expressions a blend of disbelief and shock. How could a mere novice dare to question the worth of an earth-ranking master? It was tantamount to inviting one's own demise. He is doomed, thought Brother Cui. Known for his short temper, should he choose to strike, the outcome would be fatal. This reckless youth, having achieved a fleeting victory over Sun Lei, exhibited an audacity that warranted a lesson from Brother Cui. Cui Wuxin raised an eyebrow, astonished, were it not for Imo Chengqian's scornful demeanor. He might have believed he had misheard. "Very well, you are the first to dare speak so brazenly to me," Cui Wuxin. A cold smile played on his lips as he continued. "Do you think the Academy's rules render you invulnerable to retribution?" Imo Chengqian discerned from the expressions of those around him that Cui Wuxin was not to be trifled with. He was likely a formidable opponent from the Earth ranking. However, the Earth ranking merely represented the disciples of the Qi induction realm, and at most, Cui Wuxin could only reach the 9th level of Qi induction. Should he unleash his full physical prowess, Imo Chengqian could certainly engage him in battle. If he were to deploy the Black Needles, Cui Wuxin would undoubtedly meet his demise. "If you are merely at the 3rd level of Qi induction, I shall extinguish you with a single strike," Imo Chengqian declared coldly. Cui Wuxin hesitated for a moment. Remaining silent as he introspected, he realized that his own 3rd level of Qi induction likely paled in comparison to Imo Chengqian's strength. Paying no further heed to Cui Wuxin, Imo Chengqian strode purposefully towards the front courtyard. Since Feng Jiqiang had summoned him, he felt compelled to comply, curious to ascertain the latter's intentions. In the evening, Feng Jiqiang cast a glance at the twilight sky, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. At this hour, that young man should have nowhere to escape. After all, Sun Lei was at the 6th level of Qi induction. Subduing a mere waste of a youth should be a trivial task. As he contemplated the precious medicinal herb, a pained expression washed over Feng Jiqiang's face, and the anger that had recently dissipated surged anew. Imo Chengqian? Feng Jiqiang's brow furrowed in confusion. He had anticipated a clash between Sun Lei and Imo Chengqian, expecting that Imo Chengqian would have been adequately taught a lesson. What could possibly have brought him here in such a timely manner? "Imo Chengqian, why have you come here so late, instead of seeking rest?" Feng Jiqiang scoffed. Imo Chengqian remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze at Feng Jiqiang. "Are you deaf or blind?" Feng Jiqiang retorted angrily. Yet, Imo Chengqian continued to disregard him. Adhering to the numerous rules of the academy, one of which dictated respect for one's superiors. Thus, he had no desire to engage in trivial conversation with Feng Jiqiang. "Get lost." Feng Jiqiang approached the door, his tone icy. Imo Chengqian stepped aside, clearing a path, and as Feng Jiqiang prepared to leave, he followed suit. After only a few steps, Feng Jiqiang halted and coldly inquired, "Why are you following me?" "Since the teacher has assigned my room to Sun Lei, I have no place to stay and must accompany the teacher." Imo Chengqian finally spoke, though his words incited a deep fury in Feng Jiqiang's expression. "Are you out of your mind? If Sun Lei has taken your room, go confront him. What business do you have following me?" Feng Jiqiang retorted coldly. However, Mo Chengqian remained silent, trailing Feng Jiqiang like a shadow. I can't be bothered with you. Feng Jiqiang gestured dismissively at Mo Chengqian before sweeping away, recognizing that this matter stemmed from his own abuse of power and should not escalate further. Yet he never anticipated that Mo Chengqian would dare to confront him directly. Teacher, I have nowhere else to go but to follow you, and I certainly won't leave. Perhaps you could demonstrate for me? Mo Chengqian responded defiantly, fixing his gaze on Feng Jiqiang. A glint of menace flickered in Feng Jiqiang's eyes as he raised his hand, poised to strike Mo Chengqian. Just then, a fit of violent coughing erupted, causing Feng Jiqiang's expression to shift as he turned his head to the side. Emerging from the darkness was a stooped, hunchbacked elder, shuffling forward with disheveled hair. The lantern he held illuminated his face, casting an eerie glow. Old Qi, why are you out patrolling at this hour? Feng Jiqiang inquired of the elder. Cough, cough. I'm old and can't sleep, so I thought I'd take a stroll. But what about you? Teacher Feng, you seem to be embroiled in a dispute with your disciple, the elder replied. The old man's head turned slightly, his eyes, mostly obscured by disheveled hair, fixated on Mo Chengqian. A sudden jolt surged through Mo Chengqian's heart, as if he were being scrutinized. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, leaving him uncertain whether it was indeed old Qi. Nonsense, Feng Jiqiang chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a key from his pocket and tossing it towards Mo Chengqian. Old Qi nodded slightly and followed suit in departing. Feng Jiqiang appeared somewhat intimidated by old Qi. Mo Chengqian cast a lingering glance at old Qi before turning to leave. Initially, he contemplated amplifying the situation, determined to drag Feng Jiqiang to the justice hall, confident in his righteousness. However, old Qi's interference had thwarted his opportunity. The key Feng Jiqiang had thrown to Mo Chengqian belonged to another room, clearly marked with its number, making it easily identifiable. Upon returning to his chamber, Mo Chengqian took a brief respite before commencing his cultivation, focusing this time on the Qi refining technique. He pondered how long it would take to utilize the absorbed Xianling energy to unblock his wasted meridians. For now, it seemed prudent to first enhance his strength. Mo Chengqian had anticipated a tranquil environment for his cultivation within the academy, yet it appeared to be rife with undercurrents and incessant strife. He was compelled to conceal his identity as a body refiner, rendering his current cultivation at the third stage of Qi drawing somewhat inadequate. The night passed in silence, and by dawn, Missouri Chengqian had already ceased his training, his face etched with a sense of helplessness. Despite a night of cultivation, his Xuanli had scarcely increased. At this rate, it would take at least a year to cultivate even a thread of Xuanli, collecting the mystical herbs for body refinement. It is expected that with the assistance of various elixirs, the process will be significantly accelerated compared to ordinary cultivation. Mo Chengqian has resolutely determined his next course of action, focusing primarily on breaking through his blocked meridians. However, this endeavor necessitates a copious amount of mysterious crystals, and it appears that the ones he possesses may prove insufficient to facilitate the unblocking of all his meridians. Leaving his chamber, Mo Chengqian made his way directly to the dormitory of the female disciples, uncertain whether Yunya and Yi Yuexin had succeeded in rescuing Yunya's father the previous day. The city of Pingzhou is vast, and he was at a loss as to where to seek her. Perhaps it would be prudent to remain within the academy and await her return. With this thought in mind, he proceeded straight to the Mystic Herb Hall. The Mystic Herb Hall not only offers a variety of herbs, but also sells refined elixirs. Furthermore, disciples of the academy can sell their herbs or elixirs to the hall, albeit at a lower price. Typically, the Mystic Herb Hall is the most bustling of the 5 great halls, and even in the early hours, it has already attracted a considerable gathering, including several individuals who appeared weary and travel-worn, likely having returned from foraging for herbs. As Mo Chengqian stood in line, listening to the conversations among the disciples, he could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment wash over him. The discussions predominantly revolved around him and Qin Lie, with much of the commentary being rather unflattering. He chose to treat their remarks as if he had not heard them. After a short interval, it was finally his turn. The disciple at the counter, noticing his unfamiliarity, let the smile on his face fade slightly, and with a somewhat stiff demeanor inquired, "What herbs do you require?" Mo Chengqian did not take offense. He placed his identity jade token on the table and then retrieved a slip of paper from his pocket, upon which were inscribed the names of 4 types of 9th-grade mystical herbs. He was preparing to concoct the simplest of potions, requiring a total of 18 herbs. This included 10 grade 9 herbs and 8 grade 8 herbs. He purchased an additional 4 as a precaution, for every transaction at the herb pavilion was meticulously recorded. Should anyone uncover any irregularities, he would find himself in grave peril, perhaps forced to flee for his life. Chapter 33. Purchasing herbs under the bright lights of the bustling Pingzhou city, a carriage sped along the broad streets, heading towards the city outskirts. The pedestrians wore expressions of anger, yet upon seeing the insignia on the carriage, they swallowed their discontent. Although the Xingyu kingdom remained relatively peaceful and the city gates were open at night, entry and exit still required thorough scrutiny. However, the guards at the city gates paid no heed to the hastily passing carriage, allowing it to leave the city without obstruction. Shortly after exiting the city, the carriage came to a halt. A middle-aged man, pale and battered, emerged with the support of a strikingly beautiful woman. Following them, another woman stepped out of the carriage, clad in a form-fitting crimson outfit that accentuated her perfect figure. Father, Qin Shaojun is dead. This matter cannot remain concealed for long. It is far too dangerous for you to stay in the city, so you should seek refuge elsewhere. As for your daughter, do not worry. I believe Qin Shaojun would not dare to lay a hand on me. Yunya spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow as she gazed at the injured Yun Yang. Upon hearing the news of Qin Shaojun's demise, Yin Yang's countenance shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Yunya laden with concern. He initially intended to persuade Yunya to accompany him in his flight, yet the words faltered on his lips. The Pingzhou Academy represented the utmost sanctuary. Fleeing with him would undoubtedly pose the greater peril. Uncle, please take care of yourself, Yunya reassured him, for she was indeed a disciple of the academy. In the absence of evidence, Qin Shaojun would never dare to lay a hand on her. Yi Yuexin, observing Yun Yang's expression, offered a comforting smile. I am grateful for your assistance this time, Yuexin. It seems I must impose upon you to look after Yunya as well. Yun Yang nodded, his face etched with sorrow. Soon, he turned to depart, swiftly disappearing into the night. Despite his injuries, he opted against taking a carriage, aware that it would render him an easy target for Qin Shaojun's pursuit. After procuring 4 medicinal herbs from the Xian Medicine Hall, Imo Chengxian left the academy. Wandering about the vicinity, he would enter shops, such as apothecaries, lingering for a spell before continuing his meandering through the streets. After nearly 2 hours of such aimless exploration, having traversed the nearby establishments twice, he finally made his way back to the academy, his expression rife with resignation. The cost of 9th grade medicinal herbs approached 10 Xian crystals, while the 8th grade crystals were astonishingly priced at tenfold that. Furthermore, for rarer herbs, prices could soar several times higher. By this calculation, a single vial of medicinal fluid would no less than require 1,000 Xian stones. Moreover, the most pressing issue lies in the fact that after scouring the local shops, none of the 3 types of 8th grade elixirs could be found. The shopkeepers, with unwavering conviction, assured that not a single establishment in the entire prefectural city possessed these elixirs. These particular elixirs are not particularly rare, and their properties are rather commonplace. Thus, it is perplexing that such a situation should arise. Could there be some hidden secret? Outside the academy, Imo Chengxian found himself engulfed in confusion, as for the first time, he sensed that his journey of cultivation was not as smooth as he had envisioned. At that moment, a carriage approached slowly and halted beside him, from which 2 ladies gracefully alighted. Imo Chengxian, what brings you here? Yunya exclaimed in surprise upon spotting him. Imo Chengxian, delighted to see Yunya, promptly inquired, how are things progressing? With me on the case. Is there anything that cannot be resolved? Yi Yuexin approached, her countenance brimming with pride. Upon hearing her words, Imo Chengxian felt a wave of relief, regarding Yi Yuexin with newfound respect. The 3 of them entered the academy together, where Imo Chengxian informed Yunya that he had changed rooms, but did not elaborate further. Yunya, still harboring concerns, refrained from questioning him about his change of accommodation. Sister Yi, as Imo Chengxian observed Yi Yuexin preparing to depart, he suddenly recalled the matter of the 3 elixirs. Given that Yi Yuexin had successfully rescued Yunya's father from the prefectural prison, it was likely that she possessed some influence. Thus, he seized the opportunity to inquire about the elixirs. What is it, little Imo? Yi Yuexin smiled at him warmly, expressed his exasperation towards the dress, yet realizing his need for assistance, he refrained from holding a grudge. Dear Sister Yi, might you know where I could procure snake scale roots, luminous grass, and fire mulberries? Inquired. Upon hearing this, furrowed her brows slightly, these 3 types of mystical herbs sounding rather familiar, though she could not immediately recall where she had heard of them. Little, I cannot seem to remember where I have encountered them. How about this? I shall inquire on your behalf another day, replied. Inside the wooden loft, felt a flash of disdain upon seeing, yet he approached with a facade of concern. How have you come to this state? I have disappointed you. A flicker of shame crossed face. Under's persistent questioning hesitantly revealed the reason, his pale visage tinged with a hint of crimson from embarrassment. What? That fellow possesses such a strong combat awareness? Raised an eyebrow in surprise, though deep down, he still regarded as ineffectual. He had initially intended to reprimand that arrogant individual who disrespected his elders, but now he thought better of it. Shaking his head, a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Rest assured, I plan to persuade to intervene. With him taking action, how could that fellow possibly stand a chance? A cold glint flickered in his eyes. A dignified defeated by a waste. How could remain in the academy with any semblance of honor? Was taken aback by this. For was a formidable expert on the Earth ranking list, his prowess in the considered exceptionally strong. If he were to act, that fellow would indeed be no match. However, he never anticipated that Qin Lie could actually invite Cui Wuxin. After leaving Feng Jiqiang's wooden building, Qin Lie proceeded to Cui Wuxin's dormitory. As a formidable figure among the lower ranks, the adjacent rooms were unoccupied, and they had been merged into a commendable living space. Inside the room, Cui Wuxin gazed at Qin Lie with an impassive expression. Years ago, when their hometown suffered a calamity, the young Cui Wuxin became an orphan. And it was Qin Lie who took him along to beg for survival. After joining the academy, due to Cui Wuxin's remarkable progress and Qin Lie's lackadaisical demeanor, the two gradually drifted apart, with very few aware of the depth of their connection. Nonetheless, Cui Wuxin would never forget Qin Lie's kindness towards him. Chapter 34. Linglong Pavilion at Pingzhou Academy. On the second floor of the book tower, Mo Qingqian leaned against a bookshelf, engrossed in a text on mystic arts. Ever since he entrusted the matter of inquiring about 3 types of mystic herbs to Yi Yuexing, he had remained within the book tower. Now that he was residing in the academy as a Qi refinement practitioner, it was only natural that he needed to learn some techniques. However, his cultivation at the 3rd stage of Qi introduction was regrettably low, limiting him to only a few available mystic arts, all of which were rather mediocre. He was reluctant to squander his time on them. At this moment, he held a book titled Object Control Technique, classified as a high-grade yellow mystic art, which allowed mystic energy to be infused into objects, achieving a desired manipulation of them. The choice of this mystic art was solely influenced by the remarkable black needle. Despite the needle's formidable power, Mo Qingqian's method of control was rather ordinary, making it easy for skilled opponents to discern its trajectory and evade the attack. However, if one were to master the art of object manipulation, Mo Qingqian could condense his mystical energy into threads, attaching them to a black needle, enabling him to strike with the precision of thought, rendering his attacks invisible and elusive, making them nearly impossible to defend against, resulting in a lethal blow. The technique requires the circulation of mystical energy through 27 specific and delicate meridians in the left arm, culminating in its release through the fingertips to achieve the desired effect of manipulation. Yet, what if all these pathways were blocked? Not long after, Mo Qingqian furrowed his brow deeply, his face etched with distress. He had not anticipated that these subtle meridians were entirely obstructed. To master the art of object manipulation, one must first clear these pathways. Fortunately, aside from the 12 primary meridians, which are inherent, all other meridians can be unblocked through diligent effort and time. Could it be that every meridian in his body was rendered useless? This predicament meant that regardless of the mystical arts he endeavored to learn, he would first need to clear all the meridians, which would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. With a pained expression, Mo Qingqian soon rekindled his resolve. How he had longed for the opportunity to cultivate his skills. Now that the chance had finally presented itself, how could he allow minor obstacles to thwart his ambitions? In addition to the art of object manipulation, he selected a martial technique called the Celestial Collapse Fist, a yellow-level intermediate skill, solely to serve as a foundation for mastering the star-shattering fist. Little Mo, I've finally found you. A sweet voice suddenly echoed within the library tower, causing several disciples on the 2nd floor to turn their heads, their eyes filled with a mix of infatuation and fear. Without a doubt, Mo Qingqian knew that the newcomer was Yi Yuexing. After all, she was the only one in the entire academy who would address him in such a manner. Sister Yi, casually placing his fist technique on the bookshelf, Mo Qingqian approached Yi Yuexing with a hint of excitement, speculating that there might be news regarding the 3 mystical herbs. Little Mo, indeed a diligent learner. Yi Yuexin smiled warmly at him, gesturing with her hand before ascending to the first floor. Observing her departure, Mo Qingqian followed suit. Who is that lad? How could he be so close to the Queen of Leaves? Haven't you heard her call him Mo Qingqian? Surely he is the one with mediocre talent, no doubt about it. How infuriating. That fellow may lack in appearance. Yet he is so closely associated with the goddess Yunya and the Queen of Leaves, it's utterly perplexing. Proximity does not always signify fortune, mark my words. That lad will inevitably encounter trouble. It seems even senior sister Yi is unable to procure those 3 mystical herbs. In that case, I must devise a way to substitute them with other herbs, Mo Qingqian lamented. Little Mo, there are but a few alchemists within the academy, none of whom are particularly amiable. I believe it might be more prudent for you to purchase ready-made elixirs directly. Furthermore, although the 3 mystical herbs are not exceedingly rare, they are nonetheless coveted by the royal family. Any shop that acquires them must reserve them for the royals. Under the great tree, Mo Qingqian stood with a furrowed brow, while Yi Yuexin had already departed. According to her, the royal family offers a substantial price for these 3 mystical herbs, compounded by the cooperation of local officials, making it nearly impossible for them to circulate. Not just in Pingzhou City, but throughout the entire Xinyu Kingdom. One would likely struggle to find these herbs. Why does the royal family place such importance on these 3 mystical herbs? S. expression was as dark as water. For he had pondered a certain possibility. For wealth, men may perish. For food, birds may meet their demise. The royal family acquired mystical herbs only once every decade, which meant that various shops must have accumulated a considerable stock of these precious items. Should the incentive be sufficient, they might even dare to take risks. With this thought in mind, set off for the exterior of the academy, his sights not on the shops in the southern part of the city, but rather on the largest establishment in Pingzhou City, Linglong Pavilion. The name Linglong Pavilion was one he had heard from Yunya, who had informed him that the pavilion boasted profound foundations, being the foremost commercial guild within the Xinyu Kingdom, with branches in every provincial city. It was also rumored that Linglong Pavilion's business extended throughout the Qingzhou continent, and only the provincial cities within the Xinyu Kingdom were deemed worthy of hosting its branches. Had chosen Linglong Pavilion as his target precisely because of its immense size. Its employees were driven by their own interests, and due to their vast influence, the royal family's intimidation could not reach them. Upon leaving the academy, hailed a carriage and made his way directly into the city. The storefront of Linglong Pavilion was approximately 6 zhang wide and 3 stories tall, adorned with opulent decorations. Before entering, casually purchased a black wide-brimmed hat, donning it before stepping inside. As he entered Linglong Pavilion, he was immediately greeted by rows of crystal-clear shelves, displaying an array of extraordinary goods. The store was bustling with customers, each attended by a servant clad in pink garments. Upon his arrival, a beautiful attendant approached him. Esteemed guest, greetings. I am the 37th attendant of Linglong Pavilion. How may I assist you? Replied, I would like to take a look first. Mo Qingqian spoke as he made his way towards the counter, with the attendant trailing closely behind him. The discerning guest certainly had a keen eye. This magnificent blade was the pinnacle creation of the master craftsman Kai Mingwei, classified as a low-grade spiritual weapon, priced at a staggering 80,000 xianjing. 80,000 xianjing. Mo Qingqian could not help but marvel silently. Soon, his attention was captivated by an exquisite jade box, or more precisely, by the fiery red fruit nestled within it. In the lounge of the first floor of Linglong Pavilion, Mo Qingqian sat in quiet contemplation. Before long, the beautiful attendant re-entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man sporting a goatee. Esteemed guest, this is our manager Lin, the stunning attendant introduced. Manager Lin greeted him with a warm smile, promptly taking a seat beside Mo Qingqian, while the beautiful attendant discreetly departed. Word has it that you possess a rare fruit you wish to sell? Lin Zetian inquired, his expression radiating eagerness as his eyes frequently scrutinized Mo Qingqian. Indeed, but I am curious to know what price your esteemed pavilion might offer. Mo Qingqian replied with a nod. Currently, he held 3 rare fruits, which he had preserved without consumption. Now, in a bid to gain entry into Linglong Pavilion, he was prepared to part with one. Rare fruits are valuable yet elusive in the market, as even ordinary varieties can fetch upwards of 100,000 xianjing. Naturally, those imbued with potent attributes command even higher prices. May I inquire what type of rare fruit you possess? Lin Zetian gazed at Mo Qingqian with eager anticipation. It should be the second type of rare fruit you mentioned, Mo Qingqian contemplated before responding. In that case, Our Linglong Pavilion is willing to offer 130,000 Xian crystals, or you may entrust us with the auction of the exotic fruit, for which we shall only take a commission of 3%. Lin Zetian stated. Mo Qingqian nodded, acknowledging that 130,000 Xian crystals was indeed a substantial amount, considering that even the ordinary exotic fruits on the first floor were priced at merely 100,000 Xian crystals. Selling it to you is acceptable, however. I require some Xian medicines. If Manager Lin could procure these for me, I shall hand over the exotic fruit to your esteemed pavilion. As Lin Zetian prepared to acquiesce, Mo Qingqian produced a slip of paper inscribed with the names of 3 types of Xian medicines. Upon receiving the note, Lin Zetian's expression froze, and he shook his head at Mo Qingqian, saying, I'm afraid we do not possess these 3 types of Xian medicines. However, we can find several alternatives with similar properties, which would suffice for alchemical purposes. None. Mo Qingqian furrowed his brow, then shook his head. If that is the case, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he stood to leave. Lin Zetian, filled with urgency, called out as Mo Qingqian was about to exit. Please, wait. Might I first take a look at the exotic fruit? Lin Zetian gritted his teeth, contemplating that should the exotic fruit indeed be of the second variety, it would be worth the risk. After all, there were plenty of those 3 types of Xian medicines in the storeroom. With a slight modification in the accounts, who would be the wiser? Mo Qingqian nodded slightly, then retrieved the already prepared exotic fruit from his sleeve, placing it into Lin Zetian's hands. Lin Zetian excitedly opened the box, and a chilling aura immediately wafted out, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Lin Zetian's brows and goatee became adorned with a layer of frost. A chilling aura pervaded the air, accompanied by a faint, ominous energy. Lin Zetian's expression brightened, his eyes gleaming with delight upon discovering that this extraordinary fruit contained a potent essence of dark energy. The most remarkable aspect was its mild nature, rendering it harmless. Thus, any cultivator proficient in the cold attributes of mystical arts who consumed this fruit would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in their abilities. Esteemed sir, I kindly request that you entrust this extraordinary fruit to Linglong Pavilion. I shall devise a way to assist you with the medicinal herbs. Lin Zetian said as he secured the lid and gazed at Mo Qingqian. 100 of each of the 3 medicinal herbs. If funds are insufficient, I shall compensate you. Mo Qingqian replied with an indifferent tone. What? 100? Lin Zetian exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Esteemed sir, you are aware of the secrets surrounding these 3 medicinal herbs. I can provide a maximum of 20 of each. 50 of each. Mo Qingqian's tone turned frosty. 30. If that does not satisfy you, I must express my apologies. Lin Zetian said, biting his lip after a moment's contemplation. Through his hat, Mo Qingqian observed Lin Zetian's resolute expression and understood that 30 was indeed the limit. He nodded in agreement. 30 it is. When shall we conduct the transaction? Mo Qingqian inquired. It can be done immediately. Please hold on a moment, Lin Zetian replied, handing the extraordinary fruit back to Mo Qingqian before hastily departing. As he watched Lin Zetian's retreating figure, a subtle smile crept upon Mo Qingqian's lips. Once he acquired these 3 types of medicinal herbs, he could nourish his body with the elixirs, thereby amplifying the effectiveness of his physical cultivation techniques. Esteemed sir, here are 90 medicinal herbs. However, it is best that only the 2 of us are privy to today's events. You should also consume these herbs promptly. Otherwise, should any complications arise, we will both be in peril. After Lin Zetian handed the bundle to Mo Qingqian, he reassured him, rest assured, it will not implicate Manager Lin. Mo Qingqian nodded, presenting the exotic fruit to Lin Zetian. 90 plants of Xian medicine and 27,000 Xian crystals. The remaining 113,000 Xian crystals are contained within this card, which you may withdraw from any Linglong Pavilion at your convenience. Lin Zetian then bestowed upon Mo Qingqian a black crystal card. Upon receiving it, Mo Qingqian infused his Xian power into the card, causing a series of numbers to materialize, accompanied by the emblem of the Linglong Pavilion at the bottom. Esteemed guest, in 15 days, our Linglong Pavilion will host an auction featuring numerous valuable items, including this exotic fruit. We hope you will be able to attend, Lin Zetian remarked as Mo Qingqian prepared to depart. Mo Qingqian nodded and strode away. Lin Zetian lingered by the window on the 2nd floor, observing a man with a conical hat on the street. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately shook his head. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqian wandered through the streets with a large bundle, and before long, both the bundle and his conical hat had mysteriously vanished without a soul noticing. The Xian medicine is gathered, Now it is time to witness its effects. I hope it does not disappoint, Imo Chengxian thought, filled with excitement. After purchasing a large wooden barrel from a general store, he hailed a carriage toward the academy, and upon arriving at the academy's entrance, the barrel had also vanished. The mystical herb was ground into powder and subjected to fire to eliminate impurities, then dissolved in water. In the room, Imo Chengxian meticulously studied the simplest formula for a while. Subsequently, he retrieved a large wooden barrel from his spatial ring, filled it with water, and began to prepare the medicinal solution using the mystical herb. The operations recorded in the formula were remarkably straightforward. Although it was his first attempt at concocting, Imo Chengxian succeeded effortlessly. As the prepared powder dissolved in the water, the once clear liquid transformed into a deep emerald green, gradually heating until it reached a boil, releasing a subtle fragrance of medicine that permeated the surroundings. Without hesitation, Imo Chengxian leapt into the wooden barrel. The scalding hot water posed no harm to him whatsoever. The emerald liquid seeped through his pores, merging with his body and nourishing his flesh with its medicinal power. Gradually, a healthy glow appeared on Imo Chengxian's face, and beads of sweat began to roll down as the elixir fortified his physique. Chapter 36. The clown always jumps out. The potent medicinal energy contained within the concoction of 18 mystical herbs was astonishing, and within a mere night, Imo Chengxian fully absorbed this immense power. As dawn broke, the water in the barrel became clear once more. Imo Chengxian opened his eyes to find that his physique had noticeably expanded compared to the previous day, emanating a fragrant aura of medicine. After refining his body with the vast medicinal energy, the residual power transformed into fat stored within him. Henceforth, by practicing body-refining techniques, he could effortlessly refine this stored energy. Upon careful reflection, Imo Chengxian could not help but smile, thoroughly pleased with the medicinal solution he had prepared. The potency of 10 ninth-grade mystical herbs and 8 eighth-grade mystical herbs blended flawlessly, leaving no trace of waste. Remarkably, he experienced no discomfort during the brief period of absorption, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this formulation. Without such a recipe, even 8 mystical herbs could have led to his explosive demise, let alone 18. Just as Imo Chengxian was preparing to refine the medicinal power to enhance the pearl of body, a voice from outside interrupted him. Imo Chengxian. Today is Teacher Feng's lecture on techniques for cultivating mystical arts during the Qi induction stage. Let us attend together, Yunya called out. Upon opening the door, Imo Chengxian was greeted by her words, but she soon expressed her curiosity. Why do you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight? Is that so? Perhaps you are mistaken, Imo Chengxian replied with a light-hearted smile as he touched his nose. Yunya nodded and led him toward the teaching building. The most crucial aspect of our Qi induction stage is cultivation. Hence, we have fewer courses. Once we reach the pulse unblocking stage, we begin to delve into the realms of pills, tools, and formations, leading to a more extensive curriculum. Yunya, often referred to as the goddess of the academy, attracted many admirers. However, they dared not reveal their feelings in the presence of Chen Xiaojun, who stood in the way. As Yunya escorted Imo Chengxian into a teaching building, they entered a large classroom capable of accommodating thousands. Is that Yunya? Who is that young man beside her? One student inquired. Imo Chengxian, the waste with inferior talent. Surely, you've heard of him? Another responded. Imo Chengxian? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. What right does he have to stand beside Yunya? As the two entered the classroom, a wave of whispered discussions erupted among the students. Soon, the name of Imo Chengxian, known for his inferior talent, defeating Qin Lie, spread swiftly among the group. Yunya furrowed her brow, leading Imo Chengxian toward a quieter corner. However, her actions caused the expressions of those around them to darken, their gazes towards Imo Chengxian growing increasingly hostile. Finally, one individual stepped forward, striding directly toward Imo Chengxian. Upon seeing him, Yunya's expression shifted slightly, and she whispered to Imo Chengxian, "His name is Yu Ming, at the 7th stage of Qi introduction, and he shares a close relationship with Chen Xiaojun. No matter what he says, ignore him. The academy will not tolerate his arrogance." Imo Chengxian nodded slightly, casting a glance at Yu Ming before lowering his head. He had come to the academy to cultivate, and engaging in daily disputes with the likes of Qin Lie and Yu Ming would undoubtedly waste precious time. Look at that cowardly boy. He doesn't even dare to meet Yu Ming's gaze. Indeed, how shameless can he be to cling to Yunya's side? I wonder how thick his skin is. Yu Ming, overhearing the surrounding comments, wore a cold smirk. With Chen Xiaojun's brother backing him, he had never dared to express his affection for Yunya openly. However, he was aware that the brazen antics of the Qin brothers would eventually lead to trouble. Before that, he intended to eliminate all competitors in Qin Xiaojun's name, ensuring that fewer flies lingered around Yunya. Soon, Yuming stood before Mo Changqian, pressing his large hand down on the table and looking down at him. "You, boy, go sit over there." "Yuming, what are you doing?" "Where he sits is none of your concern." Yunya glared at Yuming. "Junior sister Yun." If Xiao Jun were to witness this scene, he would be furious. That would spell doom for the lad. "I am merely looking out for his well-being," Yuming remarked, furrowing his brows. Mo Changqian's words rendered the entire classroom silent, only to be followed by a few malicious chuckles. Enraged, Yuming raised his hand to strike Mo Changqian's face, his arm already poised in close proximity. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Mo Changqian. Yunya gasped, her face aflame with anger, while the other disciples wore expressions of amusement, convinced that Mo Changqian would inevitably succumb to the blow. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Mo Changqian's eyes. With lightning speed, he lifted his hand and grasped Yuming's wrist. Yuming's eyelids flickered as he felt a vice-like grip ensnare his wrist, rendering him unable to escape. "Release me," Yuming bellowed, his other hand forming a fist aimed at Mo Changqian's head, believing that Mo Changqian would have to relinquish his hold to defend himself. With a sneer, Mo Changqian seized Yuming's other wrist, twisting both with force. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Yuming's agonized scream. Onlookers beheld Mo Changqian still seated, while Yuming's arm hung limply at his side. He attempted to use his other hand to touch it, but hesitated, only able to emit cries of misery. Yunya, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes sparkling with newfound belief in Mo Changqian's guilt regarding Qin Xiaojun. "What a ruckus! What are you doing? Are you unaware that fighting in the academy is strictly prohibited?" At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe entered the room. He was none other than the esteemed instructor, Feng Kaichin. Upon witnessing the anguished cries of Yuming, he immediately turned to rebuke Mo Changqian. "Teacher, it was he who struck first. Junior brother Mo was merely acting in self-defense," Yunya interjected. Feng Caichen's expression softened slightly as he regarded Yunya, and he nodded before addressing Mo Changqian. "Even if he initiated the conflict, you must not retaliate with such severity. As fellow disciples, we ought to support one another. If everyone acted as you did, inflicting grievous harm upon each other, what principles would remain within the academy?" "Teacher, he is at the 7th realm of Qi induction while I am but at the 3rd. Is it not unjust for you to blame the disciple for being strong against the weak?" Mo Changqian met Feng Caichen's gaze directly, his tone neither deferential nor confrontational. "3rd realm of Qi induction?" Feng Caichen exclaimed, astonished as he released a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Feeling this wave of energy, Mo Changqian's heart sank, fearing the revelation of his secret. The fluctuations of his mystical energy were indeed faint, confirming his 3rd realm status. Feng Caichen nodded, then turned to Yuming with a cold snort. "To humiliate a fellow disciple is already a breach of our regulations. However, considering your injuries, I shall not pursue this matter further this time." With that, Yuming exited the classroom, vowing silently to seek vengeance against Mo Changqian once he had recovered. Chapter 37. Feng Caichen. The human body contains an astonishing total of 76,500 meridians, intricately distributed throughout. Mystical arts arise when mystical energy flows into specific meridians, erupting forth to unleash formidable power. Some meridians are obstructed while others are unobstructed, which has a significant impact on our cultivation of mystical arts. Today, I shall impart a technique to you. If you master this skill, the speed at which you can clear the meridians will be greatly enhanced. In a classroom that can accommodate 1,000 people, there was a profound silence, with only Feng Caichen engaging in eloquent discourse. For disciples in the Qi drawing stage, mystical arts are shrouded in mystery. The dazzling and formidable techniques ignite their anticipation. Thus, upon hearing Feng Caichen's instruction, they listened intently. Initially, Mo Changqian was likewise engrossed, but soon his concentration waned, and a faint smile of distress occasionally flickered across his face. "You are Mo Changqian, are you not? Is there anything you do not understand regarding what I just explained?" Feng Caichen, noticing Mo Changqian's unusual demeanor, pointed at him and inquired. Suddenly, Mo Changqian became the center of attention in the classroom. Under the gaze of so many, he felt somewhat uneasy but, after a moment's reflection, stood to ask, "Teacher, the technique you mentioned relies on certain unobstructed meridians. If all the meridians required for cultivating this mystical art are blocked, leaving no usable pathways, Would we then be left to resort to clumsy methods? In such a scenario, one would indeed have to rely on rudimentary methods to clear the meridians. However, this situation does not occur among Qi refiners. Even those with the least talent generally have at least half of their secondary meridians unobstructed, aside from their innate channels. Unless one is a legendary waste channel practitioner, in which case, cultivation is impossible, and there would be no need to pursue mystical arts, nor would such distress arise. Feng Kaichen explained with a smile. It seems the student was indeed confused. Mo Chengqian nodded slightly, and then took a seat. Feng Kaichen continued to speak about the cultivation of esoteric arts. However, Mo Chengqian absorbed not a single word. He was indeed the waste meridian practitioner mentioned by Feng Kaichen. And to cultivate esoteric arts, he would have to expend 100 or even 1,000 times the effort of others to break through the limitations of his waste meridians. Soon, half a day slipped away, and Feng Caichen's lecture came to an end. Mo Chengqian and Yunya departed the classroom together. Outside the classroom, to Mo Chengqian's surprise, Feng Kaichen had not left. Upon seeing him, Feng Kaichen immediately spoke, "Teacher Feng." Mo Chengqian approached, gazing at Feng Kaichen with curiosity. "Come walk with me over there." Feng Kaichen gestured toward a tranquil path nearby. As they walked, Feng Kaichen remained silent, and Mo Chengqian too was lost in thought, until the surroundings gradually fell into a serene quietude. It was then that Feng Kaichen finally uttered, "Cultivation is an endeavor against the heavens. While talent is important, without a heart that is brave and diligent, one's ultimate achievements will be exceedingly limited." Mo Chengqian paused, perplexed by Feng Caichen's words, yet he nodded in agreement, finding resonance in what was said. Although you possess only low-grade talent, do not underestimate yourself. Remember the principle that man can overcome heaven. Feng Kaichen entered a pavilion, and after sitting down, he gestured towards a nearby stone bench, prompting Mo Chengqian to take a seat, not far off. Some disciples noticed that Mo Chengqian was seated alongside Feng Kaichen, their faces reflecting shock and confusion, yet they dared not approach. "Do you know my level of cultivation? And what kind of talent I possess?" Feng Kaichen suddenly inquired. Feng Kaichen nodded, and then proclaimed with pride, "Indeed, the teacher possesses the cultivation of the profound elixir stage, ranking among the top 10 in the academy. However, his innate talent, like yours, is of the inferior grade, and he has only opened 2 meridians." "What?" Mo Chengqian gazed at Feng Kaichen, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Those with inferior talents can typically achieve no more than the Qi induction stage, and those who manage to break through to the channeling stage are exceedingly rare. Consequently, many, upon realizing their own talents, abandon the pursuit of cultivation and resign themselves to a life of mediocrity. Yet, who would have thought that Feng Kaichen, with only 2 open meridians, has cultivated to the profound elixir stage? Is there a single teacher in the academy who does not possess superior talent? But what does that matter? They remain on par with my cultivation. Thus, even with inferior talent, do not lose heart. As long as you possess a courageous and diligent spirit, achievements are bound to follow. A spark of determination and fervent ambition glimmered in Feng Caichen's eyes. "Thank you, teacher. I am grateful for your guidance." Mo Chengqian replied respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence. "This is the meridian breaking technique, a rudimentary mystical art of my own creation. Its sole purpose is to clear obstructions in the blocked meridians, though it does not apply to congenital meridians. The condition of my meridians mirrors yours. In fact, 4/5 of the subtle meridians are obstructed. It is precisely for this reason that I devoted myself to the arduous study and creation of this technique. While it may not be precious, it embodies the essence of my life's work, and you must cultivate it alone, refraining from passing it on to others." Feng Kaichen patted Mo Chengqian on the shoulder before turning to depart. "Thank you, teacher," Mo Chengqian called out loudly, cradling the meridian-breaking technique in his hands as he looked at Feng Caichen's retreating figure. Within his dantian, the essence slowly emerged, traversing through his body, refining the surging medicinal power that had already transformed into fat. In a private room of an inn adjacent to the academy, Qin Lie and Cui Wuxin were embroiled in a heated argument. "Since I have agreed to assist you in teaching Meng Chengqian a lesson, you need not concern yourself with anything else," Cui Wuxin stated with a frosty demeanor. "Absolutely not. I require your help to discipline him, preferably to the extent of eliminating him, but not in a manner that leads to an equal confrontation by suppressing your cultivation," Qin Lie countered, shaking his head. His eyes filled with ire. He had never encountered such a stubborn individual. No matter how he reasoned, it fell on deaf ears. "Cui Wuxin, am a man of integrity. Victory must be achieved honorably. There is no need for your persuasion, Cui Wuxin declared with unwavering determination. At that moment, a disciple from the academy entered the room and addressed Cui Wuxin, Senior Brother Cui. Meng Chengxian had a confrontation with Yu Ming during class today and broke one of his arms. Cui Wuxin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yu Ming was at the 7th level of qi refinement, and the fact that Meng Chengxian managed to break his arm was astonishing. The occurrence of such incidents twice in succession could not be mere coincidence. See? I told you that Meng Chengxian is quite sinister. If you insist on facing him in a fair fight, I assure you, the one to be defeated will be you, Sun Lei exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he reveled in the news of Yu Ming's misfortune. At least when others discussed Meng Chengxian, they would first mention Yu Ming, whose cultivation was superior. Even so, I cannot bring myself to bully him with my 9th level qi refinement, Cui Wuxin replied, shaking his head. With Yu Ming having suffered a broken arm, it is unlikely he will let this matter rest. For now, you need not intervene. A shadow flickered in Sun Lei's eyes before he turned and departed. While Cui Wuxin's intervention could certainly discipline Mo Chengxian, his temperament would never allow him to resort to lethal measures. Such an outcome was not what he desired. Thus, with the emergence of a kindred spirit in Yu Ming, Sun Lei's thoughts took a new turn. Chapter 38. The Academy and Sect are no different. Although situated in the bustling city of Pingzhou, the atmosphere often remained tranquil. On this particular day, as dawn broke, numerous disciples continued their arduous training. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated, startling many disciples, causing them to abruptly cease their practice, a trace of blood evident at the corners of their mouths. As they muttered curses under their breath, another peal of thunder erupted. Boom, boom. The thunder struck without warning within the academy, specifically above the dormitories of the male disciples. Many students emerged from their rooms, gazing skyward, yet saw nothing amiss. In the academy's front courtyard, several teachers furrowed their brows, standing by the windows, peering into the back courtyard while extending their spiritual senses to investigate. After the 9th clap of thunder, normalcy returned, and daylight brightened the scene. Yet both teachers and disciples wore expressions of bewilderment. The inexplicable thunderclaps undoubtedly had a cause, yet no anomalies were evident, leaving everyone unable to ascertain the reason. That day, the disciples were distracted from their training, gathering in small groups to speculate about the source of the 9 thunderclaps. Some suggested it was the result of someone mastering an extraordinary technique, heralding a breakthrough. Others posited it was an omen of a rare treasure emerging from the academy, soon to be unearthed. There were even more conjectures, not only among the disciples, but also among the multitude of teachers. The true mastermind behind the 9 thunderous sounds was none other than Mo Chengxian. Within a mere span of 10 days, he absorbed 8 portions of the medicinal formula, causing his body pearl to finally transform into a golden hue, thereby reopening a dormant meridian. His innate talent had subsequently ascended to the lower rank of medium quality. In the confines of his chamber, Mo Chengxian meticulously attuned himself to the newfound energies coursing through him, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Although it was merely the difference of 1 meridian, the experience of cultivating with 4 open meridians was incomparably superior to his previous endeavors. This was only the beginning. Should he unlock 9 meridians, the speed of his cultivation would be unfathomable, and the prospect of cultivating with all 12 meridians was beyond imagination. His visage was awash with excitement. While others were bound by their predetermined talents, unable to alter their fates, he was different. As long as his body pearl received sufficient energy, he could shatter all dormant meridians, thus becoming a true practitioner of the heavenly veins. Yet, the thought of the energy consumed by the body pearl caused him to furrow his brow. Each medicinal formula required 18 varieties of mysterious herbs, 8 of which were of the 8th rank. He had absorbed 8 portions of the formula, a miraculous feat that would have been unattainable had he simply ingested the herbs one by one. Each portion of the formula cost approximately 1,500 mysterious crystals, and to open a single meridian necessitated 12,000 crystals. If he were to complete the remaining 8 meridians, Mo Chengxian shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. At present, he possessed a substantial sum of 110,000 mysterious crystals, ample for his immediate needs. Initially, he had intended to continue his rigorous training in body cultivation, yet his stock of mysterious herbs had been depleted, leaving him with just 22 of each of the 3 varieties. Only 5 days remain until the auction at Linglong Pavilion. At that time, Mo Chengxian planned to purchase some mysterious herbs while visiting. With this thought, He suppressed his desire to continue cultivating and, after a moment of contemplation, retrieved the pulse-breaking technique from his spatial ring. He intended to first practice this technique and subsequently use it to open the 27 fine meridians within his left arm, thereby enabling him to cultivate the object manipulation technique. The pulse-breaking technique transforms one's own mystical energy into surging waves within the body, each wave possessing greater power than the last. Through this accumulation, the technique can effectively clear the meridians. This method bears a resemblance to the Golden Dragon Pulse technique. However, the latter requires no control, while the waves generated by the pulse-breaking technique necessitate careful management, as improper handling could lead to self-inflicted injuries. Mo Chengqian meticulously reviewed the pulse-breaking technique once more, then seated himself on his bed to begin his practice. A surge of mystical energy erupted from his dantian, settling at the center of his chest. Soon after, a faint thread of soul power emerged from his mind, rushing towards his chest and enveloping the mystical energy. As he focused his intent, the energy began to morph into various shapes at his chest. Although these forms could not be maintained for long before reverting to pure mystical energy, Mo Chengqian displayed remarkable patience, repeatedly exerting control over the energy's transformations. And with each attempt, the duration for which the shapes could be sustained gradually increased. After a day had passed, the mystical energy at his chest unexpectedly transformed into an ancient sword suspended within his body. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, ripples began to emanate from the sword before it reverted back to mystical energy. The minimum requirement for the pulse-breaking technique had been met. Now, he was ready to attempt the differentiation of the mystical energy. In the chamber, Mo Chengqian whispered softly and resumed his cultivation. This time, he directly transformed his mystical energy into a surging wave. The wave of energy surged within his heart, yet when he attempted to split off a portion of it, the wave suddenly collapsed. Undeterred, Mo Chengqian continued his practice. With each failure, he gradually gleaned some insights and occasionally managed to separate a small wave. 3 days later, a surge of mystical energy unexpectedly manifested at the position of his left arm, which then transformed into a wave. Under Mo Chengqian's control, a smaller wave suddenly branched off and rushed toward a specific meridian, closely followed by additional waves that were also split off. Bang, bang, bang. The waves of mystical energy crashed against the meridian, gradually clearing the blockage. After a short while, the waves slowly dissipated, and the meridian was opened significantly. Teacher Feng is truly remarkable, Mo Chengqian exclaimed with joy as he summoned another surge of mystical energy, which similarly transformed into waves to strike the meridian again. This technique for breaking blockages was indeed extraordinarily wondrous. At this pace, it would not be long before he could clear 27 meridians. Meanwhile, within the academy, a graceful and strikingly beautiful woman sauntered toward the exit. Along her path, she was frequently approached by handsome and charismatic men who extended invitations to her. Yet she merely shook her head slightly, ignoring them. When she reached the dormitory for female disciples in the Qi gathering stage, she suddenly paused and murmured to herself, "I wonder what Sister Yinya is up to. If she has no pressing matters, I should take her along to experience the world." Upon concluding her words, the woman proceeded towards the dormitory. When she emerged, a strikingly beautiful lady had joined her side. The two shared a comparable beauty, yet their demeanors were markedly different. One was gentle as water, while the other was spirited as fire. "Sister Yi, is this auction truly unlike any other? How could I deceive you? This time, Linglong Pavilion is auctioning a rare fruit, the caliber of which surpasses that of previous events by several tiers. Is that so? Can we bring Mo Chengqian along? His solitary cultivation can be rather dull. It would be a splendid opportunity for him to witness the world." Yinyu observed something unusual in Yiyu's eyes, prompting Yiyu to furrow her brows. Nevertheless, she nodded and replied, "Of course, bringing an additional companion is hardly a problem. However, dear sister, considering Mo Chengqian's innate talent, his accomplishments are somewhat limited. Do not be misguided." Yunyu's body trembled slightly, forcing a smile as she retorted, "What are you saying, sister? He is my savior." With that, Yunya hurried towards Mo Chengqian's dormitory, leaving Yiyu to sigh in resignation and shake her head. The Linglong Pavilion Auction House is renowned as the foremost auction venue in the capital, with its monthly auctions drawing crowds that fill every seat, creating a vibrant atmosphere. However, today's auction is not open to just anyone. Entry requires an invitation. To gain access, one must pay 3 Xian crystals, resulting in a considerable gathering outside the auction house. Following Yu and Yunya, Mo Chengqian naturally attracted a fair amount of attention, but fortunately, Yu had procured the invitation in advance, allowing them to enter the auction house seamlessly. The entire auction venue is shaped like a grand ellipse, consisting of 3 levels. The first level features an auction platform at the front, surrounded by a multitude of seats densely arranged, capable of accommodating thousands at a glance. The second level comprises individual private boxes, modest in size yet ample enough for 3 to 5 individuals. From here, one can survey the entirety of the first level. The third level is adorned with elegantly appointed chambers, attended by dedicated servants. Mo Chengqian and his companions were assigned to a box on the second level, which piqued his curiosity regarding Yi Yuexin's true identity, while Yunya appeared entirely unfazed. Mo Chengqian, Linglong Pavilion is the foremost commercial establishment in Xingyu. Their auctions are inherently prestigious. It is said that this time, the items up for bid are of even higher caliber, with the final highlight being a mysterious exotic fruit. Yunya also noticed Yi Yuexin's suddenly aloof demeanor towards Mo Chengqian. To alleviate any potential awkwardness, she introduced the two. Mo Chengqian nodded, intrigued, and inquired, "Is the exotic fruit the centerpiece of this auction?" Indeed, while ordinary exotic fruits are available in the market, those with mysterious attributes are rare and highly sought after. Their appearance is always inside a stir. The centerpiece fruit, I've heard, possesses a mysterious attribute, Yunya affirmed. She then turned to Yi Yuexin and asked, "Sister Yi, do you have any insider information? What attribute does that exotic fruit possess?" Yi Yuexin glanced at Mo Chengqian before responding. "It is said that the exotic fruit may also hold some significance for you, sister. Does it have an effect on me as well?" Yunya exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. The power of your ice palm is already formidable. If you were to consume that extraordinary fruit, its potency would be further amplified, potentially elevating it to the realm of earth-level mystic arts." Yi Yuexin nodded thoughtfully. "Does this imply that the extraordinary fruit possesses an ice attribute? However, the ice palm is merely a mid-tier yellow-level mystic art. Can a single extraordinary fruit truly elevate it to earth-level status?" Yunya expressed her skepticism. "Otherwise, why do you think the extraordinary fruit is so fiercely sought after? Moreover, this is not to mention the enhancements it offers to the human body. Some extraordinary fruits can render a person's physique harder than gold or stone." Just as Yi Yuexin finished speaking, the cacophony of the auction hall fell abruptly into silence. The three gazed downwards, where the auctioneer had taken the stage, signaling the imminent commencement of the auction. "Ladies and gentlemen, our Linglong Pavilion hosts an auction each month, and we have never disappointed you with our offerings. Today shall be no exception. Our first auction item is the Pulse Guard Pill. As is well known, the Pulse opening stage involves the activation of the 8 extraordinary meridians, a process fraught with peril. The Pulse Guard Pill ensures a significantly safer experience during this endeavor. Thus I shall refrain from elaborating further on its efficacy. The starting bid is 100 mystic crystals, with each subsequent bid not less than 5 mystic crystals. 105 mystic crystals. 110 mystic crystals. The first auction item stirred the emotions of the crowd. Many within the first tier possessed cultivation at the Pulse opening stage, making the Pulse Guard Pill an indispensable asset for them. Linglong Pavilion's decision to feature the Pulse Guard Pill as the opening item was undoubtedly a strategy to incite fervor among the bidders and secure a lucrative sale. Although the Guardian Pill is precious, all major factions have reserves of it, and the current competition is solely among our Academy disciples and some independent cultivators. Yu appeared indifferent, showing no interest in the Guardian Pill. Mo Chengqian, however, wore a look of regret. It was Yang Weiman who had once used a Guardian Pill as leverage to compel Liang Tian to act. At that time, although he had already planned to drag Yang Weiman down, he was still uncertain and was effectively taking a gamble. In a short span, the price of the Guardian Pill had already exceeded 200 Xian crystals, and amidst this, some participants in the second-floor private room began to bid, while the third-floor suite remained silent. 230 Xian crystals. From a nearby private room, someone suddenly raised the bid by 25 Xian crystals, appearing determined to secure it. As expected, following their bid, there was a moment of silence, and ultimately everyone chose to withdraw. The first auction item was sold for 230 Xian crystals. And next came the second item, the Yellow Grade Superior Technique, the Absolute Forgiveness Blade Technique, starting at a price of 100 Xian crystals, with minimum increments of 10 Xian crystals, 150 Xian crystals, 180 Xian crystals. The competition for techniques was even more fervent than for the guardian pill, with participants from the second and third floors joining in, which truly surprised Mo Changqian. Junior brother Mo, there is nothing unexpected about this. Within the academy, we have countless techniques to cultivate, yet they are strictly forbidden from dissemination. To be discovered would be a death sentence. In our Xinyu kingdom, the academy is the sole legitimate place for cultivation. Those who cannot enter the academy must seek alternative means to practice techniques. Thus, whenever the arcane arts make an appearance, they invariably incite contention. Even the prominent families and factions are compelled to intervene. Only by amassing an ample foundation can one endure through the ages. Upon noticing the expression on Mo Changqian's face, Yunya elucidated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears by the end of her explanation. If her father were present this time, he too would likely vie for this arcane knowledge. Senior Sister Yun, why does the royal family suppress the sex? A flourishing discourse among various schools of thought should lead to mutual advancement. Mo Changqian expressed his confusion. In the historical texts he had perused, the sects had always existed until their recent and total disappearance. What do you understand? Yi Yuexin retorted coldly. The individuals of the sects are unruly and resistant to discipline. They are a malignant growth lurking within the kingdom. Only by eradicating these uncertainties can the nation prosper and its people thrive. Mo Changqian found himself at a loss. He had merely broached the topic of the sects and the royal family, yet Yi Yuexin seemed to explode with indignation. Junior brother Mo, Sister Yi speaks truthfully. By the way, is there anything you wish to purchase this time? I can assist you in procuring it, Yunya interjected hastily, fearing an altercation might arise between Mo Changqian and Yi Yuexin. Given Yi Yuexin's temperament, Mo Changqian would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. I'm not sure. I suppose I will look around first, Mo Changqian replied, casting a glance at Yi Yuexin before shaking his head at Yunya. A grown man, and yet he does not bring gifts. How shameless to ask. Yi Yuexin scoffed. Sister Yi, Changqian is my savior. How could you speak of him in such a manner? Yunya retorted, her voice tinged with anger. Yi Yuexin let out a cold snort and chose not to respond. However, she had already made up her mind. If Mo Changqian dared to have Yunya buy things for him, she would certainly find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Mo Changqian had once heard disciples of the Setting Sun sect lament that women and petty individuals were the most difficult to manage, capricious and changeable, their moods shifting as swiftly as turning the pages of a book. At that time, he did not concur, but after witnessing Yi Yuexin's attitude towards him, he began to believe. Yet, with Yunya present, he could not afford to confront Yi Yuexin directly, so he suppressed his frustrations. Though his enthusiasm for the auction was thoroughly extinguished, the next item up for bid was a 7th-grade mystical herb, a particularly rare specimen known as peacock feather. This herb possessed exceptional healing properties for external injuries, and when used in alchemy, its effects were even more pronounced. It could preserve one's life even when only a breath remained. The starting price for 7th-grade mystical herbs was a minimum of 1,000 mystical crystals. And given the rarity of peacock feather, its price was naturally higher, with an opening bid set at 2,000 mystical crystals. And each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 100 mystical crystals. On the auction stage, the auctioneer held a 7-inch jade box, within which lay the 7th-grade mystical herb, peacock feather. 2,000 mystical crystals? This seemed rather exorbitant, did it not? Indeed, there were countless herbs available for treating injuries. 2,000 mystical crystals could easily procure 2 such herbs. The price of peacock feather left many in quiet astonishment, with some accusing Linglong Pavilion of being unscrupulous, attempting to sell a 7th-grade mystical herb at double its worth. For a moment, no one was willing to participate in the bidding. It is no wonder that he felt a sense of familiarity with the peacock feather. Indeed, the most crucial primary ingredient in the second formula is the peacock feather itself. With this realization, Mo Changqian was instantly invigorated, as he was determined to obtain the peacock feather. Just as he prepared to place his bid, an ancient voice suddenly resonated from the third-floor private chamber. 2,500 Xian crystals. It was Master Zhong. To his astonishment, Master Zhong had also come to participate in the auction. In the first floor, the crowd was immediately taken aback, their gazes fixated upon a specific private chamber on the 3rd floor. Though separated by a curtain, they knew that the esteemed alchemist, Master Zhong Yuanbing, was undoubtedly seated within. Elder Zhong, Yunya and Yi Yuexin were equally astonished, particularly Yunya, who bore a trace of indignation upon her countenance. Imo Qingqian was momentarily stunned by the revelation and promptly inquired, Sister Yin, is he the elder Zhong who recommended me to enter the academy? Indeed, it is he. Yunya replied, lightly biting her lip, her brow furrowed. However, do not harbor any gratitude towards him, having reaped numerous benefits from our Yun family. This is merely a fair transaction. Mo Chengqian nodded slightly, aware of the underlying dynamics between the Yun family and Zhong Yuanbing. Due to his connections, Zhong Yuanbing had made it clear that he had no ties with the Yun family. Otherwise, Chen Xiaojian would never have dared to act against Yun Yang. I desire this mystical herb as well, Mo Chengqian remarked, casting a glance at Yunya. His intention was not to urge her to spend money, but rather to prepare her for the potential conflict, for he could discern from this trivial matter that Zhong Yuanbing possessed a petty and vengeful nature, and competing for the peacock feather might very well provoke his ire. Is it of great significance to you? Yunya asked, momentarily taken aback before posing the question. Mo Chengqian nodded slightly, on the verge of speaking, when Yi Yuexin suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, many desire it, but can you produce 500 Xian crystals? Mo Chengqian's expression darkened, a flicker of anger stirring within him. Out of respect for Yunya, he had already shown considerable forbearance. Yet he did not anticipate Yi Yuexin's audacity to press further. All right, Sister Yi, that will suffice. Yunya interjected, shaking Yi Yuexin's arm, and then exclaimed loudly. 600 Xian crystals. Yun, have you lost your senses? Those Xian crystals were given to you by your father for cultivation. How can you use them to purchase a medicinal herb? Yi Yuexin's face was filled with urgency, her dissatisfaction toward Mo Chengqian growing. Mo Chengqian was equally taken aback by Yunya's unexpected support in the bidding. 600 Xian crystals was no trivial sum. Even residing on the 9th tier for cultivation would provide an extensive period of training. Yunya's bid left everyone astonished, including the auctioneer. For old Zhong had already placed a bid, and how many in the entire city would dare to disregard his authority? That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Could it be our academy's junior sister? It is indeed junior sister Yunya. I just saw her at the entrance. In a matter of moments, the crowd realized it was Yunya who had placed the bid. Though surprised, they quickly deduced the situation, considering her identity and the recent entanglement with old Zhong. They speculated that Yunya must be harboring grievances from previous events, prompting her to bid and put old Zhong in a difficult position. Within the private box on the 3rd floor, Zhong Yuanbing, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the visage of youth, had a rosy complexion, though at one moment, the smile on his face froze, and a glint of malice flickered in his aged eyes. Within the private chamber, apart from Zhong Yuanbing, there were also Zhong Yi and a servant. Zhong Yi slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "What an ungrateful little blonde girl." His voice resonated loudly, the sound of the slap echoing throughout the entire auction house. Zhong Yi, this auction house is not your personal domain. Must you prevent others from bidding? Yi Yuexin, fuming, cast a glare at Yunya, and then spoke up. So it is you, junior sister Yi. This auction house does not belong to me. Anyone wishing to bid is welcome, though I wonder if the young lady from the Yun family possesses sufficient Xianjing. Both Zhong Yi and Yi Yuexin, being disciples of the same academy, immediately recognized Yi Yuexin's voice. Zhong Yi furrowed his brow slightly and addressed the auction platform, 3,000 Xianjing. With his first bid, Zhong Yi raised the amount by 400 Xianjing, clearly demonstrating his determination to acquire the peacock feather, while simultaneously issuing a challenge. Sister Yun, let it go. It's merely a medicinal herb, not worth offending Elder Zhong, Yi Yuexin advised. Yunya nodded slightly, her expression apologetic as she glanced at Mo Chengqian. The truth was, it was not solely due to the potential offense to Elder Zhong. Her total savings amounted to less than 4,000 Xianjing, rendering her unable to compete with Zhong Yi. For 1,000 Xianjing. Just as Yunya contemplated her next move, Mo Chengqian spoke softly. Yet his words rang clearly in everyone's ears. The auctioneer felt a surge of delight within, though his exterior remained composed, his eyes seemingly conversing with Zhong Yi in the private chamber. Who is this person? He truly dares to disregard Elder Zhong? Mo Chengqian. He had previously been beside Yunya and senior sister Yi. It must be him. What? That lowly talent of a wastrel? How could he possibly possess such an abundance of mysterious crystals? Whispers filled the auction house. Although few disciples from the academies participated in this event, curiosity prevailed, and it didn't take long for everyone to learn that the stranger bidding 4,000 mysterious crystals was none other than Mo Chengqian. In fact, news of his talent, cultivation level, and various incidents since entering the academy spread like wildfire among the crowd. The third-floor private rooms were reserved for the elite forces of the city, individuals who had encountered numerous unexpected events before, yet even they were taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. In the Qingzhou continent, strength equates to status, and elixirs can enhance one's power. Thus, the identity of an alchemist, capable of concocting such elixirs, is undoubtedly esteemed and revered. Moreover, Elder Zhong is the sole master alchemist within the boundaries of Pingzhou Prefecture. Although he holds a nominal title as a guest alchemist at the academy, few dare to disregard his authority, making occurrences like today's exceedingly rare. It is foolish for a young man to act so recklessly. Even if he were to win the peacock feather, would he have the means to utilize it? The representatives of various powerful factions attending the auction shook their heads in disbelief, fully aware that regardless of the outcome, this young man named Mo Chengqian would undoubtedly face dire consequences. A person of status and standing tends to prioritize reputation over wealth, and Mo Chengqian has undeniably tarnished the faces of Zhong Yi and his grandfather, Zhong Yuanbing, even if his original intent was merely to acquire the elixir he needed. Within the confines of the third-floor private room, Zhong Yuanbing's countenance darkened significantly, leaving the attendant trembling with fear, cursing Mo Chengqian in his heart 1,000 times over. Zhong Yi maintained a stoic expression. After Mo Chengqian bid 4,000 xianjing, he became eerily calm. Only those intimately familiar with him could discern that this demeanor was the most formidable. 5,000 xianjing. At that moment, Zhong Yuanbing suddenly spoke, his aged voice devoid of any discernible emotions. The collective gaze of the crowd shifted toward the private box on the second floor, where the elder Zhong personally placed a bid. It left one wondering if that reckless young man would dare continue to contest. Most likely, he would not. After all, with Elder Zhong's intervention, any further ignorance of propriety would surely offend him. I surmised the same. Besides, how much xianjing could that lad possess? At most, I wager he has 5,000 xianjing. Inside the box, Yunya whispered, Mo Shitty, I do not have enough xianjing left. Please refrain from bidding further. Otherwise, you will find yourself unable to procure the xianjing, and Linglong Pavilion will not spare you. Young man, even if Yunya possesses xianjing, it belongs to her. Due to your association, Elder Zhong has already distanced himself from the Yun family. Do you truly wish for her to offend him? Yi Yuexin remarked coldly. Mo Chengqian disregarded Yi Yuexin's words, offering Yunya a faint smile before proclaiming loudly, 6,000 xianjing. Madness! That young man had truly lost his senses. Showing such blatant disrespect to Elder Zhong for merely a single medicinal herb. A 7th-grade medicinal herb, 6,000 xianjing. Poverty has indeed constrained my imagination. At this juncture, the auctioneer should have encouraged Elder Zhong to bid. However, he dared not do so, his eyes filled with mirth, indicating that his commission today would be substantial. 8,000 xianjing. Zhong Yuanbing's voice resounded once more, yet it was laden with palpable anger that anyone could discern. 10,000. Mo Chengqian remarked nonchalantly, resolute in his pursuit of the peacock feather. Having already antagonized Zhong Yuanbing beyond repair, he felt no trepidation. Within the confines of the third-floor private chamber, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. 10,000 xianjing had long surpassed the value of the peacock feather, rendering this auction more a contest of wills than a mere transaction, albeit one with a steep price in xianjing. Yunya's delicate visage drained of color as she cast a look of reproach towards Mo Chengqian, her expression tinged with resentment. Subsequently, she turned to Yi Yuexin, as if seeking assistance. Yet, Yi Yuexin merely shook her head, her countenance icy, her gaze towards Mo Chengqian brimming with disdain. 20,000 xianjing. Following a peculiar chuckle, Zhong Yuanbing gritted his teeth. The auctioneer's eyes narrowed, and he felt his breath quicken. 20,000 xianjing. Nearly tenfold the price of the peacock feather was unprecedented in the realm of Xianyao auctions. A gasp swept through the crowd, astonished at old Zhong's audacious bid, though seemingly modest. It was a sum that 90% of those present could scarcely fathom affording. While the capital was relatively peaceful, 20,000 xianjing could very well purchase the life of a Xiandan master. Unable to contain her frustration, Yi Yuexin pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Chengqian, her voice laced with anger. Her implication was clear. Mo Chengqian's provocation would surely invite Zhong Yuanbing's wrath. What business is that of yours? Mo Chengqian retorted, casting a glance at Yi Yuexin before boldly declaring to the auctioneer, 30,000 xianjing. Indeed, It is true that heroes emerge from the youth. Without delving into other matters, I must express my admiration for this demeanor. I, Qin Lie, have conceded defeat. Suddenly, Zhong Yuanbing spoke up. Congratulations to the esteemed guest for acquiring the 7th grade mystical herb, Peacock Feather. Shortly, a servant will escort you to complete the formalities. As for the subsequent auction items, upon hearing Zhong Yuanbing's words, the auctioneer's expression brightened as he addressed the private chamber of Mo Qingqian. The auction continued, yet most attendees seemed to lack focus, frequently casting glances between the second and third floors, lost in speculation. The atmosphere within Mo Qingqian's chamber was peculiar. Yunya wore a face of despair. Yi Yu's delicate features were clouded in frost, while Mo Qingqian appeared deep in contemplation. Before long, a servant entered, presenting a numbered plaque, which could be used to finalize transactions once the auction concluded. The servant did not depart, but remained behind Mo Qingqian, the unspoken implication clear. Now, we shall present the final item of this auction, the ice-cold attribute exotic fruit. This extraordinary fruit has never before been seen, its name unknown. Yet it harbors an exceptionally pure and vast essence of Insha. Remarkably, this Insha energy is gentle in nature, making the fruit an excellent choice for either direct consumption or alchemical refinement. The starting bid is 80,000 mystic crystals. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 mystic crystals. For many present, 80,000 mystic crystals represented an astronomical figure. Their purpose for attending was merely to witness the exotic fruit, while those truly interested were none other than the figures seated in the refined chambers of the 3rd floor. 83,000 mystic crystals. 87. 100,000. In a brief span, the price of the rare fruit surged to an astonishing 100,000. Yet, despite this, many influential figures in the private chamber remained hesitant to make a bid. Mo Qingqian, this rare fruit holds significant value for Yunya as well. With your wealth, why not acquire it as a gesture? Yi Yuexin suddenly taunted. Dear Sister Yi, please do not put Mo Qingqian in a difficult position. I lack the qualifications to partake in such a treasure, Yunya replied, shaking her head. Nevertheless, her gaze frequently drifted towards the exquisite box held by the auctioneer. Yun's sister, you are merely defending him. Weren't you quite extravagant just moments ago? Let's see how he fares. Yi Yuexin glared at Mo Qingqian with resentment before turning her attention back to the auction stage. In that fleeting moment, the price of the rare fruit escalated to 130,000 xianjing. At this juncture, previous bidders reluctantly withdrew, leaving only the most formidable competitors in the fray. 150,000 xianjing. Zhong Yuanbing suddenly interjected, raising the bid by a substantial 20,000. His purpose for attending in person was solely this rare fruit. Following his bid, an eerie silence enveloped the room, extinguishing the previous fervor as no one dared to speak. On the auction stage, the auctioneer's eyes flickered with urgency. The expected value of the rare fruit was set at no less than 200,000 xianjing, should it conclude at merely 150,000. He would not only leave empty-handed but also face repercussions. Yet, with Zhong Yuanbing having spoken, he feared that any attempt to rally support might provoke dissatisfaction among the others. Zhong Lao, this rare fruit is of immense importance to me. I beg your pardon. A voice from the 3rd tier suddenly rang out, raising the price to an impressive 180,000. 200,000. Zhong Yuanbing replied coolly. 210,000. 250,000. Ultimately, Zhong Yuanbing acquired the exotic fruit at the price of 250,000. After all, in terms of financial power, Zhong Yuanbing was not inferior to some of the more formidable factions. As the auction hosted by Linglong Pavilion came to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed, with those who had successfully bid being escorted by the attendants to complete their transactions. In the private room on the 3rd floor, Zhong Yuanbing silently followed the attendant out, while Zhong Yi chose to exit through a different passage. Before leaving, he deliberately cast a cold, murderous glance towards Mo Qingqian's box. Within Mo Qingqian's private chamber, Yi Yuexin grasped Yunya's hand, urging her, Sister Yun, can't you heed my advice just this once? Sister, I will go with Mo Qingqian. Yunya resolutely shook her head. The capital conceals many hidden talents. Those who lack strength yet crave the limelight ultimately meet unfortunate ends. Even if you assist him this time, what of future occasions? One day, he may become a liability to those around him. Yi Yuexin's tone was unwavering. Today, Mo Qingqian had thoroughly humiliated Zhong Yuanbing, and Zhong Yi would certainly not let it rest. He might very well be waiting outside for Mo Qingqian to emerge. How can you say such things, Sister Yi? If it weren't for him saving me, I would have perished at Qin Shaojin's hands long ago. How could I possibly abandon him now? Yunya shook her head fervently. Mo Chengqian glanced at Yunya in surprise. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not touched, for throughout his life, only his grandfather had ever shown him such loyalty. Senior Sister Yun, you should leave. I will be fine, Mo Chengqian suddenly spoke. You? Yun Yashio furrowed her brows, her face a portrait of grievance. Naturally, Yunyu did not believe Mo Chengqian's words, and neither did Ji Yuexin. However, after Mo Chengqian concluded his statement, he departed with the attendants, leaving Yunya no time to react. Once the two exited the auction house, they immediately boarded a carriage, which proceeded straight towards the academy, clearing the way wherever it passed. Sister Yi, why do you suddenly harbor such strong prejudice against Mo Chengqian? Why do you always target him? Inside the carriage, Yunya appeared disheartened and listless. Yi Yuexin's demeanor had been quite amiable previously, but it had inexplicably changed. Otherwise, she would have surely intervened to save Mo Chengqian. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuexin sighed softly, her expression briefly revealing a hint of compassion, yet it quickly transformed into resoluteness. Mo Chengqian's talent has already determined his future achievements. The gap between him and you will only widen. I do not wish for you to become ensnared, leading to immense suffering in the future, Yi Yuexin stated earnestly. Yunyu was taken aback by her words, suddenly engulfed in confusion. It turned out that Sister Ye's concern stemmed from this, however. She seemed to harbor no such feelings for him. Is that so? Yunya's bewilderment deepened. If she did not possess such feelings, why had she specifically invited Mo Chengqian to the auction, braving the dangers to remain with him? Noticing her turmoil, Yi Yuexin gently shook her head. The budding emotions of youth often elude one's own understanding. Only those who have traversed similar paths can discern them at a glance. A person who has traversed such paths? Yi Yuexin chuckled self-deprecatingly. She was merely a stepping stone for that individual, who had never truly cared for her. Everything was a figment of her own desires. So how could she claim to have traversed such paths? At this moment, directly opposite the Linglong Pavilion, within the establishment known as the Sea-High Tower, Zhang Yi and a middle-aged man leaned against the highest window, gazing down at the entrance of the Linglong Pavilion and the throngs of people on the street below. Young Master Zhong, we cannot afford to kill a disciple of the Academy. If the Lord of the Academy were to find out, our Sea-High gang would be unable to maintain our standing in the city. The middle-aged man frowned and remarked. To be fair, establishing a connection with Zhong Yuanbing would indeed be optimal. However, risking the entire Sea-High gang for such a venture seems rather unwise, he continued. Chief Tian, who in this city does not recognize the immense influence of your Sea-High gang? I do not intend for you to kill him, merely to see him perish. Is that truly beyond your capability? Zhong Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Young master, there is also the Tiger Sha gang in the city. Their members have been keeping a close watch on our Sea-High gang, eagerly awaiting our downfall, Chief Tian replied with a bitter smile. I had forgotten about that. Since you are disinclined, I shall pay a visit to the Tiger Sha gang. With that, Zhong Yi turned to leave. You needn't worry. Our Sea-High gang will not take action, but we can certainly instigate others to do so. Chief Tian gritted his teeth. Now that is more like it. He is merely a worthless lad. His demise would hardly concern the Academy, were it not for his insignificance. I would have taken matters into my own hands without requiring your assistance, Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. In his eyes, Mo Chengqian, at the third level of qi cultivation, was indeed a mere trifling matter. Should he eliminate Mo Chengqian, Yi Yuexin might invoke the Academy's rules against him, embroiling him in unnecessary trouble over such a trivial character. This was hardly a worthwhile endeavor. The auction house within the Linglong Pavilion is equipped with private transaction rooms, designed to ensure that financial dealings remain discreet and confidential. In a certain trading room, Mo Chengqian sat upon a chair, as a servant respectfully presented him with a crystal card and a peacock feather, saying, Young sir, our manager Lin requests that you wait a moment. He will be here shortly. Acknowledging with a nod, Mo Chengqian tucked away the crystal card and scrutinized the peacock feather in his hand. Before long, Lin Zetian hurriedly arrived, and upon seeing Mo Chengqian's demeanor, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated that the enigmatic individual possessing the exotic fruit would be a mere youth. You may leave. Lin Zetian gestured to the servant, then sat beside Mo Chengqian and remarked with a smile, Truly, heroes emerge from the young. It is remarkable that you, young friend, can present such an extraordinary item at such a tender age. Originally intending to engage in a transaction with Zhong Yuanbing himself, Lin Zetian had rushed over upon hearing from the servant about the appearance of the crystal card. For he was far more intrigued by the identity of the mysterious individual than by Zhong Yuanbing. Manager Lin, I have a small matter that requires your assistance. I wonder if you would be willing to help. Mo Chengxian stated directly, getting straight to the point. Please, young friend, do go on, if within my capabilities. I shall certainly assist, Lin Zetian replied with a faint smile. I am in need of a batch of mystic herbs. I kindly ask Manager Lin to help procure them. The remaining mystic crystals shall be used entirely for this purchase. Mo Chengxian handed over a piece of paper, placing the crystal card upon the table. Lin Zetian instinctively furrowed his brow, yet upon recalling that the crystal card contained nearly 90,000 mystic crystals, he accepted the paper, exclaiming in surprise, Young friend, are you an alchemist? Perhaps it would be best to first examine these mystic herbs, Mo Chengxian replied, remaining silent thereafter. Lin Zetian offered an awkward smile before refocusing his gaze on the paper before him. It was filled with an extensive list of over 50 varieties of mysterious herbs, among which more than 10 were surprisingly classified as 7th tier. Given the substantial quantity purchased previously, the current demand for such a plethora of mystical herbs could only indicate their intended use for alchemical processes. Furthermore, the adeptness of an individual capable of utilizing 7th tier herbs for alchemy would likely rival that of Zhong Yuanbing. Lin Zetian speculated quietly. Yet he harbored doubts regarding the notion that these herbs were intended for Mo Chengxian. In his view, it was evident that a clandestine master of alchemy must be backing Mo Chengxian. My young friend, while the other herbs are manageable, even the 7th tier ones pose no issue. I fear I cannot provide you with much of the 3 specific herbs from before. Otherwise, it may lead to unwanted exposure, Lin Zetian remarked, his brow furrowed. In truth, those 3 particular herbs had no defined quantity. As long as neither party disclosed their existence, they would remain undiscovered. However, Lin Zetian refrained from voicing this, uncertain about how much Mo Chengxian might require. A little less is acceptable. We shall do our best, Mo Chengxian nodded in agreement. He had fewer than 50 of those 3 herbs remaining, sufficient to concoct a dozen potions. Yet these herbs were also essential components of the advanced formula for the peacock feather elixir. From this, Mo Chengxian deduced that the ultimate aim of restricting the circulation of these 3 herbs was to limit the practitioners of body refinement. Monopolizing these herbs would render the creation of body refinement potions impossible, thereby preventing their use. Moreover, these mystical herbs held significant value for Qi practitioners as well, necessitating a selective approach rather than complete monopolization, focusing only on the more commonly utilized herbs in body refinement potions. Mo Chengxian was even certain that those 3 herbs would undoubtedly appear in the more advanced formulas, though he found it inappropriate to validate his conjectures in Lin Zetian's presence. Mo Chengxian was acutely aware that by contending for the peacock feather, he had effectively incurred the ire of Zhong Yuanbing. However, the peacock feather is a rare treasure, and relinquishing it would mean an indeterminate wait for another opportunity. Moreover, he had already experienced the effects of body-refining elixirs, and he could only surmise that more advanced potions would yield even more remarkable results. In light of his current predicament, Mo Chengxian understood the gravity of his situation. Not to mention the likes of Yu Ming and others, even Chen Shaojian alone could pose a lethal threat to him. This awareness instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. The path of cultivation is starkly a realm of survival of the fittest. With a silent sigh, Mo Chengxian's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he was resolute in his resolve to forge ahead, regardless of the blood-soaked mountains that lay before him. Lin Zetian, taken aback by Mo Chengxian's words, set down what he was holding and replied with a wry smile. Young friend, you overestimate my influence. I am merely a minor steward. Should I offend a master alchemist like Zhang Lao? It would not require his intervention for Linglong Pavilion to dispose of me. Mo Chengxian's expression darkened, his skepticism evident. Could it truly be that the illustrious Linglong Pavilion, which spanned the entirety of Qingzhou continent, would jeopardize its steward for the sake of a single Zhong Yuanbing? However, he soon furrowed his brow, contemplating the predicament. This item surpasses the arcane arts by unfathomable degrees, and its price is considerable. Furthermore, this treasure is reputed to be capable of transforming into myriad forms, each use resulting in a different appearance, beyond human control. Transforming into myriad forms? Mo Chengxian's countenance brightened with interest, inquiring, this item sounds splendid. Might I ask its price? 300,000 xianjing. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zetian finally spoke. In truth, this item is priced at 200,000 xianjing, a sum unattainable for the average person, which is why it has remained here. Today, however, Mo Chengxian urgently requires it and wishes to sell it at a high price, simultaneously gauging whether he can indeed produce such a vast amount of xianjing. 300,000 xianjing seems somewhat exorbitant. How about we exchange it for one of the rare fruits instead? After a moment's contemplation, Mo Chengxian spoke slowly. For others, the 1,000 faces and transformations may hold little value, yet for Mo Chengxian, it is different. His cultivation is currently quite low, and he has numerous enemies. Furthermore, in the bustling city, he must conceal his identity as a body refiner. This treasure not only has the potential to resolve his immediate crisis, but also possesses boundless utility. He could easily don the 1,000 faces and transformations to disguise himself as a body refiner. Another rare fruit? Lin Zetian exclaimed in surprise, soon followed by delight. In that case, let us wish for a pleasant transaction. Before long, Lin Zetian approached with an object resembling a human skin mask. Upon wearing it, Mo Chengxian instantly transformed into a frail old man, his hair turning a withered white. Gazing at the unfamiliar elderly visage in the mirror, Mo Chengxian nodded in satisfaction and then presented the rare fruit to Lin Zetian. I discovered this rare fruit by chance. There were originally 3, of which I consumed one. This is the last remaining one, Mo Chengxian informed Lin Zetian. Lin Zetian examined it cautiously before storing it away, smiling as he remarked, "Rest assured, my young friend. The success of Linglong Pavilion is built upon integrity. We disdain any underhanded dealings." After spending an hour in Linglong Pavilion, Mo Chengxian donned a new outfit and strode confidently out of the establishment. In the present day, he has adequately prepared his elixirs. It is indeed the moment to enter seclusion for cultivation. To think he slipped away right under our noses, this lad does not seem so incompetent after all. With a cold snort, Zhong Yi clasped his fists towards Tian Ling and turned to depart. After a brief inquiry, Zhong Yi soon located Yu Ming, who was engaged in discussions with an individual named Qin Lie about how to deal with Mo Chengxian. Brother Zhong, I am quite flattered that you sent someone to convey a message for me to seek you out. How could I possibly allow you to come in person? Yu Ming exclaimed, a look of flattery adorning his face. Qin Lie, on the other hand, dared not even draw a breath. For the man before them was a highly esteemed expert on the heavenly rankings, a figure of great renown within the entire academy. Yu Ming, I have no particular matter at hand. I merely heard that you were injured by that brat Mo Chengxian, Zhong Yi remarked, his brows furrowing slightly. A flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, unnoticed by Yu Ming and his companion. Brother Zhong, that lad merely took advantage of my unguarded moment. Otherwise, dealing with him would be as effortless as crushing an ant, Yu Ming retorted, his face reddening with embarrassment. Is that so? Zhong Yi cast a languid glance at Qin Lie, well aware that both had suffered at the hands of Mo Chengxian. Yu Ming, our academy does not accept just anyone, let alone a fool who managed to injure one of our true elite disciples. This is something I find utterly unacceptable and quite incredulous. If you have any bold ideas, do not hesitate to act. I will assist you with matters at the Justice Hall, Zhong Yi declared with an air of authority. Yes, rest assured, Brother Zhong. Yu Ming shall never tarnish the honor of an academy disciple. Yu Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart and soon exchanged a glance with Qin Lie, both their eyes glimmering with a hint of coldness. After Zhong Yi departed, the arrogant disciple of the heavenly rankings deemed it beneath him to strike against mere waste. He had an abundance of weapons at his disposal. The choice of whether to abandon Yu Ming or retain him depended solely on his whims. Once Zhong Yi had left, Yu Ming and Qin Lie exchanged sinister smiles before resolutely heading towards Mo Chengxian's room, with a prominent disciple from the heavenly rankings vouching for them. What was there to fear? Of course, their intentions were merely to incapacitate Mo Chengxian. They had no intentions of taking a life, for they did not fully trust Zhong Yi. As more disciples gathered behind them, a sense of unease began to creep in. After all, with so many eyes upon them, should the situation escalate, it would be difficult to deny their actions. Nonetheless, the reassurance of Zhong Yi's promise, along with the esteemed status of Elder Zhong, afforded them some comfort. Just as he was preparing to absorb the medicinal liquid, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the wooden door of the room splintered, shards flying into the space within. In truth, he felt a twinge of regret. He had originally intended to simply kick the door open, not anticipating that he would misjudge his strength and obliterate the door instead. Although the dramatic entrance looked far more impressive, it would likely complicate matters with the law enforcement hall. Yu Ming frowned slightly, but before he could utter a word, a figure burst forth from the room, launching a powerful punch directly at him, the force so great that it seemed to rupture the air. With a fierce shout, Yu Ming thrust his hands forward, unleashing his profound energy, which transformed into a formidable wave that swept back. The heavenly collapse fist. Mo Chengqian let out a thunderous shout, and a layer of dark light suddenly enveloped his fist. In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed as a powerful wave of energy surged forth. The black light detaching from Mo Chengqian's fist, transforming into a formidable black fist imprint hurtling towards Yu Ming. What? Yu Ming's expression contorted in shock as he retreated at once, his hands rapidly clapping together before him, summoning a barrier of profound energy. Bang! The black fist imprint collided with the barrier, shattering both into fragments that dissipated into the cosmos. A fierce glint flickered in Mo Chengqian's eyes as he pressed forward once more, his martial prowess exceptionally refined, unleashing a barrage of strikes that left Yu Ming with no option but to flee in all directions. Qin Lie stood in a daze, instinctively retreating several steps. Today, Mo Chengqian exuded an even greater aura of strength, particularly with his sky collapse fist, whose power was astonishing. The onlooking disciples nearby shared the same astonishment, captivated by the ferocity of Mo Chengqian's fist techniques, as the black fist imprint effortlessly shattered every attack Yu Ming attempted. In truth, their own limited cultivation and perspective blinded them to the underlying truth. It was Mo Chengqian's fist that obliterated Yu Ming's profound techniques. The black fist imprint merely served as a fade, emerging only after shattering Yu Ming's assaults. Sky collapse fist. Mo Chengqian bellowed, launching another punch towards Yu Ming. If you dare, change your technique. Yu Ming continued to flee, his face a mask of despair and indignation. Qin Lie's expression shifted through various shades, ultimately blending into the crowd, and before long, he vanished from sight. Mo Chengqian, cease this at once. Suddenly, Yu Ming stumbled, and Mo Chengqian seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to Yu Ming's back. Despite attenuating the force of his blow, Yu Ming still coughed up blood. Several of his bones fractured from the impact. Could this truly be the same inept individual with only inferior talent? A mere neophyte in the third stage of Qi induction, pursuing and striking one in the seventh. Was this a figment of the imagination, or had the natural order been upended? A prodigy, a veritable savant of arcane arts, exclaimed one disciple, his gaze fixed upon Mo Chengqian, tinged with a hint of reverence. Senior brother, has your judgment become clouded? He possesses only inferior talent. How could he possibly be a genius? Indeed, yet even Master Feng's innate talent was not exceptional, but his mastery of arcane arts is profound. Common techniques in his hands become amplified with potency. Mo Chengqian mirrors Master Feng. What? Master Feng? Has fate, in closing one avenue, opened another? The murmurs of the crowd, reaching Yu Ming's ears, were nothing short of a biting mockery. Yet, in his present state, he could scarcely afford to heed them. His countenance etched with agony. Observing Mo Chengqian's deliberate approach, a flicker of fear ignited within Yu Ming's eyes as he stammered, Mo Chengqian, stay back. You've transgressed the Academy's regulations. Transgressed regulations? Who was it that shattered the door to my chamber? Had I been in the throes of cultivation, I might have suffered Qi deviation, and you dare accuse me of transgression? With an icy countenance, Mo Chengqian crushed Yu Ming's leg bone underfoot. Were it not for the confines of the Academy, Yu Ming would have already met his demise. Ah, my leg. Mo Chengqian. It was Qin Lie who damaged your door, not I. I had no involvement. Yu Ming gazed into Mo Chengqian's frigid eyes, suddenly shivering, as he searched for Qin Lie, only to discover that the latter had already fled. Yu Ming, cease this at once. The senior brothers from the Zhengfa Hall are here. At that moment, a voice pierced through the tension, filled with urgency and concern. Upon hearing this, the crowd parted to make way, and Yunya hurried over, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat due to her anxiety. Junior brother Mo, are you unharmed? The senior brothers from the Zhengfa Hall have arrived. Yu Ming. What? How could this be? Yu Ming. Upon seeing that Mo Chengqian was unscathed, Yunya finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon laying eyes on Yu Ming, she could not help but exclaim in shock, for he appeared quite wretched at that moment. Following Yunya were two disciples in their late 20s, unmistakably members of the Qin Lie sect by their attire. Their expressions were stern and fierce, as they glanced at Yu Ming before directing their gaze towards Mo Chengqian. It was he who injured me. He has broken my leg, Yu Ming exclaimed, his face twisted in resentment as he pointed at Mo Chengqian. Are you the one who brazenly committed violence within the Academy? The two from the Zhengfa Hall glared at Imo Chengqian with disapproval. Senior brothers, you misunderstand. Imo Chengqian is merely at the third stage of qi induction. How could he possibly? Yunya hastily interjected, her voice tinged with worry. Imo Chengqian gently patted Yunya's shoulder and then addressed the two from the Zhengfa Hall, saying, Senior brothers, I was in my room practicing when he forcefully broke in, nearly causing me to lose control. I was merely acting in self-defense. In the Hall of Justice, the eyes of the two individuals twitched slightly. They had encountered self-defense before, but never had they witnessed such ruthlessness. Senior brother, it was Sun Lei who kicked the door. This matter has nothing to do with me. Yu Ming explained. Nothing to do with you? Ask how many senior brothers are involved with you. You claim it was Sun Lei who kicked the door, but where is he? Moreover, why should I not strike him? Why only you? Imo Chengqian retorted with a cold laugh. You have reached the third stage of qi induction? A hint of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Hall of Justice. Indeed, thanks to my diligent cultivation of the heavenly collapse fist, otherwise today, I fear I would have been unable to deliver severe punishment to the evildoers. Imo Chengqian replied with a nod. In that case, you two shall proceed to the Hall of Justice. The disciple from the Hall of Justice pointed at the two individuals nearby. Since you are present, you shall carry him to the Hall of Justice, serving as witnesses. Upon finishing his words, the two disciples of the Hall of Justice turned and left, with Imo Chengqian reluctantly trailing behind. The two onlookers exchanged glances tinged with bitterness but complied obediently, lifting Yu Ming toward the Hall of Justice. Chapter 45. The Hall of Justice as an institution dedicated to maintaining order within the Academy. The authority and credibility of the Hall of Justice are beyond question. Moreover, the enigmatic head of the Academy has granted the Hall of Justice considerable power, allowing even the teachers of the Academy the right to adjudicate. Junior brother Mo. You need not worry. The Hall of Justice is fair and just, ensuring that no good person will be wrongfully accused, nor will any wicked person escape justice. As they made their way to the Hall of Justice, Yin walked alongside Imo Chengqian. Although her eyes were filled with concern, she still endeavored to offer him comfort from time to time. Soon, a group arrived at the Hall of Justice, where Yu Ming had ceased his agonizing screams, his countenance betraying a hint of guilt amidst his suffering. The spacious hall was dimly lit, and at the foremost position sat a teacher, his fierce eyes exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Teacher Bai, these two openly engaged in a brawl within the Academy, one of whom has sustained severe injuries. Two disciples of the Hall of Justice respectfully reported to the teacher. Upon finishing their report, they took their positions flanking the teacher like vigilant guards. Openly brawling, Bai Lin shot a cold glance at Yu Ming, then turned his disapproving gaze upon Imo Chengqian. It is inevitable for fellow disciples to have disputes, but your actions were exceedingly malicious. Were it not for the intervention of the Hall of Justice, you might have killed him. Bai Lin rebuked. Teacher Bai, the situation is not as you perceive. It was Yu Ming who struck first. While Imo Shidi merely acted in self-defense, Yunya interjected anxiously. Self-defense? Do you truly consider this self-defense? Bai Lin slammed the armrest in anger. Imo Chengqian gently patted Yunya's shoulder. He disliked the idea of a woman standing up for him, yet he was nonetheless touched by her support. Teacher Bai, if you were diligently cultivating in your dormitory and someone forcibly broke in, how would you respond? Imo Chengqian fixed his gaze upon Yun Lin, still harboring anger within. He pondered the dire consequences had Yu Ming intruded upon him during a moment of intense focus in his cultivation. A glint of severity flashed in Bai Lin's eyes as he turned to one of the disciples of the Hall of Justice. According to Imo Chengqian, he was cultivating in his room when Yu Ming kicked down the door, prompting him to retaliate. Moreover, Imo Chengqian's cultivation is at the third level of qi induction, while Yu Ming is at the seventh level. Yu Ming asserted that it was Sun Lei who kicked down the door. However, when the disciples arrived at the scene, they did not witness Sun Lei. The third stage of qi induction? Bai Lin was momentarily taken aback, his disbelief evident. He then observed as Yu Ming's eyes gently closed, allowing his spiritual energy to be unleashed. After a brief interval, Bai Lin opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his expression. According to his investigation, Imo Chengqian's cultivation indeed appeared to be at the third stage of qi induction, while Yu Ming was undeniably at the seventh stage. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, matters still required resolution. Junior brothers, you were present at the time. Please recount the events truthfully. The disciple from the Zhengfa Hall addressed the two who had brought Yu Ming. Ever since their entry into the Zhengfa Hall, these two had wished to bury their heads in shame, yet they still could not evade the situation. One of them slightly raised his head, a pained expression on his face, and said, "Teacher Bai, brothers, I truly do not know. I was merely curious and went over." "Indeed, teacher, I am also unaware." The other echoed, shaking his head resolutely. They were reluctant to offend Yuming and were particularly wary of Mo Qingqian, who had evidently dealt a severe blow to Yuming, a clear indication of his formidable nature. "You two need not fear, speak freely, regardless of who it may be. Should anyone dare to trouble you afterwards, the Zhengfa Hall will stand by you," declared the disciple from the Zhengfa Hall, his tone growing slightly more severe. "Thank you, teacher. We shall take our leave now." Upon hearing this, the two Qi induction disciples sighed with relief and hurriedly exited the Zhengfa Hall. The two disciples from the Zhengfa Hall exchanged puzzled glances but remained silent, observing Bai Lin. The Hall of Righteous Law was once again cloaked in silence. Even Yuming, writhing in agony, dared not utter a sound, knowing that Bai Lin was contemplating their fate. Such instances, where a thorough investigation and inquiry were deemed unnecessary, were exceedingly rare. "Yuming," Bai Lin said after a moment, his voice breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "Disciple is here." Yuming responded, lifting his head slightly. The movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp involuntarily. "You claim Sun Lei kicked down the door, yet Sun Lei is not present. I suspect that even if questioned, he would likely deny it," Bai Lin remarked, his expression inscrutable, offering no clue to his thoughts. "Master, it truly was Sun Lei," Yuming explained, knowing full well that Bai Lin was correct. Even if questioned, Sun Lei would never confess, as forcibly entering another's residence constituted a grave offense, especially with the evidence lying in plain sight. "Regardless of Sun Lei's involvement, you have sustained injuries. Therefore, I will not pursue your responsibility in this matter. However, know that such leniency is afforded but once. A single recurrence, and even your injuries will not shield you from the judgment of the Hall of Righteous Law," Bai Lin stated, his tone turning icy, his aged face darkening. "Yes, thank you, master. Disciple will not dare to repeat the offense," Yuming replied, gritting his teeth, his face a mask of grievance. At that moment, his animosity towards Mo Qingqian lessened, replaced by resentment for Sun Lei. "Mo Qingqian, while your actions were defensive, you did inflict harm upon another. Therefore, let us consider this matter closed. Do you find this acceptable?" Bai Lin's expression eased slightly. Although he spoke in a tone suggesting negotiation, the undeniable assertiveness of his demeanor was evident. "Very well." Mo Qingqian nodded, his expression suddenly turning cold as he directed his gaze at Yuming. "You know who is right and who is wrong. It would be wise not to provoke me in the future." The two disciples of the Zhengfa Hall, witnessing this, were instantly filled with indignation. How dare Mo Qingqian threaten others in front of the Zhengfa Hall? Such audacity was beyond measure. However, with Bai Lin remaining silent, they dared not voice their objections. Ultimately, the two disciples carried Yuming away, while Mo Qingqian departed alongside Yunya. Outside the Zhengfa Hall, Yunya felt a tinge of confusion. It was unusual for the Zhengfa Hall to handle disputes in such a manner. Nonetheless, what mattered was that Mo Qingqian had not faced any punishment. Before long, the two arrived at the female disciples' dormitory area, marking their time of parting. "Thank you, senior sister Yun," Mo Qingqian suddenly spoke. Yunya was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. "What is there to thank for? After all, I haven't been of much help." After a moment's hesitation, Mo Qingqian produced a brocade box and placed it in Yunya's hands. "Senior sister, please take the contents at your convenience. It's best not to let others know. And do not even think of refusing, for that would imply a lack of respect for me, Mo Qingqian." With that, Mo Qingqian turned and left without waiting for Yunya's response. The brocade box contained the last rare fruit, though precious. It paled in comparison to the care Yunya had shown him. Chapter 46. The Death of Yuming in the Tranquil Expanse of Pingzhou Academy. Home to 30,000 disciples, the most serene locale is undoubtedly the area designated for the esteemed instructors. Even among the faculty, this secluded section remains seldom visited. At the heart of this sanctuary lies a verdant bamboo grove, where a small pond floats with sword-like bamboo leaves, reflecting the crimson pillars and emerald tiles of a pavilion. A winding stone path meanders gracefully towards a bamboo house. Within the grove, beneath the pavilion, black and white chess pieces alternate in a strategic dance, as an elderly man in a blue robe faces a young man clad in a brocade robe. The elder, holding a black piece, hesitates, the furrows on his brow deepening into a landscape of creases. The brocade-clad youth, with eyebrows as sharp as a sword and a visage as formidable as an axe, emanates an aura of fierce intensity, reminiscent of an unparalleled sword, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare to confront his brilliance. As the black piece is placed down, the elder's furrows deepen further, and a complexity shrouds his murky gaze. "Master, your indecision remains evident," the brocade-clad youth remarks, his piercing eyes narrowing, the smile that once graced his lips vanishing abruptly. "Ah, age has caught up with me. The audacity of my youth has waned." The elder responds with a faint sigh, shaking his head as he rises to make his way towards the bamboo house. "You have devoted yourself tirelessly to the academy. How could one mere alchemist compare? Though I may be lacking, I cannot remain passive." With that, the brocade-clad youth turns to depart. Beyond the bamboo grove, wooden structures rise, and the clamor of life resumes. He casts a fleeting glance at one of the buildings, a flicker of concealed malice flashing in his eyes. Just as he reaches his doorstep, Bai Lin suddenly appears, whispering softly as they both enter the wooden building together. "Master, today I discovered an intriguing disciple." Bai Lin's demeanor was respectful, his eyes brimming with admiration. In the prestigious 5 halls of the academy, each hall, apart from the main hall, is overseen by a hall master, and the elegantly robed man before him is none other than Song Qishan, the hall master of the Hall of Justice. "Pray, do share the details." Although Song Qishan was not in the best of spirits, his curiosity was piqued. He was well aware that Bai Lin possessed a discerning eye, having recruited numerous talented disciples for the Hall of Justice over the years. Moreover, Bai Lin typically resided within the Hall of Justice. So for him to seek out Song Qishan at this moment suggested that this disciple was far more than simply interesting. The disciple, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd realm of Qi induction, had severely injured a disciple of the 7th realm. Employing solely a single arcane technique, the Heaven Collapsing Fist, which he had mastered to perfection, amplifying its potency severfold. Could he be another prodigy like Feng Kai? Song Qishan's brows arched. Instantly captivated. His innate talent was only of inferior quality, yet he managed to join the academy through the recommendation of Zhong Yuanbing. Bai Lin nodded in affirmation. "A prodigy of Zhong Yuanbing, you say?" Song Qishan's expression darkened, revealing his discontent. Observing this, Bai Lin hurriedly clarified, "Master, while this young man is indeed recommended by Zhong Yuanbing, he bears no connection to him. It is entirely due to Yin Yang's influence that Zhong Yuanbing distanced himself from this matter after reaping the benefits." "Oh, I see. So, this young man lacks any substantial backing?" Song Qishan's expression softened slightly. "That seems plausible. Otherwise, individuals like Yuming would not continually seek trouble," Bai Lin remarked. Having received his orders, Bai Lin took his leave, while Song Qishan fell into deep contemplation, his countenance gradually darkening. In the depths of the night, the disciples' living quarters of the Chongmai sect lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few wooden buildings flickering with light. Among them, a particularly opulent wooden structure stood out, far surpassing the others in both height and grandeur. Within the hall on the ground floor, Zhong Yi wore a sullen expression as he gazed at the heavily bandaged Yuming before him, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He could hardly believe that Yuming was truly no match for Mo Qingqian, having been severely injured in mere moments. It was utterly astonishing. "Are you suggesting he relied solely on the Heavenly Collapse Fist? But with such overwhelming power?" Zhang Yi methodically tapped on the table, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. "Indeed, Brother Zhong, you must intercede on my behalf. That wretch caused a disturbance at the Zhengfa Hall. Had I not been so grievously injured, I would surely have faced repercussions." Yu Ming lamented, his eyes brimming with resentment, most of which was directed at Sun Lei. How could that fool be so brazen? Knowing well that disrupting another's cultivation was a grave transgression, he acted with such audacity. At this thought, Zhong Yi's fury surged. Realizing that these imbeciles could not even manage minor affairs, must he truly venture to the Zhengfa Hall to rectify the situation? Would they even show him any regard? Zhong Yi felt uncertain, considering that the individual in question was a disciple of that esteemed figure. "You should focus on recuperating. There is no need for you to concern yourself with Mo Qingqian's affairs," he instructed, dismissing Yuming with a wave of his hand before ascending to the 2nd floor. Yuming opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately left in despondence, awakening from his unrealistic fantasies. "Sun Lei, just you wait." In the night, Yuming's heart burned with unbridled hatred. Were it not for Sun Lei, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. Suddenly, Yuming halted. As a shadow loomed outside his dwelling, a figure cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their face. "Who are you?" Yuming sensed an ominous presence and cautiously retreated. "You dare to trouble me repeatedly," Thinking me an easy target? Heavenly collapsed fist. The shadow uttered a low growl, charging towards Yu Ming, fists surging with force, leaving imprints that hurtled directly at him. Help! Mo Chengqian, do you dare to kill me? With a resounding thud, Yu Ming's voice was abruptly silenced, as the shadow executed an agile leap, vanishing into the night. Only after the shadow departed did the lights flicker on in the surrounding rooms, and several disciples emerged. Senior brother Yu? Dead. Senior brother is dead. Quick, inform the master. That night, the academy buzzed with an unusual commotion, particularly in the area where the chi-attracting disciples resided. Most of the lights ablaze. No one had anticipated that someone would have the audacity to commit murder within the academy, a rare occurrence indeed over the years. Soon, numerous instructors, including Bai Lin from the Justice Hall, arrived upon hearing the news, encircling Yu Ming's lifeless form to examine it. After a thorough inspection, they turned to the nearby disciples. Did any of you hear anything unusual? Teacher, I heard something, and Yu Ming even uttered, Mo Chengqian, do you dare to kill me? Bai Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, did you see the assailant? Was it Mo Chengqian? I did not witness the perpetrator, but I believe many heard Yu Ming's last words. The master may inquire with them. Bai Lin cast his gaze towards the other disciples, observing their nods, which deepened the furrow on his brow. Chapter 47. Framing the innocent. The door to Mo Chengqian's room had long been repaired. However, following the incidents involving Yu Ming and Qin Lie, he had come to understand that even within the confines of the academy, safety was not guaranteed. Therefore, he remained ever vigilant during his cultivation sessions. One night, while soaking in a wooden tub, Mo Chengqian suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. The medicinal liquid still shimmered with a verdant hue. Yet he recognized that time for cultivation had slipped away. Naturally, he could not allow the precious liquid to go to waste. So he stored it in his spatial ring and rose to leave the room. Though his residence was some distance from Yu Ming's, he could distinctly hear Yu Ming's incredulous yet terrified cry. By the time he arrived, a crowd had already gathered. At the center, Bai Lin and the other instructors stood in solemn silence. It was Mo Chengqian. The other disciples momentarily froze upon seeing him, then parted to create a path. It was then that Mo Chengqian discerned the scene within. Yu Ming lay lifeless, a fist imprint marred his chest, which had caved in. Mo Chengqian let out a faint sigh. He realized he had fallen victim to a scheme. The assailant, capable of killing Yu Ming and fleeing the scene in such a short span, must possess formidable cultivation, likely at the channeling stage. Zhongyi. Mo Chengqian's eyes narrowed with cold realization, yet he found himself powerless. Mo Chengqian, did you kill Yu Ming? Feng Jiqiang's eyes gleamed with accusation as he pointed a finger at Mo Chengqian. Teacher Feng, which I've years witnessed me committing murder. Mo Chengqian replied, furrowing his brow in dismay. When Yu Ming was on the brink of death, he uttered the name of his assailant. And the fatal blow was inflicted by your infamous technique, the heaven collapsing fist. Can you still deny this? Feng Jiqiang raised an eyebrow and admonished. Teacher Feng, many practitioners have mastered the heaven collapsing fist. To conclude that he is the murderer based solely on this is rather unreasonable, is it not? Bai Lin, who had remained silent behind Feng Jiqiang, suddenly furrowed his brow. Teacher Bai, let us not forget that Mo Chengqian had previously attempted to assassinate Yu Ming. Although your disciples from the Justice Hall intervened in time, it appears that Mo Chengqian still harbors resentment and chose to exact his revenge under the cover of night. It was merely unexpected that Yu Ming would call out his name. Feng Jiqiang's analysis was compelling, leaving even Bai Lin unable to refute it. Mo Chengqian, do you have anything to say for yourself? Bai Lin inquired, gazing at Mo Chengqian. I did not kill him. Mo Chengqian met Bai Lin's gaze, his calm eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Are you still attempting to wriggle out of this? Feng Jiqiang scoffed, addressing Bai Lin, Teacher Bai. The responsibility of the Justice Hall is to uphold order within the academy. He dares to commit murder here and refuses to admit it. I believe immediate execution is the most appropriate course of action. Teacher Feng, is the affairs of the Academic Affairs Office not enough for you to concern yourself with? Do you wish to meddle in the matters of the Justice Hall as well? Bai Lin's expression turned cold, and his tone became somewhat unfriendly. Feng Jiqiang's countenance faltered as he regarded Bai Lin, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, yet he refrained from saying more. Mo Chengqian, regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, you must accompany me to the Justice Hall. Our academy has not witnessed such a heinous incident in many years, and we shall not allow the perpetrator to roam free. Bai Lin gazed at Mo Chengqian as several disciples from the Zhengfa Hall emerged behind him, swiftly encircling Mo Chengqian. Before long, he was taken away by the Zhengfa Hall, while the teachers and disciples departed in their own directions. The Zhengfa Hall housed several dark cells, constructed beneath the hall and enveloped by layers of massive stone, with only a single entrance. Once Mo Chengqian was brought into the Zhengfa Hall, Bai Lin waved his hand, signaling the disciples to retreat outside the hall. "Teacher Bai, I did not commit murder," Mo Chengqian implored. Casting a desperate glance at Bai Lin, this was his second attempt to clarify his innocence. "I understand that such a foolish act could only be perpetrated by a simpleton. However, the murderer seized the perfect moment, rendering it impossible for anyone to witness the crime, especially since everyone was engrossed in their training. You cannot even provide an alibi." Bai Lin furrowed his brow. According to his investigation, Mo Chengqian lacked any backing, and he had intended to incorporate him into the Zhengfa Hall. Yet he had not anticipated this incident. Mo Chengqian frowned, remaining silent. Bai Lin was correct. He had no means to prove his innocence, and the murderer had left no traces. Ultimately, someone had to bear responsibility for Yu Ming's demise, and that individual was likely to be him. Within the academy, disciples vied for supremacy in both overt and covert manners, and even the teachers formed cliques. Yet, no one dared to commit murder. The death of Yu Ming would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar within the academy. Therefore, while I personally believe in your innocence, you must remain in the dark cell until the matter is thoroughly investigated." "A dark cell?" Mo Chengqian's brow furrowed as he looked at Bai Lin. "Teacher Bai, if I am not the murderer, then why must I stay in the dark cell?" Mo Chengqian, regarding the suspect, "Our justice hall has always handled matters in this manner. You need not worry." Bai Lin expressed mild displeasure, but soon shook his head and said, "To speak frankly, our hall master wishes for you to join the justice hall. I intended to approach you tomorrow, but unforeseen events have transpired." "Join the justice hall?" Mo Chengqian mused, perplexed. He had heard of the esteemed reputation of the Justice Hall since his first day at the academy. All its disciples were at the Pulse realm, while he was merely at the Qi induction realm. What merit did he possess to enter their ranks? "Indeed, I have no need to deceive you in this matter," Bai Lin clarified. "The reason I share this with you is to reassure you. As long as you are not the culprit, both the Hall Master and I will ensure you receive justice." Mo Chengqian fell into silence. It was true that Bai Lin had no reason to lie. Yet he feared that if he were to be imprisoned in the dark cell, he might never find a way out. "Very well. I trust that Teacher Bai can grant me justice." Mo Chengqian nodded, indicating his willingness to enter the dark cell. Upon hearing this, Bai Lin finally relaxed his expression. Mo Chengqian's entry into the dark cell was imperative. Had he declined, Bai Lin would have had no choice but to resort to force. However, such an action would likely sow discontent in Mo Chengqian's heart, potentially severing the bond between this promising talent and the Justice Hall. Bai Lin led Mo Chengqian behind a screen on one side of the hall into the inner sanctum. It was at this moment that Mo Chengqian discovered the existence of a rear hall within the Justice Hall. The inner sanctum was quite spacious, adorned only with a multitude of mats. In the center of the floor lay an iron door, which Bai Lin activated with an unknown mechanism. The iron door slowly slid to the side, revealing the entrance to the dark cell. "In the Hall of Justice, I have thousands of disciples, all of whom possess the cultivation of the Meridian stage. They routinely practice here and are also responsible for guarding the dark prison. Within the dark prison, there are numerous stone chambers, each measuring 3 zhang, and each chamber is equipped with a sturdy iron door. On the walls of these chambers, there are iron chains as thick as a person's arm. Disciples who have committed serious offenses are confined with these chains, not only to prevent their escape, but also to subject them to the agony of confinement. In the dark prison, there are no other disciples imprisoned, only you. It is advisable for you to remain within, lest you be misunderstood by the guards. The audacity to commit murder within the academy and frame you for it indicates that this assailant is no ordinary individual. Based on my experience, it is evident that their intent to eliminate you will likely involve subsequent actions, potentially rallying numerous teachers and disciples to conspire against you. Thus, I must hasten to inform the Hall Master of this matter to devise a comprehensive strategy." After imparting his instructions, Balan departed from the dark prison. Had it been earlier, he might not have deduced the identity of the assailant. However, after learning of Mo Chengqian's actions at the auction house, he formed a conjecture, which is precisely why he needs to consult the Hall Master. Chapter 48. The Dark Prison in the Dim and Damp Stone Chamber. Only a faint glimmer of light penetrates through the cracks of the iron door, illuminating the interior and casting its glow upon Mo Chengqian. In merely a month since entering the academy, an overwhelming series of events had transpired in Mo Qingqian's life. Initially, there were Feng Jiqiang, Qin Lie, and Yu Ming, along with those who sought to frame him, all of which instilled in him a profound sense of fatigue and a burgeoning resentment born from suppression. He even contemplated using a black long needle to eliminate these adversaries and then vanish without a trace, yet ultimately extinguish that notion. For within the borders of the Xingyu kingdom, the only avenue to strengthen oneself was the academy, and indeed, he had gleaned much knowledge there. Furthermore, he had yet to explore the upper levels of the 7-story book tower or the cultivation grounds of the 9-story platform, making the idea of fleeing the academy a bitter pill to swallow. Additionally, Yunya and the Yun family had incurred certain costs for his admission to the academy. After a while, Mo Qingqian retrieved a wooden tub from his spatial ring and immersed himself within, continuing to refine his physique using medicinal powers. In the stillness of the dark prison, even the faintest sound resonated clearly. Should anyone enter, he would be forewarned and could swiftly conceal the tub. Although Mo Qingqian found himself imprisoned that night, many remained unable to rest or meditate, including Feng Jiqiang, Qin Lie, and the true perpetrator. Bai Lin, too, was deprived of sleep. The current Mo Qingqian appeared to hold little value, unworthy of the Lord's personal intervention for justice. Yet Bai Lin was acutely aware of the terror posed by a genius in arcane arts. It is akin to Feng Kaichen, who, despite possessing an inferior innate talent, harbors a profound apprehension towards my superior aptitude. In a friendly contest, he might have a modicum of confidence to achieve a draw. Yet in a battle of life and death, his demise would be inevitable. Although Mo Qingqian currently embodies merely the 3rd stage of Qi induction, which is of little consequence, he is already capable of vanquishing disciples at the 7th stage of Qi induction. Should he advance to the pulse unblocking stage, he will undoubtedly secure a place among the ranks of the celestial list. If he were to reach the profound pill stage, he would undoubtedly command great respect in his domain. Bai Lin moved swiftly, occasionally glancing at the surrounding wooden pavilions, pondering how many among these individuals would pose a hindrance to Mo Qingqian's survival. Soon, he arrived at Song Qingshan's wooden pavilion, where Song Qingshan sat in the hall as if he had been waiting expressly for him. Though the academy was rife with undercurrents, the presence of the academy had deterred anyone from causing fatalities, a tacit understanding shared among all faculty and students. Yet, this understanding had now been shattered, and the academy would likely not remain tranquil in the days to come. A rare expression of worry graced Song Qingshan's face, which momentarily startled Bai Lin. For having known the hall master for so long, he had never before witnessed such an expression. Hall master, based on my conjecture, the perpetrator must be someone else. Mo Qingqian would not be foolish enough to commit such an act. Bai Lin observed Song Qingshan cautiously. Under normal circumstances, he would never voice such sentiments that could influence the hall master's decisions. It appears you have conducted an investigation. Who do you suspect the culprit to be? Song Qingshan inquired, fixing his gaze upon Bai Lin. After a brief hesitation, Bai Lin replied slowly, a few days ago, at the Linglong Pavilion auction, Mo Qingqian and Zhang Yuanbing contended for a rare medicinal herb, which ultimately fell into Mo Qingqian's possession. After the auction concluded, Zhang Yi sought out members of the Four Seas gang and also approached Yu Ming. Zhang Yi? Song Qingshan inexplicably smiled, remaining silent. After a brief moment, he turned to Bai Lin and said, even if it is him, we cannot act against him. However, since they desire the demise of Mo Qingqian, I shall ensure he lives. Though Song Qingshan did not specify who they were, Bai Lin understood and nodded. He then furrowed his brow and inquired, what if they unite to exert pressure on us? Indeed, their influence is quite formidable. Even a palace lord looks down upon them. Song Qingshan scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. You should take charge of the Zhengfa Hall and ensure Mo Qingqian's safety. I refuse to believe they would dare to act within our Zhengfa Hall. Understood, Palace Lord. Bai Lin replied, slightly troubled, yet he turned to leave. Those individuals would naturally refrain from taking action in the Zhengfa Hall, but if they incited some disciples, it could adversely affect the prestige of the Zhengfa Hall. Nevertheless, he was confident that the Palace Lord had already considered this, for the Zhengfa Hall was a sharp sword in the hands of the Palace Lord, wielded to protect his mentor, and he would surely not wish for any trouble to befall it. The following day, news of Mo Qingqian's assassination attempt on Yu Ming spread throughout the academy, and Mo Qingqian became a well-known figure, his fame rivaling that of the illustrious talents on the heavenly rankings. Within a certain wooden building on the 2nd floor, draped in delicate gauze, a woman in red sat by the window, her delicate brows furrowed as she murmured softly. This individual was Yi Yuexin, who had learned of Mo Chengqian's predicament early that morning, causing her great distress. Fortunately, Yinya had unexpectedly entered seclusion for reasons unknown, which alleviated her worries. If that foolish girl Yinya were to know, she would undoubtedly plead for Mo Chengqian. Fortunately, she is in seclusion. Yet, the question remains, should I save him? Yi Yuexin found herself wavering. She did not ponder whether Mo Chengqian truly murdered Yu Ming or whether he could even escape. Rather, she contemplated the moral dilemma of rescue, as if her willingness alone could absolve him of any heinous act he may have committed. Ultimately, she decided against it. After all, he is no kin of mine, so it is justifiable that I do not come to his aid. Shaking her head, Yi Yuexin resolved to dismiss any further thoughts of Mo Chengqian. Early in the morning, Feng Jiqiang hurriedly sought out Zhong Yi, driven by the matter concerning the 7th-grade mysterious herb. He was willing to exert himself without a hint of fatigue. The reason for seeking Zhong Yi was that he knew Zhong Yi also desired Mo Chengqian's demise. Thus, if he could persuade Zhong Yi to accompany him to the Justice Hall to exert pressure, their combined influence would be formidable. Even if the matter had yet to be thoroughly investigated, the Justice Hall would certainly grant Zhong Yi or Zhong Yuanbing some respect, rather than dismissing them for the actions of an ordinary disciple. "Oh, it is Teacher Feng. What brings you here so early?" Zhong Yi inquired. "That wretched boy, Mo Chengqian, has lost all reason and brazenly committed murder within our academy." "Murder? When did this happen?" "Last night." "Zhong Yi, you were unaware of this? But, then again, if you had known, how could you allow the murderer to roam free?" "Teacher Feng, as the Justice Hall is responsible for maintaining order within the academy. Mo Chengqian's acts of murder are indeed heinous. I believe the Justice Hall will undoubtedly execute him to appease the spirit of junior brother Yu." Teacher Feng stood with unwavering righteousness, earning my utmost admiration. In light of this, I shall accompany him on this journey. Thus, Zhong Yi and Feng Jiqiang proceeded towards the Hall of Justice. As they passed the residences of other instructors, they would pause, with Feng Jiqiang engaging in conversation, while Zhong Yi maintained an impassive demeanor at a short distance. Before long, a throng of several dozen teachers and over 1,000 disciples gathered behind them, forming an imposing procession heading straight for the Hall of Justice. Chapter 49. The endless The Hall of Justice has always exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. Ordinarily, unless one is a disciple of this hall, others are reluctant to approach. Even those who occasionally pass by do so in haste, seldom exchanging words. However, today, the exterior of the hall bustled with activity, rivaling the liveliness of a street market. At a glance, one could count no fewer than 1,000 individuals. Despite this, more disciples continued to converge upon the site. Outside the Hall of Justice, over 20 teachers, led by Feng Jiqiang, bore expressions of indignation as they gazed at the tightly shut doors, occasionally revealing looks of helplessness. Although Zhong Yi held a unique status, he remained merely a disciple, positioning himself at the forefront of the assembled disciples, embodying the essence of a leader. Yet, his countenance was far from cheerful. The hall's refusal to grant an audience took him by surprise, for after all, Mo Chengqian was merely an ordinary disciple. How could he possibly warrant such opposition from the hall and its multitude? Teacher Bai, does the Hall of Justice not fear retribution from the Lord of the Manor for such actions? The hall has always been known for its fairness and impartiality. It is truly disappointing to witness it shielding the perpetrator today. If we do not receive an explanation, we shall not depart. Beside Zhong Yi, a man with a sharp face and gaunt features bellowed with a coarse voice, his countenance flushed with indignation. "We will not back down." The multitude of disciples echoed his sentiment, their voices rising in a fervent chorus that could even be heard beyond the confines of the academy. The sharp-faced man glanced at Zhong Yi, and upon seeing his approving nod, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he fervently incited the crowd once more. Within the Jingfa Hall, Bai Lin and 5 instructors were seated together, surrounded by over 1,000 disciples, all wearing expressions of anger. "Teacher, when has our Zhengfa Hall ever been subjected to such humiliation?" one disciple exclaimed. "Indeed, teacher, why must we endure their meddling, especially under such pressure?" Another added. "Let us venture out and teach them a proper lesson." The disciples turned their gaze to Bai Lin and the other instructors, seeking affirmation. Bai Lin shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging the unprecedented nature of the day's events, which left him feeling immensely frustrated. However, if we truly step outside, amidst the chaos of numbers, any potential conflict could yield dire consequences. "Teacher Bai, why must we protect Mo Chengqian?" one of the instructors questioned. True. While evidence may be scant, he remains the prime suspect, and it seems rather unworthy to incur the ire of so many for his sake. The instructors exchanged puzzled glances. Such a situation was not without precedent, yet the present defiance was indeed a first. Bai Lin, with a weary smile, addressed them. The Hall Master is determined to safeguard him, and we believe that the true perpetrator lies elsewhere. Elsewhere? The instructors responded in bewilderment. Indeed. Both the Hall Master and I concur that the likelihood of Mo Qingqian being the culprit is minimal. Bai Lin nodded in agreement. However, this situation cannot persist. The assembly of individuals outside our justice hall will inevitably attract more disciples, creating a rather unfavorable impression, remarked a certain teacher, furrowing his brow. Let us wait a while longer. The Hall Master will make a decisive judgment, and perhaps he is already en route. Bai Lin sighed softly, aware that if they were to venture out with the crowd now, the outcome could be unpredictable. In any setting, there will always be those who do not fit in. Much like Feng Kaichen, a man who has only opened 2 meridians is essentially destined to lead a life devoid of cultivation, relegated to the status of an ordinary person. Yet, the steadfast Feng Kaichen, who believes that human effort can triumph over destiny, has accomplished a remarkable feat nevertheless. The path he has traversed has been fraught with hardship and adversity, with scorn and ridicule known only to him. Thus, he remains profoundly lonely and out of place. Whether as a disciple, during his travels, or now, living like a fallen leaf within the academy while teaching students, he has consistently faced exclusion and marginalization, a situation that has become increasingly pronounced with the elevation of his cultivation. Presently, apart from instructing numerous disciples, Feng Kaichen spends most of his time within his wooden loft, either playing the zither or savoring tea, rarely venturing outside and showing little interest in worldly affairs. This day, within the academy, was simultaneously bustling and serene. The vibrancy resonated from afar, while tranquility enveloped the area where many teachers resided. The sound of the zither floated delicately, accompanied by the gentle dance of falling leaves. The soft caress of autumn breezes, the rise and swift descent of soaring birds, and the sight of young caterpillars inching their way up trees, yearning to gaze far and wide. This melody emanated with a fierce and determined spirit, ascending defiantly against the heavens. Suddenly, the sound of the Qin ceased, revealing a figure clad in a brocade robe standing beneath the wooden building. His eyes slowly opened, and an imposing aura surged forth, reaching for the heavens. What a pity! The brocade-robed man sighed, shaking his head, before gently knocking on the wooden door. There is no need for formality, Lord Song. Simply enter through the window and take a seat. From beyond the window above, a voice spoke with indifference, followed by the gentle sound of water being poured for tea. Song Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then lightly tapped his toes, allowing himself to float gracefully through the window. Indeed, Master Feng is truly unconventional, Song Qingshan remarked as he settled directly into his seat, lifting the fragrant tea to his lips and gently blowing on it before speaking slowly. Wouldn't opening the door only serve to tire us both? Feng Kaichen smiled calmly, though his expression bore an unmistakable air of distance. Why did you not finish playing that melody, Master Feng? Song Qingshan lamented, his face expressing regret. The piece held profound meaning, immersing him in its essence. Had he heard it in its entirety, it would have greatly elevated his state of mind. The music is akin to life, as long as one lives. The melody is eternal. Feng Kaichen spoke slowly, explaining that this particular tune was of his own creation, remarkably, apart from the initial performance. This was only the second time he had played it, and he himself could not fathom why he felt compelled to do so today. Life persists, and the melody is everlasting. Song Qingshan murmured, his gaze towards Feng Kaichen growing increasingly profound, yet it only deepened his sense of regret. Master Feng, the position of Vice Lord of the Zhengfa Hall has remained vacant. When shall you join us? He regarded Feng Kaichen earnestly. Despite the fact that even Balan was unaware of his numerous private invitations to Feng Kaichen, all of which had been met with refusal. Lord Song, how do you find this tea? Feng Kaichen replied with an indifferent expression, avoiding the question. Alas, tea, indeed, is exquisite. How could Song Qingshan fail to comprehend its essence? His countenance was etched with disappointment. Feng Kaichen, with an enigmatic smile, chose silence, gazing out the window as the clouds danced, seemingly oblivious to Song Qingshan's presence. Yesterday, a tragedy unfolded within the academy. A disciple was brutally slain, and while the suspect has been apprehended by our justice hall, we cannot yet ascertain whether he is the true perpetrator. Song Qingshan recognized that Feng Kaichen had effectively issued an eviction order, and thus spoke candidly. This matter pertains to the Justice Hall. Why must you, Master Song, divulge it to me? Feng Kaichen replied nonchalantly. The assailant employed the celestial collapse fist. I am aware that your mastery of esoteric arts has reached an extraordinary level, and I wish for you to examine the deceased to determine the suspect's guilt. Song Qingshan elucidated. Haha, Master Song, you overestimate my abilities. Feng Kaichen shook his head and continued, you should seek the expertise of someone more capable. The suspect has only attained the 3rd stage of Qi induction, yet defeated a disciple at the 7th stage using the celestial collapse fist. I initially presumed he had received your true teachings. Now, it seems I may have misjudged. Song Qingshan sighed, shaking his head, and rose to depart. Feng Kaichen furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling a disciple named Imo Qingqian, who appeared to be at the 3rd stage of Qi induction. Chapter 50. Yixian. The Academy is a realm of order. Regardless of a teacher's duties, they possess the authority to intervene when matters arise. However, when such issues involve the Justice Hall, teachers find themselves at a loss, even when several of them unite. As the crowd outside the Hall of Justice grew increasingly larger, it gradually drew the attention of many notable figures, including the master of the Xian Medicinal Hall, Yixian. Although Yixian was in the twilight of his years, his complexion was vibrant and his presence commanding, moving with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. Behind him trailed several disciples of the Xian Medicinal Hall, all of whom were at the pulse opening stage, with a few even being masters of the heavenly ranking. Master Yi. Zhong Yi approached Yixian and offered a slight bow. Zhong Yi, I did not expect to see you here, Yixian replied, nodding slightly at his fellow instructors, including Feng Jiqiang, and then warmly grasping Zhong Yi's hand. This scene was not surprising to the other teachers and disciples, as they understood that were it not for Zhong Yi's grandfather willingly stepping aside and recommending Yixian, the position of master of the Xian Medicinal Hall would not have been his to claim. Yixian patted Zhong Yi on the shoulder reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. Zhong Yi, I shall see if the Hall of Justice dares to shield the murderer. With that, Yixian strode toward the tightly shut doors of the Hall of Justice, his voice rising in anger as he declared, How can the Hall of Justice hide behind closed doors to evade responsibility? I wish to know if Master Song was aware of your actions. Bai Lin, I know you are inside. Open the door for me at once and speak clearly. Or do not blame me for taking action. His final words resonated with a power infused with mystic energy, echoing like thunder within the Hall of Justice. Bai Lin's expression darkened, worry etched across his features, as he had not anticipated that the esteemed master would personally intervene. Such a figure was not comparable to the likes of Feng Jiqiang and his fellow instructors. If Yixian truly decided to act, they would have no means to retaliate. Open the door, Teacher Bai. Do not provide him with the opportunity to strike. The 5 instructors of the Zhengfa Hall gazed at Bai Lin, their eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. If Yixian were to forcefully breach the entrance, the reputation of the Zhengfa Hall would be irreparably tarnished. Open the door. A flicker of resignation crossed Bai Lin's eyes before he spoke in a deep voice. Creaking sounds echoed as the grand doors of the Zhengfa Hall slowly parted, a blinding light flooding in, prompting everyone to instinctively squint. Moments later, Yixian stood at the threshold, surveying the entire hall with his discerning gaze. Outrageous. Were it not for your Zhengfa Hall's blatant injustice and your failure to punish the perpetrator until now, would they have gathered here? Yixian rebuked vehemently. Bai Lin's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he retorted, Hall Master Yi, the matter of the spiritual herbs and elixirs falls under your jurisdiction. We have Hall Master Song. If you harbor any grievances, you may address them with him directly. Outrageous. You would use Song Qingshan to suppress me? Yixian bellowed, striking towards Bai Lin with a palm. His action was driven by a mix of anger and humiliation. After all, the thought of confronting Song Qingshan genuinely intimidated him. Observing this, Bai Lin also retaliated with a palm strike, but given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he was immediately sent flying backward. Teacher Bai? The 5 instructors and numerous disciples of the Zhengfa Hall were incensed upon witnessing this and promptly established a magical restraint array. Yixian raised an eyebrow, retreating a few steps as he stood outside the hall. The magical restraint array is a personal technique bestowed by the Fu Master, intended for use against the most heinous of criminals. Do you dare to wield it against me? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those in the Zhengfa Hall subtly shifted, their eyes betraying a glimmer of doubt. Yixian was indeed correct. The power of the demon capture array was formidable and should not be employed lightly. If they were to use this array against a hall master, It would surely be difficult to justify to the estate master. Withdraw, and do not cause trouble for the hall master, commanded Bai Lin, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he slowly stepped forward to stand before Yi Xian. With a cold smile, he remarked, Hall Master Yi, your strength is truly commendable, and I, Bai Lin, humbly acknowledge your prowess. However, the Hall Master has decreed that without sufficient evidence, we cannot convict Mo Qingqian or confine him in the dark prison. Should Hall Master Yi wish to forcefully breach the dark prison, you would first have to tread over the bodies of us, the disciples of the Zhengfa Hall. As soon as Bai Lin uttered these words, the disciples of the Zhengfa Hall immediately understood, and they all rushed outside to reorganize and set up the demon capture array. The disciples' faces paled slightly as they discreetly took a few steps back, fearing the notorious reputation of the array. The expressions of their teachers, such as Feng Jiqiang, turned grave. If Bai Lin were to accuse them of forcibly storming the dark prison, the demon capture array could indeed be wielded against them. Ah, I did not anticipate you, Bai Lin, to be so eloquent. When did this hall master ever declare an intention to forcibly invade the dark prison? It is rather your Zhengfa Hall that has repeatedly sought to employ the demon capture array against me. As if to imply that my Xianyao Hall is devoid of capable individuals, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with ferocity as a palm-sized yellow talisman materialized in his hand. Observing this, Bai Lin hesitated momentarily before finally waving his hand, prompting the disciples of the Zhengfa Hall to promptly dismantle the array. The Hall of Justice possesses a yellow emblem, held by the Hall Master. By channeling profound energy into it, a beam of light can be emitted to summon the disciples within the hall. Should Yi Xian call upon the disciples of the Herbal Hall, it would inevitably lead to a clash. Teacher Bai, the Hall of Justice has always upheld fairness. Our visit today is not to instigate trouble, but rather to seek retribution for the death of Yuming at the hands of Mo Qingqian. Why has the Hall of Justice remained inactive? Are we to allow the soul of junior brother Yu to wander without peace? At that moment, the silent Zhong Yi stepped forward and addressed Bai Lin. To determine the culprit solely based on Yu Ming's word is rather difficult to accept. Thus, the Hall of Justice is currently investigating the matter and will release findings upon acquiring irrefutable evidence. Bai Lin regarded Zhong Yi with a frigid gaze. What if conclusive evidence is never found? Would that mean this incident simply fades away? Would Yu Ming die in vain? If that were the case, I fear that everyone would resolve their disputes in this manner. As long as no definitive proof is left behind, one could evade justice and roam free, questioned Zhong Yi. Indeed, we have not witnessed such delays from the Hall of Justice before. It appears this time there is a deliberate attempt to shield the perpetrator. Yu Ming deserves justice. If the Hall of Justice still values fairness, then please punish the culprit and restore justice for Yu Ming. Restore justice for Yu Ming. Stirred by the intentions of Feng Jiqiang and others, the disciples became increasingly agitated, gradually surrounding Bai Lin and the other disciples of the Hall of Justice. Bai Lin, the actions of the Hall of Justice have already incited the ire of the people. Your obstinacy will lead the hall to a point of no return. Yi Xian spoke with a fierce tone. What audacity! Today, I shall witness who dares to render my justice palace into a state of eternal damnation. Chapter 51. Accusation. What audacity! Today, I shall witness who dares to render my justice palace into a state of eternal damnation. A commanding voice suddenly echoed, prompting the crowd to turn their heads. They beheld a man clad in a brocade robe and another dressed in plain attire approaching slowly. Lord Song, Feng Kaichen. Yi Xian's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the appearance of Song Qishan, especially with the presence of the perverse Feng Kaichen, which caused a slight heaviness in his heart. Lord, Bai Lin and the others displayed expressions of joy, though they felt a touch of discomfort upon seeing Feng Kaichen. Lord Yi, was it you who declared that I would render your justice palace into a state of eternal damnation? Song Qingshan approached Yi Xian and spoke indifferently. Shameless, Bai Lin muttered, preparing to explain. However, Song Qingshan raised a hand, continuing to gaze at Yi Xian. We shall address those matters later. For now, I ask you, is it you, Yi Xian, who intends to bring my justice palace to ruin? Why have you not yet made a move? With a cold snort, Song Qingshan fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression faltered. He dared not meet Song Qingshan's eyes, beads of sweat forming at his brow. Lord Song, were it not for Teacher Bai's reckless attempt to employ the magic capturing array, Lord, you would not have uttered such fiery words. If there is to be an inquiry, perhaps Lord Song should first question the members of your justice palace. Zhang Yi felt somewhat disappointed by Yi Xian's reaction, but upon recalling Song Qingshan's formidable reputation, He stepped forward and spoke. One must acknowledge the audacity of his nature. Yi Xian hesitated to admit it, while Feng Jiqiang and the others were too intimidated to breathe. Yet he stepped forward with an air of composure. Lord Song, utter one more word, and I shall silence you. Song Qingshan cast a frigid glance at Zhong Yi and then fixed his gaze back on Yi Xian, inquiring, Do you have anything to say? Lord Song, my previous remarks were indeed ill-considered. I hope you will not hold it against me, Yi Xian replied, lowering his gaze under the icy scrutiny of Song Qingshan. The astonishment was palpable among Feng Jiqiang and the other disciples. They could hardly believe that the esteemed lord of the Xian Medicine Hall would bow to the lord of the Zhengfa Hall, lacking even the courage to argue. As this realization dawned upon them, their respect for the robed figure deepened. A hint of disdain flickered across Song Qingshan's lips before he addressed Feng Kaichen. Teacher Feng, please, do enter the hall. Feng Kaichen nodded and stepped into the Zhengfa Hall, though internally he sighed, fearing that after this day, many would unavoidably label him as a representative of the Zhengfa Hall. Once Song Qingshan and Feng Kaichen entered, Bai Lin and the others followed suit, leaving 20 disciples on either side of the front hall, while the rest retreated to the rear hall. Lord Yi, shall we proceed? Zhong Yi approached Yi Xian and whispered. Yi Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he nodded awkwardly. Zhong Yi gestured for Feng Jiqiang and the others to follow, and they all made their way toward the Zhengfa Hall, while numerous disciples clustered outside. Truly, today marked the most vibrant day for the Zhengfa Hall. Song Qingshan cast a glance at Yi Xian and the others in the hall, then turned to Feng Kaichen with a light chuckle. Lord Song, how do you intend to deal with the perpetrator who assassinated Yu Ming? Yi Xian resumed his previous demeanor, as if he had not just bowed his head. To dare commit murder within the academy warrants severe punishment. Moreover, having taken a life, the murderer must also pay the price. Song Qingshan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yi's eyes brightened, and he discreetly glanced at Feng Jiqiang. Feng Jiqiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself and stepped forward. In that case, I implore Lord Song to execute Mo Chengqian, so that Yu Ming's soul may find peace. Who claims that Mo Chengqian is the murderer? Song Qingshan coldly regarded Feng Jiqiang. Feng Jiqiang shrank back slightly, awkwardly stating, Lord Song. Before his death, Yu Ming shouted the name of the killer, and the heaven-crushing fist is indeed Mo Chengqian's signature technique. They had a conflict earlier this morning, so the murderer must be Mo Chengqian. Teacher Feng, there are many who understand the heaven-crushing fist within the academy. How can one simply deduce the murderer based on a single technique? Bai Lin interjected with a frown. If these points do not suffice to establish Mo Chengqian as the culprit, then I would like to ask Teacher Bai, who do you believe the murderer to be? I think. All right, bring Mo Chengqian forth. Let us hear his explanation first. Song Qingshan interrupted Bai Lin, falling into silence thereafter. Upon receiving the command, Bai Lin entered the rear hall, and, shortly after, returned with Mo Chengqian to the Hall of Justice. Mo Chengqian was taken aback by the number of people present in the hall, casting a cold glance at Zhong Yi and Feng Jiqiang before directing his gaze upwards. Teacher Feng, Mo Chengqian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see Feng Kaichen here. With a gentle smile, Feng Kaichen nodded slightly. Mo Chengqian. Beside Teacher Feng is our hall master Song from the Zhengfa Hall, Bai Lin whispered. Disciple Mo Chengqian pays his respects to Hall Master Song. Mo Chengqian turned to Song Qingshan, who gave a slight nod before inquiring, Mo Chengqian, do you have anything to say regarding the death of Yu Ming? Yesterday morning, while I was in meditation, Yu Ming forcefully kicked down my door, nearly leading me to the brink of demonic deviation. Thus, I acted in defense, only to find that despite his cultivation, Yu Ming was utterly inept, and I managed to injure him in just a few moves. After which the brothers from Zhengfa Hall arrived. Following that, once I repaired my door, I remained in my quarters to continue my training. I only rushed over upon hearing the commotion regarding Yu Ming's demise. As for why he called my name before his death, it appears someone is attempting to frame me. Suddenly, Mo Chengqian turned to Zhong Yi, his eyes icy with disdain. Mo Chengqian, why do you gaze at me so? Do you suspect that I, Zhong Yi, would conspire against you? Zhong Yi glared at Mo Chengqian, his expression darkening. I never accused you. Why do you reveal your own guilt? Mo Chengqian retorted with a cold smile. Zhong Yi's eyes narrowed, his face flushed with anger. Enough. Song Qingshan interjected with a dismissive snort, continuing, so, it stands to reason that you are not the murderer? Naturally, I am not. Although Yu Ming was detestable, I would never resort to murder, Mo Chengqian affirmed. Then what is your explanation for the collapse of the fist technique that day? Why did Yu Ming specifically call your name just before he perished? Zhong Yi pressed on. Zhong Yi, you are also skilled in the celestial collapse fist. Does that not make you a suspect as well? Mo Chengqian fixed his gaze upon Zhong Yi. A fleeting, unnatural expression crossed Zhong Yi's face, one that did not escape the keen observation of those present. Indeed, I possess the celestial collapse fist. But I share no enmity with Yu Ming. Why would I wish to take his life? Zhong Yi retorted angrily. You harbor enmity towards me. Mo Chengqian countered. Of course. The true culprit may not be you. It could very well be him. Suddenly, he pointed at Feng Jiqiang. Preposterous. At that moment, I was outside the academy. How could I possibly be the murderer? Feng Jiqiang exclaimed furiously. I merely suggested a possibility, Mo Chengqian replied, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Jiqiang. His gaze swept the room before finally settling on Yi Xian. You, old man, are also a teacher at the academy. With your sinister eyes and fierce countenance, you are clearly no virtuous individual. Perhaps it was you who ended Yu Ming's life. Silence. Stupefaction. Even Song Qingshan and Feng Kaichen wore expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated that Mo Chengqian would dare to accuse Yi Xian so brazenly. Although Yi Xian feared Song Qingshan, he was nonetheless a figure of significant stature. Chapter 52. The first strike. Yi Xian's eyes blazed crimson, and his face flushed as if filled with blood. He had momentarily forgotten his earlier submission to Song Qingshan, only to find himself once more subjected to insult, and from a mere disciple of the third realm of Qi cultivation, no less. The surreal feeling left him momentarily speechless. Yet the scornful and dismissive expression of the youth served as a stark reminder that this was indeed reality. Well, Yi Xian repeated the word good thrice. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Mo Chengqian. I, Yi Xian, have cultivated for an entire lifetime. And this is the first time I have been so insulted by a junior. If I do not administer punishment today, will any stray cat or dog be allowed to flaunt their prowess before the master of this hall? Mo Chengqian, taken aback, quietly realized the gravity of the situation. Initially, he had thought this old man was Zhong Wubbing, which prompted him to consider a scathing retort. However, it now appeared he had mistaken his identity. Moreover, the old man referred to himself as the master of the hall, placing him on par with Song Qingshan. At that moment, Yi Xian sprang into action, his aged body rushing towards Mo Chengqian like the wind. His gnarled hand transformed into a palm aimed directly at Mo Chengqian's dantian, intent on crippling him. Although Yi Xian's strike appeared lacking in might, Mo Chengqian's expression shifted dramatically. He sought to evade, but Yi Xian's speed was too swift, and the proximity rendered escape impossible. Desperation surged within Mo Chengqian. Having only just attained the status of a Qi refiner, he was unwilling to become a cripple. A flicker of determination sparked in his eyes as he prepared to reveal his identity as a body refining practitioner. However, in that fleeting moment, summoning the black long needle was unfeasible. The formidable strength of his physical form was his only recourse. Master Yi, it may be rather inappropriate to act within my justice hall. A cold snort pierced the air, and then Song Qingshan moved. He transformed into a shadow, his speed surpassing Yi Xian's by more than a factor of 2. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, disregarding Song Qingshan's warning, and even accelerated slightly, having already initiated his attack. The distance to Mo Chengqian was minimal, rendering Song Qingshan's extraordinary speed insufficient to intervene. Heavenly Collapse Fist. A voice, tinged with indifference, suddenly resonated through the air, causing Mo Chengqian to momentarily pause, suppressing the amassed power within him. Zhong Yi, Bai Lin, and the others turned their gaze as Feng Kaichen abruptly rose, launching a powerful punch towards Yi Xian. Under the immense force, a striking imprint hurtled towards Yi Xian. Is this effective? Zhong Yi scoffed inwardly. Even Song Qingshan could not intervene, and despite the swiftness of Feng Kaichen's blow, by the time it reached its target, Mo Chengqian would have already been incapacitated. Impossible! Zhong Yi exclaimed in shock. Although Bai Lin and the others remained silent, their faces were etched with expressions of astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Before their eyes, the punch imprint suddenly contracted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a shimmering sword light, flickering like fleeting reflections, truly surging towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt a tremor course through his body and abruptly halted, his hands morphing into palms as he unleashed a series of palm strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light harbored formidable power, and the successive palm strikes were directly shattered. Nevertheless, Yi Xian, being the master of a hall, possessed undeniable strength. Ultimately, the sword light and palm strikes both disintegrated. Yi Xian refrained from counterattacking, his countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Feng Kaichen. Just moments ago, he had been mere inches from Mo Chengqian, fully capable of rendering the third realm of qi condensation ineffective. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Feng Kaichen paid no heed to Yi Xian, merely nodding slightly towards Mo Chengqian before resuming his seat, maintaining an air of indifference throughout. Yi Xian, as the master of a hall, should not stoop to the level of a disciple, remarked Song Qingshan, casting a profound glance at Feng Kaichen before turning his attention back to Yi Xian. Yi Xian remained silent, casting a cold glance at Mo Chengqian. He stood there without uttering a word, aware that with Feng Kaichen present, he could not possibly take any action against Mo Chengqian. Furthermore, should he choose to strike again, it would likely provoke Song Qingshan's ire. The individuals present, aside from Mo Chengqian, were at least disciples at the Chongmai stage like Zhong Yi, who could undoubtedly ascertain that the technique employed by Feng Kaichen was indeed the Tianbing fist. However, the sudden transformation of the Tianbing fist into that terrifying sword light remained a mystery to all. Even Song Qingshan shared this uncertainty, and Feng Kaichen's standing in his mind had significantly risen, leading him to question himself. What if he were to confront Feng Kaichen? The realization that this young man could compel Feng Kaichen to act filled Zhong Yi with a sense of urgency. Stealing a glance at the silent Yi Xian, Zhong Yi sighed inwardly and, gritting his teeth, spoke. Master Song, you have always acted with decisiveness. Surely today you can provide us with an explanation? Of course. If you choose to evade responsibility once more, we shall have no further words. Yet, should that be the case, the reputation of the Zhengfa Hall may suffer irreparably, and such murderous occurrences within the academy would likely increase significantly. Are you threatening me? Song Qingshan suddenly smiled, his tone chilling. Zhong Yi's heart tightened, and he discreetly retreated to Yi Xian's side, momentarily at a loss for words. The threat is hardly significant. However, as the head of the Orthodox Hall, if Lord Song cannot grant peace to the tragically deceased disciples, it may lead to a sense of despair among everyone. In such a case, it would be prudent for Lord Song to abdicate in favor of someone more capable. Suddenly, a venerable voice resonated from outside the hall, causing Song Qingshan to furrow his brow, his expression darkening instantly. Yi Xian and Zhong Yi, however, exchanged glances of delight and turned their gaze towards the entrance. The many disciples gathered outside trembled at the words, slowly parting to make way. They were astonished that someone dared to question Song Qingshan's qualifications and suggest his resignation. Their curiosity piqued as to who would be so audacious. Elder Zhong, Master Zhong. The disciples erupted in excitement upon recognizing the newcomer, their realization dawning that if it were Elder Zhong, he indeed possessed the stature to voice such sentiments. After all, when he was initially offered the position of head of the Herbal Hall, he had declined outright. Such a figure was unique in the entire academy. Mo Chengqian also quickly identified Zhong Yuanbing, having heard his voice multiple times during the auction. Grandfather, Elder Zhong. Zhong Yi and Yi Xian beamed with joy, hastening to Zhong Yuanbing's side, with a hint of grievance evident on Zhong Yi's face. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Master Zhong. But when did you become the head of the academy? Song Qingshan regarded Zhong Yuanbing with a look of disdain. Feng Kaichen remained as indifferent as before, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding drama. Master Song, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. I am not the master of the estate. I merely feel that if you cannot resolve such a trivial matter, it reflects poorly on the estate's master. Were I in your position, I would certainly feel unworthy of the title of master. Zhong Yuanbing smiled faintly, then fixed his gaze upon Mo Chengqian, his murky eyes suddenly igniting with a dazzling brilliance. Truly a waste. It is regrettable that I, in a moment of brilliance, endorsed a fool to enter our academy. With an air of superiority, Zhong Yuanbing regarded Mo Chengqian, and before the latter could respond, he averted his gaze, his aged features marred by disdain. Chapter 53. Mystical Arts. Although a death within the academy is indeed a rare and significant event, it was merely an incident involving a qi drawing disciple. Moreover, the suspect was only at the third realm of qi drawing. Logically, the matter should have been resolved swiftly. Yet, none anticipated that it would escalate to such proportions. Not only did it attract numerous teachers, but it also involved two masters, along with the esteemed Elder Zhong, who held an extraordinary status within the academy. With Elder Zhong's arrival, An increasing number of teachers and students converged towards the Hall of Justice, their excitement palpable, for Zhong Yuanbing's presence undoubtedly lent them support. Within the Hall of Justice, Zhong Yuanbing retrieved a grand armchair from his storage ring and ostentatiously seated himself, as if this solemn hall were merely his backyard. I am of advanced years and weary from standing for long. I trust Master Song will understand. With an enigmatic smile, Zhong Yuanbing allowed his eyelids to droop, resembling a man feigning slumber. In Song Qingshan's eyes, anger flickered, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Given Zhong Yuanbing's qualifications, he was entitled to take a seat even in the presence of the lord of the manor. If he were to erupt over this matter, it would indeed be rather petty. Lord Song, since Mo Chengqian is present, it would be prudent to provide an explanation for all. I implore you to administer justice. Zhong Yi stood behind Zhong Yuanbing, his demeanor proud and his tone somewhat aggressive. Teacher Bai, instruct your disciples to bring forth the body of Yu Ming. Song Qingshan disregarded Zhong Yi and addressed Bai Lin instead. Bai Lin, accompanied by 2 disciples, promptly departed to fulfill the command. Lord Song, the deceased has already departed. Is it necessary to disturb the peace? As members of the same manor, such conduct may be deemed inappropriate. Yi Xian interjected with a frown. Indeed, Yu Ming is already dead. What is the point of further commotion? Is there an expectation that he might rise and identify his murderer? Upon Yi Xian's remarks, many disciples displayed expressions of indignation, harboring significant grievances against Song Qingshan. With Elder Zhong present, they felt emboldened to speak their minds. Song Qingshan's countenance darkened, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, causing all present to feel a chill of trepidation, rendering them mute. Those who lose the people's trust are condemned by the masses. Lord Song, awakened to this reality, Zhong Yuanbing raised his eyelids, filled with myriad sentiments. I, Song, have no desire to assume the mantle of Lord. There is no need for pretense. Yet, Master Zhong, do you not grow weary? Song Qingshan retorted with a cold smile. Their words dripped with insinuation, and aside from a few, none comprehended the underlying meanings. Soon, Bai Lin returned, flanked by 2 disciples from the Zhengfa Hall, who were bearing the lifeless form of Yu Ming. As Yu Ming breathed his last, he uttered the name of Mo Chengqian. However, the master of this domain believed that Mo Chengqian would not be so foolish as to strike a fatal blow on the very night he had injured Yu Ming. Thus, the master harbored the conviction that the true culprit lay elsewhere. Song Qingshan swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke in a measured tone. Naturally, no trace of evidence remained at the scene, save for the injuries on Yu Ming's body, which is why the master refrained from hastily burying him. He aimed to identify the assailant through the examination of the wounds. What? Identify the assailant through the injuries? How is that even possible? A jolt of alarm surged through Zhong Yi, his eyes fixated intently on Feng Kaichen, as an ominous premonition gripped him. Yet, it was not long before Zhong Yi's tension and unease dissipated. Not to mention the slim likelihood of such a thing occurring, even if it were possible. What would it matter? With his grandfather around, how many dared to touch him in the entirety of Pingzhou? Teacher Feng, please proceed, Song Qingshan said politely to Feng Kaichen. Feng Kaichen nodded slightly and rose to walk into the hall. As he passed by Mo Chengqian, he paused, and a rare smile flickered across his usually impassive face. Rest assured, as long as you are not the culprit, I shall assist you. With that, Feng Kaichen made his way toward Yu Ming's lifeless form. Thank you, teacher. Mo Chengqian felt warmth blossom in his heart, softly speaking to Feng Kaichen's retreating figure. All eyes were riveted on Feng Kaichen, even Zhong Yuanbing, who had long admired this miraculous individual. Unfortunately, the latter was too reclusive, and every attempt to draw him closer had resulted in failure. Mo Chengqian, today I shall impart another lesson unto you. What is the essence of the mystical arts? In the eyes of many, the character Xian embodies the concept of mysterious power, and the techniques derived from this power are deemed as Xian Shu. However, to the teacher, Xian signifies profundity, the ever-changing, and the elusive nature of existence. Feng Kaichen crouched before the corpse of Yu Ming, examining the injuries while speaking in a calm, almost lecturing tone. At that moment, he appeared less like a detective seeking clues and more like an educator imparting wisdom. Mo Chengqian listened intently, his expression solemn. The numerous disciples within and outside the grand hall were equally captivated, holding deep admiration for Feng Kaichen. Even figures like Song Qingshan and Zhong Yuanbing were lost in thought. A simple sentence seemed to unlock a door of understanding for them. If it is indeed profound, ever-changing, and elusive, then it must also manifest in myriad forms. Who can assert that a punch inevitably leaves behind an imprint, or that a sword strike must always produce sword energy? The same technique of Xianshu, when wielded by different individuals, yields varying degrees of power and significance. Each practitioner leaves an imprint of their essence within these mysterious arts, and as long as traces remain, one can capture that essence. As he spoke, Feng Kaichen's fingers danced over Yu Ming's wounds, tapping lightly at several points. Gradually, a faint white vapor emerged, resting delicately upon his fingertips. This was the killer's essence. I shall transfer it onto Mo Changqian. If it merges, then he is the murderer. Otherwise, he is not. Feng Kaichen cast a fleeting glance at Zhong Yuanbing and the others before flicking his fingers, sending the ethereal essence towards Mo Changqian. Could it be that it does not merge? The eyes of the crowd widened in confusion. Was it possible that Mo Changqian was not the killer after all? Do you see? The essence cannot merge, which indicates that the true culprit lies elsewhere. Thus, Mo Changqian is undoubtedly innocent, Feng Kaichen remarked softly. Zhong Yuanbing's eyes flickered, remaining silent. Indeed, Teacher Feng, if this is merely a ruse on your part, have we not been deceived? Zhong Yi's gaze shimmered with intrigue. As Zhong Yi's expression tightened, his heart raced. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, he interjected, since Teacher Feng asserts that the murderer is not Mo Changqian, then it must surely be the case. Feng Kaichen regarded Zhong Yi with a profound gaze before turning to Song Qingshan, stating, Mo Changqian is innocent. He may be allowed to leave, correct? Certainly. Since Zhong Yi has declared him not to be the murderer, he is free to go, Song Qingshan replied with a smile. Feng Kaichen nodded and addressed Mo Changqian. Let us depart. With that, Feng Kaichen strode toward the entrance of the hall. Chapter 54. A Fractured Facade Wait. Mo Changqian followed Feng Kaichen. But before he could exit the grand hall, he was halted by Zhong Yuanbing's voice. What is it? Do you have further objections, Master Zhong? Zhong Yuanbing's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice as he shook his head. I wish to discuss a matter with him. Mo Changqian, I require the peacock feather. You shall determine the price. Zhong Yuanbing fixed his gaze upon Mo Changqian. In truth, he felt quite helpless. He was currently intent on concocting a vital elixir. And the peacock feather was the most crucial ingredient, irreplaceable. Otherwise, he would not have broached the subject. Is that so? Mo Changqian's face lit up with delight. Indeed. Zhong Yuanbing affirmed with a nod. Mo Changqian eagerly extended a finger. 1,000,000 xianjing? Young man, you are rather avaricious. Zhong Yuanbing's aged visage was marred by fury. No. It was a staggering sum of 10,000,000 xianjing. Mo Changqian scoffed. Zhong Yuanbing was acutely aware of Mo Changqian's mockery, yet he refrained from retaliating. His gaze lingering on the poised Feng Kaichen beside him. I hope you will not come to regret this, Zhong Yuanbing remarked, casting a penetrating glance at Mo Changqian before striding towards the palace's exit, followed closely by Zhong Yi, Yi Xian, and others. Across the street from the academy stood an array of vibrant shops, and within an elegant private room of a nearby tavern, Feng Kaichen and Mo Changqian found themselves seated together. Master Feng, I am deeply grateful for your assistance this time. Otherwise, my disciple would have found it nearly impossible to clear his name. Mo Changqian expressed with sincere appreciation as he poured a drink for Feng Kaichen. Were it not for Lord Song, I would still be unaware of your predicament, Feng Kaichen replied, shaking his head slightly, his brow furrowing anew. Mo Changqian, the currents within the academy run far deeper than they appear. One must tread carefully, for a single misstep can lead to utter ruin, especially following the death of Yu Ming, which has shattered certain tacit understandings. It is likely that many lives will be lost in the aftermath. Feng Kaichen's expression reflected concern, and from his words, Mo Changqian gleaned a different perspective of the academy. As Feng Kaichen described it, the academy resembled a small world of its own, rife with conflicts and rivalries. Broadly speaking, the academy was divided into 3 factions: the Zhengfa Hall, led by the Vice Hall Master, the Xianyao Hall, under Zhong Yuanbing, and the remaining members who maintained neutrality. The crux of the conflict between the Vice Hall Master and Zhong Yuanbing lay in the coveted position of the Hall Master. The head of the academy is undoubtedly inferior to the Lord of Pingzhou, yet there exists a certain connection between the two. Should one ascend to the position of the academy's leader, they would gain entry into the upper echelons of the entire Xingyu kingdom, thereby encountering matters unknown to the lower strata. In recent years, the academy's leader has seldom made an appearance, with some suggesting that the Lord intends to relinquish their position, though a suitable successor has yet to be found. This whisper of uncertainty has prompted Zhang Yuanbing to prepare, leveraging his status as a master alchemist. He seeks to win over the academy's instructors and rally support from numerous prominent figures within the city. The Vice Lord, diligent and devoted, has toiled for the academy throughout his life. His disciple, Song Qingshan, firmly believes that his mentor is the most qualified candidate for the position of Lord, leading to a continuous rivalry between the two sides. Feng Kaichen paused momentarily, sighing softly. Previously, while there were occasional disputes, they were ultimately resolved amicably. However, from this day forth, it seems the academy shall no longer enjoy tranquility. The disciple has unwittingly entangled his mentor in this conflict. Mo Chengxian wore an expression of regret. Although Feng Kaichen seldom circulated within the academy, his presence was undeniably significant. Today, having aligned himself with Song Qingshan, he would inevitably bear the mark of the Vice Lord. It matters not, he said, waving his hand dismissively. I am devoid of desires. How could trivial matters sway my true intentions? Mo Chengxian, heed my words. This struggle between the two factions will ultimately result in the downfall of one side, and the fate of the defeated is all too predictable. Thus, I wish for you to remain uninvolved in this turmoil. Feng Kaichen let out a low sigh and continued. However, now that you have irreparably severed ties with Zhong Wubing, your situation will inevitably become perilous should they choose to act without restraint. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to join the Zhongfa Hall. I observe that Song Qingshan is a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. He should be able to provide you with adequate protection. Mo Chengxian nodded slightly. Even without Feng Caichen's suggestion, he had already contemplated this course of action. After all, he had offended Zhong Wubing, and without support, he would scarcely survive a few days within the academy. Of course, one's own strength remains paramount. Vast Qingzhou is merely a speck compared to the entire realm. If he cannot establish himself in Pingzhou relying on his own abilities, it would be wiser to retreat and live a life of wealth and comfort. In the garden, adorned with lakes and artificial hills, Yi Yuexin sat by the pavilion, accompanied by a waiting maid. Miss, Feng Kaichen intervened, and Mo Chengxian has been acquitted of his charges. However, he has definitively broken ties with Zhong Yuanbing. The maid looked at Yi Yuexin with confusion, unable to grasp why the young lady would take an interest in a mere junior at the third level of Qi refinement. He truly is fortunate, Yi Yuexin mused, falling into silence thereafter. Father, what exactly do you wish to achieve? As night deepened, Yi Yuexin gazed at the gently rippling surface of the lake, murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, Mo Chengxian, having resolved to join the Zhongfa Hall, did not hesitate and proceeded the following day to complete the necessary formalities. Mo Chengxian, the Hall Master sees great potential in you, but your current cultivation is rather low, rendering you unable to contribute significantly. Thus, your primary task is to focus on your training, Bai Lin remarked, observing Mo Chengxian intently. Mo Chengxian nodded slightly, yet an unknown thought suddenly furrowed his brow. Where can one cultivate without being disturbed, teacher Bai? He inquired. You may directly practice in the rear hall alongside your fellow disciples. There exists a small formation within, where the profound spiritual energy is notably more concentrated than in other areas, Bai Lin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mo Chengxian shook his head in gentle refusal. His cultivation was not meant for the public eye, and thus he could not practice in the rear hall with the others. There were indeed many safe havens. In and outside the academy would provide solitude, though one could not guarantee safety in the event of unforeseen incidents. By the way, I possess a modest residence within the city. Although somewhat secluded, it remains relatively tranquil. If you do not mind, you may cultivate there, Bai Lin suddenly suggested. Aware that Mo Chengxian could not practice within the academy, lest Zhong Yuanbing and the others seek him out frequently. Really? I am exceedingly grateful, Teacher Bai, Mo Chengxian exclaimed, his expression brightening with appreciation. It is no trouble at all. Bai Lin waved his hand dismissively, then produced a key from his person and handed it to Mo Chengxian. With the key in hand, Mo Chengxian departed from the academy. Instead of heading directly to Bai Lin's abode, he entered a certain tavern, and upon his exit, he had transformed into a pale, sickly young master. Chapter 55. Yin Ya's breakthrough. If the academy resembled a stagnant pool, then Mo Chengxian was akin to a stone cast into its depths, creating ripples that swiftly faded into obscurity. Since his joining of the Zhongfa Hall, he had vanished without a trace. While witnesses had seen him leave the academy, His subsequent whereabouts remained a mystery to all. Even the numerous disciples of the Zhengfa Hall were unaware of Mo Qingqian's whereabouts. They held a certain admiration for this junior who dared to challenge Zhong Yuabing. A fortnight swiftly elapsed, during which disputes within the academy surged, suddenly multiplying several-fold compared to usual, predominantly involving the Zhengfa Hall and the Xianyao Hall. This heightened tension alerted the more perceptive individuals to an impending storm. However, despite the abundance of discord, no fatalities ensued. Both the Xianyao Hall and the Zhengfa Hall exercised restraint, with no one daring to break the fragile truce. One day, a sinister energy unexpectedly filled the dormitory area of the Qi induction female disciples, followed by a tremendous gathering of Xianling energy towards a particular room. It was Yunya. She was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet the commotion was even greater than that typically associated with a Qi induction 7th realm breakthrough. Numerous female disciples gazed from a distance at Yunya's room, their expressions a mix of complexity and envy. An hour later, a wave of Xuanli fluctuations emanated from Yunya's room, and just as everyone assumed the event had concluded, the Xianling energy remained unabated, continuously surging towards Yunya's room. Hadn't she already achieved her breakthrough? Could it be a consecutive breakthrough? What kind of celestial treasures had Yunya acquired to enable such an extraordinary feat? How could this even be possible? The faces of the female disciples were filled with astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Soon, a teacher arrived. And upon witnessing Yunya's successive breakthroughs, he uttered 4 words to impart a lesson to all. How jibo fa. Perhaps. For extraordinary treasures are rare and cannot be sought after. Even if they were to manifest, they would certainly be beyond the means of a young girl like Yunya. Instances of consecutive breakthroughs have indeed occurred within the academy, albeit several decades ago, and thus many disciples have not witnessed such phenomena firsthand. Consequently, when rumors of someone's successive advancements circulated, curiosity piqued among the disciples. Alas, they were unable to enter the quarters designated for female disciples. At the moment Yi Yuexin received this news, she happened to be nearby, prompting her to hasten over. Naturally, she was elated by Yunya's continuous breakthroughs. Yi Yuexin held a high esteem among the female disciples, who greeted her warmly. Sister Yun has truly made waves within the academy, Yi Yuexin mused. Casting a glance at Yunya's room. Before long, a second, even more intense wave of energy surged forth, and only then did the ethereal essence gradually dissipate. Well, Sister Yun has concluded. Everyone may return to their own affairs, Yi Yuexin announced, dispersing the crowd while remaining vigilant outside Yunya's door. Now that Sister Yun has reached the 8th realm of Qi induction, within a year and a half, she should advance to the meridian opening phase, at which point she will undoubtedly eclipse Mo Qingqian in the eyes of true elite disciples. While Mo Qingqian may have cultivated connections with Song Qingshan and Feng Kaichen, Yi Yuexin perceives these relationships as fleeting. After all, individuals of such remarkable talent as Feng Kaichen are exceedingly rare. Not long after, Yunya emerged from her room. Having undergone successive breakthroughs, she had purged some impurities from her body, and she appeared radiant, even more so than before. Sister Yi? Congratulations on your breakthrough, Yun Mei. Yi Yuexin exclaimed, grasping Yunya's hand with joy. A radiant smile adorned Yunya's face, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. The ability to achieve consecutive breakthroughs filled her with elation, but what delighted her even more was the precious exotic fruit that Mo Qingqian had bestowed upon her, signifying her significant place in his heart. Shall we go find Mo Qingqian, Sister Yi? Yunya urged, eager to share the good news with him. However, Yi Yuexin stiffened at the mention of his name, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated that Mo Qingqian had attained such prominence in Yunya's heart, to the extent that the first thing she wished to do after her breakthrough was seek him out. What's the matter, Sister Yi? Yunya inquired, sensing the tension. In her excitement, she had momentarily forgotten Yi Yuexin's strong reservations about Mo Qingqian. Nothing, Yi Yuexin replied with a slight shake of her head. It's just that Mo Qingqian has been absent from the academy for over 10 days, and no one knows his whereabouts. Absent from the academy? Yunya's brows furrowed in concern. Could something have happened? With a sigh, Yi Yuexin recounted the events surrounding Yu Ming, noticing the deep worry reflected in Yunya's eyes, which surpassed mere concern for an ordinary friend. Since junior brother Mo has joined the Zhengfa Hall, he should be safe. Upon hearing that Mo Qingqian had become a member of the Zhengfa Hall, Yunya finally felt a sense of relief wash over her, a hint of pride gracing her features. After all, it was unprecedented for someone at the 3rd realm to join the Zhengfa Hall. Yu Yuji initially intended to counsel Yunya, but upon observing Yunya's reaction, she immediately abandoned the thought. At that moment, Yinya was wholly unresponsive to any words of advice, mirroring her former self. Yunya's successive breakthroughs within the academy had caused quite a stir. However, just then, a sudden and inexplicable phenomenon, the reappearance of thunderous claps, resounded throughout the city of Pingzhou, echoing ominously with 9 distinct rumbles. The cause of this occurrence remained a mystery to all. This marked the second instance of such an event, startling many, yet the thunder had manifested without warning, leaving the populace bewildered and at a loss regarding its origin. In a modest dwelling not far from the academy, Imo Chengxian sat cross-legged in a chamber, a wooden tub filled with a verdant elixir before him, the air thick with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. I have already opened 5 meridians, yet it is still insufficient, he murmured, gazing at the emerald liquid before once more submerging himself within the tub. At the eastern gate of Pingan City, a somewhat disheveled figure made his way toward the center of town. Anyone familiar with the city would undoubtedly recognize this individual, adorned in the attire of an academy disciple. Yang Xiaojian scanned the bustling streets before heading toward a particular tavern. However, it was not long before he emerged from the establishment, hastily questioning a passerby for directions before departing in a flurry. A flicker of concern crossed Yang Xiaojian's eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace considerably. Chapter 56. Practicing fist techniques. The Yang family now found itself in a precarious position. Following the death of Yang Yong, internal strife erupted within the clan, soon compounded by the concerted efforts of several major factions to suppress them. The Yang family teetered on the brink of annihilation. The Yang family's enterprises have been entirely absorbed by several other families, leaving only their ancestral home standing, and most of the family members have departed, with the head of the family remaining steadfast. One day, a young man unexpectedly arrived outside the Yang residence, striking the family head with a single blow, plunging everyone into despair. However, to their astonishment, the young man did not deliver a lethal blow. He merely posed a few questions before taking his leave. After his departure, the injured family head, having endured great turmoil, found the remaining members of the Yang family disheartened and ready to abandon their ancestral home. Just as they were preparing to leave, several figures clad in black suddenly appeared, plunging the Yang family into despair once more. Outside Pingan City, Yang Xiaojian rode swiftly towards the capital, his expression as dark as the depths of the sea, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He had come to the grim realization that his brother had been murdered, and the perpetrator was undoubtedly that fellow named Imo Chengxian, for he had already slain Yang Yong, who had reached the 9th stage of Qi induction, making it all too effortless for him to eliminate his brother. Rest assured, little brother, I shall ensure they accompany you to the afterlife. With his murderous intent intensifying, Yang Xiaojian quickened his pace, finally arriving at the capital on the 10th day. Though his steed collapsed from exhaustion outside the city gates. Though he had a mission to fulfill, Yang Xiaojian chose not to report his findings immediately. Instead, he hailed a carriage and headed straight for the academy. Greetings, Brother Yang. Upon entering the capital, several disciples eagerly greeted him, though they soon noticed his troubled countenance. Do you know where Imo Chengxian is? Yang Xiaojian inquired. Imo Chengxian. He is not at the academy, and we have no idea where he might be hiding. Hiding? Yang Xiaojian furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had anticipated the trouble and deliberately concealed himself? Indeed, Brother Yang. You are unaware that Imo Chengxian has offended Elder Zhong. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaojian turned away, astonished to discover that Imo Chengxian possessed merely the cultivation of the 3rd realm of Qi gathering and had even joined the Zhengfa Hall. This presented a dilemma, otherwise. Even if he were to eliminate Imo Chengxian, the Zhengfa Hall would not let him off easily. Yang Xiaojian's brow knitted further. Although he was determined to avenge his brother, he could not afford to sacrifice himself in the process. Thus, he needed to devise a comprehensive strategy to silence the Zhengfa Hall. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yang Xiaojian's eyes, and he hastened towards the academy. Imo Chengxian, you had best remain hidden for eternity, otherwise, the moment you emerge will mark your demise. In the blink of an eye, half a month elapsed. Imo Chengxian had absorbed all the medicinal liquid from the barrel and commenced his training in the body refining technique. As he practiced, a body pearl materialized, gradually transforming into a violet hue as it meandered within Imo Chengxian's body, absorbing the immense medicinal power contained within his flesh. After a day's effort, the body pearl reached its zenith, suddenly bursting forth and transforming into 9 golden dragons that surged through the meridians. In Pingzhou City, a clap of thunder echoed unexpectedly. startling many. Yet, as they looked up to the sky, they beheld clear blue expanses, truly a spectacle beyond belief. Just wait, there are still 8 more to come. Following the 9 thunderclaps, the citizens of the city returned to their own affairs, and even the discussions had waned significantly. They had grown accustomed to the sporadic and peculiar sounds of thunder that occasionally resonated through the air. Having unlocked another meridian, found his innate talent elevated to the upper tier of the middle grade. With the opening of yet another meridian, he would ascend to the superior grade, thus joining the ranks of the prodigies. He intended to reserve the peacock plume for concocting a body-refining elixir, while the remaining mystic herbs were just sufficient for a single dose. Continuing his cultivation had become futile. Instead, he resolved to attempt mastering the Starry Sky Shattering Fist. The Starry Sky Shattering Fist is undoubtedly a formidable martial technique for body refiners, yet its practice imposes stringent requirements on the physical form. At present, was far from meeting these demands. To undertake this training, he first needed to nourish his body with the elixir, allowing sufficient medicinal energy to accumulate within his physique before he could commence his practice. With utmost haste, he prepared a batch of the elixir and once more immersed himself in the tub to absorb its potency. After a day's immersion, the water became crystal clear, prompting him to finally emerge. Within the modest courtyard stood an ancient phoenix tree, its canopy resembling a cloud that enveloped the entire space. The sturdy trunk, wide enough to be embraced by several individuals, exuded strength, with roots resembling a soaring dragon breaking through the earth and entwining around the trunk. The Starry Sky Shattering Fist comprises 9 forms, each subsequent technique wielding greater power yet demanding more from its practitioner. Each punch requires the perfect harnessing of one's strength, capable of unleashing tremendous force. In the courtyard, clenched his fists, executing the series of punches. However, with each strike, his brow furrowed deeper. After several attempts, he abruptly ceased, realizing that outward form devoid of true essence would yield nothing of significance. His brow knitted in concentration, his eyes were filled with contemplation. Previously, he had underestimated the complexity of the problem, but only now did he realize that the greatest challenge lay not in the maturation of his physical form, but in his inability to grasp the profound essence of the Starry Sky Shattering Fist. He could not amalgamate his own strength, thus failing to unleash the true might of the technique. Mastery comes with repetition. The meaning will reveal itself. Suddenly, Mo Chengqian experienced a moment of clarity and resolved to think no further, immersing himself in the practice of the fist technique within the courtyard, repeating it over and over again. Although this approach was rudimentary, it proved effective. He found himself harnessing greater power with each strike, with the force of his punches steadily increasing. After 3 days, Mo Chengqian unleashed a punch that produced a subtle sound in the air, accompanied by a wave of energy emanating from his fist. He continued his practice, unaffected by joy or sorrow, as the immense medicinal power within his body began to deplete. With a resounding thud, he struck again, concentrating his strength upon his fist, which erupted in a terrifying wave of energy that coalesced into a palm-sized, transparent sphere, hurtling towards the ancient phoenix tree. As it passed, the air erupted with sound. Upon impact with the tree, a thunderous crash ensued, causing the ancient trunk to sway and resulting in a palm-sized hole that penetrated its entire girth, showcasing the tremendous force behind the blow. As the medicinal energy within Mo Chengqian was entirely consumed by that last punch, his complexion flushed and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The initial punch had only manifested 40% of its potential. Had he been able to unleash its full power, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Gazing at the gaping hole in the massive trunk, his face radiated with exhilaration. Chapter 57. Design. At the entrance of the Pingzhou Academy, a carriage approached with measured grace, and soon a young man alighted from it. He cast a quick glance around before hastening towards the academy. However, after taking only a few steps, he paused, his gaze drawn to a figure hurrying into the academy, a disciple. It was evident that someone had been dispatched to await his arrival, undoubtedly the work of Zhong Yi. Mo Chengqian frowned, a flicker of malevolence crossing his eyes. Zhong Yi truly was an unyielding presence. Meanwhile, Yinya sat in her chamber, her gaze drifting out the window, captivated by the drifting ink-like flurries. Her thoughts, too, were swept away, uncertain of their destination. Sister Wang. Yinya smiled at the enchanting woman standing at the door. In the academy, the one who cared for her most was Yi Yuexin, while the one she shared a close bond with was the lovely Wang Jing before her. Yun. My dear sister, you seem rather absent-minded these days. Could it be that you were pining for Mo Qingqian? Wang Jing teased. Yunya's cheeks flushed crimson, and she did not deny it. She ushered Wang Jing into her room, knowing that only this person understood her heart and would not mock Mo Qingqian's talents. Sister Wang, do you not have training today? While pouring water, Yunya looked at Wang Jing with curiosity. She held deep admiration for Wang Jing's diligence. For despite having a talent akin to her own, Wang Jing had already reached the 9th realm of Qi induction. Have you heard of the 9-section grass? Wang Jing asked, her eyes sparkling with mystery as she regarded Yunya. The 9-section grass? Yunya replied, her expression one of confusion. What sort of mystic herb bore such an unusual name? Your mind is entirely occupied with Mo Qingqian, isn't it? Wang Jing gently prodded Yunya's head with her finger and then, assuming a serious demeanor, stated, the 9-section grass resembles a cloud ladder, consisting of 9 segments, each taking a millennium to grow, only maturing after 9,000 years. It does not fall under the category of mystical herbs, for its efficacy is simply extraordinary. It is the filler herb. Yunya gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. Shoo, lower your voice. If this news spreads, it would be disastrous. Wang Jing admonished. Embarrassed, Yunya stuck out her tongue, her delicate face alight with excitement. The filler herb addresses congenital deficiencies, while it cannot unseal wasted meridians. It can reconstruct them, serving as a legendary existence. Although mentioned in ancient texts, such records date back thousands of years. And it is astonishing to hear of it once more. Sister Yun, the efficacy of the filler herb is unparalleled. With our talents, we could certainly advance even further. Not only could we break through the meridians, but we might also elevate ourselves to the level of Xiandan or even reach the depths of the Earth Valley. Wang Jing's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. No one knew how hard she had worked. Yet, despite her efforts, she still lagged behind those more gifted than herself. Observing peers, who were less diligent than she, breaking through their meridians, one can imagine her feelings. Sister Wang, are you truly willing to share half of the filler herb with me? Yunya asked Wang Jing earnestly. Silly sister, we share the closest bond in the academy. If I don't give it to you, who else would I? Wang Jing replied with a sweet smile. Then, may I give my half to Mo Qingqian? Yunya asked anxiously. Wang Jing's expression turned to one of surprise. She never anticipated that Yunya would be willing to part with such a treasure for Mo Qingqian, which utterly caught her off guard. Sister Wang, you are aware of Mo Qingqian's exceptional talent. Without the remedy herb, he might have stagnated at the Qi induction stage, which would undoubtedly have left him in despair. Yunya explained, surprised by her own decision, yet resolute, as if Mo Qingqian had silently gifted her a rare fruit. Alas, the heartbroken often suffer, and my dear Yun does not deserve such sorrow, Wang Jing advised. However, Yunya was steadfast in her intentions, leaving Wang Jing with no choice but to acquiesce. The remedy herb withers the moment it touches the earth. If you truly wish to bestow your other half upon Mo Qingqian, then take him along. After speaking, Wang Jing turned to leave. She did not disclose the precise location of the remedy herb, merely instructing Yunya to seek out Mo Qingqian, who she trusted implicitly without further inquiry. Qin Xiaojian? Could that figure at the academy's entrance be his informant? Upon departing from the Zhengfa Hall, Mo Qingqian intended to find Yunya, having heard from a senior that she had sought him several times. Before long, he encountered Yunya, who was also approaching the Zhengfa Hall. Mo Qingqian, Yunya exclaimed joyfully. Sister Yun, congratulations on your breakthrough. A smile graced Mo Qingqian's face. Seeing Yunya always uplifted his spirits, no matter how troubled he felt. And I must thank you for your rare fruit. Their gazes met, and Yunya felt a slight flutter of nervousness. Mo Qingqian, I have something important to discuss with you. In a more secluded area, Yunya revealed the matter of the remedy herb to Mo Qingqian, omitting her intention to offer it to him, instead requesting his accompaniment to the location. The remedy herb? In the eyes of Mo Qingqian, astonishment was evident. He was well aware of the elusive supplementary herb in his youth. He had ventured deep into the falling leaf mountains in search of it. Had it not been for his grandfather and Master Zhang's timely arrival, he would have met his demise at the jaws of a beast. Senior Sister Yun, the supplementary herb has not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Is the information reliable? Mo Qingqian furrowed his brow, feeling that this matter seemed rather dubious. It must be accurate. Wang Jing is my closest friend, kind-hearted and diligent in her cultivation. Although her talent is on par with mine, she has yet to break through the pulse-connecting stage, Yunya explained. I am willing to accompany you, Senior Sister Yun, but I must clarify the specifics first. Mo Qingqian nodded in agreement. In a private room within the Four Seas Tower, Qin Shaojian sat with an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence. The elder, with a mouthful of meat, exclaimed animatedly, "You have no idea. That young lady from the Wang family has been completely duped by me. As for the supplementary herb, if it truly existed, I would have sought it out long ago. Why would it come to her?" Qin Shaojian's brow furrowed slightly before he inquired, "That map of yours, it wouldn't have any flaws, would it?" Mo Qingqian had become exceedingly cautious. Any hint of a flaw could spell disaster for him. "Rest assured, that map was passed down to me by my rather cheap master. It is quite old and absolutely flawless," the elder replied vaguely. Qin Shaojian nodded, pondering whether Wang Jing would indeed bring Yunya along, and whether Yunya harbored the affections for Mo Qingqian as rumored. Although this plan is somewhat cumbersome, it is undoubtedly the most reliable course of action. When the time comes, both Mo Qingqian and Yunya can be addressed simultaneously. However, until Wang Jing sets off, he cannot ascertain the success of the plan. Chapter 58. Departure. When Mo Qingqian laid eyes on Wang Jing, his wariness significantly diminished. Just as Yunya had indicated, Wang Jing is a girl of simple thoughts, and he could discern that their relationship was quite amiable. Perhaps this was also the reason Wang Jing was willing to share information about the missing spirit herb with Yunya. "Senior Sister Wang, could you share the details regarding the missing spirit herb?" Mo Qingqian inquired abruptly. Wang Jing was momentarily taken aback, then shot an irritable glance at Yunya, saying, "Sister Yun, your companion appears to lack trust in me. Are you afraid I might betray you?" Before Yunya could respond, Wang Jing continued, "In fact, even if you hadn't asked, I would have felt compelled to inform you. It is rather extraordinary, and even I find it hard to believe." It turned out that Wang Jing's knowledge of the missing spirit herb stemmed from an ancient parchment. This parchment had been entrusted to her by a close friend of her grandfather, who explicitly stated that it contained the account of the missing spirit herb. Her grandfather and father had perished in search of this very herb. Wang Jing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she resolutely held them back. No one knew the extent of her determination and efforts, all driven by the hope of one day avenging her loved ones. Mo Qingqian sighed inwardly, choosing not to press further. There remained significant mysteries surrounding this matter, yet he did not wish to unearth Wang Jing's sorrow. "Sister Wang, all is past. As long as we find the missing herb, you shall swiftly transcend the pulse-breaking stage, and our vengeance will advance further," Yunya consoled. Wang Jing nodded, weeping as she retrieved a scroll of parchment from her bosom and subsequently handed it to Mo Qingqian. Upon unrolling the parchment, Mo Qingqian raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting an unexpected glance at Wang Jing. This parchment was of the same material as the one documenting the star fragment fist, and it appeared to be of considerable antiquity. Could it truly contain records of the missing herb? Might the red dot indicate the location of the missing herb? Mo Qingqian mused. It must be so. Grandfather Zhou mentioned that it lies deep within the Fallen Leaf Mountain range, and without the cultivation of the Xindan stage, it would be unwise to venture in. Yet, without the missing herb, who knows when one might break through to the Xindan stage? Wang Jing was aware that venturing forth at their current level posed certain dangers, but she felt that with caution, the likelihood of obtaining the missing herb remained substantial. "When shall we depart?" Mo Qingqian inquired, glancing at Yunya. "If there are no further matters, we shall set out in 3 days. I have also procured some beast-repelling potions, which will enhance our safety," Wang Jing replied. The meeting of the three had not escaped the ears of Qin Shaojian. Upon learning of the news, he understood that the plan had been set into motion. Now, he merely awaited the opportunity to deal with Mo Qingqian within the Sunset Mountain range. Upon contemplating this, Qin Shaojian let out a cold smile, and subsequently proceeded to report his intentions of venturing out for training. In his view, dealing with Mo Qingqian and his companions was a foregone conclusion. Thus he felt no need for excessive preparation. 3 days swiftly passed, and within Mo Qingqian's quarters, a fleeting shadow darted by. Soon after, Mo Qingqian rose and made his way toward the rendezvous point agreed upon by the three. Departing from the academy alone, Mo Qingqian navigated through a series of twists and turns, eventually reappearing on the street in a completely transformed guise. Casting a glance at a certain anxious man at the end of the street, he strode purposefully towards the city gates. About a mile beyond the city gates stood a modest tea house, a place for weary travelers to rest and await companions. Upon Mo Qingqian's arrival at the tea house, Yunya and Wang Jing were already present. "Mo Qingqian, you've arrived." Upon seeing him, Yunya breathed a sigh of relief. She was aware that there were individuals within the academy monitoring Mo Qingqian, which was why the three had proposed to depart separately. "Sister Yun, Sister Wang, our destination lies thousands of miles away. Let us set off at once." Wang Jing's voice could scarcely contain her excitement. She was eager to hasten their journey to the Sunset Mountain Range. Imo Qingqian and the other two nodded in agreement, and the trio mounted their prepared black steeds, galloping towards the direction of the Sunset Mountain Range. Inside the tea house, the shrewd proprietor observed the three figures racing away, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He swiftly donned a set of agile attire and mounted his horse, setting off after them at a measured pace. Within the city, Chen Shaojian also received the news. However, he remained unperturbed, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that he nonchalantly made his way towards the city's outskirts. In the tranquil bamboo grove of Pingzhou Academy, an elderly man clad in a green robe reclined comfortably in a chair, his white beard dancing in the gentle breeze. Suddenly, a gray pigeon fluttered its wings and alighted before him. "Little Gray, you are but an ordinary pigeon, yet you have lived for over 30 years. I often wonder what the lord of the manor has been feeding you," mused the elderly man, tilting his head to observe the gray pigeon, which remained indifferent, its small head swiveling about. "Even a turtle can live long, yet it is still foolish," he remarked with a slight shake of his head, then removed the message tube from the bird's leg. "An expedition? The Sunset Mountain Range? Lord, you truly are generous. Are you not concerned they may face utter annihilation?" The elderly man let out a bitter laugh, his lips moving slightly as he channeled his mystical energy, sending it soaring beyond the bamboo grove. Before long, Song Qingshan hurriedly appeared amidst the bamboo, approaching the elderly man with utmost respect. "Master," he exclaimed, 3 days hence, the disciples of the Chongmai sect will embark on their training in the Sunset Mountain Range. This expedition is entirely voluntary, and you shall lead them." The elderly man stated slowly. "The Sunset Mountain Range?" Song Qingshan furrowed his brow, a hint of concern crossing his face. "Master, the third prince is stationed at the outermost edge of the Sunset Mountain Range. We cannot venture there. If we must train, we can only delve deeper. But the myriad of mystical beasts in those depths poses a grave danger. If anything were to go awry with so many disciples, the consequences would be dire. I am aware of this, but the Lord has given his orders. You must comply." The elderly man replied helplessly. Hearing this, Song Qingshan could only nod in acquiescence before hastily departing. The academy occasionally organizes training expeditions for its disciples, typically on a modest scale and to relatively safe locations. However, this time is different, necessitating thorough preparation. The Pingzhou Prefecture lies in the most desolate region of the Xingyu Kingdom. Although the prefectural city is centrally located, reaching the border at the Sunset Mountains requires over 10 days, even with the swiftest of steeds. During the journey, Imo Qingqian has exemplified the demeanor of a gentleman. Whenever there is a moment to rest, he takes it upon himself to gather firewood, draw water, and cook, ultimately also assuming the responsibility of keeping watch at night. This has greatly enhanced Wang Jing's admiration for him, leading her to incessantly praise Yunya for her good fortune. Each time Yunya hears such remarks, she shyly smiles, her eyes resembling crescent moons as they gaze upon Imo Qingqian. Meanwhile, Imo Qingqian feels a flush of embarrassment, his heart muddled regarding his relationship with Yunya. As they draw closer to the Sunset Mountains, Imo Qingqian's spirits darken. The Sunset sect has been his home for over a decade, yet it has mostly left him with memories he prefers to forget. The only thing that occupies his thoughts is the grave by the secluded pond amidst the barren hills. Both Yunya and Wang Jing have noticed Imo Qingqian's unusual demeanor, but without his disclosure, they are at a loss on how to offer comfort. Under the night sky, Imo Qingqian sits atop a hillside. Behind him stands a dilapidated temple sheltered by a towering ancient tree. Within the temple, a flicker of light emerges. Yunya sits on the stone steps, hugging her knees, her gentle gaze fixed on the solitary figure not far away. Unbeknownst to Imo Qingqian, Yunya quietly keeps him company from a distance, while he remains lost in thought, staring blankly at the full moon. It is often said that a full moon signifies a time for reunion. Yet, even now, he remains unaware of the identities of his parents, knowing only his grandfather as his sole kin. Suddenly, a smile graced Imo Qingqian's lips as the image of Yunya's bashful countenance surfaced in his mind. Perhaps having a relative is not such a bad thing, he mused inwardly. As the night deepened, the flames gradually flickered out, enveloping everything in silence. Even the whispers of the wind diminished considerably. Imo Qingqian stifled a yawn and prepared to sit in meditation for cultivation, but at that moment, his brow furrowed involuntarily, his gaze drawn towards the abyss of darkness that seemed to devour all. Just moments ago, he had heard a horse's whinny, so clear amidst the tranquility of the night. Yet, The sound abruptly ceased, swiftly consumed by the winds, as if it had never existed. The ease he had gradually cultivated during his journey now tightened once more. And casting a glance back at the dilapidated temple, he suppressed the surge of impulse within him. He was certain he had not misheard. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, how could there be the sudden sound of a horse? And just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished into silence. Was someone fearful of exposure? A chill crept into Mo Chengqian's eyes. He sensed that his expedition to the Sunset Mountains bore the scent of conspiracy. However, after days of companionship, he believed that Wang Jing was oblivious to the unfolding machinations. But who could it be? Instantly, two figures manifested in his thoughts. Those who would eagerly wish for his demise. Of course, a mere whinny was insufficient to definitively conclude that those two were plotting an ambush against him. But it was enough to awaken a sense of vigilance within him. On that night, Mo Chengqian remained awake, and by dawn, dark circles had formed under his eyes, which caused Yunya to feel a profound sense of concern, prompting her to privately speculate about the tribulations Mo Chengqian must have endured in the past. The trio subsisted on dried provisions and fruit before resuming their journey, while Mo Chengqian remained acutely aware of the sounds around him. Even during their brief pauses, he sought elevated ground from which to survey the surroundings. However, the following days unfolded in tranquility, devoid of any human presence, leading Mo Chengqian to question whether he had misheard. He could only hope it was a mere misunderstanding. His expression grew solemn. He would rather face a false alarm than confront the reality that someone with considerable skill and patience was tracking them, poised to strike with devastating force. In the desolate wilderness, the proprietor of a tea house, clad in rugged attire, lay concealed among a thicket of shrubs, gripping a smooth cylindrical bamboo tube. Through the polished crystal within the tube, he could distinctly observe three figures several miles away. The tea house owner appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and his face smeared with grime, reflecting a state of utter disarray. After a moment of scrutiny, he noted that the trio had begun to kindle a fire and prepare a meal, at which point he settled down to rest on the ground. This fellow is quite perceptive, he muttered to himself, but alas, he lacks experience. With a dismissive spit, he continued, fortunately, the lad's inexperience means he won't lose track of them. Otherwise, my own head might be in jeopardy. The tea house owner possessed significant expertise in tracking. Remaining quietly ensconced in the overgrown grass, even as a grass snake flicked its crimson tongue at him, which he chose to ignore entirely, he lingered throughout the night, only emerging from his reverie when Mo Chengqian and the others prepared to depart. After retrieving provisions from his pocket, he leisurely consumed them before setting off in pursuit. Several hundred miles from the tea house owner's domain lay a small, dilapidated town, marked by the presence of a solitary tavern. Within the quiet chamber of the tavern, Chen Xiaojin dined at a leisurely pace, exuding an air of tranquility. "Li Mu, please take a seat," Chen Xiaojin remarked, casting a casual glance at the newcomer. "Captain Chen, we have a firm grasp on the whereabouts of the three," Li Mu replied, raising a cup of water and draining it in one swift motion before turning to face Chen Xiaojin. Chen Xiaojin nodded slightly, gesturing toward the dishes laid out on the table. He held unwavering confidence in the abilities of the individual he had dispatched to follow them, an experienced operative. Should he fail to track a few novice disciples from the academy, it would render his efforts utterly futile. "Captain Chen, the highest cultivation among those three is merely that of the woman named Wang Jing, and we are quite far from the academy. We could easily take action here." Li Mu expressed his confusion. "Ah, Li Mu, without your presence in the academy, you lack an understanding of the tyranny of the Justice Hall. Should this matter leak, the Justice Hall would undoubtedly retaliate against me. With Song Qingshan's ruthlessness, he could easily fabricate a reason to eliminate me." Chen Xiaojin sighed. He felt a twinge of envy towards Mo Chengqian. Despite being a prodigious talent on the heavenly rankings, Chen Xiaojin remained overlooked by Feng Kai and Song Qingshan. Meanwhile, Mo Chengqian, with his mere cultivation at the third realm of Qi induction, garnered the protection of both figures. How could one not envy this? Furthermore, there was the more troubling matter of Yi Yuexin's close relationship with Yunya, treating her as a sister. If she were to discover this situation, it would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Upon the mere thought of Yi Yuexin's identity, Chen Xiaojin was seized by an overwhelming sense of irritation. The mention of Yi Yuexin caused a subtle shift in Li Mu's demeanor, yet he refrained from responding, aware that some matters were beyond his purview. Even in the presence of Chen Xiaojin, this time, under the guise of seclusion, I stealthily departed from the capital. Even if the three of them were to meet their demise, no one would ever trace it back to me. Ah, Limu. The waters of the capital run deep into the ocean, and a moment's carelessness may lead to being engulfed by the waves. Thus, one must proceed with utmost caution in every endeavor to ensure safety. Limu nodded in agreement. For his admiration for Qin Lie stemmed not only from his formidable strength but also from his profound wisdom. By aligning himself with such a figure, he could glean invaluable insights. Otherwise, even for a prodigy of the academy, ascending to the role of captain in the city guard would not be a straightforward task. Chapter 60. Return to familiar grounds. The Falling Leaf Mountain Range boasts 100,000 majestic peaks, and beyond these lies the domain of the imperial forces. A mere fraction of the Falling Leaf Mountain Range resides within the territory of the Xingyu Kingdom, known as the Kangluo Mountain Range. This region is the abode of the Sunsetting sect, which occupies only a few peaks at the periphery of the Kangluo Mountain Range. The influence of sects within the Xingyu Kingdom is regarded as taboo. Hence, any Qi refiners from the kingdom would carefully circumvent the Sunsetting sect when approaching the Falling Leaf Mountain Range to avoid any misinterpretation by the royal family. As for the Sunsetting sect's continued existence within the borders of the Xingyu Kingdom, some speculate it is due to the remoteness of the location, rendering it unworthy of royal intervention, while others suggest a connection between the sect's leader and the royal family, enabling its survival to this day. Concerning these matters, Mo Changxian had long been aware, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. On this day, a dispute arose, specifically between Mo Changxian and Wang Jing regarding whether to circumvent the Sunfall sect. Yunya, in the midst of the altercation, attempted to mediate, offering counsel to both Wang Jing and Mo Changxian in turn. Mo Changxian, as disciples of the academy, we are the pillars of the Xingyu royal family. How can we possibly venture into the Sunfall sect? If we are misinterpreted by the royal spies, we might be expelled from the academy by tomorrow. Wang Jing exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she pondered how she had failed to recognize Mo Changxian's stubbornness. No matter how she reasoned, he remained obstinate. Indeed, Mo Changxian, our sects in the Xingyu Kingdom have long been disbanded, and now only the Sunfall sect remains, undoubtedly swarming with royal spies. We ought to take a detour, Yunya urged. How about this, senior sister Yin? Let us rest in Pingan City for a few days before we set off, Mo Changxian suggested. He intended to have the two women wait for him in Pingan City while he made a solitary visit to the Sunfall sect before proceeding to the Sunfall Mountains. Is there something of great importance? After a moment of silence, Yunya inquired. Since their approach to the vicinity of the Sunfall sect, Mo Changxian's demeanor had been somewhat off. Coupled with his current insistence, she surmised that there must be some connection between him and the Sunfall sect. Moreover, she distinctly recalled their first encounter taking place in Pingan City. Ultimately, the trio made their way towards Pingan City, where Yunya and Wang Jing would await Mo Changxian for a few days before embarking on their journey to the Sunfall Mountains. Why are we headed towards Pingan City? In the tea house, the proprietor, a man named Kairu, furrowed his brow and subsequently retrieved a rudimentary map from his pocket. Could it be that they intended to rest in Pingan City? Kairu shook his head. The route to Pingan City was evidently circuitous. If there were no pressing matters at hand, they would likely not venture there. Had they perhaps discovered my presence? Kairu felt a twinge of uncertainty. The multitude of people in Pingan City posed a significant challenge for any potential pursuers. Nevertheless, he resolved to follow them. Shaking his head once more, he left a mark on a nearby tree before heading in the direction of Pingan City. Meanwhile, as Mo Changxian and his companions made their way to Pingan City, a grand procession led by Song Qinshan was steadily advancing towards the Sunset Mountains. This expedition comprised 1,000 individuals, including several instructors responsible for their protection. At the forefront of the group, Song Qinshan abruptly halted by a stream and commanded a moment of rest. On the outskirts of the crowd, a solitary figure sat by the stream, quietly admiring the crystal-clear waters. Cautiously, Song Qinshan approached him, mindful not to disturb his tranquility. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Teacher Feng, why must you maintain such distance from others? I merely wish to engage in some discourse." Feng Kaichen, with an implied meaning, replied, "I simply prefer to cultivate my own tranquility." Song Qinshan paused momentarily, then clarified, "I did not come here for that matter. I am genuinely feeling uncertain about this journey and sought your insights. Please have a seat. Rest assured, if any uncontrollable dangers arise, the Lord of the Manor will ensure her participation," Feng Kaichen reassured him. Song Qinshan glanced at Yi Yuexin before nodding slightly. Upon re-entering Pingan City, Mo Changxian and Yunya were filled with nostalgia. Just a few months prior, it was here that Mo Changxian had encountered Yunya and Chen Xiaojun. However, in the brief span of those months, so much had transpired. Qin Lie was long gone, and now it was only he and Yunya returning to Ping'an City. They visited the same tavern as before, where Mo Qingqian reserved 2 guest rooms. After freshening up, the 3 of them enjoyed a delightful meal together. That night, a burly man with a fierce countenance emerged from the tavern, quickly vanishing into the darkness, unnoticed by Kai Ru, who resided next door to Yunya. Mo Qingqian remained oblivious to the fact that someone was surveilling him from the adjacent room. He had altered his appearance to avoid recognition by the disciples of the Setting Sun sect, thereby minimizing potential troubles. Due to the urgency of time, Mo Qingqian hastened his journey, taking great care to circumvent the Setting Sun sect as he approached, steering clear of any encounters with its disciples. The desolate mountains and serene valleys still held the grave he cared for, its surroundings impeccably tidy, indicating regular maintenance. He cast a glance toward the direction of the Setting Sun sect, and then sat beside the grave, speaking softly to himself. The following day, as dawn broke, distant sounds gradually emerged. Mo Qingqian glanced at the servant area before leading his horse away from another path. Given that Yunya and Wang Jing appeared daily, Kairu harbored no suspicions about Mo Qingqian's departure. In his mind, he presumed that Mo Qingqian was on the verge of a breakthrough, diligently cultivating within his room. A sudden, coarse cough echoed through the air, causing Kairu's heart to tighten. She glanced aside and spotted a burly man with a face marred by brutish features, his expression laden with menace. Taken aback for a moment, Kairu awkwardly touched her nose before turning to retreat into her room. Meanwhile, the brutish man, upon Kairu's disappearance, revealed a fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes before he slowly departed. Before long, Mo Qingqian approached with a smile gracing his face. Casually, he cast a glance at Kairu's room and then rapped gently on the door of Yunya's chamber. Chapter 61. The Sunset Mountain Range. On the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, a man and 2 women stood atop a certain peak. The 2 women, holding a sheepskin scroll, occasionally pointed and discussed its contents, while the man faced away from them, his eyes narrowed in contemplation as he gazed into a ravine below. After a brief interval, the women completed their comparisons, and one of them addressed the man. Mo Qingqian, how many times have you looked back on this journey? Is there someone behind us? The speaker, naturally, was Wang Jing, her irritation evident as she perceived his actions as a sign of distrust. Senior Sister Wang. There is indeed someone behind us, Mo Qingqian replied, turning to face her with a serious expression. He had initially wished to withhold this information from them to spare them unnecessary worry. However, having entered the Sunset Mountain Range, where danger lurked at every turn, it was imperative that Yunya and Wang Jing be mentally prepared. Is that so? Where are they? I see no one, Wang Jing retorted, skepticism evident in her tone. Yunya remained silent, anxiously peering down the mountainside, her trust in Mo Qingqian unwavering. Do you recall the tea house where you awaited my arrival outside the city? Mo Qingqian gestured ahead, indicating for the 2 to converse as they walked. The proprietor of the tea house? Wang Jing expressed her confusion, questioning who would concern themselves with the owner of a mere tea house. Now that you mention it, I do seem to remember. That owner appeared to be residing at the same inn as us. Yunya's expression shifted to one of alarm, her heart laden with trepidation. Could it be that the tea house owner has ventured into the Sunset Mountains with us? Wang Jing glanced at Mo Qingqian, her face pale, swallowing the words that nearly escaped her lips. Mo Qingqian was well aware of Wang Jing's thoughts, suspecting that she believed he had inadvertently revealed their plans. The depths of the Sunset Mountains were rife with countless mystical beasts, and perhaps they could elude him in such a perilous place. After expressing his thoughts, Mo Qingqian quickened his pace. Both he and Yunya shared a crucial understanding that they had chosen not to disclose to Wang Jing. The tea house owner was merely a pawn, while the true mastermind remained the more formidable threat. Meanwhile, Kairu lurked in the shadows, muttering curses under her breath. According to their scheme, as soon as Mo Qingqian and the others entered the Sunset Mountains, Qin Lie would spring into action. However, they had already traversed several mountains, nearing the realm where the mystical beast roamed, yet Qin Lie had yet to make his appearance. My cultivation is merely at the 3rd level. I possess some skill in tracking, but should I encounter a mystical beast, my demise would be inevitable. No, I can only follow for another 10 miles. I must not venture any deeper. Kairu resolved inwardly, prioritizing her own survival over the consequences from Qin Lie, for this predicament was not solely her fault. In the City of Peace, the Yang family was uprooted, leaving a few remaining families to divide the Yang family's assets. Ultimately, a dispute arose over a single auction house. with none willing to relinquish their claim. In a state of despair, the families reached an agreement to jointly manage the auction house and decided to host a grand auction event to mark its reopening. Each family presented a treasured item as a centerpiece for the auction and engaged in vigorous promotion. On the day of the inaugural auction, within the private box of the auction house, Qin Lie and Li Mu sat together. Although both bore expressions of anxiety, there was a prevailing sense of helplessness. The audacity of those families is astounding. If it were up to me, I would find a pretext to eliminate them next time, Li Mu exclaimed vehemently. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Xiaojian's eyes, yet he ultimately shook his head. Our desire to procure the centerpiece item ahead of time is already a breach of protocol. Their refusal is entirely justified. Moreover, while those families may possess limited strength, they are still backed by the shadow of the Lord of Peace City. This minor issue is not worth our concern. Yet, Imo Qingqian and the others have already entered the Sunset Mountain Range. You are aware of Kai Ru's capabilities. If we delay any longer, we will surely lose track of them. Li Mu did not mention Kai Ru's fate. In his view, it was all the same, whether she perished sooner or later. It made little difference. It matters not. We are aware of their ultimate destination. If we lose track of them, we shall proceed directly to that location. Qin Xiaojin waved his hand dismissively. He has remained in the pulse-raising stage for an extended period, with a breakthrough still far from reach. Although the final item cannot assist him in transcending, it brings him a step closer. Consequently, upon receiving this news, he made the impromptu decision to stay. Initially, the mysterious beasts were merely ordinary ferocious animals, but under the nurturing of the ethereal spirit energy, they gradually developed intelligence, learning the rudimentary techniques of breathing and meditation, thus embarking on their cultivation journey. The most formidable of these beasts can even transform into human form. Moreover, these creatures have a penchant for consuming mystical herbs and exotic fruits, possessing physiques far superior to humans, exponentially more powerful. Beasts of the same rank can effortlessly dispatch equally ranked chi refiners. The cultivation levels of chi refiners consist of 9 tiers, with the highest known to Mo Chengqian and his companions being the Heavenly Mansion stage, equivalent to a 5th-tier beast. As Mo Chengqian and his companions traversed several mountain peaks, they gradually encountered some fierce beasts. Although not classified as exceptional, they were nonetheless formidable, necessitating caution in their approach. A black bear, nearly 3 meters tall, lay on the ground, its body riddled with wounds, and its back adorned with blue ice crystals, from which wisps of chilling energy slowly emanated. Beside the black bear, Wang Jing gazed at Yunya with envy, astonished by the formidable power of her ice palm, which could effortlessly deal with a near first-tier beast like the black bear. Yunya, your prowess seems to make dealing with me a trivial matter, Wang Jing remarked with a smile, her envy overshadowed by genuine joy. For Yunya's strength ensured their journey would be significantly safer. As for Mo Qingqian, Wang Jing held little hope, considering he was merely at the 3rd realm of qi refinement. She only wished that when they encountered a mysterious beast, he would not become a liability. Yunya smiled softly, remaining silent, her eyes occasionally glancing towards Mo Qingqian. Let us depart quickly, although the earlier commotion was not loud. We cannot be certain that there are no mystical beasts nearby, Mo Chengqian remarked. Yunya and the others nodded in agreement. But just as they were about to set off, a chilling scream echoed from behind them, approximately 3 to 5 miles away. It seems the pursuers lack formidable strength. Yunya scoffed. Shall we investigate? Mo Chengqian suggested. Yunya felt a flicker of interest. However, Wang Jing opposed the idea. In her view, even if their presence had been compromised, the pursuers likely lacked a specific route to follow, making this the perfect moment to elude them. Let us hope we can shake them off. Ultimately, Mo Qingqian decided to depart with Wang Jing, though he harbored little optimism regarding Wang Jing's analysis. After all, if the adversary had orchestrated this, they surely had contingencies in place. The trio pressed further into the depths, while a few miles away, Kai Ru fled frantically towards the mountain's edge, having lost half an arm to his assailant, his condition pitiful. Damn it. We agreed to strike once we entered the Fallen Leaf Mountains, yet they remain hidden, nearly costing me my life to a beast. Kai Ru cursed as he fled, hoping that in his current woeful state, Qin Xiaojian would not hold him accountable. Chapter 62. The Unfortunate Wind Wolf. Deep within the Sunset Mountains, a wind wolf with eyes as green as ghostly flames fixated intently on 3 distant figures, humans engaged in battle with a pack of foolish jackals. The pack had been prowling within its territory, waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate it. Although the wind wolf is a 1st-tier mystical beast, And the jackals are merely ordinary ferocious creatures. Their numbers are considerable, and they exhibit a reckless fearlessness. The wind wolf does not possess absolute confidence in achieving a complete victory. However, an opportunity has arisen. Among the three humans, two possess strength comparable to its own. It should merely be a matter of time before these wind wolves are dealt with, allowing it to regain control over its territory. To express gratitude to the three humans, the wind wolf resolves to deliver a fatal strike at their most fatigued moment. Mo Chengqian and his companions find themselves encircled by a dozen jackals, whose fierce gazes and sharp teeth drip with a mysterious fluid, forming glistening strands that are utterly repulsive. Although the jackals are not particularly strong, they possess an exceptional ability to coordinate with one another. A well-coordinated pack of jackals can even slay a second-tier mystical beast. And the most effective strategy against them is to disrupt their synergy. As the pack charges forward, Yunya and Wang Jing each dart towards several jackals, seeking to hold them at bay, while assigning Mo Chengqian the task of engaging in coordinated combat to swiftly eliminate the isolated jackals. Underestimated. Observing Yunya and Wang Jing battling fiercely amidst the jackals, Mo Chengqian helplessly rubbed his nose and then lunged at one of the jackals. Heavenly Collapse Fist, he silently exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch at the jackal. The faint golden fist imprint surged forth, striking the jackal, which howled in agony. Yet, before it could hit the ground, Mo Chengqian's fist descended upon it, obliterating the jackal into a mist of blood. Mo Chengqian, I have long heard of the formidable power of your Heavenly Collapse Fist. It appears to be true. Wang Jing cast a surprised glance at Mo Chengqian. Before once again engaging in battle with the jackals, Mo Chengqian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. The Heavenly Collapse Fist was merely a low-grade yellow-level technique. Its power rather unimpressive. Had it not been for his formidable physical strength, such a scene of intimidation against the jackals would not have occurred. The jackals, clearly realizing their underestimation of Mo Chengqian, prompted the towering jackal that was attacking Yunyu to bark a few commands, leading 4 or 5 others to charge towards him. Be careful. Yunya's delicate face displayed a hint of anxiety. However, upon witnessing Mo Chengqian once again deliver a devastating punch to a jackal, she quickly refocused her attention on the fight. Her palms were enveloped in a chilling blue aura of frost. Any jackal struck by it would find its limbs rendered rigid, some even meeting their demise instantly. Thanks to Mo Chengqian's explosive power, the number of jackals diminished by a third in just a short span, inciting fury in their leader, who chose to abandon Yunya and pounce directly at Mo Chengqian. Beast courting death. Mo Chengqian scoffed, his speed suddenly increasing as he propelled himself forward with a deft push of his toes. His right fist clenched tightly, enveloped in a faint golden glow. With a resounding crash, Mo Chengqian's fist collided with the jackal, while simultaneously, the creature's sharp claws raked across his chest. The razor-like talons aimed to pierce through his flesh and seize his heart. However, Mo Chengqian's skin transformed into a silver sheen, as unyielding as fine steel. Repelling the lethal claws, terror filled the jackal's eyes. It was acutely aware of the sharpness of its own claws, questioning how a mere human could withstand such an onslaught. Die! Mo Chengqian grasped the forepaw of the jackal with one hand and, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful punch. His fist was enveloped in a faint layer of mysterious energy, concealing within it a terrifying force. With a resounding thud, blood mist filled the air as the jackal's skull was shattered by Mo Chengqian's blow, leaving it no time to utter a cry of agony. The remaining jackals, upon witnessing this, let out a startled yelp and fled with their tails between their legs. In the distance, the wind wolf's cold gaze flickered with hesitation. It had anticipated a mutual destruction between the jackals and the humans, but it was utterly surprised to witness such formidable power emanating from a seemingly weak human, one that even the jackal leader could not withstand. A sense of uncertainty washed over the wind wolf. The corpse of a powerful human could nourish its own body. If it could devour these 3 humans, it might ascend to the second tier of mystical beasts, thereby expanding its territory significantly. Ultimately, the wind wolf resolved to avoid confrontation with the trio of humans. Within its lair lay an 8th-tier mystical herb, which, in a few short years, could evolve into a 7th-tier specimen, enabling its own advancement without the need to take such considerable risks. The wind wolf retreated, while Mo Chengqian and his companions hastily ventured deeper into the wilderness. The keen sense of smell possessed by mystical beasts would soon detect the scent of blood, and should they find themselves encircled by these creatures, peril would surely follow. As this was their inaugural experience in the wild, The three were not well acquainted with the habits of mystical beasts. Each mystical beast had its own territory, and typically, no other mystical beasts would intrude upon it. Yet, neither Mo Chengqian and his companions, nor the Wind Wolf, anticipated their paths would cross again, and in the depths of the Wind Wolf's den, no less. Mo Chengqian, is this the place you have brought us to rest? Wang Jing's lips twitched as she shot a fierce glare at Mo Chengqian. Her pair of phoenix eyes filled with tension as she focused on the Wind Wolf. Though merely a first-tier profound beast, its strength surpassed hers. Had it not been for Yunya and Mo Chengqian by her side, Wang Jing would not have remained so composed. Mo Chengqian, equally speechless, pondered how such an unassuming cave could harbor such hidden depths, and that the Wind Wolf had chosen to conceal itself in the innermost part, evading his notice. If anyone were to feel aggrieved, it would be the Wind Wolf, which had successfully eluded these three humans, only to find them encroaching upon its lair. Evidently poised for confrontation, the Wind Wolf growled lowly, gradually retreating, signaling to Mo Chengqian and the others to depart while conveying its desire to avoid conflict. "What are you barking for, you beast?" Mo Chengqian scolded angrily, launching a punch that sent a pale golden imprint flying towards the Wind Wolf. Yunya, already prepared, unleashed her ice palm as Mo Chengqian struck. Her jade-like hand transformed into a brilliant blue hue, followed by a blue palm imprint that shot forth, spreading a chilling aura in its wake. The Wind Wolf's eyes narrowed, swiftly dodging to the side, revealing the profound herb that was about to reach the 7th grade. "My profound herb," Mo Chengqian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with recognition, only to be overtaken by sorrow. He instantly recognized the herb as one that, when combined with peacock feathers, was used to concoct elixirs. With a resounding thud, a pale golden fist imprint struck the mysterious herb, shattering it into fragments. The overwhelming force even pulverized the stone. At that moment, a blue palm print surged forth, encasing the shattered herb in a chilling aura, transforming it into icy shards that fell to the ground. The Wind Wolf gazed upon the minuscule ice fragments, feeling as though its heart were fracturing. With a furious howl, the Wind Wolf's eyes blazed with an infernal light. Ignited by rage, it had done everything possible to evade these three individuals, yet they had sought it out, devastating the second-tier herb it had painstakingly guarded for years. In an instant, it lost all reason. Who dares to wail? The one deserving of sorrow is I. Mo Chengqian appeared displeased and addressed Yunya and Wang Jing, saying, "Sister Yun, you both should leave first. Allow me to deal with this Wind Wolf, and then you may return to rest." Yunya vehemently shook her head, prepared to intervene, which left Mo Chengqian at a loss for words. Without further ado, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing toward the Wind Wolf. Chapter 63. The Azure Tempest. The Wind Wolf moved with swiftness, like the wind and lightning, within the confines of the cave. The limited space and dim light rendered the Wind Wolf ghostly and elusive. Mo Chengqian's expression turned grave as a faint luminescence flickered around his fists. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he bent his legs, accumulating formidable power in his lower limbs, ready to strike once he locked onto the Wind Wolf. However, despite this, his speed still lagged behind that of the Wind Wolf, who deftly evaded several of his attacks. Mo Chengqian bore several scratches on his clothing. Had it not been for his robust defenses, he might have sustained injuries. The Wind Wolf perched upon a stone, emitting a series of low growls. With a swift motion of its forepaw, 5 blades of wind materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Mo Chengqian, filling the cavern with a cacophony of howling winds. Bang! Bang! Mo Chengqian's fists danced as he unleashed his formidable strength to shatter the wind blades. Throughout this tumultuous exchange, he enveloped his fists with profound energy, creating an illusion for Yunya and Wang Jing. Whoosh! The Wind Wolf cast a fleeting glance at the two women before transforming into a blur, its forepaw shimmering with a green light that exuded a sharpness. 10 blades of wind surged forth, prompting Mo Chengqian to retreat swiftly, evading the oncoming assault. Yet, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the wolf's eyes. It opened its maw, unleashing a cerulean orb that hurtled toward him. Dodge! Panic flickered in Yunya's eyes as she channeled her energy to her toes, propelling herself toward the Wind Wolf. Simultaneously, she struck out with her palm. A blue imprint infused with an icy aura aimed at the beast. Wang Jing's expression shifted as she too charged at the Wind Wolf, taken aback by its craftiness and employing tactics. However, both Yunya and Wang Jing found themselves at a distance from the Wind Wolf and Mo Chengqian, unable to reach them in a timely manner. The cerulean orb soared toward Mo Chengqian, emanating a surging force. Initially intending to retaliate with a punch, he sensed the impending danger and began to retreat. Unfortunately, he realized the peril a moment too late. As he prepared to withdraw, the cerulean orb detonated with a violent explosion, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power that sought to rend Mo Chengqian into fragments. No, Yunya's eyes reddened, her delicate features marred by the tension of rising veins. In Wang Jing's eyes, regret was palpable. She had long been aware of Mo Chengqian's inadequate prowess. So how could she permit him to confront the Wind Wolf alone? Following the explosion of the azure orb, it transformed into a tempest of cerulean fury, engulfing Mo Chengqian entirely. Within the storm, his form suddenly glimmered silver, the cold metallic sheen repelling the rampant force. Yet, despite this, the tumultuous energy relentlessly sought to rend his flesh. At last, fissures appeared upon Mo Chengqian's skin, and as the azure tempest seemed poised for triumph, a faint medicinal essence nestled within him surged forth, mending the torn skin. Mo Chengqian, hold on, Yunya cried, racing toward the azure storm, heedless of the destructive force capable of shattering boulders. Sister Yun, you have lost your mind, Wang Jing exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically as she pursued from behind. However, Yunya had set out earlier and was already perilously close to the tempest, dashing into its depths in the blink of an eye. Sister Yun, damn that wind wolf. Today, I shall dismantle you piece by piece, Wang Jing shouted, charging towards the beast, her hands weaving with profound energy, conjuring a vast black net before her. Bind and slay. Consumed by fury, Wang Jing unleashed a formidable spell without a thought for the consumption of her energy. The Wind Wolf, initially reveling in the sight of two humans plunging into the azure storm, soon found its triumph short-lived as the dark net of energy descended upon it, ensnaring it completely. Bind. Wang Jing grasped a slender thread of black mystical energy, its other end intricately entwined with a vast black net. With a mere flick of her wrist, the net constricted, ensnaring the Wind Wolf with unyielding force. The creature struggled fiercely, its claws desperately attempting to tear through the black web, yet the net, forged from mystical energy, proved to be exceedingly resilient, impervious to its frantic efforts. A look of exertion clouded Wang Jing's delicate features. The Wind Wolf's formidable physique and superior strength posed a significant challenge. Had it not been for this, the black net would have continued to tighten, potentially reducing the Wind Wolf to countless fragments. The Wind Wolf let out a thunderous roar, its voice reverberating through the cavern, causing stones to rain down from the ceiling. As the binding of the net grew ever tighter, the Wind Wolf sensed the impending peril. However, the recent encounter with the azure orb had drained much of its strength, leaving it with little choice but to resort to its beast core. The beast core, the very essence of a mystical creature, is of paramount importance. Akin to the dantian of a Qi cultivator, damage to the beast core could irreparably harm the creature's foundation, potentially hindering its ascension. Thus, unless faced with a life-threatening predicament or possessing absolute certainty, mystical beasts typically refrain from utilizing their cores. With a final, defiant roar, the Wind Wolf expelled a white beast core, roughly the size of an egg. Upon its release, the core erupted with a brilliant beam of light, surging forth with tremendous mystical energy aimed directly at Wang Jing. Her expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, she relinquished her hold on the black net and darted aside. With a resounding crash, the beam grazed past her, ultimately colliding with the stone wall, creating a gaping hole the width of an adult's thigh, smooth at the edges and extending a meter deep. Wang Jing cast a lingering glance at the vast chasm, her heart still trembling with the remnants of fear. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would surely have perished. Meanwhile, the Wind Wolf, having effortlessly freed itself when Wang Jing discarded the black net, collected the beast essence, its spirit now waning. A cold glimmer flickered in Wang Jing's beautiful eyes as she surged forward once more towards the Wind Wolf, uncertain of Yunya and Mo Chengqian's fates. And having narrowly escaped death herself, she refused to let the exhausted Wind Wolf escape her grasp. The Wind Wolf glanced at the still rampaging azure storm, a flicker of hesitation passing through its eyes, but ultimately it chose to flee the cave. Its energy was nearly depleted, and remaining any longer could spell its doom. Attempt to flee? Today, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Wang Jing scoffed resolutely, charging forth. It was not that she did not wish to save Yunya and Mo Chengqian. The ferocity of the azure storm left her with no immediate means to do so. Thus she pursued the Wind Wolf, the primary instigator of this calamity. As Wang Jing and the Wind Wolf exited the cave, the tempest raged within, accompanied by the faint sounds of small stones being crushed. Inside the storm, Imo Qingqian's garments had long been shredded by the violent force, and Yunya, who had plunged into the azure tempest, found herself equally bare, facing the onslaught unadorned. Imo Qingqian's skin shimmered with a platinum hue. Fortified by the restorative properties of the potion, the raging power could not harm him. In contrast, Yunya was not so fortunate. As she entered the storm, her clothing was obliterated, and the fierce energy threatened to tear her apart. With no time to ponder, she unleashed her profound energy to counter the terrifying force. Her spiritual power was simply insufficient to withstand for an extended period. At most, she could hold on for 10 breaths before inevitably exhausting herself. Fortunately, she saw that Imo Qingqian was unharmed. It turned out he was a body cultivator. Upon witnessing Imo Qingqian, Yunya understood everything. The reason why Imo Qingqian, despite being at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, could slay Qin Shaojun, and why he could defeat Yu Ming and others. It was all due to his identity as a body cultivator. 10 breaths were far too brief. Yunya had no time for shyness. And by the moment she registered that Imo Qingqian was a body cultivator, 3 breaths had already elapsed. With deep affection, she gazed at Imo Qingqian and offered him a sweet smile, then slowly closed her eyes. In another 5 breaths, she would deplete her spiritual energy. And then the terrifying force would tear her apart. Chapter 64. Facing each other calmly, Imo Qingqian had never anticipated that Yunya would rush into the azure tempest, especially with his identity as a body cultivator laid bare. Yunya, devoid of any garments, revealed her perfect form, while her spiritual energy shimmered like a delicate veil. Enticing and elusive, Imo Qingqian had never witnessed such a scene before. For a moment, he was lost in thought. It was only when he caught sight of Yunya's gaze, filled with deep affection yet tinged with reluctance, that he snapped back to reality. Yunya slowly closed her eyes. Her spiritual energy was waning. Just as she was about to surrender, a surge of masculine energy enveloped her, and she felt her delicate form sway as that powerful shoulder surrounded her. Yunya did not open her eyes. A rosy hue spread across her exquisite face as it pressed tightly against the warm chest, the steady thrum of a heartbeat resonating in her ears. Suddenly, Yunya's body trembled, her ears flushed crimson as if stained with blood. "You rogue, why won't you move away?" she exclaimed. "Cough. It's just a physiological reaction," Imo Qingqian awkwardly explained. Yunya's voice was barely above a whisper. "Why are you so foolish?" Imo Qingqian held Yunya protectively, enveloping her in his own mystical energy for added security. "Foolish? I don't think so." Yunya suddenly opened her eyes, gazing earnestly at Imo Qingqian. After speaking, she nestled back into his embrace. Imo Qingqian parted his lips, yet no words emerged. Instead, he tightened his hold on her, as if to convey his unspoken feelings. Sensing his sentiment, Yunya gradually extended her arms, clutching him tightly in return. At that moment, the azure tempest began to subside. Imo Qingqian gently patted Yunya's shoulder, then retrieved 2 garments from his spatial ring. "I refuse to wear your clothes," Yunya huffed, conjuring an outfit identical to her previous attire from thin air. Imo Qingqian was not surprised that Yunya possessed a spatial ring. Once they donned their clothes, the azure storm completely dissipated. But the cave was devoid of Wang Jing and the Wind Wolf's presence. "Oh no, I hope senior sister Wang isn't in trouble." Imo Qingqian understood Yunya's concern and nodded in agreement, reassured by the thought of Yunya's safety. As the two emerged from the cave, Wang Jing suddenly appeared before them, her delicate face smeared with blood. Upon seeing them, her joy was palpable, and she rushed over, disregarding the blood on her body, and embraced Yunya tightly. Yunya patted Wang Jing's back, offering her comfort, while simultaneously making a playful face at Imo Qingqian, who stood nearby. After a while, Imo Qingqian tidied up the cave, even employing his mystical energy to conjure a whirlwind that swept away the dust and unpleasant odors. Once these tasks were completed, he returned to gather firewood. As night enveloped the surroundings, the flickering flames illuminated the cave, where the 3 of them sat around the fire. "Here. This is the beast core from the Windwolf, a first-tier beast core, which should fetch at least 10 Xian crystals." Wang Jing presented the white beast core to Yunya and recounted her encounter with the Windwolf. Among the trio, only Imo Qingqian had never seen a beast core before. Yunya merely glanced at it before passing it to him, while he curiously examined it with fascination. "Senior Sister Yun, how are the grades of beast cores distinguished?" Imo Qingqian inquired suddenly. "Just call me Yunya," she replied with a discontented glare at him before explaining. "Mystical beasts are classified into 9 tiers, and so are the beast cores, which are differentiated by colors: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Different tiers of beast cores exhibit different colors. The one you hold is a white beast core, representing a first-tier mystical beast. Are beast cores used for alchemy? Mo Qian asked. Beast essence is primarily utilized in alchemical practices, yet its application is not confined to this realm. It may also be embedded within weaponry, thereby amplifying the weapon's formidable power. It is said that in ancient times, those who sought to refine their bodies would directly consume beast essence, transmuting its ferocious energy as part of their cultivation process. However, this remains merely a legend, lacking substantial evidence. Yunya cast a meaningful glance at Mo Qian. Upon hearing this, Mo Qian felt a surge of eagerness. If beast essence truly possessed such capabilities, he might have discovered an alternative method for body refinement, potentially hastening his progress in clearing the remaining waste meridians. Wang Jing initially intended to remain silent, but the expression on Mo Qian's face startled her. She exclaimed, Mo Qian, do not heed Yunya's fanciful tales. Beast essence harbors the collective power of mystical beasts. Consuming it would undoubtedly lead to one's demise. Those who practiced body refinement have long since vanished. Who can ascertain the veracity of such claims? Rest assured, Sister Wang, I am not foolish enough to undertake such recklessness. Mo Qian replied, shaking his head, and then turned his gaze back to Yunya, who playfully stuck out her tongue. After a while, Wang Jing retrieved the parchment once more. The trio studied it intently, only to furrow their brows in unison. We still have some distance to our goal. Ahead. We are likely to encounter numerous mystical beasts akin to the Windwolf. We must exercise caution. Indeed, the items I purchased can be utilized during our journey tomorrow. Wang Jing nodded in agreement. The three chose not to mention the encounter with the second-tier mystical beasts. The following day, they set off early. Before departing, Yunya took out a pouch of medicinal powder from her spatial ring, a preparation that Wang Jing had arranged earlier, as she lacked a spatial ring of her own. The mystical beasts possess an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting even the faintest of scents. This pouch of powdered medicine, when sprinkled upon ourselves, can mask our odors, rendering us less detectable to these creatures. Wang Jing applied the powder to her own person before handing it to Yunya and Mo Qian. Before long, the trio departed the cave and ventured deeper into the wilderness. Simultaneously, Qin Lie and Li Mu entered the Sunset Mountain Range, following the markers left by Kai Ru. It wasn't long before they encountered Kai Ru, who was missing an arm. Young Master Qin, I have done my utmost. Despite her attempts to reassure herself, the sight of Qin Lie filled Kai Ru with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Have you lost them? Qin Lie inquired, his tone neutral and demeanor composed. It is my fault, Kai Ru responded, her voice trembling with unease. It matters not. After all, we arrived late. Qin Lie replied with a gentle smile. Continuing deeper into the mountains, Kai Ru felt a sense of relief wash over her as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, only to be suddenly pierced by a sharp pain. A dagger plunged into her back. Kai Ru opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Li Mu twisted his wrist, causing the dagger to rotate within her, and she instantly lost her breath. Chapter 65. The lonely peak deep within the Sunset Mountain Range stands a solitary peak, towering several hundred feet high, resembling a divine whip amidst the surrounding mountains. Atop a nearby summit, Wang Jing held a sheepskin scroll, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, shaped like a divine whip, divided into 9 segments. We have arrived at our destination. The 9-segmented grass bears a similar form, and the resemblance of this solitary peak is striking. Has no one questioned it all these years? Mo Qian was somewhat perplexed, especially given the fact that this endeavor to locate the 9-section grass was evidently a scheme orchestrated by either Qin Lie or Zhongyi. This implied that they were aware of the presence of the 9-section grass here. Could it be that they had originally intended to procure the grass themselves, and merely sought to lead us here for their own convenience? Mo Qian pondered. Let us proceed swiftly, Wang Jing urged. Although we have reached our destination, we still do not know the precise location of the 9-sectioned grass, necessitating a thorough search. This solitary peak is vast, and the challenge of locating a single spiritual herb is formidable. Wang Shiji, we should refrain from acting impulsively. There may be formidable mystical beasts residing atop this peak. Yunyu interjected, shaking her head. Although she too felt a surge of excitement, she remained composed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing promptly regained her senses, realizing, indeed, if a mere 8th-grade mystical herb is guarded by such a powerful wind wolf, How could a divine entity like the nine-section grass be without its own formidable guardian? How about this? You all wait here while I go investigate that area. Mo Chengqian proposed. Absolutely not. Your cultivation is too low. If a powerful mystical beast were to appear, you would scarcely have time to evade it. I shall go instead. Wang Jing insisted, shaking her head. Mo Chengqian let out a wry smile and replied, Wang Shiji, as long as the mystical beast is not exceedingly powerful, I have ways to ensure my safe return. You should remain here with Yunya. Besides, with the concealment elixirs and powders you have prepared, it will not be easy for any mystical beast to detect me. Yunya, while apprehensive about Mo Chengqian's decision to take risks, recognized his true capabilities. Undoubtedly, among the three of them, he was the most suited to scout the area. Very well, but do exercise caution. Otherwise, Sister Yun will be utterly heartbroken. Wang Jing nodded cautiously. Be careful, Yunya said, producing a breath-concealing pill and some powdered medicine, which he solemnly handed to Mo Chengqian. In truth, had they not traversed treacherous terrain to reach this point, she would have strongly opposed Mo Chengqian taking such risks. Mo Chengqian waved his hand dismissively at Yunya and her companion, then made his way towards the solitary peak, his figure swiftly vanishing into the forest. As Mo Chengqian journeyed towards the solitary peak, Qin Shaojian and his companion also ventured deep into the mountains. Both were at the pulse-connecting stage of cultivation, capable of effortlessly dealing with even a first-tier mystical beast. Thus their speed surpassed that of Mo Chengqian and his companion significantly. Within approximately 2 days, they arrived at the solitary peak. Qin Shaojian narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The matter of the nine-section grass was merely a ruse to deceive Mo Chengqian and his companions. His decision to mention the nine-section grass stemmed from the belief that Mo Chengqian's talents were woefully inadequate, making the grass undeniably essential for him. Li Mu, what are your thoughts? Qin Shaojian inquired. Captain, I too have seen the ancient parchment that the old man gave to Wang Jing. It is evidently an artifact from a bygone era. There may indeed be nine-section grass in this vicinity. By mere chance, is our fortune truly so remarkable? Qin Shaojian expressed skepticism, though a glimmer of interest sparkled in his eyes. After a brief pause, he and Li Mu proceeded towards the solitary peak, their demeanor markedly more subdued than before, wary of being detected by Mo Chengqian and his companions. The solitary peak soared into the heavens, naturally narrowing at intervals of several tens of feet, segmenting the peak into 9 distinct sections. Within the 6th section of the solitary peak, Mo Chengqian's expression darkened as he gazed silently at the sea of clouds above. From the base of the peak to the 6th segment, Mo Chengqian proceeded with utmost caution, treading carefully. However, there was not a single sound from any mystical beasts. Not even the chirp of a bird or the flutter of an insect could be heard. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Such a towering solitary peak devoid of avian life was profoundly abnormal, prompting Mo Chengqian to pause, caught in a moment of hesitation. Above him, shrouded in mist, lay a swirling sea of clouds, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. It was at this juncture that he began to feel an inexplicable weight pressing down upon him, as if a terrifying presence lurked above the cloud cover. Should he ascend or remain? Mo Chengqian found himself in a quandary. The 9-segment grass held little value for him, as he could easily dismantle the remaining waste veins with a modest investment of time. Thus, the 9-segment grass was merely a trifle to him. Yet, both Yunya and Wang Jing had a pressing need for the 9-segment grass, and the trio had traversed arduous terrain to reach this point for that very purpose. Could he truly turn back now, succumbing to an unexplainable sense of dread? The rare herb was meant to replenish the divine essence of the heavens and the earth. If fully matured, it could coalesce into at least 4 pseudo-veins, which he and his companions could then share. Thank you, team leader. In the midst of silence, 2 voices suddenly pierced the stillness. Mo Chengqian's gaze narrowed as he remained motionless, concealed within the wild grass, employing his ability to alter his appearance. The mention of a team leader confirmed his suspicion that the newcomers were indeed Qin Shaojian, validating his theory that this entire scenario was merely a scheme orchestrated by Qin. Strangely, it seemed that even he was unaware of the significance of the 9-segment grass. As the footsteps drew nearer, 2 figures gradually emerged, casting little more than a fleeting glance at the patch of wild grass before continuing their ascent up the peak. On the solitary peak, there are no signs of human interference. It appears that the 3 have yet to arrive. Captain, this solitary peak is somewhat eerie. If I were in their position, I would likely hesitate to ascend. Indeed, now that we are here, with the 9-section grass so close at hand, can they truly restrain themselves? I believe we should remain concealed here until we have dealt with them at the summit. The 9th section grass is likely guarded by mystical beasts, and when the time comes, we shall undoubtedly confront them. Therefore, addressing the uncertainty posed by the 3 of them is of utmost importance beforehand. At the edge of the sea of clouds, 2 voices suddenly arose, then fell to a hushed conversation. Beneath them, amidst the wild grasses, Imo Chengqian wore a look of exasperation, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Who could have anticipated that Qin Shaojian and his companion would be so cautious? Even with the 9th section grass in sight, they could maintain their composure, choosing instead to lie in wait. Fortunately, Imo Chengqian was concealed within the contracted portions of the 6th and 7th sections, as long as he remained silent. Qin Shaojian and his companion would never discover him. After a brief exchange, Qin Shaojian settled into meditation, while Li Mu took on the role of vigilant observer, awaiting the appearance of Imo Chengqian and his 2 companions. Chapter 66. The illusory sect. The territory of the Xingyu Kingdom is vast, and at the periphery of the setting sun mountains lies an abundance of resources and mystical beasts. Yet, the skilled practitioners within the kingdom remain reluctant to venture here, for it is indeed too remote. In the Pingzhou Prefecture, there are few experts, especially near the setting sun mountains, where most are at the qi gathering stage and would never dare to enter the perilous terrain of the mountains. Thus, most of the time, the setting sun mountains remain eerily tranquil, occasionally disturbed only by a few streaks of fleeing light darting into its depths. On this day, the Sunset Mountains were bustling with activity, as a throng of over 1,000 individuals marched purposefully into the range, causing the local wildlife to scatter in alarm. Even the occasional mystical beast, upon witnessing this imposing procession, retreated to a safe distance. Several instructors fanned out to shield the numerous disciples of the academy, yet these students, far from expressing gratitude, wore expressions of deep discontent, remaining silent only due to the formidable presence of the man in the ornate robe at the forefront, Song Qingshan. Beside him stood Feng Kaichen. Teacher Feng, not long ago, a second-tier mystical beast escaped. We should consider slowing our pace tomorrow. Song Qingshan's countenance was far from relaxed. Despite the imposing presence of so many disciples, which had frightened off the mystical beasts, the sheer size of the group also posed a significant risk of attracting even more powerful creatures. Feng Kaichen, naturally aloof and reclusive, had initially intended to disregard Song Qingshan, the Hall Master. However, the latter's courteous demeanor and his manner of seeking advice and collaboration compelled him to feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to move from the back of the group to the front. Master Song, what is the purpose of this expedition? Feng Kaichen inquired. Song Qingshan furrowed his brow, responding helplessly, there is no particular purpose. The Hall Master merely instructed me to bring everyone to the Sunset Mountains for training. I am completely in the dark regarding the specifics or objectives of this endeavor. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so aimless. Just as Feng Kaichen was about to respond, a gray carrier pigeon suddenly fluttered its wings and alighted upon Song Qingshan's shoulder. The Hall Master's carrier pigeon. Song Qingshan's expression brightened with joy. But just as he was about to untie the message tube from the pigeon's leg, the messenger dove unexpectedly flapped its wings and soared into the air. You are still as gluttonous as ever. Why don't you dare act this way in front of my teacher? Song Qingshan chuckled bitterly, producing a pill from his hand. The tiny eyes of the pigeon gleamed momentarily, and with a single flap of its wings, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, swallowing the pill in the blink of an eye. On the palm-sized piece of paper, only 2 words were inscribed. Hurry. Beneath these words lay a simplified map. While an ordinary person might struggle to locate themselves on such a rudimentary map, Song Qingshan could easily discern his position. Let us delve deeper. We shall not rest today, he declared, handing the note to Feng Kaichen, before addressing the teachers from the Zhengfa Hall behind him. Upon hearing the phrase not rest, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the disciples, for their greatest delight each day was to savor wild delicacies during their breaks, which had turned the Sunset Mountain Range into a cacophony of chaos. The messenger dove settled on Song Qingshan's shoulder, closing its eyes in feigned slumber. After a while, as if the effects of the pill had been digested, it flapped its wings and ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. What a common pigeon! Yet it had been nurtured to such an extent, one could only wonder how many pills had been squandered on it, a true waste of natural resources. Song Qingshan wore a speechless expression. Feng Kaichen nodded in agreement, saying, it is a treasure in its own right. Had it not been so swift, it would have long been captured for soup. Soup? Who would dare? Song Qingshan scoffed, casting a glance at Yu Eshin amidst the crowd. In the depths of the Sunset Mountains, atop a majestic peak lies a desolate ruin, at the center of which stands a dilapidated palace. The palace is severely damaged, with sections having collapsed, imparting an impression that it may crumble at any moment. Yet, this forsaken structure has persisted on this lofty summit for centuries. The space surrounding the palace appears slightly warped, akin to the ripples on a water's surface. From a distance, one might not even notice the existence of this crumbling edifice. At the outermost edge of the ruins, a colossal stone, as if fallen from the heavens, rests upon the mountaintop. Upon this stone stands a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, his hands clasped behind him, and his penetrating gaze fixed upon the horizon. Suddenly, the purple-robed man's expression shifts as he turns to observe another direction. There, a massive black bird approaches, its silhouette obscuring the sky. Upon its head, a vague figure stands resolutely against the wind. Behind this figure, several others are seated upon the great bird's back. With a silent sigh, the purple-robed man remains poised upon the stone, awaiting the arrival of the black avian creature. Before long, the giant bird circumnavigates the ruins and descends upon the summit, followed by several figures who alight not far from the purple-robed man. The foremost among them is an elderly Taoist with a horse-like visage, accompanied by several youthful disciples, all possessing formidable prowess at the 9th level of the Pulse realm, exuding a fierce aura. The horse-faced elder gazes at the purple-robed man with a sardonic smile and remarks, "Yi, the lord of the Yi residence, why have you forsaken your domain in Pingzhou to venture to the ancient grounds of my mysterious shadow sect? Since senior brother Sun is able to come, why should I not?" Yi Tian replies with an indifferent demeanor. The youthful disciples behind the horse-faced elder raise their eyebrows, their expressions turning somewhat hostile as they regard Yi Tian. They often heard their master speak of his 4 disciples, yet each time he did so, his tone bore a chilling intent to kill. Thus, they understood that the man in the purple robe before them was indeed an adversary of their master. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the purple robe to flutter, while Yi Tian's sword-like brows furrowed and his gaze momentarily froze. "I have encountered the 4th uncle." The disciples of Sun Yuanshan coldly regarded Yi Tian, devoid of any respect in their tone. The gathered disciples gradually retreated, eventually settling at the edge of the ruins to meditate. "4th junior brother, we cannot enter this illusory realm. Have you come alone to bolster your disciples' confidence?" Sun Yuanshan scoffed. "Son brother, you would likely prefer it if the 3 of us ventured here alone." Yi Tian retorted with a cold laugh, continuing, "My academy's disciples have already entered the Sunset Mountains and will be arriving shortly, and there are far more than just your few disciples. Yi Tian, do you intend to hand over my illusory sex treasures to the Xingyu royal family?" Sun Yuanshan fumed. "You are aware of the illusory sex rules. Whoever claims the treasures may keep them. I, Yi Tian, have no intention of claiming them, and whether they are given to the royal family is beyond my concern." Yi Tian replied indifferently. Sun Yuanshan paused, taken aback by Yi Tian's words, but he chose not to elaborate further. He shot Yi Tian a cold glance before striding toward his disciples. Chapter 67. Captured. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Mo Chengqian remained in his original position, lying low amidst the overgrown grass, while Qin Shaojian and his companion reveled in their comfort. Although they could not see Mo Chengqian beneath them, they were well aware of the situation at the foot of the peak. The moment Yunya and her companion appeared, they would undoubtedly be discovered. During their cultivation, Qin Shaojian and another individual engaged in conversation to alleviate their boredom. Their discussions encompassed various topics, including matters pertaining to the city guards and the academy. However, Mo Chengqian was particularly intrigued by 2 subjects, one concerning Zhong Yuabing and the deputy lord of the academy, and the other regarding Yi Yuexin's identity. From the discourse between Qin Shaojian and his companion, Mo Chengqian discerned that Yi Yuexin's father was a person of considerable repute within the Pingzhou prefecture. Yet, they spoke of him indirectly, leaving Mo Chengqian in the dark regarding the identity of Yi Yuexin's father. Having been separated from Yunya and Wang Jing for 5 days, Mo Chengqian grew increasingly anxious. However, since the 2 did not depart, he could not inform Yunya of their situation. If it were merely Qin Shaojian, Mo Chengqian could have easily resolved the matter with his black needle technique. However, with Li Mu, who was also at the Qin Lie stage, present, Mo Chengqian could only wield the black needle once due to his current strength. Once his vital energy was depleted, he would be at a disadvantage against Li Mu in a physical confrontation. From Mo Chengqian's perspective, he could not ascertain the situation below, so he had to rely on Qin Shaojian's reactions to determine whether Yunya and Wang Jing had arrived. Over the past 3 days, Mo Qingqian meticulously pondered that the only way to deal with Qin Shaojian and his companion was to wait for Yunya and Wang Jing to ascend. At that juncture, they could hold off Qin Shaojian's companion while he dealt with Qin Shaojian using the Black Needle. This would leave only Li Mu, making it significantly easier for the three of them to confront him together. Meanwhile, Yunya and Wang Jing had grown increasingly restless since Mo Qingqian's departure, particularly Yunya, who was exceedingly agitated. Had it not been for Wang Jing's intervention, she would have hastened to the solitary peak long ago. However, for several consecutive days, Mo Qingqian remained absent, which even caused Wang Jing to feel that something was amiss. Unable to restrain Yunya, the two of them decided to journey together towards the solitary peak. The 9-segment solitary peak, resembling a cone, is broadest at its base, tapering slightly with each segment. Though the reduction is not overly pronounced, from above, one can behold the entire expanse of its base. As soon as Yunya and her companion entered the solitary peak, Li Mu noticed their arrival and promptly informed the meditating Qin Shaojian. What? That brat is not here. Qin Shaojian raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. His ultimate objective for this expedition was Mo Qingqian, and with the target now vanished, he felt a surge of displeasure intertwined with confusion. The Sunset Mountain range was fraught with peril. How could he possibly separate from Yunya and her companion? Captain, could there have been an unforeseen incident? Is Mo Qingqian already dead? Qin Shaojian remained silent, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon the two figures at the base of the peak. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for him to discern the anxious expressions on Yunya's face. Otherwise, he would surely have harbored suspicions. Never mind for now. Capturing them will undoubtedly reveal the whereabouts of that brat. Qin Shaojian rose, accompanied by Li Mu, and they descended slowly, ultimately halting before Mo Qingqian. Positioned merely a few paces from the two, Mo Qingqian observed their backs, a cold smirk etched upon his features. The solitary peak was profoundly quiet, and Mo Qingqian could not afford to make a sound. Fortunately, Qin Shaojian and Li Mu engaged in occasional conversation, providing him the opportunity to discreetly retrieve the jade box. With everything in place, Mo Qingqian quietly awaited the arrival of Yunya and her companion. At the moment Qin Shaojian was poised to strike, he would seize the opportunity to unleash the Black Needle. Sister Yun, do take care. This solitary peak harbors secrets, Wang Jing called out, pursuing the wildly charging Yunya while remaining vigilant. Suddenly, Yunya came to an abrupt halt, and Wang Jing, caught off guard, collided directly into her. Senior brother Chen. Just as Wang Jing prepared to voice her frustration, she looked up and gasped in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the unexpected presence of Qin Shaojian. Sister Yun, are you surprised to see your senior brother? Qin Shaojian cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jing before addressing Yunya in a measured tone. You killed Mo Qingqian? Yunya's expression was icy, her voice laced with a chilling undertone. Wang Jing, however, wore a puzzled look. She could not fathom why Qin Shaojian was here, nor could she understand Yunya's reaction upon seeing him. Even more bewildering was the thought of Qin Shaojian seeking to kill Mo Qingqian. Exchanging a glance with Li Mu, Qin Shaojian appeared momentarily confounded, but he soon broke into a cold smirk. He killed my brother. Should he not face death for it? If that is the case, then you shall meet the same fate. As Yunya prepared to make her move, Wang Jing was taken aback. Perhaps Qin Shaojian had indeed killed Mo Qingqian. Yet this was hardly the time for confrontation. After all, Qin Shaojian was a master of the heavenly rankings, and to act against him would be tantamount to courting death. Sister Yun, you must be out of your mind. Senior brother, there may be a misunderstanding. Please do not hold Yunya's offense against her. Qin Shaojian's reputation is far from favorable, particularly among the city guards. He has ruthlessly purged the entire city of its filth, which is precisely what Wang Jing fears. A misunderstanding? Qin Shaojian let out a cold laugh and shook his head, saying, This is no misunderstanding. I have exerted considerable effort, laboring tirelessly to lead you here. How could it possibly be a misunderstanding? You brought us here? Wang Jing's face was filled with confusion. Otherwise, what? Do you think that cunning old fox would ever leave the 9-section herb for you? It was all a ruse, and you foolishly believed it. Qin Shaojian scoffed and continued. Of course, I must also extend my gratitude to you, Wang Shimi. If it weren't for you, Mo Qingqian and Yunya would not have followed. It is indeed difficult for me to act in the city. Boom. Wang Jing felt a surge of dizziness. Although Qin Shaojian's words remained unverified, she sensed their truth. When there had been someone following them, she had wondered if Mo Qingqian had let something slip. Now it appeared that everything stemmed from her. Because of her naivety, her unwavering belief, she had inadvertently led Yunya and Mo Chengqian into Qin Shaojian's trap, endangering them. Qin Shaojian, I will fight you. Wang Jing cast a regretful glance at Yunya before lunging towards Qin Shaojian. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Shaojian's eyes, yet he refrained from striking back. Instead, he stepped back a few paces and addressed Li Mu with indifference. You two have worked hard these days. I leave her in your hands. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon his expression brightened, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. He stepped forward, extending a hand as a surge of mystical energy erupted, transforming into a silver cord that shot towards Wang Jing. Overwhelmed by a blend of sorrow and rage, Wang Jing felt a deep sense of despair. She recognized that they had reached a dead end. There was no need for Qin Shaojian to intervene, for Li Mu alone could bring about their downfall. Nevertheless, Wang Jing refused to surrender. She unleashed a great black net aimed at Li Mu. Though the disparity between their energies was profound, Li Mu merely flicked his wrist, causing the silver cord to dance and crackle, shattering the black net into pieces. In an instant, a flash of silver light enveloped Wang Jing, tightening around her body, rendering her immobile. The other end of the silver cord was firmly grasped by Li Mu. Observing this, Yunya struck out with her palm. A blue imprint imbued with a chill that surged toward Li Mu. You carry on. Qin Shaojian glanced at Li Mu and then pointed, unleashing a black light that shattered the blue imprint. Thank you, Captain, Li Mu exclaimed with joy in his eyes, as he seized Wang Jing and soared toward the dense overgrown woods behind them. Hidden among the tall grass, Mo Chengqian's expression shifted. He slowly lowered his hand that had been poised to open the jade box, his eyes narrowing like a venomous snake, fixated intently on the approaching Li Mu. In the heart of the 9-section solitary peak, Yunya appeared ashen, frantically attacking Qin Shaojian while murmuring to herself. Deep down, she was acutely aware that it was she and Mo Chengqian who had dragged Wang Jing into this predicament. Qin Shaojian bore a frigid expression, a hint of malevolence curling at the corners of his lips. He refrained from initiating an attack, merely deflecting Yunya's strikes, as if to mock her. What aspect of my brother is unworthy of you? His desire to cherish you is a blessing, yet you remain oblivious, even resorting to slaying my brother alongside that wretched boy. Today, I shall reveal to you the fate that awaits your closest companion. Rest assured, junior sister Yun, I shall not harm you. After all, my brother is yet unmarried, and I shall host a grand ceremony for him in due time. Qin Shaojian, you shall not prevail. Yunya's fury intensified at his words, yet her attacks appeared feeble against the formidable Qin Shaojian, who was at the pulse condensation stage. In the distance, the faint sound of Wang Jing's despondent sobs reached Yunya's ears, further fueling her rage, as her beautiful eyes began to shimmer with hints of azure light. Amidst the overgrown grass, Li Mufeng had sealed Wang Jing's dantian and subsequently released her bindings. He relished the sensation of her struggles. The more she fought, the greater his delight. Completely consumed by his desires, Li Mu remained oblivious to the figure stealthily approaching him from behind, a mere 10 feet away. Suddenly, the rusted ancient sword reappeared in Mo Chengqian's grasp. At that moment, he sprang forth, unleashing a furious roar as he swung the sword towards Li Mu. Startled by the sudden commotion, Li Mu instinctively turned to look, and in that instant, his life came to an abrupt halt, as the blade's glimmer flashed before him. His heart swelled with regret. Why had he not taken the precaution to inspect his surroundings? Why did he not simply evade upon hearing the noise, instead choosing to glance back? Regrettably, his physical form has succumbed, and his life has reached its conclusion. A formidable master of the Qin Lie has fallen at the hands of a mere chi-attracting disciple, without even a chance to retaliate. Mo Chengqian. Yunya's countenance was alight with excitement, her face beaming with astonishment as she abandoned Qin Shaojian and swiftly darted toward Mo Chengqian. Seeking to escape? Qin Shaojian scoffed, his toes pressing against the ground as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, pursuing Yunya with fervor, simultaneously unleashing a palm strike imbued with swirling dark energy. Be cautious. Mo Chengqian's expression tightened, his voice rising in alarm. Bang! Qin Shaojian, having been in close proximity to Yunya and possessing remarkable speed, quickly closed the distance. His palm imprint, suffused with dark light, crashing into Yunya's back. Puff! Yunya's body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled toward Mo Chengqian, while she expelled a torrent of blood mist. The dark energy enveloped her, rippling throughout her being, transforming her once fair visage into a ghastly black. Imo Qingqian felt as though his heart had shattered. His eyes blazed crimson, radiating a terrifying light. He glared at Qin Shaojian, who was gradually coming to a halt, and then stepped forward to catch Yunya. Yunya, how are you? Imo Qingqian cradled her, his crimson eyes flickering with tenderness and concern. Yet Yunya lay with her eyes tightly shut, her breath faint. Sister Yun, this is dire. It is the demonic restraint palm. Wang Jing, having risen, rushed to Imo Qingqian's side. Upon witnessing Yunya's ashen face shrouded in dark energy, she pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Shaojian and berated him. The demonic restraint palm can devastate one's spirit, subjecting the victim to relentless torment, caught in a limbo where life is unbearable and death is elusive. Does the sight of Yunya bring you solace? Qin Shaojian approached Imo Qingqian with a leisurely gait, a smile playing on his lips. He discerned the wrath simmering within Imo Qingqian, a spectacle that filled him with immense pleasure. Fear not, your demise is assured, but Yunya shall endure. I shall subject her to torment, day and night. Even in death, I shall orchestrate a nuptial ceremony between her and my departed brother. Qin Shaojian paused, a cryptic smile gracing his countenance. Senior apprentice Sister Wang, safeguard Yunya. Imo Qingqian gently placed Yunya upon the ground, assuming a cross-legged posture. With a mere gesture, he summoned the jade box, ensnaring it with strands of Xian energy, drawing it before him. Pretentious charlatan. Qin Shaojian scoffed, unleashing a palm strike, Xian energy erupting forth, coalescing into a dark palm print hurtling towards Imo Qingqian. Open. Ignoring the demonic prohibition palm, Imo Qingqian extended a finger, causing the jade box to burst open. Xian energy materialized between his hands, weaving into threads that enshrouded the black needle. The black needle soared into the air, transforming into a dark blur, hurtling towards Qin Shaojian. With a crisp snap, the black needle darted past, imperceptible. The palm print faltered in midair, abruptly frozen by an icy aura, and shattered into fragments. What? Qin Shaojian's expression shifted to one of astonishment, swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, he unleashed another palm strike. Imo Qingqian surged to his feet, his face flushed crimson. His connection to the black needle intensified, its velocity amplified, its agility heightened, evading the palm print, and making a beeline for Qin Shaojian. What manner of entity is this? Qin Shaojian's eyes widened in terror, a flicker of dread igniting within his heart. But the true power of the black long needle eluded him. The ease with which his opponent could freeze the magical prohibition palm suggested its formidable might. Should he be struck, it was likely that he would suffer grievous injuries. The black needle moved with extraordinary agility, and the expression on Imo Qingqian's face was one of evident strain, accompanied by a growing sense of urgency in his heart. In a mere moment, his mystical energy had dwindled significantly, and if this continued, he feared he would be unable to land a blow on Qin Shaojian. In truth, this was also due to Imo Qingqian's lack of experience against qi refiners at the channeling stage. The channeling stage required the opening of the body's 8 extraordinary meridians to harness internal mystical energy, rendering their speed incomparable to that of the qi gathering stage. Previously, he had managed to swiftly subdue Nangong Zhan solely because the latter was severely hindered by the encroaching malevolent energy. Thick earth technique. Qin Shaojian elevated his defenses to their utmost limits. However, even with this, he fell short in comparison to the black needle. Aware that evasion was futile, he paused, forming hand seals to invoke a protective mystical art. Suddenly, he stomped his feet upon the ground, sending dust swirling, as a yellow, earth-like barrier materialized to envelop him. Even so, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity, prompting him to produce a yellow spiritual talisman and affix it to his body. Upon contact with his skin, the talisman transformed into a golden vapor, swiftly enveloping him entirely. Extinguish. At that moment, the black needle lunged forth. Imo Qingqian bellowed in fury, channeling the remainder of his mystical energy, which surged along the thread into the black needle. The needle's velocity surged dramatically, piercing through the yellow barrier and hurtling toward Qin Shaojian once more. Qin Shaojian's face contorted in terror as he beheld the black needle hurtling towards him. Yet he found himself unable to respond in time. A sharp black needle pierced the golden aura surrounding Qin Shaojian, penetrating his body. Instantly, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth from the needle, causing Qin Shaojian to tremble, and his form rapidly became encrusted with frost. Chapter 69, The Great Demon Suddenly. A flash of blue light flickered atop the solitary peak, revealing glimmers that sparkled like jewels. On the 6th segment of the peak, Wang Jing clasped her hands tightly over her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she had witnessed an extraordinary event. Before her, Imo Chengqian's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. Yet upon seeing Chen Xiaojian, now encased in ice, he slowly exhaled in relief. With a mere gesture, he summoned a black light that shot forth from the ice sculpture, landing in a jade box before him. Yunya, having secured the jade box, Imo Chengqian hastened to her side, but no matter how fervently he called out, she remained unresponsive. Imo Chengqian knew that the forbidden magic palm was an upper-tier Xian technique. Once ensnared by it, only a master at the Earth Valley stage could unravel its effects. The Earth Valley stage? Imo Chengqian furrowed his brow deeply. He had yet to encounter a qi refining master of such caliber during his prolonged absence. Having only heard tales of the governor of Pingzhou being a practitioner at that level, Wang Jing nodded in acknowledgement, though a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. Imo Chengqian understood her sentiments. Possessing a body-refining technique, he had no need for the 9 segments divine herb. However, Wang Jing's situation was different. Without the herb, her innate talent could not be enhanced. Sister Wang, the 9 sections peak is enveloped in profound silence, exuding an eerie aura. It is highly likely that a formidable mystical beast lurks atop the peak. I advise you to refrain from such perilous endeavors. Let us strengthen our cultivation further before we return, remarked Imo Chengqian. Wang Jing shook her head, forcing a smile. Imo Shidi, there is no need for your concerns. The 9 sections divine herb is my utmost desire. Yunya has promised to give you half of it. Rest assured, once I acquire the 9 sections divine herb, I will certainly reserve half for you. Imo Chengqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the unconscious Yunya, rendered speechless. Observing this, Wang Jing glanced at Yunya before hastily making her way towards the solitary peak, quickly vanishing into the wild, overgrown grass and forest. Sister Wang? Hey! However, neither Imo Chengqian nor Wang Jing anticipated that atop the solitary peak stood an ancient tree of towering stature, its canopy shrouding the entire summit. Each leaf seemed to embody an eye, ensuring that nothing within several miles could elude its gaze. As Wang Jing reached the 8th section of the solitary peak, the misty clouds finally dissipated. Simultaneously, the terrifying stillness was replaced by a rustling sound as the wind danced through the leaves. The summit of 9 sections peak, merely a few dozen zhang in size, sheltered beneath the ancient tree, featured a peculiar stone jutting forth like a hand. At the center of this stone, a small grass, resilient and robust, thrived with 9 distinct segments, defiantly breaking through the rock. Surrounding the grass, a mystical vapor swirled like mist, exuding an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the towering ancient tree, from which an elderly woman with white hair emerged, leaning on a cane. Her eyes glinted with malevolence, and a sinister smile played upon her lips. She slowly approached the 9-section divine herb, murmuring, "Little one, how many years have passed? From a mere sapling, I have become what I am today, yet you remain unripe. However, your time approaches. Alas, those detestable humans have not given up all these years. Once again, a few have come to meet their demise." As the old woman spoke, the ancient tree began to sway as if moved by an unseen force, its leaves rustling wildly. Simultaneously, from the peaks, dragon-like roots erupted from the earth, swirling around the old woman in a mesmerizing dance. At that moment, Wang Jing suddenly lifted her gaze towards the summit, but aside from the dark, cloud-like foliage above, she perceived nothing amiss. Not far from her, Imo Chengqian also sensed something unusual. A weight settled in his heart, prompting him to quicken his pace. The throngs of students from the academy had delved deep into the falling leaves mountains, and as they grumbled about continuing their journey, the foremost figures, Song Qingshan and Feng Kaichen, suddenly furrowed their brows and came to a halt. The teachers who had been guarding the multitude of students also felt an ominous presence and turned their attention towards a specific direction. "What powerful demonic energy!" Feng Kaichen exclaimed, his brow knitted in concern. "Indeed, it rivals our own level," Song Qingshan affirmed with a nod. "The essence of flora can transform into demons, equating them with mystical beasts. However, for such a transformation to occur, it requires at least several millennia and extremely stringent conditions. Hence, demons are exceedingly rare, and even the two of them had never encountered one before. Shall we venture forth to investigate?" Within the depths of Feng Caichen's eyes, a flicker of divine light sparkled. He had accompanied this mission with a sense of ennui, and indeed, the journey had been rather tedious until, Unexpectedly, he encountered a formidable demon, which piqued his interest. Song Qingshan hesitated, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of intrigue. Noticing the other instructors, he mused that if one of them chose not to pursue, he would take the initiative, promising to catch up with them later. Feng Kaichen cast a glance at Song Qingshan before dashing toward the source of the demonic aura, vanishing from sight within mere breaths. Observing this, Song Qingshan sighed in resignation. After instructing the other teachers to remain on standby, he set off in pursuit. In the entire academy, few could reign in Feng Kaichen's spirit. Atop Jiujia Peak, Wang Jing gradually made her appearance. With a mere glance, she spotted the coveted Jiujia grass nestled in her palm. Just as joy blossomed within her, a root suddenly erupted from the earth behind her, ensnaring her waist inescapably. No matter how she struggled, such prowess, aspiring to seize the divine herb, was indeed a display of ignorance. An elderly woman emerged slowly from the ancient tree, her gaze sweeping over Wang Jing, revealing a hint of disappointment. With such feeble cultivation, the absorption of the herb would yield little enhancement to her power. Fortunately, there were 3 in total, which was better than nothing. The old woman shook her head in dismay, and as she spoke, a serpentine tendril suddenly materialized from the root, plunging into Wang Jing's waist in an instant. Wang Jing's face was etched with terror. She wished to speak, yet found herself rendered mute, only able to sense her vital energy being siphoned away by some unseen force, alongside her very life essence. How could an ant shake the heavens? A person's fate is sealed from the moment of birth. A heart-wrenching smile graced Wang Jing's lips as she slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 70. Arrival. Mo Qingqian possessed a certain instinct for danger. As he approached the peak, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart. However, Wang Jing had already ascended to the summit. Left with no choice, he tended to the still unconscious Yunya before cautiously making his way toward the apex. Unbeknownst to him, his every movement was closely monitored by the old crone, who, viewing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect, chose not to act directly but rather to toy with him, for a cunning and intelligent demon inevitably grows weary of monotony. As Mo Qingqian reached the summit, he beheld the entirety of the scene before him. His gaze was immediately drawn to the towering ancient tree and then to Wang Jing, ensnared by its roots and suspended in midair. "Senior Sister Wang," he called out, scanning the surroundings and finding no immediate threat before rushing toward her, deliberately avoiding the colossal tree. Upon nearing Wang Jing, Mo Qingqian leaped forward, and in that moment, the exquisitely crafted ancient sword appeared in his grasp. Striking toward the tree's roots, the old crone, hidden within the trunk, suddenly wore a look of shock. Yet before she could react, a sharp pain coursed through her as Mo Qingqian severed the root with a single stroke. "What treasure is this?" she muttered, momentarily disregarding her pain. Her ancient eyes fixated intently on the sword in Mo Qingqian's hand. She was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier as a formidable demon, and a mere human, comparable to an ant, could never breach her defenses, let alone sever her roots. All this was due to the ancient sword in her possession. "Sister Wang, are you all right?" Mo Qingqian caught Wang Jing while keeping a vigilant eye on the ancient tree, slowly retreating. "Mo Shitty, hurry. There is a demon within that great tree," Wang Jing urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingqian's expression changed drastically, and he was about to flee with Wang Jing. However, suddenly, several roots burst forth from the earth behind him, thick as legs, intertwining to form a prison that ensnared the two. "Run? Can you escape?" The old woman slowly emerged from the ancient tree. Through the gaps, Mo Qingqian glimpsed the old woman stepping out, and his face turned a ghastly shade. With a mere glance, he recognized that she was an entity he could not contend with. She radiated an aura akin to the boundless ocean, unfathomable and profound, reminiscent of the feelings he had towards Zhang Zhongzhu, Song Qingshan, and Feng Kaichen. "Mo Shitty, I have brought you harm." Wang Jing's pale visage was tinged with anguish. Realizing that her stubbornness had endangered Mo Qingqian, he remained silent, his ancient sword cleaving towards the roots, but this time, a layer of green radiance enveloped them, rendering his efforts futile. "Is this truly my fate?" Mo Qingqian despondently sheathed the ancient sword, gazing at the approaching old woman with a flicker of self-mockery in his eyes. In a fleeting moment, the self-mockery transformed into a fierce determination. He casually retrieved a jade box, preparing to confront the old woman with a mysterious black needle. Yet, he was acutely aware that his mystical energy was nearly depleted. Even if he could barely activate the black needle, its speed would be lamentably slow, likely allowing the old woman to evade it effortlessly. Upon seeing the jade box, Wang Jing's eyes flickered with renewed vitality. It was with the very contents of this box that Mo Qingqian had effortlessly dealt with Qin Shaojian. And perhaps it could be employed to subdue the old woman as well. Ha ha, the 9-section divine herb. How fortunate I, Feng Kaichen, am to possess such a blessing. A light laugh suddenly echoed, causing both Mo Qingqian and Wang Jing to pause in surprise, soon replaced by expressions of joy. Mo Qingqian stowed the jade box away and turned to see a figure gracefully gliding through the mist, exuding an air of elegance. None other than Feng Kaichen himself. Someone has already arrived? Feng Kaichen's gaze shifted towards the cage formed by tree roots, sensing two distinct auras within, one of which felt remarkably familiar. Teacher, it's Mo Qingqian. He awkwardly addressed Feng Kaichen. Mo Qingqian, what brings you here? Feng Kaichen responded, momentarily taken aback, before quickly adding, do not panic. I shall release you first. Blade. Feng Kaichen softly intoned, gesturing through the air. Above Mo Qingqian's head, mystical energy rapidly coalesced into a sort of ethereal power, which swiftly descended, shattering the root-bound cage. The old woman's eyelids twitched as she slowly approached the ancient tree, her aged eyes filled with astonishment. This individual, clearly of comparable cultivation, was able to manipulate the mystical energy to his advantage, truly unfathomable. Thank you, Teacher Feng. Mo Qingqian gazed at Feng Kaichen, his eyes filled with gratitude. Had it not been for Feng Kaichen, he might have truly faced a dire fate. Is this 9-section divine herb discovered by you? Feng Kaichen nodded slightly and then inquired. To be honest, we 3 disciples came precisely for the 9-section divine herb. Mo Qingqian affirmed. Upon hearing this, Feng Kaichen chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, I wondered how I could possibly possess such good fortune. Mo Qingqian opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. Indeed, Feng Kaichen was the one who most required the 9-section divine herb. Should he acquire it, his achievements might soar even higher. However, the 9-section divine herb was equally essential for Wang Jing and Yunya. This tree demon has reached the 3rd tier and is on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. You two are truly bold. Feng Kaichen chuckled enigmatically before turning to the old woman and saying, Dear friend, my disciple lacks innate talent and requires this divine herb to mend his deficiencies. I hope for your understanding. The old woman furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, Mend deficiencies? I have guarded this place for 1,000 years. And you expect to take it away with a mere utterance? Mo Qingqian, what are you doing here? At that moment, a figure dashed over and landed before Feng Kaichen. It was Song Qingshan. Lord Song. Mo Qingqian nodded and then gestured toward the distant 9-section divine herb. The 9-section divine herb? Song Qingshan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. While the old woman was completely disregarded, for he and Feng Kaichen were 2 separate entities. Lord Song. You are not thinking of competing with Mo Qingqian for the 9-section divine herb, are you? Feng Kaichen remarked, frowning slightly. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Song Qingshan's face as he glanced at Feng Kaichen, only to find his eyes clear and his demeanor calm. He then shook his head and remarked, Teacher Feng is in greater need of the 9-section divine herb than I am. How could I dare to seize it? Mo Qingqian and Wang Jing were taken aback, having believed that the arrival of Feng Kaichen and Song Qingshan would render the 9-section divine herb unattainable for them. To their astonishment, it seemed that the two had no intention of claiming the herb, evoking both surprise and admiration from the onlookers. Chapter 71. The old crone atop the solitary 9-section peak. An ancient tree danced wildly, its vast canopy swirling like dark clouds. Countless roots erupted from the summit, stirring the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The old crone stood before the colossal tree, her gaze shrouded in shadows. With her cane planted beside her, she spread her arms wide, her gnarled fingers swaying in the breeze, as the immense tree crown and countless roots moved in harmony with her gestures. Not far from the old crone, a blue barrier shimmered like water, rippling gently. Any roots or fallen leaves that approached would be repelled by the waves, disintegrating into dust. This blue barrier marked the only area atop the peak devoid of roots. Within this protective enclosure, Mo Qingqian and Wang Jing gazed at Feng Kaichen's silhouette with reverence, noting how he effortlessly summoned the surrounding moisture to form a protective shield around them. Song Qingshan recognized that he could never achieve such a feat and understood that Feng Kaichen, who typically concealed his prowess, likely surpassed many of the other teachers in cultivation level. The mere ability to commune with the forces of nature marked him as an unparalleled existence at the Xian dance stage. Amidst his envy, Song Qingshan felt a profound sense of joy, for Feng Kaichen had consented to join the Zhengfa Hall. The higher his cultivation and the stronger his prowess, the more pronounced the advantage for their master. Master Song, this great demon shrouds this realm with its essence, achieving a connection with the heavens. Be cautious when the battle commences, Feng Kaichin remarked, observing the leaves that danced in the wind, sensing the fluctuations of profound energy within them. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshan nodded gravely. Any entity capable of communicating with the heavens could strike unpredictably, necessitating vigilance. Esteemed friends, I bear no intention of engaging in conflict with you. I kindly implore you to retreat swiftly with your junior. The old crone, with fingers as frail as withered branches, suddenly clenched her hand. The drifting leaves came to an abrupt halt, then began to gather frantically before her, coalescing into a verdant long sword. This azure blade contained an immense reservoir of profound energy, animated by the very leaves that had just fallen, exuding a formidable presence. The crone's actions were intended to intimidate Feng Kaichin and Song Qingshan, urging them to withdraw. Unfazed, Feng Kaichin stepped forward, crossing the azure barrier. Song Qingshan paused momentarily, his gaze fixated on Feng Kaichin's hands resting behind him. Very well, I had intended to spare you, yet you are oblivious to your fortune. If so, then meet your demise. The crone bellowed, grasping her staff and striking it against the ground. Instantly, the verdant sword surged towards Feng Kaichin, the tumultuous energy gathering at its tip, rendering it as radiant as the stars. Meanwhile, robust tree roots burrowed into the earth, swiftly causing the soil and stone to crack and extend towards Feng Kaichin like subterranean serpents. With a powerful punch, Feng Kaichin unleashed a golden fist imprint that surged towards the azure longsword. Before the astonished onlookers, the fist imprint transformed into a 3-inch golden flying sword. Bang! The two swords, propelled with fierce momentum, collided, their tips meeting and emitting a dazzling brilliance, only to be followed by a shockwave that radiated outward, shattering both swords into fragments. The tree roots raced underground, encircling Feng Kaichin from all directions. With hands forming a seal, he softly uttered, "Suppression." As the words left his lips, a square seal flew forth between his hands, pure white as jade, suspended in the air, rapidly gathering ethereal energy. As the ethereal energy coalesced, the square seal gradually expanded, revealing the characters for sun, moon, mountains, and rivers inscribed beneath its seemingly illusory surface. Bang! The cracked soil extended to Feng Kaichin's feet, and soon, thick tree roots erupted from the ground, whipping towards him, filling the air with the sound of explosive ruptures. Mo Changxian, visibly anxious, recognized, as a body refiner, the immense power contained within those roots. Even Qin Shaojian would be annihilated beneath them. Despite Feng Kaichin's formidable strength, these roots were not singular, but numbered in the dozens. Mountain seal, extinguish. Feng Kaichin murmured, and the square seal suspended above him suddenly blazed with light, transforming into a towering mountain that descended upon him. Bang! With a resounding crash, a mountain of tremendous weight plummeted from the heavens, crashing upon the peak and suppressing Feng Kaichin along with the roots of the trees. Yet, through this illusory mountain, Mo Qingqian and the old woman could still see Feng Kaichin standing resolutely, entirely unscathed, while the tree roots were utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, the old woman coughed up a copious amount of blood, having lost dozens of tree roots in an instant, leaving her severely weakened. As the mountain gradually dissipated, transforming into pure, ethereal energy that nourished the heavens and earth, Feng Kaichin stood proudly amidst the numerous craters left by the roots. Earthly-grade superior mysticism. The Sun and Moon Mountain River Seal. It was astonishing that he could invoke the second seal, the Mountain Seal, with merely the cultivation of the Xin Dan realm. Song Qingshan wore an expression of disbelief. The most advanced mysticism within the academy was indeed the Sun and Moon Mountain River Seal, accessible only to those who had made significant contributions to the institution. He had managed to practice it solely due to his teacher's influence. But he had barely grasped the basics, capable of invoking only the first seal at best. Moreover, such high-level mysticism could not be wielded by just any cultivator. His teacher had once stated that only those at the Xiandan stage could manage the first seal, while the second seal required the Earth Valley stage, and the subsequent third and fourth seals demanded at least the Heavenly Mansion realm. Now, to see Feng Kaichin effortlessly wield the second seal was tantamount to asserting that he was comparable to a powerful Earth Valley expert. The astonishment was not limited to Song Qingshan. The old woman also bore a look of dread. However, She was loath to abandon the 9-segment divine herb that she had guarded for millennia. Otherwise, she would have long since fled. 10,000 leaves ascending to the sky. The old woman discarded her cane, her arms raised towards the heavens, as a surge of formidable power erupted from her being. This formidable force transformed into a wave of energy, surging towards the towering canopy above. With a resounding crash, the ancient tree stirred without a breeze. Countless leaves swirling in a tempest of green, cascading downwards, drawing the ethereal essence of the world towards the old crone. The aged visage of the crone contorted with malice. As the emerald leaves approached her form, they morphed into a radiant green light, merging seamlessly into her being, thereby augmenting her aura ever so slightly. In the face of despair, the tree spirit resolved to fight with all her might, for defeat would cast her into an abyss from which there would be no return. Yet, should she prevail, she would not require the 9-section divine herb. By devouring Feng Kai-Chen and Song Qing-Shan, she could ascend to the 4th tier. Thus, the tree spirit, the ancient crone, sacrificed countless leaves to propel her cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, drawing perilously close to the 4th. Each leaf harbored the essence of life itself, and as long as she remained unvanquished, she could harness this vitality for a swift recovery, rendering her nearly immortal. However, the towering ancient tree was her true essence. The leaves were intrinsically part of her being, and once depleted, her vitality would be severely compromised. At last, the summit of the 9-sectioned peak, long shrouded from the sun's embrace, welcomed a ray of light piercing through the barren branches, illuminating the earth below. The crone's power surged to its zenith, inching ever closer to that of a 4th-tier great demon, and the wounds she had just sustained healed almost instantaneously. You have forced my hand. Let us see who shall ultimately prevail. The crone's venomous gaze fixated upon Feng Kai-Chen, and as she spoke, her gnarled hand gestured casually, summoning her cane to soar through the air towards her. The immense demonic power within the old crone flowed into her staff, which suddenly shimmered with light, transforming into a colossal python. This serpent, stretching several yards in length, fixed its scarlet gaze intently upon the old woman. Yet, ultimately, it averted its eyes, unable to meet her stare. Insect, I grant you an opportunity. Slay them, and I shall restore your freedom. The old woman commanded, pointing at Feng Kai-Chen. The python nodded slightly in response, then charged toward Feng Kai-Chen, a nauseating stench assaulting the senses long before it drew near. It was truly lamentable that a 3rd-tier mystical beast had been reduced to a mere weapon for a great demon. Feng Kai-Chen shook his head slightly. Just as he prepared to act, Song Qing-Shan stepped forth to confront the python. As a lord of the palace, his strength was formidable. Having attained the 9th realm of the mystic Dan, merely a step away from the Earth Valley. The old crone, observing this, smiled ominously. She held little hope for the python, having released it solely to delay Song Qing-Shan. The wheel of the tree is irreversible. Let it stir the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as she began to chant softly. Green demonic energy swirled between her hands, forming a gear-like figure before her. With a swift push of her palms, her inner demonic power surged forth, merging into the gear. The ethereal mechanism began to rotate slowly, advancing toward Feng Kai-Chen, its speed increasing as more demonic energy flowed into it. Inside, a fierce white energy, akin to a gale, rampaged violently. Should a boulder be caught within, it would be obliterated in an instant. An overpowering sensation, one that could annihilate all, surged within Feng Kai-Chen's heart, raising his brows in surprise. An existence that has endured for millennia is indeed no easy foe. Feng Kai-Chen mused inwardly, his expression growing grave. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly seated himself in a lotus position, the surrounding mystical energy converging towards his being. A golden ethereal figure gradually materialized, towering several meters high, resembling a deity or demon. The golden spirit communication technique. Beside him, Song Qing-Shan cast a glance, nearly stumbling to the ground in astonishment. Feng Kai-Chen was employing a superior-grade, earth-level mystical art, one that had been auctioned off by Linglong Pavilion over a decade ago. To his disbelief, the enigmatic buyer was none other than Feng Kai-Chen himself. Behind Feng Kai-Chen, the golden figure became increasingly solid, adorned in exquisite armor inscribed with arcane runes. Its head encased in a helmet that obscured its face, revealing only hollow eyes reminiscent of an abyss. At that moment, ethereal gears began to rotate towards him, seemingly intent on ensnaring Feng Kai-Chen. Guard! Feng Kai-Chen commanded sharply, and a glimmer flickered within the hollow eyes of the golden-armored giant. Immediately, it pressed down with one hand, its massive palm enveloping Feng Kaichin, fingers resembling colossal golden pillars, spanning before him. Bang! The gears collided with the hand of the golden giant. Both entities ephemeral, yet producing a jarring sound akin to metal striking metal. Under the protection of the golden giant, the gears could not penetrate and were compelled to rotate in place. The old crone's expression darkened as she waved her hands. A third of the remaining leaves from the towering ancient tree fluttered down, soaring towards the illusory gears. As more leaves joined the fray, the power of the gears intensified, and the fingers of the golden-armored giant began to show signs of cracking, threatening to shatter at any moment. The old crone, witnessing this, revealed a sinister grin upon her somber visage, albeit her pallid complexion, marred by a network of wrinkles, rendered her countenance quite terrifying. In the distance, Song Qinshan continued his relentless pursuit of the colossal serpent, which was now battered and bruised, barely able to endure much longer. The golden light emanating from the giant flickered erratically, and Feng Kaichin understood that if this continued, the golden giant would soon reach its limit. Resolutely, he forced forth a drop of crimson blood, merging it into the giant's form. To the towering golden giant, this droplet was as inconsequential as dust, yet, upon its infusion, the giant radiated a blinding golden light, and a faint red glimmer appeared within its hollow eye sockets. Attack! Feng Kaichin commanded, unleashing a surge of profound energy from his palms into the giant's body. The giant's other hand clenched into a fist, and with a tremendous blow, it struck the ethereal gears, its massive fist akin to a mountain. With a thunderous impact, the illusory gears were sent flying, coming to a halt before the old crone, now marred by several alarming cracks from which wisps of demonic energy seeped and dissipated into the ether. The crone's expression shifted once more, her gaze toward Feng Kaichin brimming with a chilling hatred. Suddenly, she let out a piercing shriek, a sound reminiscent of a banshee-esque wail, which reverberated painfully against the eardrums, causing the remaining leaves to fall, merging back into the gears. As all the leaves fell, the old woman appeared even more frail, as if she might wither away at any moment. The illusory gears began to turn once more, racing towards Feng Kaichin, who was astonished that the old woman was truly resolute. Gazing at the slowly approaching gears and the increasingly dim golden-armored giant, Feng Kaichin retrieved a deep blue orb from his waist. This diminutive orb, no larger than a fingernail, emanated a tremulous, overwhelming aura, evoking a sense of annihilation. This orb of thunder punishment was forged from the essence of heavenly lightning by a formidable being from the celestial domain. Once unleashed, it guaranteed death. Given your arduous journey in cultivation, I, Feng, shall grant you a chance. Depart now, and I shall not pursue this matter further, he remarked, grasping the orb while regarding the old woman with a cool demeanor. The old woman, her face etched with horror, sensed the terrifying power contained within the orb as soon as it was revealed. As a spirit of nature, she understood that the heavenly punishment of thunder could easily obliterate her. With that, she retreated, merging her form into the towering ancient tree, which rapidly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a petite sapling of merely 3 feet. The little tree shot up from the ground and, in the blink of an eye, soared away from the solitary peak, vanishing amidst the vast mountain ranges. Observing this, Feng Kaichin let out a subtle sigh of relief as he glanced at the languishing giant python before stowing away the orb of thunder punishment. Its formidable power could have easily annihilated the old woman, yet it held special significance for him. He was reluctant to squander it unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 73. Shaping the veins atop the solitary peak of the 9 segments, Feng Kaichin sat cross-legged, a faint mist of ethereal energy wafting gently from his crown. His complexion oscillated between a vibrant crimson and a pallid hue devoid of blood. Before him, Song Qinshan was seated in front of a colossal serpent, clasping an orange beast core in his hand, periodically glancing at the 9 segments divine herb growing upon the stones, his countenance a tapestry of complexity. Not far from them, Mo Chengxian and Wang Jing encircled Yunya, both exhibiting expressions of urgency. They were acutely aware that upon Yunya's awakening, she would inevitably endure agonizing torment, unless a formidable expert at the Earth Valley stage could be found to expel the residual forbidden magic palm lingering within her. Junior brother Mo. There is no need for excessive worry. Teacher Feng is remarkably powerful. Perhaps he can resolve Sister Yun's predicament, Wang Jing consoled, casting a glance towards Feng Kaichin in the distance. Mo Chengxian nodded slightly, placing his hopes upon Feng Kaichin. After a brief moment, Song Qinshan rose and approached them slowly. Master Song, can you save Yunya? Mo Chengxian implored, his eyes brimming with urgency. The forbidden magic palm? Song Qingshan furrowed his brow. Was it the work of someone from the academy? Mo Chengqian nodded slightly, recounting the incident involving Qin Shaojian that had led them here. Is this how you discovered the 9 segments divine herb? Song Qingshan wore a look of astonishment. The fortune of Mo Chengqian and his companions seemed extraordinarily favorable, as they had indeed uncovered the 9-section divine herb, seemingly lured by someone else's design. However, the forbidden magic palm, wielded by Mo Chengqian, was an exceptionally intricate technique. Once ensnared by its grip, the mark would become intangible, lurking within the body, eroding vitality, and tormenting the flesh, inflicting considerable agony. Unless one possessed cultivation far superior to that of Qin Shaojian, it would be nearly impossible to expel the mark. Given Qin Shaojian's level, only a master of at least the Earth Valley realm could accomplish such a feat. Master Song, teacher Feng. Mo Chengqian's gaze shifted towards the injured Feng Kaichin. It may not be possible. Song Qingshan gently shook his head, yet refrained from making any definitive statements, for it remained uncertain whether Feng Kaichin had any hidden strengths. However, you need not fret. The reason we have ventured to the Falling Leaf Mountain Range is at the behest of the Manor Lord, who has summoned us here for training. The Manor Lord himself is within the mountains. Should he intervene, he can undoubtedly rescue Yunya. Song Qingshan spoke slowly. Originally, such matters were not meant for Mo Chengqian's ears, and his cultivation was insufficient for this journey. He should not have accompanied them on this expedition. Yet, considering Mo Chengqian was a disciple of the Orthodox Hall and his connection to Feng Kaichin, Song Qingshan had decided to take him along to the location indicated by the Manor Lord. Really? Thank you, Master. Mo Chengqian exclaimed, a wave of delight washing over him. As he had not inquired at all about the training details from Song Qingshan and the others. Before long, Feng Kaichin gradually rose to his feet. His complexion remained somewhat pallid, yet he appeared significantly improved compared to before. Mo Chengqian knew that Yunya's injuries could only be alleviated by seeking help from the master of the academy. However, you need not worry. As she is a disciple of the academy, the master will undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. Although Feng Kaichin was healing, he retained a sliver of awareness of the outside world, and naturally, he had overheard the conversation between Mo Chengqian and Song Qingshan. Mo Chengqian nodded slightly and then lifted Yunya, following closely behind Song Qingshan and Feng Kaichin. Since the 9-section divine herb was discovered by you, it rightfully belongs to you. We, as teachers, could not bear to snatch it from you, Feng Kaichin remarked, casting a glance at Song Qingshan. Sister Wang. Mo Chengqian looked at Wang Jing. Wang Jing, overwhelmed with excitement, stumbled over her words but still expressed her gratitude to Song Qingshan and Feng Kaichin before proceeding to harvest the 9-section divine herb. Junior brother Mo. The 9-section divine herb cannot be preserved. Sister Yin has mentioned administering it to you, so we must consume it swiftly. Wang Jing divided the herb in half and handed a portion to Mo Chengqian. Mo Chengqian glanced at Yunya in his arms, then turned to Feng Kaichin. Master, is it truly impossible to preserve the 9-section divine herb? Feng Kaichin nodded and replied coolly, consume it as soon as possible. Do not waste any more time. Can it be given to Yunya? Mo Chengqian persisted. Unless you wish to see her perish. Feng Kaichin frowned. He felt an inexplicable fondness for Mo Chengqian, perhaps because both were individuals of modest talent. Thus, in his eyes, it was imperative for Mo Chengqian to consume the 9-section herb, as only then could he advance further along the path of cultivation. In truth, had it not been for Mo Chengqian, he would never have relinquished the 9-section divine herb. Teacher, since that is the case, please take the 9 segments divine herb. A glimmer of resolute determination flashed in Mo Chengqian's eyes. Wang Jing was taken aback. Her face etched with urgency, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, silently cursing Mo Chengqian for betraying Yunya's heartfelt intentions. Song Qingshan appeared utterly astonished, as though he had just heard an inconceivable revelation. He had never anticipated that one day someone would be so willing to pass the 9 segments divine herb back and forth. Feng Kaichin, too, wore an expression of surprise. Indeed, he was also quite tempted by the herb. Although it was but half, it was nearing maturity, and its potent medicinal properties could potentially forge 2 meridians, thereby elevating his innate talent to a mid-tier level, possibly allowing him to break through to the Earth Valley realm. Teacher, you need the 9 segments divine herb far more than I do. Without you and Lord Song, we would have no hope of survival, let alone obtaining the herb. Therefore, please do not refuse. Mo Chengqian insistently pressed the 9 segments divine herb into Feng Kaichin's hands before turning to embrace Yunya and stepping aside. Have you truly considered this? The 9 segments divine herb can forge at least 2 meridians. A rare seriousness adorned Feng Xiqin's face. Naturally, teacher. Please consume it as soon as possible. Imo Qingqian replied with a smile, then lowered his gaze to Yunya. Teacher Feng, Imo Qingqian speaks wisely. You are the one who most urgently requires the 9 segments divine herb. Should you succeed in your breakthrough, you will be able to safeguard Imo Qingqian's safety. Facilitating his path of cultivation significantly, Song Qingshan advised. Although he also desired the 9-section divine herb, it seemed that it was of little concern to him. Rather than dwell on it, he preferred to persuade Feng Qiqin, who was about to join the Zhengfa Palace, to consume it. The latter, possessing a naturally serene disposition and an aversion to power struggles, would undoubtedly feel more at ease. Feng Qiqin cast a profound glance at Imo Qingqian before discarding any pretenses. Sitting cross-legged on the ground and promptly placing the 9-section divine herb into his mouth. Soon, a radiant white light began to emerge from his chest, dividing into 2 streams that gradually extended into his body. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jing also sat down to consume the herb, and a similar white light swiftly manifested at her chest. After a while, Wang Jing was the first to open her eyes, her beautiful gaze brimming with delight. Master Song. Brother Imo, she exclaimed. Sister, how do you feel? Imo Qingqian inquired with curiosity. I have formed 2 meridians, and I believe it won't be long before I can break through to the channeling stage, Wang Jing replied, her voice tinged with excitement. With 9 meridians already opened, she had reached the upper echelon of talent, and the bottleneck she had faced in the Qi induction stage was beginning to loosen after successfully forming these 2 meridians. Congratulations, Imo Qingqian sincerely expressed. However, after waiting for a while, Feng Qiqin still showed no signs of awakening, which puzzled Imo Qingqian. Teacher Feng possesses extraordinary strength and an unparalleled mastery over the herb's potency, far beyond your imagination. I suspect he is aiming to maximize the benefits of the herb. Song Qingshan explained. After nearly an hour had passed, Feng Qiqin finally opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. I have formed 3 meridians. Upon seeing the expressions on Song Qingshan and Imo Qingqian's faces, he understood their thoughts. Congratulations, Teacher Feng. A hint of a smile appeared on Feng Xiqin's face as the group prepared to depart from the 9-cut Lone Peak. Chapter 74. The Ruins at the Summit. The significance of the 9-cut divine herb was paramount, and given that one among them was Feng Qiqin, Song Qingshan repeatedly cautioned Imo Qingqian and Wang Jing that this matter must remain confidential. As the group descended from the 9-cut Lone Peak, Yunya suddenly emitted a muffled groan, her delicate face shrouded in dark energy, revealing immense suffering. Though still unconscious, she involuntarily expressed her agony. Despite being in a deep slumber, her sensitivity to pain illustrated the formidable reputation of the demon-banishing palm. Feng Qiqin was the first to react. He swiftly approached Imo Qingqian and pressed a finger to Yunya's forehead. She let out another muffled cry before slipping back into unconsciousness. Master Song. The torment of the demon-banishing palm is unbearable. Perhaps it would be prudent for Imo Qingqian and me to proceed ahead? Feng Qiqin turned to face Song Qingshan. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Song Qingshan's eyes, yet he ultimately nodded and sketched a map to hand to Feng Qiqin, indicating that only by following it could they reach the location of the manor's lord. Feng Qiqin departed with Imo Qingqian and Yunya, while Song Qingshan regrouped with Wang Jing and the main contingent. Deep within the Falling Leaf Mountain range, Feng Qiqin harnessed his mystical energy, transforming it into clouds that bore him and Imo Qingqian forward, with Imo Qingqian cradling Yunya throughout their journey. Teacher, is the manor lord the ruler of the city or the academy? Imo Qingqian inquired. So that is the case, he murmured. Imo Qingqian nodded slightly, realizing the oddity of having 2 masters in one prefecture. It was likely that the lord of Pingzhou would not appreciate the ambiguity surrounding his title. Imo Qingqian, would you be willing to take me as your teacher? Feng Qiqin suddenly inquired after a moment of silence. Imo Qingqian was taken aback by the question. A teacher was different from a master. The former instructed numerous students, while the latter imparted knowledge to a single disciple. A teacher is like a father. Imo Qingqian acknowledged with a respectful bow. He had regarded Feng Qiqin as a master ever since he had taught him the pulse technique. Feng Qiqin nodded with satisfaction, saying, the depths of the academy are unfathomable. Outside, you may refer to me as teacher to avoid unnecessary troubles. Imo Qingqian nodded again and glanced at Yunya, anxiously asking, Master, when shall we meet the Lord? Soon, in no more than half an hour. Feng Qiqin replied, studying the map before hastening their journey. atop the lofty mountains. Amidst the ruins, figures were seated in a circle. On one side sat Sun Yuanshan and his disciples, while on the opposite side was a cold-faced man clad in black, accompanied by a boy of 13 or 14 years. The boy bore a cinnabar mole on his brow and wore a mysterious smile that exuded an unsettling charm. Near a massive stone, Yutian sat cross-legged with an elderly man, while not far behind them, a woman was meditating. She appeared to be in her 20s, possessing a beauty that could captivate even the fish and the swans, yet her hair was as white as snowflakes. Although her eyes were closed, she emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. Brother Bai, it has been many years since we last met. I never expected you to look so aged, Yitian remarked, observing the elder's shock of white hair and deeply etched wrinkles. A wave of emotions washed over him. After all, the elder was merely a decade his senior, and it seemed unjust for him to appear so frail. Bai Kong's murky eyes were filled with anguish as he lamented. Yu Yu is but a child of misfortune, and as her father, I have failed her. No amount of effort can rectify certain matters. Yi Tian sighed inwardly, choosing not to respond. In their youth, he and Bai Kong had shared a close bond, but after the calamity that befell the mysterious Shadow Sect, they had drifted apart. He had heard some tidings regarding Bai Kong from Sun Yuanshan. By the way, junior brother Yi, do you truly intend to allow the disciples of the Pingzhou Academy to enter our mysterious shadow realm? Bai Kong inquired, furrowing his brow. Yi Tian nodded, casting a glance at the younger generation member, Bai Yu Yu, and replied with a wry smile. Over the years, I have had no news from you, brother. I am unaware of Yu Yu's circumstances. Otherwise, I would have simply brought my mischievous daughter along. Daughter? Bai Kong asked, surprised. Yes, daughter, Yi Tian said, a hint of resignation in his tone. Haha, we are indeed fated brothers. Bai Kong laughed heartily, then cautiously glanced at Bai Yu Yu to ensure she had not overheard, letting out a sigh of relief. A shadow flickered in Yi Tian's eyes as he nodded, saying, in those days, they went to great lengths to exclude us, even devising schemes to lure us away from the mysterious Shadow Sect, all for the sake of its treasures. Yet, fate is unpredictable. When the mysterious Shadow Sect faced its calamity, we four were not allowed entry. Now that we have finally arrived at this moment, even if I cannot obtain the treasures, I shall not fulfill their desires. It is reasonable to say, yet your disciples should not provoke my gentle Yu-Yo. Otherwise, I shall not spare them. Bai Kong nodded slightly. Suddenly, Yu Tian, Bai Kong, Sun Yuanshan, and the cloaked man Li Kuei all turned their gazes sharply towards a certain direction, where three auras were hurrying towards them at an alarming speed. Two of these auras were exceedingly faint, likely not even reaching the 9th realm of Qi induction. Feng Kaichen? Yu Tian furrowed his brow. He had paid considerable attention to this individual who had attained the Xian Dan realm with merely 2 meridians, thus he swiftly recognized the aura. Could it be a disciple from the academy? Yi Tian speculated silently, for as far as he knew, Feng Kaichen was a solitary figure with no relatives or descendants. And given his unassuming nature, it was improbable that he would casually accompany 2 others on a journey. Academy personnel? Bai Kong inquired. Yi Tian nodded, replying, a highly gifted teacher from the academy. Meanwhile, as Feng Kaichen approached the ruins atop the mountain, he sensed Yi Kong's aura. However, he was taken aback to discover that, apart from the Lord of the Academy, there were several others present atop the mountain, and 3 of their auras were not much weaker than that of the Lord. What audacious scoundrels dare to trespass upon the former grounds of my Mijing sect? Just as Feng Kaichen arrived at the summit with Mo Qingqian and the others, Li Kuei's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce intent. He pointed decisively, causing the Xian Ling energy to swiftly coalesce into a formidable longsword that surged towards Feng Kaichen with lethal intent. In the realm of Digu, harnessing the might of heaven and earth, one could manipulate the Xian Qi. Thus, the sword of Xian Qi was imbued with immense power, emitting a piercing shriek as it traversed its path. Yu Tian's expression darkened as he suddenly rose to his feet. With a swift flick of his long sleeves, he summoned a tempest of profound energy, which surged forth like a storm towards the longsword. However, his reaction lagged significantly behind Li Kuei's, causing the tempest to miss its target. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Tian's eyes as he waved his sleeve once more, redirecting the tempest directly at Li Kuei. Chapter 75. Rescue Mo Qingqian. We have arrived. Behold, that is the governor. Feng Kaichen led Mo Qingqian and another companion to the mountain's peak. Although he sensed several unfamiliar auras, he chose to disregard them and proceeded towards Yi Kong's location. However, at that moment, the man in black unexpectedly struck, condensing a longsword from the ethereal energy and launching a sudden attack. A cold gleam flickered in Feng Caichen's eyes as he abruptly halted, shielding Imo Qingqian and his companion behind him. He was certain that he did not recognize this individual and had not incurred his wrath. Sky-crushing fist. Feng Caichen stamped his feet into the ground, then unleashed a powerful punch, channeling his inner energy into the strike. In an instant, a colossal golden serpent, spanning 3 yards in length, erupted from his fist. The serpent, solidified with profound energy, retained its essence as a manifestation of the sky-crushing fist. After consuming the 9-section divine herb, Feng Caichen had gained a clear understanding of the Earth Valley realm, allowing his techniques to transcend mere physical limitations. The golden serpent lunged towards the black-clad man's sword, its gaping maw wide open, ready to devour the ethereal energy. As it consumed the energy, the serpent rapidly expanded in size, growing to over 10 yards in mere moments. With fleshy horns sprouting from its head, transforming into a flood dragon, Yution's gaze narrowed, and he was profoundly shaken. He had already come into contact with the spirit. Bai Kong gazed at the seemingly indifferent man, his expression filled with incredulity. The shock was not only felt by Yution and his companion, Li Kuei, the dark-clad man, and Sun Yuanshan were equally astounded, while the younger generation remained utterly bewildered. The giant python transformed into a flood dragon, soaring through the air, leaving a trail of flying sand and shattered stones in its wake, as fierce winds raged. The ethereal sword, despite not yet approaching, was significantly affected, its speed drastically reduced. The golden flood dragon roared, its voice resonating like muffled thunder, shaking the very mountains and stones to pieces. The ethereal sword quivered slightly, coming to a standstill. With a resounding crash, the golden flood dragon lashed its tail, delivering a tremendous force that shattered the sword into fragments. Li Kuei's expression shifted, his eyes glinting with cold light. Being thwarted by an energy cultivator at the Qin Dan stage left him feeling humiliated, yet he ultimately chose to ignore Feng Caichen, suppressing Yution's attack with a single palm. Li Kuei's restraint did not quell Feng Caichen's intentions. Without hesitation, he pointed, and the golden flood dragon surged towards Li Kuei. Behind Li Kuei, a boy of about 13 or 14 wore a furious expression, his gaze towards Feng Caichen brimming with murderous intent. However, knowing he was no match for Feng Caichen, he redirected his animosity towards Imo Qingqian. Bold indeed. Li Kuei laughed in anger, forming hand seals as his mysterious energy surged, ultimately shooting towards the heavens. The energy stirred the wind and clouds, and the light suddenly dimmed as a black palm imprint descended from the sky, aiming to suppress the golden flood dragon. With a furious roar, the golden flood dragon ascended, its golden horns glimmering as it charged directly towards the palm imprint. Master of the mansion, Feng Caichen nodded lightly at Yution, maintaining a demeanor of remarkable composure even in the presence of a mansion lord. Congratulations, Master Feng. It seems you are on the verge of breaking through the abyss. Yution smiled brightly. Master of the mansion, these two are also disciples of our academy, and I happened to come across them in the Falling Leaf Mountains. Feng Caichen remained silent, gesturing towards Imo Qingqian. How could our academy have such reckless disciples daring to venture deep into the Falling Leaf Mountains? Yution coldly scoffed. Master, they were also set up. Yinyu was even caught in the forbidden magic palm. Feng Caichen interjected before Imo Qingqian could respond. Forbidden magic palm? Yution's expression grew even colder. He had always prohibited his disciples from fighting amongst themselves, yet he had been unable to prevent it. At that moment, a furious shout rang out. The group turned to see Li Kuei, moving like a dragon, surrounded by illusory shadows. Dozens of afterimages simultaneously struck, annihilating the golden dragon. As the shadows faded, Li Kuei hovered in midair, his icy gaze fixed intently on Feng Caichen. He glanced at Yution and Bai Kong beside him, ultimately choosing not to strike. Yution looked at Feng Caichen with surprise, then nodded slightly. He understood that one of these two must have a strong connection to Feng Caichen. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never have spoken such words. Thank you, Master of the Mansion. Imo Qingqian felt a wave of relief as he saw Yution beginning to heal Yunya. Yution paid no mind to Imo Qingqian, placing one hand on Yunya's back and channeling a stream of profound energy into her body. Rest assured, when the Master of the Mansion intervenes, success is guaranteed. Feng Caichen noticed Imo Qingqian's anxious demeanor and couldn't help but offer reassurance. Imo Qingqian nodded slightly, sitting beside Feng Caichen, and it was then that they began to assess the situation atop the mountain and the crowd around them. Beside Yution, an exceedingly aged man with a wrinkled visage nodded kindly at Feng Caichen. Behind the elder, a woman with a crown of white hair, as cold as ice, cast a fleeting glance at Mo Chengqian and his companion before resuming her meditative state. In another corner, a man clad in black was engaged in hushed conversation with a youth of approximately 13 or 14 years, both of them harboring a glint of malice in their eyes as they occasionally glanced towards Mo Chengqian. In yet another direction, the assembly was the most populous, where an expressionless elder with a horse-like face regarded Feng Kaichen, his thoughts inscrutable. Behind him, several disciples gazed at Feng Kaichen with admiration. At the summit, a vast expanse of ruins lay scattered, within which stood a dilapidated palace. Though it had lost its former glory, its size suggested that it had once been extraordinary. The Falling Leaf Mountains were home to numerous reclusive sects, among them the Misty Shadow sect, and was this not its location? Feng Kaichen inquired of Bai Kong. With a somber expression, Bai Kong nodded and replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, it is the Misty Shadow sect, albeit a remnant of its former self." Feng Kaichen sighed softly, reflecting on the decline of the Misty Shadow sect, lamenting that the fates of smaller sects were likely even graver. Although the kingdom's actions could indeed bring about control and stability, it might not bode well for the Qi refiners. Only through competition among a multitude of schools could they collectively advance. Yutian labored for a full hour before finally concluding his efforts. Turning his gaze to Yunya, he noted that the ominous aura surrounding her had vanished, her complexion now rosy. Though she remained unconscious, the tension in her brow had relaxed. "Master Feng, what of Song Qingshan and the others?" Yi Tian inquired as he entrusted Yunya into Mo Chengqian's care. Looking towards Feng Kaichen, Yi Tian nodded slightly. There were still 10 days until the opening of the illusory realm, ample time indeed. Junior brother Yi, Li Kuei, and Sun Yuanshan have joined forces. Bai Kong suddenly remarked with a furrowed brow. Yu Tian turned his gaze towards Sun Yuanshan and, as expected, saw Li Kuei approaching him. The two engaged in hushed discussion. "What of their alliance?" "The treasures of our illusory sect are destined to be ours," Yi Tian scoffed. Bai Kong glanced at Bai Yu and nodded subtly. Chapter 76. The Illusory Realm. Since Yi Kong discovered that Feng Kaichen had reached the realm of spirit, he regarded Feng with heightened esteem. Conversing as equals devoid of any pretense of authority, he understood that should Feng Kaichen break through, he would undoubtedly make his mark across the cosmos. Just the mere fact that he had touched the essence of spirit greatly amplified his offensive prowess. In the absence of heavenly powers, none could contend with him. It was for this reason that he discreetly shared the events from several years prior concerning the illusory sect with Feng Kaichen, and naturally, Mo Chengqian and Yunya, who accompanied Feng, also overheard. Centuries ago, the kingdom of Xingyu was rife with numerous sects vying for power, their conflicts unceasing and often impacting the lives of ordinary citizens. At that time, the illusory sect stood as the foremost sect within the kingdom, posing a significant threat to the royal family. The sect's leader discerned subtle indications of the royal family's intentions to suppress them. In pursuit of the sect's longevity and to evade mutual destruction, the illusory sect made the decision to withdraw from the kingdom of Xingyu. In those years, the esteemed ancestor initially intended to venture into the heart of the Qingzhou continent. Though it was under the dominion of a dynasty, it did not exclude sects. Rather, under the dynasty's administration, various factions engaged in healthy competition, progressing further along the path of cultivation. Upon reaching this point, the ancestor unexpectedly stumbled upon a fragmented relic, a site that formed its own realm. Despite its incompleteness, it was suffused with an incredibly rich essence of the profound, truly a land of treasures. Subsequently, the Shadow Mist sect established its roots here, believing that the presence of this relic would undoubtedly bolster the sect's power, rendering them unafraid of the Xingyu royal family. However, they did not anticipate that after the royal family eradicated the various sects, their own strength would greatly amplify, ultimately uprooting the entire Shadow Mist sect. The relic became known as the Misty Realm, and due to its fractured nature, those at the Profound Pill stage and above were forbidden entry, lest the relic collapse and consume all within its spatial rifts. Thus, only those at the Meridian Opening and Qi Induction stages could enter. Within the Misty Realm lay our sect's low-grade Celestial Profound Technique, the Misty Illusion Technique, and it seemed that our ancestor had placed the sect's accumulated treasures within. Should we acquire these treasures, it would be effortless to establish a new sect. Nevertheless, given the fragmented condition of the Misty Realm, entry was only permitted once every 50 years. We missed the last opportunity, and now, it coincidentally marked the 50-year threshold once more. As Yi Tian concluded his words, he fell into silence, while Bai Kong's expression darkened. Although the treasures remained, the master was no longer present, Those familiar had either perished or vanished, leaving only remnants that felt like adversaries. Lord, 1,000 disciples have arrived at the academy. This time, the treasures will surely be ours. Feng Kai-chen offered a moment of solace. Bai Kong's lips twitched slightly, his expression tinged with discomfort. Suddenly, Bai Yu, who stood behind him, opened her eyes. Her black irises transformed into a luminous white. Instantly, the temperature within a radius of Tinjiang plummeted, and snowflakes began to descend. Feng Kai-chen's gaze finally lost its composure as he looked at Bai Yu in astonishment. A special constitution? Bai Yu paid no heed to Feng Kai-chen and closed her eyes once more. Indeed, Yu was born with a cold pearl within her, as Bai Kong nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Senior brother, you are truly fortunate. My daughter cannot compare to Yu. Yi Tian remarked with a wry smile before continuing. It is worthwhile for you to merge the cold pearl with Yu using your own life essence. She will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in her cultivation journey. Junior brother Yi, may I ask if the illusion arts of the Mirage realm can be bestowed upon Yu? Bai Kong inquired hesitantly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. His expression darkened a bit. Senior brother Bai, Yu possesses formidable strength, and my daughter is not lacking either. I intend for them to collaborate within. Ultimately, who acquires the treasure will depend on fate, Yi Tian explained. Your thousands of disciples swarm like locusts. What can they possibly leave behind in their wake? Bai Kong frowned. Junior brother Yi, the Mirage realm is a sacred ground of our Mirage sect. Both Li Shixiang and I believe it inappropriate for so many disciples from the academy to enter. Therefore, you may select 30 individuals to participate. Otherwise, it may lead to the collapse of the Mirage realm. At that moment, Sun Yuanshan and Li Kuei approached, casting a glance at Yu Tian. Bai Kong's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Yu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, understood. Sun Yuanshan and Li Kuei were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated a lengthy discourse, yet to their surprise, Yu Tian acquiesced so readily. After exchanging glances with Yu Tian, they turned to leave. Senior brother, there is no need to gaze at me in such a manner. Previously, I feared that with only Yuexin present, our strength would be insufficient, which prompted my decision. Now that Yu is also here, it is unnecessary to involve so many. Yi Tian elucidated. In truth, he felt quite helpless, as both Bai Yu and the youth accompanying Li Kuei were formidable adversaries. Should a significant conflict arise within, it would be fortunate if half of the 1,000 disciples emerged unscathed, and such a considerable loss would likely leave the academy in a precarious state, hampering the subsequent contests among the various institutions. Teacher Feng, I would appreciate your assistance alongside Palace Master Song and the other instructors in guiding everyone through a rigorous training session in the mountains. Yi Tian addressed Feng Kai-chen. Feng Kai-chen nodded slightly, acknowledging that this was indeed part of his responsibilities. Senior brother Bai, I will proceed to select the disciples. Those remaining need not come here. Yi Tian stated. A faint smile finally graced Bai Kong's lips, although he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After some contemplation, he remarked, Junior brother Yi. Master inadvertently revealed that the relics were likely left behind by ancient body cultivators. So when selecting disciples, you might prioritize those with robust physiques. Understood. Yi Tian nodded in response. Meanwhile, Mo Changqian, who had been somewhat disinterested, suddenly displayed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, though he kept his head lowered. Unnoticed by others. So it was left by body cultivators. I must see it for myself. Mo Changqian thought to himself. The practitioners of body refinement have long since vanished. And among the few he has encountered, only one, Xing Luo, remains. Concerning the myriad aspects of body refinement, he finds himself utterly in the dark. If the ruins are indeed remnants of the body refinement practitioners, there must be some clues within, potentially offering him great enlightenment. Yu Tian departed alongside Feng Kai-chen, Mo Changqian, and Yunya. Mo Changqian glanced at Yu Tian ahead and hesitated for a moment before whispering to Feng Kai-chen, Master, I wish to enter the ruins. Feng Kai-chen was taken aback. The ruins were fiercely contested by many disciples of the Chongmai sect, and the inherent dangers were self-evident. Why, he pondered, would Mo Changqian wish to venture into such perilous grounds? I seek to undergo some trials. Mo Changqian replied through gritted teeth, his words betraying a sense of reluctance. Very well. Feng Kai-chen regarded Mo Changqian with a penetrating gaze before nodding in agreement. However, for Mo Changqian to enter, their master-disciple relationship would inevitably need to be disclosed to Yi Tian. Lord of the Manor, Feng Kai-chen suddenly interjected, my disciple, Mo Changqian, also wishes to explore the ruins. Yutian expressed his astonishment. He is your disciple? Mo Qingqian. Yunyu observed him quietly, ultimately saying nothing. She understood that Mo Qingqian was a practitioner of body refinement and naturally yearned to enter the ruins. Indeed, it was just the other day, Feng Kaichen confirmed. Yutian scrutinized Mo Qingqian, his brows furrowing slightly. At the third stage of qi induction, such a level of power seemed rather inadequate. As Yutian carefully assessed Mo Qingqian, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Ultimately, Yutian acquiesced to allow Mo Qingqian to enter the ruins. One must naturally accord respect to Feng Kaichen. And since Mo Qingqian has been able to become his disciple, he must possess exceptional qualities. It is conceivable that he could also assist Uxian within the ruins.